As autumn sets in, the nights become imbued with a distinct chill that starkly contrasts the warmth of summer. The autumn sun, reigning briefly during the day, relinquishes its fierce warmth shortly after sinking behind the western hills, leaving in its wake a coolness that pervades the atmosphere by midnight. In the stillness of Sea City at night, the vibrant clamor of the day has faded, as if the entire city has succumbed to a deep slumber alongside its inhabitants. Yet, within this sleeping metropolis, exceptions invariably exist. Two shadowy figures huddle on the dimly lit riverbank, their slender fishing rods extending from the shore into the inky depths of the river. Deprived of sunlight, the once murky waters have become a pitch-black expanse, and the thin clouds obscuring the moon cast an eerie gloom over the surface, rendering even the bobbers indistinct. I must say, on such a chilly night, while we're shivering, how is it that these mosquitoes remain so lively? One of the figures, a man clad in a light jacket, shifts uncomfortably on his small stool, one hand flailing aimlessly in the air to shoo away the buzzing insects that invade his ears, while the other arm wraps tightly around himself in a futile attempt to preserve warmth. The individual seated beside him appears no better off in terms of warmth, yet his patience surpasses that of his more vocal companion. He gestures for silence and lowers his voice with effort. "Shh, speak softly, will you? What if your shouting scares the fish away?" The man referred to as the second remained silent, and both individuals fell into a hushed stillness, the gentle murmur of the flowing river accentuating the tranquility of the midnight hour. "Hey, look, is something moving over there?" After a considerable time, the second, who had been intently fixated on the water's surface in an attempt to discern the fishing float, suddenly nudged his companion with his elbow. What's the matter?" The other man, clearly jolted awake from his slumber by the second's sudden movement, groggily rose from his seat, only to realize moments later what had been said. He squinted and peered intently at the river. "Well, would you look at that? It does seem like something colorful is floating there, and it's quite sizable. Do you think it could be some cargo that fell from upstream?" The second's eyes remained locked on the object in the water, his voice betraying an unmistakable curiosity. "Do you remember? Last summer, a truck overturned on that highway bridge upstream, and several crates of goods fell into the river, all of which were collected by those downstream. Then let's go take a look." Their yearning for ill-gotten gains made the two men forget their original intent of fishing, casting aside any thoughts of disturbing the fish in the river. With eager anticipation, they cautiously descended the riverbank, stepping carefully over the rocky shore until they reached the water's edge. After a moment's hesitation, they plunged into the water without even removing their shoes. Pull it over." The second, slightly slower in action and disadvantaged by his height, had no choice but to rally his tall and sturdy companion to help retrieve the half-submerged object to their side. Bending down beneath the eyelids, the two men finally discerned a vividly woven bag, its base facing upward. Filled with air, it floated gently on the river's surface, propelled by the current. With great effort, the larger man turned the bag over and unzipped it. "Wow, it's quite heavy. What do you suppose it could be?" "How can we tell?" "Use your phone to take a picture." The larger man grasped the bag's opening with one hand while retrieving his phone from his chest pocket with the other. Utilizing the faint glow of the screen, they leaned in to peer into the woven bag. Suddenly, with a splash, the larger man's phone slipped from his grasp and fell into the river. It seemed as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped the throats of the two men, rendering them voiceless. Simultaneously, they felt their bodies go limp, their grips slackening, allowing the bag to slip back into the water, drifting slowly away. "Oh my!" The darkened riverbank returned to a tranquil silence, interrupted only by the gentle sound of flowing water and the woven bag, now elusive, bobbed in and out of view. Standing at the entrance of the police station he had not visited for over a year, and Changpu inhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of excitement. A few minutes later, he pushed open the door to the Serious Crimes Unit office, observing his colleagues who were preparing to embark on another day of diligent work. Who are you looking for? The first to notice someone at the door was Mo Dong, who, upon seeing in Changpu standing there, displayed no sign of surprise, only a look of bewilderment. In Changpu was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, Tianyang emerged from Cheng Feng's office. Upon seeing him, Tianyang immediately approached with warmth, extending his arms from a distance. "Ah, you must be the technician, Xiao Zhang, here to assist us with the new computers, right? Welcome, welcome." And Changpu gazed at them, his expression one of despair. "Hey, can't you all recognize me? I am. To be honest, I nearly didn't recognize you either." Mo Do chimed in with a grin, stepping closer. "It's been over a year since we last met. You've tanned, and you've become quite robust. It seems your combat prowess has significantly increased." His words rendered Tianyang and Mo Do somewhat uncomfortable. "My friend, you haven't truly moved on, have you?" Tianyang asked awkwardly, looking at Changpu. Tianmi and Lu Xiangdong have been dating for over a year now, and their relationship is progressing smoothly. What are you all thinking? I am merely inquiring as a colleague and friend. And Changpu retorted, both exasperated and amused as he shot them a glare. "I've long since let go of any romantic notions. Tianmi and Dr. Lu's relationship was something she informed me about via email, and I am genuinely happy for them. During my time in peacekeeping, I also reflected that unreciprocated feelings are fleeting. Only mutual attraction can ignite true sparks." "Boss, I've placed the materials you requested on your desk." Tianyang called out to Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for the person trailing behind him to enter. He turned to the other three and said, "Come, allow me to introduce our new colleague." At this moment, the three engaged in animated conversation finally noticed the tall, short-haired female police officer following Cheng Feng. "This is Qin Runin, transferred from City B, and she will be working with us from now on." Cheng Feng introduced the officer. "I've heard about this. I even saw your photograph in the newspaper." Mo Do expressed his admiration for the officer's remarkable reputation. Only Changpu remained utterly bewildered. Qin Runin, seemingly unfazed by the accolades from her new colleagues, merely nodded politely to the two, her expression betraying no emotion. "Do you not recognize me?" Her first words were directed at Changpu. She scrutinized him, and though she said nothing, a flicker of something, perhaps disappointment or annoyance, passed through her eyes. There was no time for the three gentlemen to extend a warm welcome to the newcomer, for Cheng Feng swiftly shifted the focus to the new assignment. "We have another case. A partial corpse has been discovered in the river in the northern part of the city." Cheng Feng assessed the individuals before him, contemplating the distribution of tasks. "The ongoing investigation is being handled by Tianyang, Mo Do, and Tianmi, correct?" Tianyang and Mo Do nodded in agreement. "Very well. You three will continue with your current assignments." And Cheng Feng pointed to Changpu and Qin Runin. "Since you have no existing tasks, you two will take charge of this case." Qin Runin nodded in acknowledgement and solemnly replied, "Indeed. Qin Runin has just transferred here and may not yet be familiar with the environment and various departments. So please take good care of her." Before departing, Cheng Feng did not forget to remind Changpu, "Rest assured, I will handle it." And Changpu assured Cheng Feng with a confident pat on his chest. Chapter 2. Floating Corpse. Although he had been away for over a year, and Changpu felt no unfamiliarity with the Major Crimes Unit. Having spent a considerable amount of time there, everything felt remarkably familiar, and he was soon ready. He initially intended to wait for Qin Runin, considering she was new and, as a young woman, might require some time to settle in. However, she merely placed a few personal items into her locker and, with an air of efficiency, nodded at Changpu, urging him to proceed. Qin Runin was tall and slender. Although she appeared petite beside Changpu, she was considerably statuesque among women. As they descended the stairs together, her brisk strides nearly left the towering Changpu struggling to keep pace. He could not help but steal a few glances at his new partner, silently concluding that this short-haired young woman was quite capable. However, when they reached the car, her next move elicited a chuckle from him. Without hesitation, she rounded to the front left side of the vehicle, opened the driver's door, and settled into the seat. Glancing back at the stunned Changpu, she commanded, "What are you waiting for? Get in." Not yet familiar with Qin Runin and feeling somewhat awkward, Changpu complied and climbed into the vehicle. As he fastened his seatbelt, he casually remarked, "I thought it would be my turn to drive since we're setting off together." Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a frosty glare from Qin Runin. It was clear that driving skill knows no gender. Qin Runin's tone was unremarkable, yet it conveyed an unmistakable sense of displeasure. And Changpu had merely intended to exhibit a touch of gentlemanly decorum, only to find himself misunderstood. Although he wished to defend himself, he feared that further attempts at explanation would only exacerbate the situation. He refrained from speaking, silently lamenting the rather prickly disposition of his new female colleague, who seemed rather difficult to engage with. "Do you always maintain such a taut demeanor?" After a prolonged silence, Changpu sensed that the atmosphere in the car had become exceedingly dreary, and he couldn't shake the feeling, perhaps a mere illusion, that Qin Runin harbored an inexplicable aversion towards him, which manifested in her rigid and tense demeanor. This led him to the conclusion that she must possess an unfavorable impression or opinion of him, resulting in her apparent resistance. Yet, as he gazed at the young woman before him, he struggled to conjure any recollection of her in his mind. Contemplating this, he suppressed the fleeting thought that had arisen, choosing instead to remain silent and avoid further awkwardness. The report indicated that a dismembered corpse had been discovered near the riverside on the outskirts of the city, just as one entered the urban area. The locale, distant from the city center, presented a desolate scene, with the streets and riverbank appearing rather bleak. The autumn winds whipped through the area, stirring up dust that rendered the air as murky as the river itself. By the time Changpu and Qin Runin arrived at the scene, the riverside had already been cordoned off with police tape. A few curious local residents lingered nearby, peering from a distance over the barrier in an attempt to catch a glimpse of the forensic experts and crime scene technicians engaged in their work. Changpu and his companion deftly maneuvered past the security line, presenting their credentials to the officers safeguarding the scene, and promptly made their way to the location of the deceased. The most seasoned forensic expert of the C-City Public Security Bureau, Dr. Xiao, was crouched on the ground, meticulously examining a bulging woven bag before him. "Dr. Xiao, what is the situation?" Changpu inquired, approaching him. Qin Runin, a recent transfer, was still unfamiliar to Dr. Xiao. "Oh, this is Qin Runin, who has just been reassigned from B City to our department," Changpu promptly introduced them. Qin Runin displayed utmost politeness toward Dr. Xiao, greeting him with courtesy, which left Changpu feeling an inexplicable discomfort at the differential treatment. Indeed, the lower half of a male body has been disposed of in a woven bag by the riverbank. The bag, filled with air, failed to submerge and instead drifted downstream. Dr. Xiao explained as he pressed his hand against the half-corrupted body. "The level of decomposition is not advanced. I cannot ascertain the time of death at present due to the water exposure, which necessitates consideration of various factors. Furthermore, it would be prudent to send someone to search the upstream and downstream areas of the river, as the absence of other body parts complicates the identification of the deceased. You should attend to your tasks. I will check on the informant," Dr. Xiao concluded. Before Changpu could respond, Qin Runin had already cast a remark and strode purposefully toward two pallid men standing at a distance from the corpse. "She is quite assertive," Dr. Xiao remarked, observing Qin Runin's departing figure with a knowing smile directed at Changpu. Changpu, feeling somewhat helpless, tugged at the corner of his mouth and followed suit. Qin Runin approached the two men, refraining from speaking immediately. Instead, she scrutinized them intently. Upon noticing her approach, the two men looked up, only to realize that she was a young woman dressed in casual attire, leaving them uncertain about her identity. They averted their gazes and remained silent. "Are you two the ones who reported the incident?" Qin Runin inquired after a brief pause. The two men exchanged glances, and the taller one cautiously asked, "Are you a police officer as well?" Qin Runin slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly suppressing her displeasure, and nodded. The tall man's demeanor was somewhat more composed than that of his slimmer companion, who appeared slightly more anxious. He took a moment to observe Qin Runin and then leaned closer to his partner, whispering, "These days, female police officers look just like models." While such a remark might have sounded flattering coming from the tall man, it would likely have delighted an ordinary girl. However, Qin Runin was no ordinary girl. Rather than feeling flattered, her expression darkened, revealing a hint of anger. The tall man was taken aback by her reaction, abruptly silencing himself, too intimidated to say anything further. Chapter 3. Request for transfer. In Changpu observed the two reporters. One appeared ashen, while the other, initially somewhat at ease, now found himself unnerved by Qin Runin's grave demeanor. Exhibiting signs of anxiety. With a soft sigh, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shaking out two and offering them. The two men accepted them silently, producing lighters to ignite their smokes. "Are you frightened?" And Changpu crouched down, smiling gently and inquiring with amiable warmth. The shorter man nodded quietly. Casting a glance at the bustling police officers in the distance, his body trembling slightly as he shivered. The taller man maintained a bit more composure than his companion. Instead of looking towards the body, he furtively stole glances at Qin Runin's expression, which seemed to convey a sense of authority. "How did you discover the body? What brought you both to this remote area at such an early hour?" Qin Runin, standing apart and looking down at the two individuals, adopted a somewhat domineering tone that was decidedly firm. The previously silent shorter man finally raised his head, locking eyes with Qin Runin, and a flicker of irritation gradually appeared on his face. Upon seeing his companion stand, the taller man quickly followed suit, remaining silent but nodding earnestly in agreement. "Please, remain calm, do not be agitated." And Changpu took a step forward, concerned that their emotions might become too volatile. "We appreciate your prompt reporting and cooperation. Given the gravity of the situation, my colleagues are merely eager to solve the case and harbor no unfounded suspicions towards you. Do not take offense." The two individuals met within Changpu, exhibiting a rather cordial demeanor, and they hesitated to press Qin Runin further, partly due to the fact that she was a lady. "Who among you first discovered the body?" Observing that the emotions of the two had settled somewhat, and Changpu exchanged a glance with Qin Runin. Although she was reluctant, she complied and retrieved her notebook to take notes, leaving the questioning to Changpu. It was the second man who made the discovery first. The tall one, with his boisterous nature, spoke up before the smaller man could utter a word, taking the liberty to introduce them both. "You can call me De Jiang," he said. "My buddy here is Lao Er. We're good friends and co-workers. We often go fishing together. We intended to fish last night, but then Lao Er spotted something large floating on the river. We thought it might be something valuable, only to find it turned out to be that unfortunate thing. Isn't that right, Lao Er?" As he spoke, he nudged the smaller man, referred to as Lao Er, with his elbow. Lao Er shot a glance at De Jiang. His irritation perhaps stemming from Qin Runin's earlier remarks or from De Jiang's eagerness to dominate the conversation. He retorted, "Why are you asking me? Just say it yourself. You know everything anyway." De Jiang, taken aback by the sharpness of Lao Er's response, turned his face away to smoke, falling silent. Glancing back at Changpu and then at Lao Er, De Jiang appeared to be on the verge of saying something but hesitated. "If you have something to say, then say it. Why are you looking at me? As if I'm stopping you from speaking." Lao Er, witnessing De Jiang's demeanor, felt his frustration mounting. Da Jiang, feeling aggrieved, gently touched his neck and said to Changpu, "At that moment, the darkness enveloped us, and we could not discern what lay within the bag. Hence, I pulled out my phone to illuminate the area and take a glance. It was precisely 2:10 in the early morning." Upon finishing, he noticed Qin Runin's skeptical gaze and added, "I swear, I am certain." Subsequently, as we discerned what was inside, we were so terrified that we stood there in shock. I even dropped my phone into the river out of fright. Qin Runin remained silent, diligently noting the time mentioned by Da Jiang. "The woven bag drifted down from upstream?" And Changpu continued his inquiry after Da Jiang concluded. "Aside from the two of you, did you happen to see anyone else in the vicinity or hear any unusual sounds, such as something falling into the water?" Da Jiang glanced at the second man, who returned the look, and both shook their heads. To be honest, we were merely hoping to fish. Even in the dead of night, our hearts raced, and the silence was palpable. Any sound, however faint, would have reached our ears, let alone such a large object. If something had fallen nearby, it would have caused quite a commotion. At that time, aside from the two of us, there were no other individuals passing by the riverbank. The second man's emotions gradually settled, his expression softening and his tone improving. He glanced apologetically at Qin Runin and Da Jiang beside him, admitting, "Last night, I was genuinely terrified to the core, and even until this morning, I felt a lingering tremor throughout my body. At my age, I have never encountered anything of this nature before. I apologize if my earlier tone was harsh. Please do not hold it against me." On the return journey, Qin Runin, undeterred, took the driver's seat, compelling in Changpu to assume the role of a mere passenger. He seized the opportunity to share the sole conclusion he had been able to draw thus far. Qin Runin merely nodded lightly, offering no verbal response. After casting several glances her way and hesitating to voice his thoughts, and Changpu finally felt compelled to speak candidly. "Moreover, although I realize we have only just met, and my words may come off as somewhat unappealing, your demeanor towards the informant truly warrants reconsideration. Such an attitude may provoke resistance in others." As soon as he uttered these words, he was met with an irked glare from Qin Runin, and Changpu had mentally prepared himself for a retort from her. Yet to his surprise, after a lengthy pause, she merely shot him a look of disapproval without uttering a word. "Do you smoke regularly?" she suddenly inquired, rather unexpectedly. And Changpu was taken aback, momentarily puzzled by her abrupt question. It then dawned on him that he had offered cigarettes to De Jiang and the others earlier, which clarified her inquiry. "I don't smoke myself, but I often carry some in my pocket. Cigarettes can sometimes serve as a bridge for communication," he replied with a smile. After Changpu had relayed the essential details to Cheng Feng, the latter expressed his satisfaction with their forthcoming action plan and casually turned to the previously silent Qin Runin, asking, "Do you have anything to add?" "No, but I have a request." Qin Runin first shook her head, then rose from her chair and earnestly addressed Cheng Feng, saying, "I request that you assign me to collaborate with others on the case." Upon hearing this, not only did Changpu, who sat nearby, find himself momentarily taken aback, but Cheng Feng too was rendered momentarily speechless. Cheng Feng might have merely felt surprised, while Changpu experienced a blend of bewilderment and irritation. After all, he had only known the police officer named Qin Runin for less than 3 hours. He had neither provoked nor offended her. Yet her inexplicable request to be reassigned to another partner made it seem as though he had wronged her in some manner. Furrowing his brow in frustration, and Changpu felt a sense of grievance welling within him. However, he was ultimately a man of stature and knew he could not afford to appear overly petty. "Have I done something to offend you?" he pondered silently, although he did not wish to dwell on it. Every situation has its origins. The matter of pairing up for an investigation cannot be forced. If Qin Runin insisted on a change of partner, he would not impose his will upon her. Yet, he was curious about the reason behind her aversion to him, and Changpu's inquiry was, in truth, entirely reasonable. After he posed the question, Cheng Feng shifted his gaze toward Qin Runin. Her complexion flushed slightly, and after a moment of awkward throat clearing, she replied, "You have not offended me in any way. I simply believe that our personalities are incompatible, making us ill-suited to work together. That is all. Have you known me for long?" Upon hearing her words, Changpu felt an inexplicable surge of anger within him. Throughout his years in the workforce, it might have been an exaggeration to claim he possessed exceptional interpersonal skills. Yet no one had ever accused him of incompatibility with their personality. Now, being unjustly labeled by a recently acquainted female colleague left him grappling with disbelief. "We have barely spent a few hours together. How could you possibly discern my character? Are you a mind reader?" Qin Runin's cheeks flushed even more as she listened to Changpu, remaining silent and instead addressing Cheng Feng. "I apologize, but I stand firm in my demands." And Changpu had never felt such a tumult of frustration as he did at that moment. Anger rendered him nearly speechless as he cast a glance at Cheng Feng. Awaiting his response, Cheng Feng, equally at a loss, looked at him and gestured for Qin Runan to sit down and discuss the matter. He then turned to Changpu and inquired, "Did you two encounter any friction earlier?" In truth, their recent actions had exemplified a commendable collaboration. Had they not recognized this? Cheng Feng pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Although Qin Runan's remarks had incited the complainant's ire, they had also successfully diverted their emotions, allowing them to momentarily forget their fears. Seizing the opportunity, Changpu could then provide reassurance, thereby facilitating the rapid and effective completion of the questioning of the complainant. Thus, in my view, despite the apparent differences in your personalities, your collaboration seems quite fitting for the tasks at hand. As soon as Qin Runan heard this, she opened her mouth to respond, but was silenced by a raised hand from Cheng Feng. Changpu nodded to Cheng Feng, rising first to exit his office. Qin Runan stood awkwardly for a moment, and upon seeing Cheng Feng's unmistakable expression, she reluctantly nodded and followed Changpu out. Throughout the remainder of the day, Changpu and Qin Runan exchanged not a single word. It seemed that Qin Runan had never been particularly fond of conversing with Changpu, and now he felt a profound insult to his pride, choosing not to seek any further embarrassment. Yet, their division of labor was remarkably harmonious. They observed each other's tasks and seamlessly attended to their respective duties. Despite the absence of communication, their work progressed in an orderly manner. Under such a stifling atmosphere, they busied themselves for 3 or 4 days. During this period, their efforts yielded little. They had conducted thorough investigations into the male missing persons within Sea City, yet found no reports related to the matter. Even the transient population, those working or studying in Sea City, had been scrutinized to no avail. The salvage operations along the riverbank, directed upstream, proved equally fruitless. Not a single trace of a complete or even dismembered body was uncovered. This unexpected turn of events left everyone somewhat taken aback. Throughout his career in law enforcement, including over a year spent on peacekeeping missions abroad, Changpu had encountered his share of challenging situations. Yet now, he felt deeply that Qin Runan represented the most formidable predicament he had ever faced. Certainly, his predicament was one he could only lament in silence. Tian Yang and Mo Do, preoccupied with investigating the case at hand, observed Changpu's misfortunes with a sense of detached amusement, offering him no sympathy whatsoever. After 3 continuous days of searching and retrieving from the river upstream, yielding no results, the police were compelled to cease their search efforts. Forensic expert Zhao had concluded the autopsy of the dismembered male corpse, revealing that the individual had been brutally slain and severed at the waist with an axe. Approximately 24 to 36 hours prior to discovery, the dismemberment occurred long after the victim's death, with blood having already coagulated within the vessels. The cause of death remained undetermined due to the absence of the upper body. Zhao also conducted a bone age analysis to estimate the deceased's age range, ultimately concluding that the individual was likely around 50 years old, with a possible variance of 2 to 3 years. This significantly narrowed the investigative scope for Changpu and Qin Runan, reducing the complexity of their task. On the 5th day, while they continued their search for the whereabouts of unidentified males in their 50s in City C, a report of a new discovery caught their attention. To their astonishment, the half-corpse unearthed by the quarry workers was not male, but rather a female torso. This revelation left Changpu and Qin Runan in utter disbelief. Could this case be more than just a simple murder and dismemberment, but rather a series of interconnected homicides? Chapter 5. The corpse transport vehicle. Although Qin Runan was also a criminal police officer, she had never specialized in homicide investigations in the past. The discovery of a half-male corpse had already constituted her first encounter with such a case. Now, upon hearing that another half-female corpse had been found, she instantly felt a surge of anxiety. As the two set out for the scene, Qin Runan unusually refrained from assuming the role of the driver, as she had done in the previous days. Instead, she walked silently behind Changpu, quietly slipping into the passenger seat, leaving who had finally adapted to her driving responsibilities, feeling somewhat awkward. During the 40-minute journey, Qin Runin remained tight-lipped, her brows furrowed, and her hands anxiously entwined, exuding an air of deep concern. And Changpu stole glances at her through the rearview mirror more than once, but Qin Runin remained blissfully unaware of his scrutiny. Her inexplicable aversion towards him had left Changpu feeling perturbed for several days. However, upon witnessing her current demeanor, it was unmistakably clear that she, much like when she first joined the Major Crimes Unit, felt an immense weight pressing down on her at the thought of confronting a grave serial murder case. "It's all right," he reassured himself. "Even the most cunning criminals leave traces behind, and we shall follow the clues to uncover the true culprit." And Changpu let out a soft sigh, contemplating that as a man, he ought to exhibit greater grace and tolerance, regardless of how peculiar the young lady's character may be. At the very least, he should not stoop to her level. He recalled his own initial anxiety during his first case investigation, but soon realized that such tension was, in fact, the optimal state of mind. The more anxious one felt, the clearer one's thoughts became when confronted with challenges, allowing for more meticulous analysis. It appeared to be the work of the same individual or perhaps a group of culprits. Upon the arrival of the two individuals, Forensic Xiao nodded in greeting, then proceeded to pull open the seal of the woven bag on the ground, enabling them to observe the contents more clearly. This time, the perpetrator had displayed a degree of cunning, stuffing a substantial portion of a brick into the bag. As he spoke, he extracted a fragment of the brick, which was vividly red on the surface, yet bore a dark blue-black core. From the manner in which he handled it, it was evident that the weight of the larger brick was considerable. Forensic Xiao weighed it in his hand before passing it to Changpu, who promptly accepted it and placed it into a larger evidence bag. Changpu and Qin Runin leaned in to inspect the contents of the bag. But as they drew closer, they were immediately assaulted by the pungent stench emanating from within, prompting them to instinctively hold their breath. What could produce such a foul odor? Had it been submerged in water for an extended period? Changpu covered his mouth and nose, furrowing his brow as he inquired of Forensic Xiao. Despite his struggle against the repugnant smell, he leaned in for a closer look, only to discover that the half of the female corpse revealed was merely the upper body, with the shoulders entirely bare. "Where is the head?" he exclaimed in astonishment. In stark contrast, Qin Runin, standing behind Changpu, appeared significantly worse off. Like Changpu, she covered her mouth and nose with her hand, her complexion a shade of pallor, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her body would occasionally bend forward slightly, her hand pressing more firmly against her mouth. "Are you all right?" Changpu only realized something was amiss when he heard a suppressed retching sound behind him. Turning to observe Qin Runin's expression, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Noticing her unsteady stance, as if she might collapse at any moment, he hastily rose to assist her. Unexpectedly, just as his hand was about to touch her, she retreated a step, evading his grasp. "You needn't concern yourself with me. I am fine," she replied, her face ashen. Her overt evasion left Xiao the forensic expert beside them momentarily dumbfounded, glancing between Changpu and Qin Runin, perplexed by the tension between them. Changpu felt a sense of indignation, as if he had been slighted. He furrowed his brow, but, considering the pressing matters at hand, chose silence. He merely advised Qin Runin to take care of herself if she was unwell, as he turned his attention to other pressing issues. Identifying the mode of transportation used for the body was crucial for solving the case. Changpu summoned several officers to assist him as they meticulously searched along the riverbank downstream, hoping to uncover valuable clues. After walking several hundred meters in that direction, they stumbled upon a small three-wheeled bicycle, carelessly discarded amidst a thicket not far from the riverbank. These diminutive, three-wheeled vehicles are occasionally sighted within the city limits, predominantly during the early morning or evening hours, utilized by elderly individuals for procuring groceries at the market. Their compact dimensions feature a small cargo bed at the rear, capable of accommodating, at most, 2 adolescent children. What, then, could account for the presence of such a conveyance amidst the thickets along the banks of this downstream river? The wheels of the tricycle were encrusted with a considerable amount of soil, suggesting an extensive journey. and Changpu approached and meticulously examined the vehicle. Discovering that while the surface of the mud on the tires had been desiccated by the sun, the soil lodged within the tire treads remained damp. Subsequently, several officers gingerly extricated the tricycle from the undergrowth. Upon its removal, the mottled crimson stains within the cargo bed were revealed, accompanied by a persistent swarm of flies, recently disturbed and buzzing obstinately around the vicinity. Chapter 6. Androgynous Indistinction. And Changpu, having learned a lesson from his previous misstep, refrained from proactively engaging Qin Runin. Mindful of his rebuff that morning, observing the others extending their condolences to Qin Runin, he abstained from joining the throng. "Your composure has been commendable," remarked Tian Yang, a seasoned detective within the Major Crimes Unit, second only to Cheng Feng in seniority. "When I, your senior colleague, first encountered a cadaver, I unfortunately stumbled upon a body severely disfigured by prolonged submersion. It was far beyond mere disfigurement. I vomited uncontrollably. The memory still induces nausea." He offered this consolation to Qin Runin, apprehensive that she might be unduly affected by the experience. However, out of goodwill, he failed to notice that after Qin Runin listened to his vivid description, her previously slightly relaxed expression paled once more. And Changpu, unable to suppress a sigh, approached and gently patted Tian Yang on the shoulder. "Enough already. If you continue to paint such a vivid picture, I too shall be haunted by the past." He discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Tian Yang, who finally realized that Qin Runin's face had turned ashen and she remained silent. Aware of his blunder, he chuckled awkwardly and hurried back to his own tasks. "I shall pay a visit to forensic Dr. Zhao. You should rest for a while." And Changpu glanced at the clock, noting that several hours had slipped by. He surmised that forensic Dr. Zhao must have made some progress with the autopsy, and the investigation into the missing women was likely nearing completion. He intended to check on the situation. To his astonishment, Qin Runin, upon hearing his words, also rose to her feet. "I shall accompany you," she declared to Changpu with an unwavering tone, showing no inclination for negotiation. And Changpu furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze lingering on her still pallid visage for several moments. With a hint of skepticism, he inquired, "Are you certain? If I do not overcome this hurdle now, I shall never be able to move past it," Qin Runin affirmed with a nod, not wishing to prolong the discussion on this matter. And Changpu could only caution her not to overexert herself, yet he found himself regarding her tenacious spirit with newfound admiration. The two then made their way to forensic Dr. Zhao, who had just concluded the autopsy and had a moment to sip water and rest. Upon noticing Qin Runin's presence, he recalled her earlier discomfort and expressed his concern, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Dr. Zhao, have you made any discoveries?" And Changpu inquired eagerly. While awaiting the results of the autopsy, he had been diligently investigating whether there were any reports regarding missing women in City C, aside from the missing men. But to no avail. It could be argued that when the male body was discovered, he had only been deceased for less than 2 days, and his relatives had yet to realize his absence. However, the recently uncovered female corpse had evidently not met her demise within a day or two. In fact, the male corpse had been dead for nearly a week. How could the family of a living person remain so indifferent for an entire week without any sign of life? Even if the deceased was an itinerant worker away from his family, surely, after a week of silence, his employer or colleagues would have sought him out. The peculiar case of a female upper body and a male lower body found without any reports of missing persons only deepened the mystery. Did the female corpse exhibit any fatal injuries? And Changpu furrowed his brow in surprise at Dr. Zhao's account. Dr. Zhao shook his head. No fatal injuries were found. "I did discover some partially digested food in the female corpse's stomach, which, upon examination, contained trace amounts of poison. It appears someone attempted to poison her. But the toxicity was insufficient to be lethal and likely not the actual cause of death. I suspect the fatal injury is located in the head, but regrettably, the head has not been located." Qin Runin listened silently, several times on the verge of speaking but hesitating. Noticing her demeanor, Dr. Zhao inquired, "Do you have any thoughts on the matter?" Her proposal was both unexpected and audacious. Upon uttering her words, Not only did Changpu appear taken aback, but even the seasoned forensic expert Xiao was momentarily stunned. The reactions of the two left Qin Runin feeling somewhat uneasy. To mask her embarrassment, she cleared her throat and addressed Changpu and Xiao, saying, "This is merely a hypothesis of mine. If it seems too far-fetched, kindly disregard it." With that, she hastily rose and left, leaving Changpu and Qin Runin in his office awaiting further news. Changpu was also somewhat astonished by Qin Runin's conjecture. He attempted several times to engage her in discussion, yet Qin Runin consistently maintained an air of indifference, effectively silencing his words before they could escape his lips. Chapter 7. Seeking Witnesses. Xiao, does this mean we will require further examinations and comparisons to reach a conclusion? She inquired, seeking confirmation from Xiao. He nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we have already commenced preparations for DNA testing on the two dismembered bodies. Until we obtain a definitive conclusion, we can only ascertain that the upper torso belongs to a male. We cannot directly conclude that both parts belong to the same individual. In light of this, Qin Runin reflected for a moment and said to Changpu, "While we cannot ascertain whether the deceased are one or two individuals, we can at least continue our search along the river for the head, while also posting notices to seek witnesses." Using a woven bag carried by a small tricycle to transport the remains, the target area is considerable. It is unlikely that no one would have seen anything. Though they had only collaborated for a few days, Changpu had already gained a clear understanding of Qin Runin's decisive and assertive approach. Given their shared perspectives, there was no need for further discussion. He merely nodded in silent acknowledgement. Qin Runin was momentarily taken aback by Changpu's calm demeanor, as he had acquiesced to her viewpoint, leaving her with no grounds for dissent. As of yet, the DNA test results had not been released. Both Qin Runin and Changpu were hesitant to assume that the two dismembered corpses belonged to the same individual or to entirely different ones. They could only speculate based on the available facts. If there were multiple victims, might the perpetrator have opted to discard the body parts not in a concentrated manner within the river, but rather chosen to dispose of some here while handling the others through different means? With this hypothesis in mind, they began to explore various avenues for gathering information, leaving no stone unturned. Regrettably, several days had passed without any fruitful leads. The dismemberment case, whether a singular act or part of a series, seemed to have entered a stalemate from the outset, leaving only the lingering question of why a male corpse with a history of chest surgery had surfaced, devoid of any advantageous clues. Following the announcement for witnesses, the Major Crimes Unit received numerous calls, some from well-meaning residents who mistakenly identified a similar tricycle as the object of police interest. A few inquiries even sought to clarify whether there was a reward for witnesses. Upon learning there was none, those callers promptly hung up, leaving no further dialogue. Among all the incoming calls, only a scant few appeared to bear any relevance to the case at hand, with the leads being rather vague. One individual reported having observed a figure clad in dark clothing pedaling a tricycle with apparent difficulty on the night in question. It was established that the cyclist possessed a medium build, but beyond that, no further details could be provided. The investigation into missing persons yielded no substantial clues, leaving Changpu and Qin Runin in a state of perplexity. Consequently, after conferring with one another, they resolved to scrutinize all plastic surgery clinics and beauty salons in City C that offered breast augmentation, for while the trend of cosmetic surgery may have surged, it was unlikely that male patients seeking such procedures were commonplace. Thus, Qin Runin set about compiling a comprehensive list of all establishments in City C qualified to perform breast augmentation, and together with Changpu, they commenced their methodical inquiries. As they approached hospitals and beauty salons to inquire about any male patients seeking breast augmentation, they were met with a plethora of bewildered and curious gazes. Some, upon hearing their questions, could not suppress their laughter, resulting in the questioners themselves becoming the subjects of inquiry. Particularly, Changpu found himself frequently surrounded by several young nurses, whose private curiosity led them to pepper him with questions, leaving him feeling somewhat exasperated. Even more disheartening was the fact that Qin Runin, instead of coming to his aid, occasionally displayed a fleeting look of disdain and aversion that he managed to catch. And Changpu could not help but feel a profound sense of injustice for himself. Previously, I often heard people lamenting about incompatible zodiac signs. Now, he begins to ponder whether he and Qin Runin might fall into such a category, which could explain the inexplicable aversion he has encountered from her. Moreover, Changpu has quietly resolved that once he makes progress and gains some leisure in his current affairs, he will ascertain whether there has ever been any intersection between himself and Qin Runin. Ultimately, perseverance bore fruit. After several days of investigation, they received some invigorating news from a seasoned breast reconstructive surgeon at a public hospital. Upon hearing this information, Changpu and his companions immediately sought detailed information regarding the hospital in City A, as well as the speaker who had mentioned this matter at the academic conference. The veteran expert, recognizing the case's connection to a homicide involving dismemberment, was particularly eager to assist the authorities. He not only provided them with the hospital's specifics, but also penned a note for Qin Runin to present to the physician in question. This doctor, Jean, has a rather proud demeanor and may not be particularly accommodating. I fear he might refuse to meet with you. However, we were alumni of the same institution. While I cannot claim a close friendship, we are at least on speaking terms. Presenting him with this note should encourage him to share some patient information with you. The old expert remarked, though his tone was not entirely assured. You are well aware, especially in the realm of breast surgery, that patients prioritize privacy, let alone in the case of gender reassignment surgeries. Unless a patient chooses to disclose their personal information, no physician would ever release such details without permission. Changpu and Qin Runin expressed their gratitude for the old expert's generous assistance and promptly drove to City A. Following the address they had received earlier, they soon found the hospital mentioned by the old expert. Upon arrival, they discovered that this establishment was a specialized plastic surgery hospital with meticulously organized departments. The renowned Professor Jean, referenced by the old expert, was a distinguished breast augmentation specialist, his large portrait prominently displayed on the LCD screen in the lobby. Inquiring about Professor Jin's consultation schedule, Qin Runin and Changpu approached the reception nurse. The nurse's glance at Qin Runin's chest, followed by a dismissive look towards Changpu, indicated her unspoken judgment. She gestured towards the registration desk on the opposite side of the lobby, stating, "Professor Jean is seeing patients today. You may register over there." The nurse's unabashed speculation caused an awkward silence to envelop both Changpu and Qin Runin, prompting a flush to rise on Qin Runin's cheeks. Clearing her throat softly, she turned to walk away. Observing her discomfort, Changpu felt an urge to laugh. But upon reflecting on Qin Runin's personality, he stifled the amusement within him. As the two individuals ascended the stairs in search of the consultation location indicated by the expert's schedule, they were met with the sight of a throng of patients eagerly awaiting Professor Jean outside his consultation room. Changpu and Qin Runin, being there primarily for the investigation related to their case, felt it inappropriate to disrupt the opportunities others had painstakingly secured for their appointments. Thus, they opted to wait at a distance in the corner of the corridor, biding their time until Professor Jean concluded his consultations. The majority of those seeking consultation appeared to be women, with several older ones accompanied by family members. From snippets of conversation, it seemed many were there for post-operative inquiries regarding cosmetic procedures. A greater number were younger women, often alone, presumably seeking information about breast augmentation, standing silently to the side. Changpu and Qin Runin felt somewhat out of place amidst the palpable anticipation and anxiety of the genuine patients waiting for their turn. Although they had no intention of scrutinizing the women who came for consultation, the patients seemed to take an interest in the two of them. Can you believe it? There are actually men who are so open-minded these days. They actually accompany their girlfriends here. One woman whispered to her husband, her voice low yet audible enough for Changpu and Qin Runin to catch the remark. "That's nonsense. I've never thought that way." The husband quickly distanced himself from the comment. Upon noticing Changpu looking in their direction, he added, "Don't assume the worst. Perhaps, like me, he is simply accompanying his wife for a follow-up." Are you not worried about being misunderstood while you wait here? Qin Runin quietly countered, turning to Enchangpu without moving. Enchangpu chuckled and spread his hands, remarking, "With someone like me, it is unlikely that anyone would mistakenly think I am contemplating gender reassignment surgery. Yet, one can never be certain. The opinions of others are beyond my control. They may say whatever they wish. What matters is that I am aware of my purpose here." Qin Runin turned her back to the individuals in the corridor, gazing out the window, lost in thought as she observed the branches and verdant leaves obscuring her view. Noticing that she was unfazed by the discussions surrounding him, Enchangpu quietly exhaled in relief, choosing to remain silent as he mirrored Qin Runin's actions, turning away from the inquisitive stares behind him. At long last, when the lunch break arrived, Professor Jean emerged from his consultation room, appearing somewhat fatigued. Had it not been for the photograph of him displayed on the hospital's expert introduction screen, Enchangpu and Qin Runin might have struggled to identify him amidst the crowd of patients gathered at the entrance. Observing Professor Jean surrounded by patients, they wisely refrained from approaching him immediately, patiently waiting for him to inform the patients that his lunch break had commenced and that consultations would resume in the afternoon. They then made their way to the staircase to await him. As soon as they spotted Professor Jean walking towards them, Qin Runin, eager to seize the moment while he was unaccompanied, attempted to rush forward, only to be pulled back by Enchangpu. Previously, the doctor mentioned that Professor Jean was rather arrogant and not particularly approachable. After a busy morning, he finally reached his lunch break, managing to escape the throngs of patients. However, before he could catch his breath or have a bite to eat, he was confronted in the corridor by two police officers who began to interrogate him. Do you think he would be pleased? If he were displeased, it is quite likely that he would dismiss everything altogether. Enchangpu said to Qin Runin. As a man and a woman approached and took seats at his table, Professor Jean furrowed his brow and scrutinized the two individuals before him. Enchangpu offered a polite smile and handed over the note written by the esteemed expert from City C. He also took the opportunity to introduce himself and Qin Runin. "Professor Jean, we apologize for interrupting your lunch. We are detectives from the Major Crimes Unit of the City C Public Security Bureau and would like to take a few minutes of your time to discuss certain matters." Chapter 9. The Incomplete Gender Transition Surgery. Professor Jean received the note from Enchangpu, his brows remaining tightly knit. He swiftly perused the introduction letter from his fellow alumnus in City C, crumpled the paper, and discarded it into the empty bowl from his meal. He then stood up and addressed Enchangpu and Qin Runin, saying, "Let us move to my office. The cafeteria is too noisy." With that, he tidied up his dining utensils and led Enchangpu and Qin Runin to his office, which was located in a direction entirely opposite to the outpatient area. Enchangpu gestured for Qin Runin to sit beside him and proceeded to explain the specific purpose of their visit to Professor Jean, demonstrating ample courtesy without veering into obsequiousness. Undeterred by the professor's haughty demeanor, Professor Jean, after listening to his statement, appeared somewhat impatient and inquired, "Are you suggesting that you possess no direct evidence to substantiate that the deceased might indeed be my patient, yet you approach me seeking patient information? Are you aware of the absurdity of your actions? Do you comprehend the concept of patient confidentiality? On what grounds do you presume to request personal information when you lack any substantial leads? Have you considered the potential complications that may arise should your assumptions prove erroneous? We have contemplated this matter. While we cannot ascertain with certainty that the deceased is your patient, it is also true that our investigation is not merely a wild goose chase. As a specialist in thoracic surgery, you have undoubtedly encountered a plethora of patient records, far exceeding what we have merely heard about." Upon hearing Professor Jin's reproach, Qin Runin's demeanor darkened, and she responded with an air of assertiveness. As a male seeking silicone breast implantation, aside from the preliminary stages of gender reassignment surgery, what other possibilities could there be? Moreover, how many such male patients could possibly emerge nationwide each year? As a physician, your responsibility is to safeguard patient privacy, a valid concern. However, as criminal investigators, our objective is to identify the identity of a headless corpse through the most expedient means possible in order to apprehend the true perpetrator of the crime. This is not unreasonable. Regardless of whether you agree to assist us, I implore you to refrain from unwarranted accusations." Her remarks caught Professor Jean off guard, and the validity of Qin Runen's points left him somewhat at a loss for a response. And Changpu cast a look of admiration towards Qin Runen. Her previous demeanor was commendably poised. When dealing with a seasoned authority like Professor Jean, one must avoid being overly aggressive, as it might offend his pride. Yet one should not be excessively humble to the point of allowing him to elevate his own status. It was crucial to maintain a balanced stance, grounded in reason and evidence. Just as he silently praised her for a moment, and Changpu suddenly realized he had made an error in judgment. Qin Runen was not much younger than he. Prior to her transfer to the C-City Major Crimes Unit, she had already garnered some recognition in her previous role. He had subconsciously regarded her as a novice akin to Tianmi. Professor Jean remained silent for an extended period, seemingly in hesitation, after what felt like an eternity. Just as Changpu and Qin Runen were on the verge of despair, convinced that he would refuse to cooperate with their investigation, he finally spoke. "I cannot provide you with the patient's medical records unless you can furnish sufficient evidence that the deceased is indeed my patient," he stated, clearly laying out his boundaries. "However, I can disclose the patient's place of origin for your investigation. Once you have gathered adequate evidence, return to me for the medical records." This response was neither wholly favorable nor entirely unfavorable. It was within the physician's professional duty to protect patient confidentiality. Despite Professor Jin's lack of willingness to fully cooperate, and Changpu and Qin Runen found themselves at a standstill. Now that he had made a concession, they understood the importance of recognizing when to accept a favorable outcome. Upon contemplating these matters, Changpu aptly accepted Professor Jin's proposal. Professor Jin instructed them to wait in his office while he went to consult the nurse regarding the medical records. "Your earlier remarks were pivotal. Otherwise, Professor Jean might not have been persuaded to relent." "Well done." And Changpu was never one to withhold praise, and seizing the opportunity in Professor Jin's absence, he gave Qin Runen a thumbs up. A smile began to dance at the corners of Qin Runen's mouth, but suddenly she froze, cleared her throat, and wiped away the emerging smile, adopting a more stoic demeanor as she replied to Changpu in a measured tone. "This is what I ought to do." This abrupt transformation momentarily took Changpu aback, yet he wisely refrained from probing further. The address provided was rather vague, merely outlining a general area. After reviewing it, Changpu handed it to Qin Runen, who also furrowed her brow slightly. Neither of them pressed for more details. After all, from this address, it was evident that Professor Jean had interacted with a patient who underwent gender reassignment surgery approximately a year ago. This individual was indeed a resident of City C, living in a relatively secluded area of Jiangkou District. With this information, the police's investigative direction could be significantly clarified. Just as Professor Jean had walked a few meters away, Qin Runen suddenly recalled something and called out to him, hastening her steps to catch up. "I have one more matter I wish to confirm." Professor Jean appeared somewhat displeased, frowning as he regarded Qin Runen, awaiting her inquiry. "I shall not violate your principles by inquiring about the specific personal information of this patient." Observing his defensive demeanor, Qin Runen first assured him before asking, "May I inquire whether the gender reassignment surgery that this male patient requested has been completed?" Chapter 10. Notoriety. Upon hearing Qin Runen's question, Changpu realized that he had seemingly overlooked this matter. He had been somewhat single-mindedly waiting for the DNA results from forensic Xiao, forgetting that the investigations of the two were not mutually exclusive. He admired Qin Runen's steadfastness. Knowing full well that Professor Jean was a formidable and prickly individual, she still dared to risk reprimand to pursue her inquiry, unperturbed by the social conventions that often constrain young women. As they approached City C, forensic Xiao's call came through, informing them that the DNA comparison results were in. They could now be quite certain that the upper half of the body, which had undergone breast augmentation, and the lower half, discovered earlier, belonged to the same individual. This revelation meant that the initially suspected serial dismemberment case could be dismissed. There was only one deceased, though their identity remained unascertainable. With forensic Xiao's clarification, Changpu and Qin Runen felt increasingly resolute. the upper half having undergone augmentation while the lower half retained male characteristics, aligned perfectly with a patient Professor Jean had dealt with the previous year. It seemed highly probable that the deceased was indeed that individual. With a target and direction in mind, Changpu deftly bypassed the city center and drove toward the relatively remote Jiangkou district. Professor Jin's provided address lacked specificity, only offering a vague direction. Changpu, navigating by the map, soon discovered that it was located on the outskirts of Jiangkou district. Although the area was somewhat remote, the population density was surprisingly substantial, and the demographic composition was quite diverse. Attempting to identify an individual with merely a gender and approximate age was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, evoking a sense of bewilderment akin to being lost amidst the mountains, shrouded in clouds. This locale, situated at the urban-rural fringe, still witnessed the prevalence of motorcycle taxis forbidden in the city center. During their brief walk of merely a few meters, Changpu and Qin Runin observed several motorcycles whizzing by, each carrying passengers laden with various shopping bags. The mere sight of this mode of transport instilled a sense of unease. At the market entrance, about 5 or 6 motorcycles were haphazardly parked. It was autumn, and the afternoon sun cast a warm glow. The motorcycle drivers had left their vehicles by the roadside, gathering in small groups beneath a shaded stall to smoke and chat. Upon noticing Changpu and Qin Runin approaching the parked motorcycles, a few individuals quickly converged, enthusiastically inquiring, "Are you looking for a ride? What kind of ride do you need?" One motorcycle driver, who had not approached to solicit business, called out from the shade to the group, "Can't you see these two arrived by car? Why would they take your motorcycle?" The pace of the other drivers slowed. Their curiosity piqued as they regarded Changpu and Qin Runin. "Gentlemen, we wish to inquire about a person. Are you familiar with the residents in this vicinity?" Changpu inquired with a smile. "In truth, we were not entirely certain of his name, only that he was a local." Changpu hesitated momentarily, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty, before lowering his voice slightly and addressing the man. "He is approximately in his 50s, not particularly short, rather slender, and previously underwent breast augmentation surgery." Before he could finish his statement, another driver, who had been curiously listening from his motorcycle, suddenly burst into laughter. "Are you referring to him? The one who transformed into a woman?" The suddenly amused driver glanced at Changpu and then at Qin Runin, who was standing beside him, and with a moment of realization, slapped his forehead. "I see who you are now." Upon hearing this, both Changpu and Qin Runin felt an inexplicable tension, fearing that this case had caused unforeseen negative repercussions in the area. However, the next words from the driver alleviated their concerns. "What do you mean? You know the person we're discussing? Are you aware of his situation?" Qin Runin immediately pressed for more information upon realizing that this man was evidently well informed. There are hardly any locals who do not know him. None of them clarified their identities, which led the motorcycle drivers to assume, quite naturally, that they were media personnel. The driver who had just laughed cheerfully remarked, "That guy is quite the celebrity around here. If it weren't for his family's constant interference, he'd probably be a sensation nationwide by now. After living a considerable portion of life, suddenly one desires to embrace womanhood. You have arrived too late. He has not frequented this place for some time. Otherwise, one need only observe his flamboyant demeanor to find sufficient entertainment on the street." The driver chuckled derisively, his demeanor suffused with disdain. Who else could it possibly be? It was none other than Lu Min, who, after acquiring some ill-gotten gains, went forth to enhance his bosom, rebranding himself as Lu Bing. There can be no mistake. He is indeed the most notorious of them all. Chapter 11. Staunch denial. While it cannot yet be definitively ascertained whether the Lu Min or Lu Bing mentioned by these individuals is the one they seek, the likelihood is substantial. After all, how many men, at the cusp of 50, would pursue breast augmentation or gender reassignment surgery? What renders this Lu Min so infamous? Surely, you are not implying that it pertains to his decision to undergo a sex change? I believe every individual possesses the right to determine the course of their own life. Qin Runin cautiously began to engage the drivers in conversation, feigning an understanding and sympathy for Lu Min's choices. "Look at you. Everyone has their own way of living," one driver retorted. But are you truly alone in this? Do you merely exist to seek your own amusement? A man of such advanced years, with elderly parents who have passed away from distress, a wife and children whom he neglects, fixated only on becoming a woman, indulging in self-adornment and vanity. This is not the exercise of one's right to choose a life. It is selfishness. Can a man behave in such a manner? If it is merely for the sake of enjoyment, I would prefer to bask in the sun and gather dust. The originally talkative driver remained silent. But a plump driver with a prominent black mole on his face, who had been observing quietly, took the initiative to speak first. His tone and expression were imbued with unabashed disdain, as if he had long harbored contempt for Lu Min. Upon hearing his words, Changpu immediately focused his attention on the mole-faced driver, inquiring, "Are you well acquainted with Lu Min?" The moment he asked, the driver fervently shook his head, as if his hair had become tainted with something repugnant, hastily distancing himself. "I am not familiar with someone like him. Please do not ask me about him." His frantic attempts at denial only served to highlight his familiarity with Lu Min. It was evident from his words that he had prematurely assumed Changpu and Qin Runan were merely gossip reporters. If he truly was not acquainted with Lu Min, then the credibility of his disparaging remarks about him diminished significantly. Qin Runan intentionally provoked him from the side. The driver, lacking a heightened sense of caution and unable to discern that the two standing before him were not reporters but criminal investigators, felt unburdened by psychological stress. Thus, when provoked by Qin Runan, he could not contain himself, revealing a face tinged with offended indignation. "Why is my credibility in question? I never speak recklessly. I keep my distance from him out of embarrassment, but that doesn't mean I am unaware of his misdeeds. In fact, our families are distantly related. Since we are all distant relatives, why not share some insights about Lu Min? We assure you that our source will remain confidential." As soon as the words left my lips, I suddenly realized that I had inadvertently assumed the role of the antagonist among the two of us. Traditionally, unless working alongside someone more seasoned or commanding, such as Cheng Feng or Tian Yang, I would inevitably take on the role of the antagonist. This was particularly pronounced when collaborating with a female officer. It was my first experience in such a partnership where I had to play the good cop, and I found it rather uncomfortable. As for divulging information, I truly do not mind. With his limited abilities, whether transformed into a woman or remaining a man, he does not intimidate me in the least. With a dismissive wave, akin to swatting a fly, I acknowledge that our families are indeed distantly related. There exists a blood connection. Yet we seldom communicate. Aside from encountering him at this market, I have never engaged with his family. Most of what I know comes from relatives and elders, who mention that he contributes nothing at home, leaving all responsibilities to his wife, who must both support the family and care for the children. Before Lu Min's transformation, he hardly exhibited traits of masculinity. Our relatives often remarked that it was as if smoke had risen from our ancestral graves, allowing him to wed such a virtuous woman, whom he fails to cherish. Even his parents were driven to their demise by his insistence on becoming a woman. "Does Lu Min frequently frequent this area?" And Changpu inquired further, noting that the information regarding the black mole could serve as a reference, yet it remains to be validated. There is a considerable possibility that it is intermingled with erroneous transmissions, and the value of such content hinges upon whether the body they discover indeed belongs to Lu Min. This matter is somewhat vague. Evidently, the black mole has lost interest in discussing this embarrassing distant relative and chose to remain silent. The others, having been stirred by the earlier discourse of the black mole, now seized the opportunity to interject, engaging in lively chatter. Their collective assessment of Lu Min was tinged with a sense of derision, akin to spectators observing a circus act. They felt contempt while simultaneously yearning to provoke and amuse themselves. When prompted to express their impressions of Lu Min, not a single commendatory remark was uttered. Either he was labeled as deviant or deemed mentally unstable. If he so desired to embrace femininity, why marry and take a wife in the first place? Just consider, with the children now grown, how could a father suddenly become a mother? Who could possibly endure such a transformation? Moreover, this change effectively leaves his wife in a state of living widowhood. How inconsiderate, lamented an older motorcycle taxi driver. Shaking his head, Having secured the precise address, and Changpu and Qin Runan promptly drove to Lu Min's residence. The village where Lu Min resided was not particularly populous. After inquiring along the way, they finally arrived at his doorstep. The home appeared somewhat dilapidated, and standing at the entrance, and Changpu and Qin Runan refrained from entering impulsively, instead pausing to observe the surroundings. This was originally a respectable residence, with a spacious and expansive yard. However, the overgrown wild grass sprouting through the cracked tiles and the aged, incomplete roof tiles rendered the household somewhat lifeless, revealing signs of decay. "Is anyone home?" And Changpu called out loudly into the yard. After several shouts, he noticed the door opening in the distance and a middle-aged woman, dressed in tattered gray clothing and wearing a headscarf, emerged. Upon seeing a stranger at her door, her expression turned to one of confusion and unease as she approached the entrance, asking, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, we are looking for Lu Min. This is Lu Min's residence, isn't it?" And Changpu replied with a smile, in a cordial manner. Chapter 12. Luanju after all. It is not uncommon for individuals to neglect updating their household registration after moving for an extended period. Such behavior clearly indicated something amiss. Is this not Lu Min's home? Has he never lived here, or has he moved away? Qin Runan inquired. Are you implying that this has never been Lu Min's home? And Changpu's expression turned serious as he presented his household registration information to the woman. Take a look at this. The woman glanced at the document, but quickly averted her gaze, feigning an intention to leave, muttering, "I lack education and cannot read so many characters. I don't understand your document." "Not understanding is not a problem. I can explain it to you. It states here that Lu Min is the head of this household, and he has lived here in the past and continues to do so. The house was purchased from another individual, and I am unaware of the previous occupant's name. It is possible that they once resided here, but have since relocated. You should seek elsewhere." Upon hearing in Changpu's words, the woman grew increasingly anxious, her hands surreptitiously rubbing against her pants, as if the palms were already damp with perspiration due to her nerves. "Did you not previously assert that Lu Min had never lived here?" Upon hearing the contradiction, Qin Runan became more assertive. This woman was clearly intent on concealing the truth. Unless her fabrications were thoroughly exposed, she would not divulge any genuine information. If the house was indeed purchased, how could you be oblivious to the seller's identity? If you do not even know who they are, how could the transaction have been processed? After the property was sold to you, where did Lu Min relocate? This barrage of inquiries left the woman somewhat overwhelmed. Just as she hesitated, unsure of how to respond, a young woman, seemingly only slightly older than Changpu and Qin Runan, approached. Before she reached them, she inquired loudly, "Mom, what is going on?" Immediately, she shifted her gaze towards Changpu and the others, scrutinizing them with a wary expression, and asked, "What are you doing here?" "You are mistaken. We are not journalists." And Changpu clarified, producing his police badge for the young woman to see. "We are officers of the law, here to gather information regarding your father, Lu Min. May I ask your name?" The young woman paused, casting a skeptical glance at the identification in Changpu's hand, then assessing Qin Runan beside him. Suppressing her curiosity, she addressed both of them. "I am Lu Unju. Please follow me inside." And Changpu and his companion trailed behind Lu Unju into the courtyard, where the stone bricks lay in disarray, many having become dislodged beneath their feet. A massive spider web clung to the eaves of a storage room on one side of the yard, and a large black spider lounged languidly at its center. Noticing the spider, Qin Runan furrowed her brow slightly and discreetly shifted to Changpu's other side, distancing herself from the arachnid. And Changpu glanced at her, somewhat surprised. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had already perceived her tenacious spirit and fierce demeanor. He had not anticipated her fear of spiders. He had assumed her to be fearless. Leading the way, Lu Unju pushed open the door and called out to her mother, "Mom, is there anything to eat at home? I haven't had lunch yet." "No, but I can make something for you. Did you send those two people away?" Lu Unju's mother emerged from the back kitchen, speaking to her daughter. Upon noticing the unexpected guests trailing behind, she froze, her wet hands hovering midair, droplets cascading from her fingers onto the rough concrete floor, leaving behind an assortment of damp impressions. "Mom, These two are not reporters. They are police officers from the Public Security Bureau, here to ask a few questions, and then they will leave. It's nothing serious, so please go prepare some food for me. I'm absolutely starving. Lu Enju, with a carefree demeanor, began assigning tasks to her mother and then turned to In Changpu and the others, suggesting they take a seat inside and feel free to ask her anything they needed. Qin Runan furrowed her brow and glanced at In Changpu, who subtly shook his head in resignation. Lu Enju's personality was indeed somewhat overwhelming. She entered the house and immediately began directing her mother, without even inquiring about their purpose for visiting, promptly excluding her mother from the conversation and instructing the visiting officers to direct their questions to her instead. Despite these thoughts, both maintained a tacit understanding and refrained from expressing any dissent, proceeding to the small sitting room beside the corridor to find 2 chairs. Meanwhile, Lu Enju continued to call out towards the kitchen, "Mom, make a bit more, as Lu Ji will be coming over for dinner too. Don't make too little, or we won't have enough to eat. Thank you for your cooperation, but there's no need for any trouble. We would prefer to wait until your mother has finished before discussing matters with her." And Changpu politely declined Lu Enju's well-meaning offer, recognizing that when it came to issues concerning her father, her mother would likely possess more insight. That may not be the case. My mother is rather muddled day by day. What could she possibly know? Lu Enju replied with a hint of disdainful laughter. I'm offering you the chance to ask questions, so go ahead. I just happen to have some free time. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to entertain your inquiries. If you are not our superior, please refrain from issuing commands to us. If you are so idle, it would be better for you to assist in the kitchen, allowing your mother to engage with us in serious discussions, thus preventing everyone from wasting time. Qin Runan spoke coldly, her gaze towards Lu Enju filled with disdain, her countenance having long since darkened. Lu Enju felt stung by her words, torn between retorting and avoiding trouble, ultimately choosing to suppress her frustration as she rose to summon her mother from the kitchen, slamming the door behind her with a resounding bang. Are you all right? Why are you so angry? And Changpu asked, surprised as he observed Qin Runan. Noting her demeanor, and Changpu refrained from further probing, and the two sat in the living room, awaiting Lu Enju to bring her mother, who was preoccupied with cooking. Chapter 13. Neither male nor female before long. A middle-aged woman, who had been busy in the kitchen, entered with her head bowed and hands clasped. Throughout her entrance, and as she settled into her seat, her eyes darted towards Changpu and Qin Runan several times, though she feigned indifference. What shall I call you? And Changpu inquired. The middle-aged woman appeared so apprehensive that it seemed as though she were not in her own home, but rather in a police station. Shrinking into her chair as she quietly replied, Ding Mulan, is Lu Min your husband? Although this could be confirmed through Lu Enju, some procedural inquiries remained necessary. Ding Mulan numbly nodded, raising her head to glance nervously at the two individuals seated less than 2 meters away, her gaze flickering. At this moment, Changpu and Qin Runan could truly scrutinize the woman before them. According to the information from the household registration, Lu Min is 49 years old this year, while his wife is a year older, turning 50. However, the woman, Ding Mulan, appears to be at least 60, with graying hair and a face deeply etched with wrinkles. Ding Mulan is not tall, quite slender, and her complexion is a dull, sallow hue. Her hands appear rough and calloused, with dirt lodged beneath the nails, revealing signs of a lifespan engaged in arduous physical labor. Qin Runan observed Ding Mulan's somewhat disheveled demeanor and the unmistakable weariness that clung to her. And after a moment of silence, she quietly let out a sigh. The stern expression she had previously worn due to Lu Enju softened considerably. This revelation opened Changpu's eyes. He discovered that his female partner possessed a multifaceted nature. By chance, he had glimpsed her gentle and amiable side, albeit only in relation to others. Why did you deny that this is Lu Min's home? Qin Runan inquired softly. The question was not difficult to comprehend, as Changpu and the others had already gleaned some background information from the motorbike driver. Are you referring to his name change to Lu Bing? Changpu sought to ascertain the accuracy of this information from Ding Mulan. She looked at him in surprise, her mouth slightly agape, and after a moment, she finally spoke. You all know, then? The latter possibility, however, contradicts the descriptions given by the motorcycle taxi drivers regarding Lu Min. According to external accounts, Lu Min is portrayed as a rather flamboyant individual, one who revels in the spotlight. Were it not for the disapproval of his family, it is likely he would have boasted about his gender reassignment surgery, taking pride in it. Given this disposition, unless there exists a compelling reason, it would be quite improbable for such an extroverted person to deliberately evade the gaze of others. This revelation tightened the hearts of the two detectives. If Lu Min had indeed been missing for an extended period, the likelihood of him being the corpse in question increases significantly. However, Ding Mulan's lack of knowledge regarding Lu Min's whereabouts, coupled with Changpu and Qin Runin's inability to locate the head of the transgender male corpse, complicates matters considerably. There is a question I must, perhaps impertinently, pose, and Changpu mused, furrowing his brow as he turned to Ding Mulan. You must be aware of Lu Min's gender reassignment surgery, correct? Ding Mulan, her expression awkward, nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on Changpu, seemingly apprehensive about the questions that might follow. Just as Changpu was about to inquire further, he caught sight of Qin Runin beside him. Her expression not significantly more at ease than Ding Mulan's, prompting him to realize that his impending questions might cause the young woman some embarrassment. The medical records from Professor Jean indicate that Lu Min had yet to undergo a complete transformation surgery. Yet, this does not preclude the possibility of him seeking treatment elsewhere, as he possesses the autonomy to choose his medical facility. The extent of Lu Min's surgery is crucial in determining whether he is connected to the two dismembered corpses. He inquired in such a manner that Qin Runin beside him could not help but exhale softly in relief, her previously flushed face now considerably eased. What do you mean by that? Qin Runin questioned in confusion. Ding Mulan's sallow visage gained a hint of color, half male, half female. Chapter 14. The artificial beauty. Once this statement escaped Ding Mulan's lips, no one could be foolish enough to pursue the inquiry of which half is male and which half is female. Hasn't anyone in your family thought to contact Lu Min, considering he has been out of touch for so long, to ascertain his whereabouts and well-being? And Changpu inquired. Qin Runin, listening quietly, displayed no overt emotion on her face, yet her eyes brimmed with sympathy. After hearing Ding Mulan's words, she let out a soft sigh, and Changpu noticed the fleeting sorrow that crossed her face, igniting a tentative suspicion within him. May we see a photograph of Lu Min? Qin Runin boldly requested. Ding Mulan, somewhat hesitant, consented and excused herself to retrieve the photograph from another room, leaving Changpu and the others behind. However, Qin Runin did not remain seated obediently. Instead, she quietly rose and followed Ding Mulan, subtly beckoning to Changpu to accompany her. Changpu felt that such behavior might be somewhat inappropriate, for the identity of the deceased as Lu Min had not been conclusively established, and his family had not been implicated in any wrongdoing. Since Ding Mulan instructed them to remain in place, it was evident that she wished to shield her family's privacy from prying eyes. Qin Runin's decision to follow her impulsively could very well provoke the family. However, with Qin Runin already accompanying Ding Mulan, there was no opportunity to intervene. At such a moment, to avoid causing trouble by staying behind alone would mean leaving all the risks to Qin Runin. Such a course of action was certainly unbecoming for Changpu, a renowned gentleman detective, half-jokingly chosen by his peers in the Major Crimes Unit. With this thought in mind, he quickly rose to his feet, leveraging his tall stature and long legs to swiftly catch up with Qin Runin. Together, they trailed behind Ding Mulan as she led them into a small room deep within the corridor. Although this room was significantly smaller than the living room where they had previously seated themselves, upon entering, it revealed an entirely different ambience, in stark contrast to the dilapidated state of the exterior of the house. This room was decorated in a manner that clearly suggested it was not a mere part of the crumbling abode. Unlike the other walls outside, which are half-coated in green paint and half in white, the walls of this small room are adorned with soft-hued wallpaper. The base color is a delicate pinkish white, embellished with irregular patterns of pink roses, lending a touch of feminine grace to the otherwise stark geometry of the space. A single bed is dressed in satin linens of a rosy hue, accompanied by a small square table draped in a lace tablecloth, cluttered with various cosmetics. Even the ceiling's pendant light is entwined with artificial flowers, beneath which hangs a filigreed red lampshade. The overall decor of the room, much like the haphazardly placed boxes of makeup on the table, lacks sophistication and seems somewhat cheap and crude. Yet, it exudes an undeniable aura of femininity. Not to mention the numerous inexpensive necklaces and accessories scattered across the windowsill. Is this your daughter's room before her marriage? From Ruanju's earlier remarks, Qin Runan gathered that she had already become a wife. Now, upon observing the distinctly feminine room, along with the thick layer of dust on the windowsill, small table, and vanity, she speculated aloud. Ding Mulan glanced towards the kitchen, shook her head silently, and softly replied, "My eldest daughter is close to her father," she will tell him. Instead of immediately handing over the colorful album in her hands to Changpu and the others, Ding Mulan rummaged through a pile of clutter in the glass cabinet on the side of the living room, eventually producing an old colored photograph to present to them. "This is from a long time ago, so just make do with it." Ding Mulan then handed over the album in her hands. These were photographs taken last year. Qin Runan received the old photo that Ding Mulan had passed to her, depicting a group of four, 2 adults and 2 children. The woman was unmistakably Ding Mulan, albeit significantly younger than her current self, her face devoid of the deep and shallow wrinkles that now adorned it, and her eyes lacking the timidity that characterized her present demeanor. Standing beside her husband, she cradled 2 daughters, one older and one younger, her expression radiating a sense of contentment and happiness. Next, turning her attention to Lu Min, who stood beside Ding Mulan. His height was not particularly imposing by male standards. When compared to Ding Mulan, he appeared to be just over 1.70 meters, his physique lean and somewhat fragile. His face was elongated, featuring narrow eyes and thin lips, lending him a more refined appearance than his wife, though his slender frame lacked the robust strength typical of most men, evoking a sense of delicacy. Qin Runan passed the photograph to Changpu and opened the vividly colored album, the first image that met her gaze prompting an involuntary frown. Still that slender face. Yet the contours have evidently become more rounded. The once small mouth is no longer merely 2 thin lips. Instead, they have transformed into plump and rosy fullness. Even the originally elongated eyes have morphed into exaggerated European-style double eyelids, accentuated by bold eye makeup. Were it not for a keen eye to discern the subtle remnants of her past, it would be difficult for anyone to believe that the 2 photographs depict the same individual. She truly embodies the essence of a manufactured beauty, a creation that encompasses not only aesthetic allure, but also femininity, Qin Runan mused. Chapter 15. Selling graves for money. Little Mo has been suffering from a severe cold and cough, leading to occasional inconsistencies in updating. However, I will strive to maintain a regular update schedule every afternoon. Thank you for your understanding. This artistic photo collection must have cost a considerable sum, judging by the exquisite craftsmanship of the album. And Changpu seemingly took the album from Qin Runan's hands with casual intent, flipping through its pages. It appeared he had little desire to dwell long on the images within. Perhaps for a man, the stark contrast of seeing another male figure in a photo, only to then witness that same individual transformed into a captivating woman, was a jarring and uncomfortable experience, even more so than it would be for a woman. Ding Mulan's face remained devoid of any notable emotion as she shook her head. "I don't know. He never discusses these matters with me. He manages the family finances, and I refrain from inquiring about such things." "You have 2 daughters, correct?" And Changpu inquired, pointing at the younger girl in a family portrait. "Is Luanju the eldest or the younger?" "The eldest. Our second daughter is named Luanmei." Upon mentioning her, Ding Mulan let out a silent sigh and rubbed her dry eyes with the back of her hand. "Do the 2 children have a better understanding of Lu Min's current situation?" Qin Runan inquired. Ding Mulan hesitated, uncertain how to respond, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "My second daughter is likely as unaware as I am. As for my eldest, it is difficult to say. She has always been closer to her father than to me. Would she not mind, even if Lu Min underwent such a procedure?" Qin Runan asked. a hint of surprise in her voice. It was not that she harbored any prejudice against transgender individuals, but one could hardly remain composed if their own father suddenly transformed into a woman, regardless of who they were. "I do not know," Ding Mulan said, her head bowed in sadness. It was unclear whether her reluctance stemmed from the presence of Lu Unju in the kitchen, fearing she might overhear, or if the question touched upon her own painful memories, leading her to be somewhat reticent. Qin Runan glanced at Changpu and gently shook her head, indicating that she had no further inquiries. Changpu nodded in agreement and then turned to Ding Mulan, saying, "Sister Ding, could you please call Lu Unju here?" Ding Mulan had no objections to this and nodded, going to the kitchen to summon Lu Unju. Upon hearing that 2 police officers wished to meet her, Lu Unju erupted with fury, creating a cacophony in the kitchen as she smashed pots and pans. Only then did she saunter in with an expression of displeasure, casting a frosty glance at Qin Runan. With a disdainful huff, she reached for a towel hanging by the door to wipe her hands, and with a swift motion, flung the towel onto the chair recently occupied by Ding Mulan. Folding her arms defiantly across her chest, she adopted an air of superiority, turning her face away. Meanwhile, Ding Mulan quietly retrieved the towel and hung it back up. "Lu Unju, have you been in contact with your father, Lu Min, recently?" Changpu inquired, fully aware of Lu Unju's sour demeanor, yet choosing to feign ignorance. Observing Qin Runan's lack of response, he sighed and continued, "Let me say this. Although we are here on official business, my colleague's earlier demeanor was somewhat brusque. I apologize on her behalf and hope it might lighten your mood." Before Lu Unju could respond, Qin Runan interjected, glaring at Changpu with evident discontent. Ignoring Lu Unju entirely, she retorted, "I am perfectly capable of speaking for myself. If an apology is warranted, I can extend it myself, especially since I have done nothing wrong, merely standing firm against unfounded provocation." Changpu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He recognized Qin Runan's fiery temperament and knew her obstinacy was resurfacing. Given Lu Unju's combative stance, it seemed futile to expect any insights regarding Lu Min's circumstances from her. In the presence of Lu Unju, Ding Mulan, who had always been somewhat submissive, suddenly erupted in anger. She forcefully slapped away the hand Lu Unju had pointed at Qin Runan, her voice rising several notches as she exclaimed to her eldest daughter, "When will you ever start to act with some sense? When will you consider others besides yourself? They are police officers. 2 policemen have come to inquire about your father. Do you truly believe this bodes well? At this juncture, you haven't even bothered to ask your father if anything is amiss. Are you aware that he is safe, or do you simply not care?" Ding Mulan's outburst left Lu Unju momentarily stunned. It appeared that her typically gentle nature made her sudden fury all the more astonishing and intimidating. Changpu was equally taken aback, realizing that throughout their exchange, Ding Mulan had not once inquired about their purpose. She had merely responded to their questions, passively complying. Her fierce reprimand of her daughter, however, made Changpu understand that her hesitance stemmed from fear rather than a lack of curiosity. Although Changpu was intrigued by Ding Mulan's stance on Lu Min's gender reassignment surgery, he recognized that given Lu Unju's age and the nearly 30 years of marriage between Ding Mulan and Lu Min, it was implausible that she would not be concerned for her husband's well-being. After her mother's scolding, Lu Unju felt her anger dissipate, and after a moment of feeling somewhat aggrieved, she replied, "What do you expect me to say? I have no idea how my father is doing. He hasn't been in touch with me for quite some time. The last time I encountered him was at the onset of summer, and now autumn has arrived. When you ask me about his recent circumstances, I truly find myself at a loss." Ding Mulan pondered for a moment. He has a small flesh lump on his lower back, about the size of a peanut, located on the right side. Upon hearing this, Changpu's heart sank. It was not that the male corpse previously discovered bore the kind of peanut-sized lump Ding Mulan described, but rather that it did not. In fact, the initial discovery of the severed male lower body revealed that a piece of flesh had been sliced away from the right side of the buttocks, precisely where the lump was mentioned. Thus, 2 possibilities emerged. Either this individual was Lu Min, and the murderer had deliberately marred the features to prevent identification, or the knife wound was merely a coincidence, insufficient to ascertain the identity of the corpse as Lu Min. At present, the only means to confirm whether the deceased is indeed Lu Min seems to be through DNA comparison with that of direct relatives. Upon hearing this, Ding Mulan's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, while Lu Enju stood with her mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to close it. Qin Runin assisted Ding Mulan to her feet and guided her to a chair. Ding Mulan trembled uncontrollably, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. Yet she refrained from tears, maintaining a semblance of composure. However, when she attempted to dial her youngest daughter, her hands shook so violently that she could scarcely press the buttons. Ultimately, she required Qin Runin's assistance to input the number before being handed the phone. In light of recent events, Ding Mulan's conversation with her younger daughter was remarkably succinct. After hanging up the phone, the three of them silently awaited the arrival of Uncle Lu Enju. Ding Mulan slumped despondently into a chair, her gaze betraying a hint of panic, and Changpu and Qin Runin were at a loss as to how to console her. In such times, most people's mindsets converge, initially startled by the situation, then indulging in a fleeting hope that it is merely a misunderstanding, followed by an overwhelming wave of pessimism, contemplating the dire consequences if indeed a family member has perished. Sister Ding, why do Lu Min and his brother have such a strained relationship? Considering that various clues point towards Lu Min as the deceased, it is likely that those with whom he has fallen out deserve increased scrutiny. Reflecting on Ding Mulan's current state, Qin Runin remained silent for a considerable time before tentatively inquiring, "Is it related to his transition?" "That seems about right," Ding Mulan replied feebly. "My uncle doesn't care whether Lu Min wishes to be a man or a woman. Their rift stems from Lu Min selling their parents' burial plot to fund his surgery." Chapter 16. Little calculations. This revelation left both in Changpu and Qin Runin somewhat taken aback. They were indeed curious about how Lu Min had managed to procure sufficient funds for gender reassignment surgery. Yet they could scarcely fathom that his determination for this procedure had driven him to the extent of selling his parents' gravesite. From the perspective of Lu Min's living conditions, it is evident that this family is not affluent. The cost of gender reassignment surgery is significantly higher compared to other minor cosmetic procedures. Moreover, judging from previous photographs, Lu Min has not only undergone breast augmentation, but has also made some adjustments to his facial features. Each of these surgeries, regardless of their magnitude, incurs substantial expenses. Lu Min sold the burial plot of his parents, which left Qin Runin at a loss for words, unsure how to continue. Ding Mulan understood her implication and casually remarked, "There was no place to handle it. So in the end, it was the child's uncle who arranged for my in-laws' urn to be sent to a temple for safekeeping." "How much did Lu Min sell his parents' burial plot for?" And Changpu inquired. "It was initially of little value. You have seen the environment surrounding our home." Subsequently, an exceptionally superstitious family appeared, insisting that they had consulted someone who claimed that the feng shui of Lu Min's parents' burial plot was particularly auspicious. After much persuasion, they insisted on purchasing it. Initially, they approached me, but as the daughter-in-law and an outsider, I felt it inappropriate to intervene, so I remained silent. Eventually, I do not know how they reached an agreement, but Lu Min consented to the sale. He did not disclose the amount he received. However, he left me with 10,000 yuan, and I have not seen the rest. I suspect it must not have been a small sum. Upon hearing Ding Mulan's words, and Changpu and Qin Runin exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their contemplation. Lu Min sold his parents' grave, leaving only 10,000 yuan for his wife and children, with the whereabouts of the remaining funds unknown even to his spouse. In pursuit of this transaction, he severed ties with his elder brother. And should the headless corpse discovered in the river be his, the case would take on a fascinating twist. Concurrently, a series of questions emerged. Lu Min utilized that sum for various cosmetic surgeries. Was it sufficient to cover the expenses? If he was willing to sell his parents' resting place in order to transform into a woman, what could possibly deter him from undergoing the most critical surgery as promised? What kind of individuals had he entangled himself with, leading to a fatal predicament? Ding Mulan seemed reluctant to speak further, her countenance fraught with fear and concern. And Changpu and Qin Runin, wishing to spare her any additional distress, decided to forego further inquiries for the time being, opting to wait until the deceased's true identity was confirmed before pursuing more detailed questions. "Officer, I am Lu Min's brother, Lu Jun. What has happened to my brother? Is he in trouble?" Lu Jun appeared visibly anxious, deeply concerned for his siblings' welfare. Without hesitation, he agreed to accompany Ding Mulan and Lu Anju, joining in Changpu and Qin Runan in their vehicle as they sped towards City C. Throughout the journey, Ding Mulan remained silent, her gaze distant, while Lu Anju appeared equally unsettled. Lu Jun rubbed his hands together, occasionally exhaling a deep sigh. "Thank you for your cooperation." As Changpu observed the situation of Lu Jun through the rearview mirror, their eyes met, prompting him to offer a polite smile. "We have heard that your relationship with Lu Min is rather strained." Indeed. Lu Jun hastily waved his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Changpu's mention of the tense relationship between the two brothers. "The rift between us arose due to his excessive actions, which I found intolerable. Yet no matter how angered I am by his folly, he is ultimately still my brother. With our parents gone, apart from my wife and children, he is the closest person I have in this world." As he uttered the term brother, his expression became quite conflicted, as if the very designation reminded him of his brother's transition. He hesitated to amend his words, ultimately letting out a sigh and remaining silent. Upon arriving at the police station, they had to wait for Lu Min and Ding Mulan's youngest daughter, Lu Anmei, to arrive. Qin Runan decided to escort the three of them to the Homicide Division office for a brief wait. Throughout, Ding Mulan remained silent, even as she was offered warm water. She merely held it numbly, not taking a sip. Lu Jun paced restlessly in the office, occasionally inquiring about Lu Anmei's expected arrival. Lu Anju sat beside her mother, her gaze blank, seemingly lost in thought. The anxiety of her uncle and the silence of her mother appeared to be beyond her notice, as she remained absorbed in her own reflections. The sight of Lu Anju brought a certain sense of satisfaction to Changpu. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that her obstinacy would clash violently with Qin Runan's tenacity, akin to the collision of celestial bodies. The case had yet to commence. Yet these two individuals were already at odds, which did not bode well. After a brief pause, the door to the Major Crimes Unit was suddenly thrust open, drawing the collective gaze of all present to the entrance. Alas, it was not Lu Anmei, whom they all awaited, but rather a short, stocky young man appearing to be in his 20s or 30s. Upon his entrance, Lu Anju, who had been seated quietly, sprang to her feet and rushed towards him, collapsing into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Once nestled in her husband Lu Ji's arms, she began to sob vehemently, her face buried in the crook of his shoulder, rendering her expression invisible to all, save for the echoes of her lamentations. "What should we do, my husband? The police say my father may be dead. What are we to do? I am so frightened," she cried, her voice tinged with despair. Lu Ji, with one hand resting on Lu Anju's back and the other gently stroking her hair, murmured soothing words. It's all right. There is no conclusion yet, so do not frighten yourself unnecessarily." Meanwhile, his round, bean-like eyes discreetly scanned the faces of his colleagues in the office, and Changpu glanced at Qin Runan, who wore a look of disdain, which led him to surmise that they likely shared similar sentiments. The couple, Lu Ji and Lu Anju, seemed to be harboring their own clandestine concerns. Chapter 17. Divergent Attitudes. Lu Anju, please compose yourself. It is still uncertain whether the deceased is your father, so the foremost priority is to ascertain the truth rather than indulge in tears. Without hesitation, Qin Runan stepped forward and gently pulled Lu Anju away from her husband's embrace. Lu Anju's face mirrored Qin Runan's internal speculation, apart from a palpable sense of panic. There were no traces of tears upon her cheeks. Qin Runan discreetly glanced at the shoulder of Lu Ji, where his shirt bore no signs of moisture either. It appeared that this pretentious Lu Anju, who had always relished in theatrics, had merely engaged in a performance of hollow lamentation. Feigning fragility, she leaned slightly closer to her husband, as if Qin Runan were not a police officer but rather a fearsome beast. Qin Runan regarded Lu Anju's display with disdain, choosing to remain unresponsive. Unbeknownst to Lu Anju, it was Lu Ji beside her who felt a twinge of discomfort. With an apologetic nod towards Qin Runin, he extended his hand, saying, "Hello, officer. I am Lu Ji, the son-in-law of Lu Min. I received a message from Anju indicating that my father-in-law might be in trouble, so I thought I would come and see if there is anything I could assist with. Your intentions are commendable. However, at this moment, only those with a direct blood relation to Lu Min can offer assistance." The adage a hand extended to a smiling face holds true. And Lu Ji's demeanor is sufficiently sincere and courteous, so Qin Runin naturally refrains from being excessively curt with him. Nonetheless, she appears disinclined to engage further with this couple, succinctly stating the facts and casually glancing at Lu Anju, suggesting, "Perhaps you could pacify your own wife. What prompted you to provoke Lu Anju again?" And Changpu inquired, drawing closer to Qin Runin with a bemused expression as she took her seat. Upon noticing and Changpu's proximity, Qin Runin frowned and instinctively shifted away, causing her chair to precariously balance on the edge, leaving only half of it beneath her. "I didn't anticipate your fondness for such melodramatic spectacles. Do inform me earlier next time, and I shall request a longer performance from her," she remarked, turning away to avoid his gaze. Their relationship transcended mere astrological incompatibility. For some reason, he felt as though Qin Runin regarded him as a specter. Reflecting on this, and Changpu instinctively touched his face, pondering what aspect of his appearance could possibly intimidate her to such an extent. Upon Lu Ji's arrival, he greeted the two elders present with courtesy. Ding Mulan exchanged a few hushed words with him, while Lu Jun merely snorted in response, seemingly disinterested in engaging with his brother's son-in-law, as if he held some disdain for him. After waiting for a while, with no sign of Ruanmei, Ding Mulan grew restless. She rose and expressed to Qin Runin her desire to call her younger daughter once more. Naturally, Qin Runin obliged, allowing her to use the office landline to reach out to Ruanmei again. Remaining in a state of anxious anticipation was not a viable option. Both in Changpu and Qin Runin were acutely aware that, based on the current indicators, the likelihood of the deceased being Ru Min was considerably high, as the absence of a head left only a DNA comparison to confirm the identity. Given this, rather than languishing in uncertainty, it would be more prudent to seek information from the relatives of Ru Min, even though delving too deeply into personal matters might be inappropriate prior to a final identification. At the very least, they could discuss Ru Min's surgery, which evidently had significant repercussions within his family. No one could guarantee that Ru Min's death was unrelated to his surgical procedure. "Lu Ji, is it?" And Changpu broke the silence. His inquiry aimed directly at Ru Min's son-in-law. "What is your profession? You must be aware of your father-in-law Ru Min's condition, correct?" And Changpu probed further. Lu Ji nodded in agreement, yet a peculiar expression emerged on his face. Lines etched across the bridge of his nose, and as his upper lip responded to the movement of his nose, it subtly stretched towards the sides of his cheeks. These slight gestures did not linger long on his visage, soon contorted by the tension of his other facial muscles, resulting in a somewhat distorted and rigid expression. "What are your thoughts on your father-in-law undergoing surgery?" And Changpu, with a calm demeanor, gazed at Lu Ji, his tone light rather than somber, as if engaged in a casual conversation. He nudged his shoulder against his spouse, prompting Lu Ji to nod in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely my perspective. Everyone has their own way of living." Upon hearing this, Ding Mulan slightly turned her face aside, seemingly oblivious to the words exchanged between her daughter and son-in-law. Conversely, Lu Jun let out a disapproving grunt, directing a fierce glare at the couple. "It appears you remain unable to comprehend or accept the matter concerning Lu Min." Previously, Qin Runin had already gleaned Lu Jun's stance on Lu Min's transition from Ding Mulan. Now, his blatant display of disapproval revealed his sentiments without reservation. "Uncle, your statement is misguided. My father's decision to undergo surgery has my mother's support, just as we do." Lu Anju retorted sharply, feeling provoked by Lu Jun's remarks. She reached over to tug at the silent Ding Mulan, exclaiming, "Mother, please, say something." Ding Mulan, in a state of numbness, glanced at Lu Anju, then looked up at Lu Jun and in Changpu, as well as Qin Runin, silently nodding in acknowledgement of Lu Enju's words. Chapter 18. Lu Ame. The family held varying opinions regarding Lu Min's decision to undergo gender reassignment surgery. Apart from Lu Jun, who openly expressed his opposition and disdain, the stances of the other three family members were ambiguous. One tacitly accepted the situation, while the other two spoke in grandiloquent terms, yet their credibility and authenticity remained questionable. Lu Jun's aversion towards his brother's choice could stem from an instinctive male or fraternal rejection, but it was more likely rooted in the fact that Lu Min had privately sold their parents' burial plot to fund the surgery. After a while, Lu Enju grew restless and nudged her mother, Ding Mulan, with her elbow. "Mom, is Anmei coming or not? Can this girl ever do anything to ease our minds? If she doesn't arrive, we shouldn't wait for her. Her absence holds the entire family hostage." Ding Mulan, often submissive in the presence of her eldest daughter, struggled to respond. Feeling somewhat breathless after Lu Enju's tirade. "You know it's not easy for your sister. Is it easy for me? What hardships has she endured throughout her life? What has she contributed to this family? She shirks her responsibilities and revels in her freedom. And you actually empathize with her." Upon hearing her mother defend her sister, Lu Enju's expression hardened, and she confronted her mother with an urgent demeanor. "Lu Enju, mind your attitude." Qin Runan observed that Ding Mulan was rendered speechless by her daughter's aggressive demeanor. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, "This is the Public Security Bureau, a public space. Please exhibit some decorum and show your mother the respect she deserves." Lu Enju glared at her in discontent, but a mere glance from him compelled her to swallow her indignation and remain silent. At that moment, and Changpu realized that Qin Runan was not specifically targeting Lu Enju. Rather, he perceived that this young woman was consistently sympathetic towards and protective of Ding Mulan. Was it compassion for the vulnerable? Was it a manifestation of heroic sentiment? Or was there another motive at play? And Changpu felt a twinge of curiosity, yet it was evidently not the appropriate time for such inquiries. After a brief interval, a slender young woman knocked on the door and entered. Upon noticing the unfamiliar figures of Qin Runan and Changpu, she paused at the threshold, realizing they must be the police officers. Her gaze swept across the office, and upon spotting Ding Mulan, she timidly called out, "Mom, I'm here. You truly are something. Do you have any idea how many of us have been waiting for you?" After being chastised by Qin Runan and subdued by her husband, Lu Enju refrained from directing her anger at Ding Mulan. Now that her sister had arrived, it seemed the pent-up frustration she had earlier endured finally found an outlet. The frail young woman, Ru Anlin, remained utterly apathetic in the face of her sister's barrage of accusations. Ignoring the reprimands, her gaze shifted to Changpu and Qin Runan after merely acknowledging Ding Mulan, as if Ru Enju were nothing more than a madwoman mumbling to herself. Utterly disconnected from the unfolding drama, Ru Enju, feeling overlooked and furious, could only glare fiercely at her sister. "Ru Anmei, is that correct?" Qin Runan inquired, confirming as the girl nodded, before summoning the others. Now that everyone had gathered, they were requested to accompany them for DNA sample collection. Ding Mulan hesitated momentarily, then shook her head vigorously, biting her lip tightly, her entire demeanor tense. Observing her distress, and Changpu sighed and offered a comforting pat on her shoulder. He decided to leave Ding Mulan and Lu Ji, both lacking blood ties to the Ru family, in the capable hands of MONO within the Major Crimes Unit, while he and Qin Runan took the other three to locate forensic expert Zhao. The process of collecting DNA samples proceeded relatively smoothly, aside from Ru Enju's incessant barbs directed at Ru Anmei. Ru Jun seemed accustomed to the strained relationship between his two nieces, despite the evident discord with Ru Enju. He refrained from defending Ru Anmei, allowing her to endure the scornful jibes from Ru Enju. Ru Anmei remained perpetually silent, indifferent to whatever Lu Enju said beside her. Her gaunt face bore no expression, merely numbly following the directives of Qin Runan and Changpu, doing whatever they instructed, going wherever they directed, without uttering a word. Ding Mulan, on the other hand, displayed no particular reaction. According to MONO, after their departure, Ding Mulan sat alone in a daze, ignoring everyone and saying nothing. Upon returning to the Major Crimes Unit office, Lu Jun was the first to inquire about when they might expect results. At the mention of this question, all eyes, except for Ruanmei's, swiftly turned to Enchangpu and Qin Renan. As others began to prepare to leave, Ding Mulan suddenly strode over to Ruanmei. Seizing her daughter's wrist, Ruanmei turned to look at her mother, her expression shifting abruptly, her voice tinged with anger. I only have a mother, not a father. Chapter 19. Identity confirmation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and the head remained elusive. The Major Crimes Unit had not received any reports of newly discovered body fragments. The only glimmer of hope lay in the DNA comparison, which finally yielded a conclusion. Based on the degree of genetic similarity, the dismembered headless corpse could be confirmed as that of Lu Min. After arriving at this conclusion, Enchangpu made a phone call to Ding Mulan. Upon hearing the news, Ding Mulan remained silent on the other end of the line for a considerable time, until Enchangpu nearly believed the call had dropped. Only then did she finally respond, stating that she would leave immediately to come to the police station. After hanging up the phone, Enchangpu conveyed the news of Ding Mulan's arrival to Qin Renan. Upon hearing this, Qin Renan let out a heavy sigh. As if addressing Enchangpu, or perhaps merely speaking to herself, the death of Lu Min, one cannot discern whether it is a sorrowful event for Ding Mulan or a form of liberation. You seem particularly concerned about Ding Mulan, Enchangpu remarked with firm conviction. He had long sensed her underlying feelings. But the recent days had been consumed with anxiously awaiting the DNA results, as well as the search for the victim's head and the gathering of other clues. There had been little opportunity or inclination to inquire further into Qin Renan's sentiments. Sympathizing with the weak? She is not weak. She is simply an unfortunate woman. Qin Renan appeared somewhat averse to Enchangpu's characterization of the weak and did not intend to engage in a lengthy discussion on the matter. Rising from her seat, she tidied the materials on the table and stated, I am going to retrieve the report from Forensic Xiao. You would do well to prepare a list of questions to ask Ding Mulan when she arrives, lest you become flustered and misplace your focus. Brother, I'm not trying to criticize you, but if I didn't know you for a few years, I might mistake her for your superior and assume you are the inexperienced novice. She carries herself with far more assertiveness than you do. Tianyang approached Enchangpu, playfully delivering a light punch to his chest while teasing him. Enchangpu managed a wry smile as he brushed off Tianyang's hand, saying, Please spare me. I can't help but wonder if I offended her in a past life. Did you notice? Everyone else can still wear a smile, but here I am, my face resembling a mask of cement. Without much ado, they went to the boss, claiming they couldn't collaborate with me. What have I done to deserve this? Upon hearing his grievances, Tianyang could only scratch his head in confusion and ponder aloud. I've heard you two are from the same cohort. Could there be some lingering grudge from the past? What? We're from the same cohort? Enchangpu was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Really? I had no idea. Well then, if you can't even remember that they were classmates from the same year, it stands to reason that there shouldn't be any old animosities. Tianyang understood that Enchangpu was merely reflecting on his own jest, and there hadn't been any substantial friction or barriers between him and Qin Renan. After a light-hearted exchange, he returned to his own tasks. Before long, a cacophony of footsteps echoed down the corridor, followed by an urgent knocking at the door. The door to the Major Crimes Unit office swung open, and Lu Ji, the son-in-law of Lu Min, was the first to step inside, trailed closely by Lu Anju, with Ding Mulan lowering her head and bringing up the rear. Apart from Lu Jun and Lu Anmei, most of the Lu family members who had come here about a fortnight ago to assist with DNA sampling were present. It was unexpected to see both Lu Anju and Lu Ji accompanying them, and even more astonishing was the sight of the previously sharp-tongued and assertive Lu Anju, who now appeared as meek as a timid young bride, her eyes swollen to the point of near closure, trailing behind Lu Ji in a state of distress. Enchangpu gestured for Qin Renan to retrieve the recording materials while he attended to the three individuals, guiding them into the reception room. As soon as Lu Anju took her seat, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Lu Ji promptly fished out a handkerchief from his pocket, softly comforting Lu Anju. In contrast, Ding Mulan exhibited no trace of tears, Her eyelids remained unpuffy, yet her demeanor was devoid of vitality, as if her spirit had departed. "Did the youngest daughter not accompany you today?" And Changpu inquired while serving water to the three. Ding Mulan lifted her gaze to meet in Changpu and Qin Runen's eyes. Her expression tinged with embarrassment. "She wouldn't come. That girl cares for no one but herself. She is utterly indifferent to my father's demise." Lu Anju retorted indignantly, her face contorting as she began to sob. This time, her tears flowed profusely. Unlike mere thunder without rain, the droplets fell steadily, soaking the handkerchief Lu Ji had offered her, quickly creating a dark stain on her trousers. As Lu Anju wept, Qin Runen observed her, appearing more flustered than in Changpu, who was typically unsettled by a woman's tears. She seemed poised to offer solace to Lu Anju, yet felt awkward due to their prior contentious exchange. Her lips parted as if to speak, but upon noticing Lu Ji comforting her mother, she ultimately refrained. Thus, Qin Runen transformed her initial words into a question directed at Ding Mulan. "Are you familiar with Lu Minping's social interactions?" No sooner had she spoken than Lu Ji interjected with dissatisfaction. "Mom, why don't you tell the police the truth? My father is clearly in debt to a loan shark, and your silence only serves to complicate matters for us." Chapter 20. Usury. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Ding Mulan felt as if an invisible hand had tightened around her throat. Her mouth remained slightly agape, yet no sound emerged from her throat. "Usury? What is the situation?" The moment Changpu heard those three words, his expression became even more grave. It is well known that usury is an illegal practice, and the countless individuals who have suffered due to high-interest loans are a testament to this. If Lu Min has indeed attracted some trouble because of this, he would not be the least surprised. And Changpu and Qin Runen turned their gazes towards the visibly distressed Ding Mulan. The flush on her face finally began to subside, and she cast a somewhat reproachful glance at her eldest son-in-law, who sat beside Lu Anju. Hesitantly, she addressed the two detectives. "I was aware that Lu Min borrowed money from someone. However, I had previously inquired about it, and he assured me he had repaid it all, a long time ago. I did not intend to conceal anything. I merely thought that since it was all in the past, there was no point in bringing it up. After all, it is not a matter of pride. Who said Dad has repaid that money in full? To my knowledge, he has yet to settle the debt." Without allowing Ding Mulan to finish, Lu Ji interjected urgently to Changpu and Qin Runen. "My father-in-law still owes nearly 30 to 50,000 yuan. The deadline is approaching next month, and if he cannot repay it, the amount will only increase." Lu Anju sobbed quietly, seemingly unfazed by the words exchanged between Lu Ji and her mother. In contrast, Ding Mulan appeared startled by Lu Ji's remarks, her expression frozen in shock, as if turned to stone, rendered immobile. "Sister Ding, do you know from whom Lu Min borrowed the usurious loan?" And Changpu inquired. Ding Mulan slowly shook her head, her demeanor reflecting a sense of disarray. Lu Ji's assertion that Lu Min had not yet repaid the money seemed to weigh heavily on her, possibly more burdensome than the snow atop ice. "Have you asked Lu Min what he needed the money for?" "I did. He claimed it was for surgery. Wasn't the money for that purpose obtained by selling off his parents' graves? Why would he resort to borrowing at such exorbitant rates?" As she spoke the latter part, her voice trembled with emotion. "Officer, I have indeed heard from my father-in-law about whom he borrowed the loan." After listening in silence, Lu Ji, seeing Ding Mulan's inability to respond, eagerly interjected, "Oh, pray tell." And Changpu welcomed any information, eager for relevant clues. Lu Ji cleared his throat and, with a positive demeanor, addressed Changpu, saying, "To the best of my knowledge, the individual who lent money to my father-in-law is named Yao Chong. He appears to be a petty thug, making a living through usury. My father-in-law lacked sufficient funds for his surgery, so he sought a loan from him, agreeing to a repayment plan that stipulates for every 100 borrowed, one must return 130. I have heard that my father-in-law borrowed a total of 100,000 yuan. Initially, he should have been able to repay it, but for reasons unknown, he failed to do so on time, causing the interest to double. Have any of you encountered this Yao Chong? Do you recognize him?" Qin Runen inquired urgently. The three men uniformly shook their heads in response, and Changpu then reconfirmed the details with Lu Ji. "So, To clarify, your father-in-law, Lu Min, borrowed 100,000 yuan from a man named Yao Chong, who exclusively survives by lending at exorbitant interest rates due to insufficient funds for his surgical expenses. The agreed-upon interest for timely repayment was 30%, but upon default, it doubled. Your father-in-law has repaid a portion. Yet there remains an outstanding balance of approximately 40 to 50,000 yuan, with the repayment deadline approaching. If the amount is not settled on time, the debt will continue to escalate. Is that correct? Indeed. Absolutely. Lu Ji affirmed eagerly after listening intently to In Changpu's recounting. He implored, "Officer, you must urgently locate that man. Our family has already lost one loved one. We cannot afford to be harassed by such unscrupulous loan sharks any longer." At this, Lu Enju let out a loud sob, her grief intensifying. In Changpu, upon hearing Lu Ji's words, refrained from immediately expressing his thoughts. Instead, he regarded the other person with an intrigued gaze, remaining silent. Qin Runan, glancing at him several times from the side, initially intended to speak to Ding Mulan. But upon observing In Changpu's expression, she altered her approach and chose not to break the silence. "Officer, what does that expression of yours mean? You're making me feel a bit uneasy," he remarked to In Changpu. He nudged his wife, Lu Enju, who promptly nodded in agreement. "Ah, I see now. I thought as much. With a considerate son-in-law like you, your father-in-law would surely rest in peace," And Changpu acknowledged with a dawning realization. Choosing not to pursue the matter further, he then turned to Qin Runan, inquiring, "Do you have something you wish to ask, Sister Ding?" Qin Runan nodded slightly, her gaze shifting towards Ding Mulan as she posed the question, "Why did Lu Min want to undergo surgery to become a woman?" Chapter 21, A Man's Body. A woman's heart. Upon hearing this inquiry, Ding Mulan's immediate reaction was akin to being struck by a whip. She inhaled deeply, preparing to respond. However, as her eyes fell upon her eldest daughter and son-in-law, her resolve seemed to deflate like a deflating balloon. Qin Runan recognized the shift and was about to speak to Lu Enju and Lu Ji when In Changpu gently pressed his hand against her arm, signaling her to remain silent. "Perhaps it would be best if you both accompany me outside. Your mother's statement will soon be completed," In Changpu suggested, rising to his feet and indicating for the two to follow him out. Lu Ji rose to his feet at a pace that seemed almost to be in slow motion, while Lu Enju remained seated at a distance, utterly still. "I will not leave. I wish to stay here with my mother," Lu Enju declared, extending her arm to encircle her mother's elbow, not only refraining from standing, but also shifting closer to Ding Mulan, thereby reducing the space between them. Ding Mulan, in a state of stupor, allowed her eldest daughter to embrace her arm without any reaction, remaining unresponsive to Lu Enju's current display of affection and concern. Such filial piety would be better expressed in a different setting. If you truly care for your mother, this moment is inconsequential. This time, Qin Runan disregarded In Changpu's silent gesture, urging her not to engage with Lu Enju, and coldly pointed toward the door of the reception room, stating, "We kindly request your cooperation with our work." In an instant, Lu Enju's eyes transformed from sorrowful to furious. Yet before she could unleash her wrath, Lu Ji promptly grasped her arm, pulling her from the sofa. He flashed a smile at Qin Runan, guiding Lu Enju to follow In Changpu out. In the presence of her husband, Lu Enju appeared remarkably docile. As In Changpu closed the reception room door behind them, Ding Mulan quietly exhaled, her gaze toward Qin Runan betraying a hint of gratitude. On May, that child, it is uncertain whether she is mediating for her daughter or expressing her own sentiments. Her temperament resembles that of her father. She insists on having her way in all matters, and her disposition is rather unfavorable. At home, she has grown accustomed to being domineering, and she shows little restraint in public. Since she reached her teenage years, I have been unable to manage her behavior. In the household, apart from her affectionate interactions with her father, whom she listens to occasionally, she disregards the words of others entirely. I observe that she is quite gentle and obedient in front of her husband, Qin Runan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ding Mulan sighed deeply. One thing overcomes another. In truth, Lu Min had long desired to be a woman. Ding Mulan fell silent for a moment, adjusting her emotions, and with her rough fingers. She vigorously rubbed her parched eyes. This matter was disclosed to me shortly after our marriage. He confided that he had never intended to marry, but his parents opposed the idea. Due to this issue, his father even gave him a severe beating. I was the one who went to his home to propose, and his parents found me agreeable, which led to our engagement. Lamine expressed that, since he had no desire to marry in the first place, it made no difference to him with whom he tied the knot, thus he consented. Given that he harbored such thoughts so early on, why would he agree to marriage? Logically speaking, if he truly rejected the notion of matrimony, external pressures would prove futile, wouldn't they? When my father-in-law was still alive, he made an agreement with Ru Min, stemming from the fact that Ru Min's elder brother had already fathered 2 daughters. They agreed that if we were to have a grandson, they would acquiesce to Ru Min's desire to transition into a woman. At that time, our family was not well off, and it seemed that there were not many hospitals in our country that could perform such surgeries, so Ru Min consented. Do the people in our village know about his desire to undergo surgery and become a woman? Qin Runin inquired. Initially, they were unaware, and I too was oblivious. I simply felt that after our marriage, he seemed reluctant to engage with me, Ding Mulan said, her cheeks flushed. After our firstborn arrived, we began to sleep in separate rooms. Since we had a girl, my in-laws employed both gentle and forceful tactics to persuade him to try for another child. Eventually, after much effort, he agreed to have another, and thereafter, they ceased to concern themselves with his matters. Thus, May was born. Perhaps my in-laws did not foresee that after their eldest son had 2 daughters, their younger son would also have 2 daughters, leading them to insist that we must have a 3rd child. Ru Min was greatly angered by this and had a falling out with his parents. And from that point on, his situation became widely known. Upon hearing this, Qin Runin suddenly speculated about Ruan Mei, who appeared frail yet resolute a fortnight ago. Was Ru Min unkind to Ruan Mei because of this matter? Ding Mulan sighed. Her eyes filled with concern as she spoke of her youngest daughter. Lu Min is not unkind to Mei. He simply neglects the child. Mei's temperament resembles mine more than her father's. She is somewhat stubborn and lacks the skill to endear herself to others. Lu Min resents that she is a girl, believing her existence has thwarted his own aspirations. Consequently, he treats Inju quite well, while he hardly casts a glance at Mei at home. Has Lu Min ever shared with you why he desires to become a woman? No, she replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. It's rather laughable to admit, but Lu Min holds me in low regard. Even if I were to inquire, he would likely dismiss me. Nevertheless, he is quite fixated on this matter. As Ding Mulan spoke, her expression grew increasingly complex, revealing a blend of shame and sorrow over her husband's fervent wish to become a woman. As I mentioned earlier, we had been sleeping in separate rooms even before Mei was born, and we continued this way after her arrival. However, I have caught him numerous times sneaking into my room to wear my clothes when I am not home. He often criticizes me for my lack of attention to appearance, claiming that I do not possess any attractive clothing or decent cosmetics, lacking even the slightest bit of feminine allure. He insists that if he were to be born a woman, he would undoubtedly surpass me in every way. At this point, Ding Mulan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her previously dry orbs now moist. She tilted her face slightly upward, inhaling deeply, yet she managed to hold back her tears. So, it seems that the most vehement opposition to Lu Min's desire to become a woman comes from your daughter, Mei? After receiving a firm affirmation from Ding Mulan, Qin Runin proceeded to inquire whether, after he began to don women's attire and the villagers became aware of your family's circumstances, there were any individuals among them who expressed particular disdain towards the matter. And what about you? Qin Runin suddenly asked. Do you truly comprehend and support Rumin's decision to undergo surgery? Ding Mulan replied with a bitter smile. Ultimately, one cannot hinder such a course of action. What else can one do if they do not understand? Had I known he would perish because of this, I would have resolutely opposed it, even if it meant fighting tooth and nail. As of now, we cannot ascertain whether his demise is indeed linked to this situation, so do not dwell on it. After comforting Ding Mulan, Qin Runin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not restrain her curiosity. Since you learned after marriage that Min was intent on becoming a woman and felt no affection for you, why not simply leave him promptly? Is it so easy to just leave? I am a traditional person. I intend to spend my life with but one man. Ding Mulan sighed deeply, tears finally streaming down her cheeks. Moreover, from the time I was a girl, I have harbored feelings for Min, and even if he does not reciprocate, at least he does not love another. It feels rather good to remain devoted to him. Chapter 22. A wager. Ding Mulan's words left Qin Runin enveloped in silence for a considerable time. Although Qin Runin was merely a young woman with little profound understanding of life and marriage, the unintentional expression of bitterness and helplessness from Ding Mulan resonated deeply within her, evoking a sense of empathy. She was quite certain that she would never possess the bravery and spirit of sacrifice akin to Ding Mulan. For her, while love was undoubtedly a deep-seated desire, self-respect held a greater value than love itself. The notion of sacrificing so much for love seemed to far exceed Qin Runin's threshold of acceptance. After a brief moment of distraction, Qin Runin swiftly regained her composure, suppressing the errant thoughts that had surfaced, and continued to inquire Ding Mulan about the matter of Lu Min borrowing money at usurious rates. Have you encountered the Yao Chong mentioned by your son-in-law Lu Ji, who lent money at exorbitant interest to Lu Min? How was this issue resolved later? Why was the police not notified at that time? Qin Runin rose and gently patted her, assuring her, "Do not let your mind wander. We will investigate this lead regarding Yao Chong. We will certainly resolve this case swiftly and provide you with an explanation." Ding Mulan looked up, her eyes filled with gratitude, and nodded in acknowledgement. Before leaving, Lu Anju did not hesitate to shoot Qin Runin a scornful glare, while Lu Ji maintained a contrite smile. Qin Runin paid them no mind, but in Changpu escorted them to the door, offering a few words of encouragement to stay in touch. Throughout his discourse, Qin Runin's gaze remained fixated on the portraits, as if she could animate the images and extract information regarding Yao Chang's whereabouts. It was then that Qin Runin recounted to Changpu the earlier mention by Ding Mulan concerning the ruffians who had intruded upon her home, causing havoc and issuing threats. "You assigned this task to me. What shall you do yourself?" Upon hearing Changpu's tone, Qin Runin felt a hint of confusion, as if the matter regarding the request for assistance from the Jiangkou District Bureau had little relevance to him. "I intend to seek out Lu Anmei. Earlier, when I escorted them out, I obtained the address where Lu Anmei works from Ding Mulan. Within a family, the perspectives of spouses, as well as that of parents and children, differ significantly. Furthermore, Lu Anmei and Lu Anju possess considerable personality disparities. It seems that Lu Anmei is rather unaccepting of the idea of Lu Min undergoing gender reassignment surgery. Perhaps, from her unique perspective, we may uncover new clues. Do you believe Lu Anju would be willing to cooperate with you?" Changpu remarked skeptically. Qin Runin suddenly chuckled, as if Changpu had just shared a jest. Changpu, slightly displeased, furrowed his brow and retorted, "Are you insinuating that I lack even the slightest communication skills? Shall we wager? How about a meal? The loser treats." As the two engaged in conversation, the door of the Major Crimes Unit swung open. A petite young woman with a doll-like face entered, confidently pushing the door aside. Upon spotting Changpu seated with his back to the entrance, her steps halted abruptly. Chapter 23. The same lineage after more than a year. Yu Haven Tea changed a bit, and Changpu beamed as he sized up Tianmi. "You." And Changpu playfully tapped Tianmi's forehead. "Still the same, always enjoying my teasing. Is this your sister?" Upon her first encounter with Tianmi, Qin Runin found herself rather unfamiliar with her. However, from Tian Yang's earlier remarks, she could glean some insights. Seated at her desk, still clutching the few sketches, her gaze shifted from the images to the two individuals engaged in lively conversation in a corner of the office. When Tian Yang approached her side, she whispered a query. Tian Yang glanced towards Tianmi and Changpu, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed. And it is merely a matter of time before that spot is occupied by my sister and my future brother-in-law. Alas, while the flowers may yearn, the stream remains indifferent. Tianmi, poor girl, is both oblivious and steadfast when it comes to matters of the heart. Apart from Lu Xiangdong, it seems no one else stands a chance." Having not seen each other for quite a while, Tianmi and Changpu naturally had a plethora of topics to discuss. As for the affection Changpu once harbored, he had long since moved on, choosing to remain silent about it. Unbeknownst to Tianmi, who remained blissfully unaware, there was no room for awkwardness or discomfort. The two resembled long-lost friends, eagerly inquiring about each other's lives over the past year, particularly the evolution of Tianmi's relationship with Liu Xiangdou. Mistaking Qin Runin for a colleague from another department, Tianmi promptly halted her chatter and offered a smile to Qin. "Oh, I almost forgot to make the introductions. Tianmi, this is our newly assigned colleague from the Major Crimes Unit, Qin Runin. Qin Runin, this is Tianmi." And Changpu quickly facilitated the introduction between the two unfamiliar young women. Upon hearing that a new colleague had arrived, and she was a young woman, Tianmi felt a surge of joy. She extended her hand towards Qin Runin, exclaiming, "It is truly wonderful to have you here. From now on, we will have each other for company." However, Qin Runin disregarded Tianmi's warm smile and outstretched hand, shoving the portraits she held into Changpu's embrace. "Please expedite the transmission of these portraits to the Jiangkou District Public Security Bureau and request their assistance in the investigation," she instructed. "Did we not agree that you would be responsible for sending these images and investigating the identities and whereabouts of these individuals while I seek out Lu Wanmei?" And Changpu furrowed her brow. "That was merely your unilateral declaration. Did we not just wager on who might successfully communicate with Lu Wanmei? The outcome remains uncertain." Qin Runin replied coldly, "Since the potential for success in that matter is still undetermined, it is unreasonable for you to assign this task solely to me, is it not? Are you not usually quite proactive in all matters?" And Changpu noted a peculiar shift in Qin Runin's demeanor. In her view, enthusiasm for such a trivial task was tantamount to squandering one's energy and vitality. After delivering her statement, Qin Runin turned away in silence. "A gentleman does not engage in conflict with a lady," and Changpu muttered under her breath, casting a glance at Tianmi before shaking her head helplessly and shrugging. She then departed with a stack of portraits to transmit them to the Jiangkou District Bureau. Before leaving, she cast a lingering glance at Tianmi, remaining silent as she turned to leave. "Brother, who is this Qin Runin? Are she and Changpu now partners?" Tianmi felt somewhat unnerved under Qin Runin's penetrating gaze. Once she departed, she hurried to inquire with her brother about the situation. Why did it seem as though their interactions lacked harmony? Indeed, I can't shake the feeling that there is a significant rift between these two individuals. And Changpu insists there is no connection with Qin Runin, yet this young lady, while icy towards him, remains courteous and even slightly smiling towards the rest of us. Is that not peculiar? Tianyang too found himself perplexed. After speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at Tianmi, and added, "Correction. She is the second person to disregard you. The first is you scatterbrain. To be fair, Qin Runin's cool demeanor towards you might stem from your lively conversation with Changpu the moment you entered. She may have perceived you as part of his circle." Chapter 24. The revelation. "I must hurry downstairs. I hope she doesn't seize the opportunity while I'm away." And Changpu exclaimed, slapping his thigh, and promptly turned to dash out. Tianmi and Tianyang exchanged glances as they watched Changpu rush off, and suddenly they both erupted into knowing laughter. It was quite amusing. Having known Changpu for so long, it was rare to witness him so agitated by another. "It seems we have a show to watch." Tianyang winked at Tianmi, and Changpu rushed down the stairs and circled around the police station yard. Yet he was unable to locate the car belonging to himself and Qin Runin. A surge of frustration welled up within him. Throughout Qin Runin's tenure in the homicide division, he had consistently been accommodating, never once offending or antagonizing her. Despite her often cold demeanor and indifference, as if he bore some dreadful contagion, he had tolerated it. However, today, in front of Tianmi, she had belittled him, leaving him utterly humiliated, and now she had dashed off on her own, further aggravating his discontent. After a fruitless search, Changpu resolved to step outside in hopes of hailing a taxi to catch up with Qin Runin. As he exited the main door, he immediately spotted her seated in a car parked just across the street from the police station yard. "What do you mean by this?" Changpu exclaimed as he crossed the road and slid into the passenger seat. Having hurried down the stairs, a thin sheen of sweat adorned his forehead, which he wiped away as he inquired, his tone tinged with mild reproach. Despite his earlier frustrations, when he finally addressed Qin Runin, he found himself unconsciously softening his tone. Recognizing that she was, after all, a young woman, Qin Runin glanced at him, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety in her actions. "Weren't you supposed to wait for me below? Just how much do you resent me? If I have offended you in any way, please express it. I am willing to apologize. However, there is no need for this awkwardness, nor should personal feelings encroach upon our work." And Changpu maintained a stern expression, devoid of any semblance of jest or emotional nuance, striving to remain calm in hopes of facilitating effective communication with Qin Runin. Upon hearing his words, Qin Runin gazed at him with a bemused expression, retorting with a wry smile, "What emotions do you believe I have brought into the workplace? I mentioned waiting for you downstairs. Does that imply my vehicle is parked upstairs? Who decreed that waiting for you necessitates occupying the most conspicuous spot at the entrance? Do you think this is a kindergarten bus?" As a criminal investigator, even if the phrase observing all directions and listening to all sounds is somewhat exaggerated, your observational skills should not be lacking. If I parked my car across the street and you couldn't locate it, that would merely indicate your professional inadequacy. Qin Runin anticipated that her rapid-fire remarks would provoke displeasure in Changpu, yet to her surprise, he broke into laughter after she finished speaking. Taken aback, she tightened her expression, refraining from further comment, and promptly started the car, heading towards Lu Onmei's workplace. Based on the information provided by Ding Muklin, Lu Onmei was currently employed at a chain supermarket. Qin Runin drove directly to the location, and before even entering, they spotted Lu Onmei's frail figure through the supermarket's large display window, clad in the standard uniform issued to employees. The oversized shirt emblazoned with the supermarket's name hung loosely on her gaunt frame. In her hands, she held a grimy broom and a dustpan, crouched on the ground, cleaning up what appeared to be someone's vomit, while those around her covered their mouths and noses, recoiling in disgust. Qin Runin immediately opened the door and stepped inside, followed closely by Changpu. A woman resembling a small supermarket manager, not much older than Ru Onmei, approached her with an air of condescension, wrinkling her nose in distaste. She admonished Ru Onmei, "Could you please hasten your actions? Quickly clear away these items and fetch a mop to clean the floor. This stench is unbearable. Customers are repulsed by it." Ru Onmei remained silent, nodding slightly as her movements quickened. "When I say hurry, I don't mean for you to be careless. Don't splash that filth onto others." The woman continued to criticize. Throughout the exchange, Ru Onmei did not utter a word, merely continuing her work in silence. Approaching, Qin Runin and Changpu helped Ru Onmei to her feet. "You remember us, don't you? We wish to have a word with you." Upon recognizing Qin Runin and Changpu, Ru Onmei froze for a moment, her expression even more distressed than when she was clearing the vomit. "I'm at work right now. As for matters concerning my father, you might as well inquire with my sister. She knows everything, while I am in the dark," she replied to Qin Runin, gently tugging her arm in an attempt to extricate herself. However, with a dustpan filled with vomit in hand, she refrained from making any abrupt movements. Before Ru Onmei could respond further, the manager-like woman interjected, "Excuse me? What are you two doing? The supermarket is in operation. Are you here to shop or to seek someone? If you're looking for someone, please wait until after closing hours." And Changpu silently turned away, revealing his police badge to the woman who appeared to be the manager, and inquired, "Are you the person in charge of this supermarket? We are detectives from the Major Crimes Unit of the Sea City Public Security Bureau. The family of Lu Onmei has encountered a tragedy, and we require her assistance in our investigation, as well as some information. We hope you can understand if this causes any inconvenience to the supermarket." The woman, taken aback by his assertion, found herself at a loss for words. She could only bypass Changpu and address Lu Onmei, saying, "Whether or not you choose to assist them is not my concern, but you must certainly clean up that mess on the floor. I see that there are quite a few employees in this supermarket." Qin Runin glanced at the several young staff members, also clad in supermarket uniforms, who had gathered to observe the situation. "Let them handle it. Time is of the essence for our investigation, and it cannot be delayed by a puddle of vomit. The manager's eyes darted around as she pursed her lips and pointed towards a door at the end of the cashier's area, saying, "You can discuss matters in there. But do so swiftly. Luan Mei still has work to attend to." Chapter 25. Former classmates. With the manager's approval, Luan Mei could no longer feign reluctance. With a furrowed brow, she reluctantly handed the dustpan to the manager, who grimaced and pinched it between her fingers, fearful of the filth contaminating her. She called out loudly for another staff member to come and clean up the mess. Qin Runin and In Changpu followed Luan Mei into the modestly sized room, which housed a table, a chair, and a somewhat dingy iron-framed single bed. On the wall by the door hung several garments, including a security uniform, suggesting that this was likely the break room for the night shift security personnel. "What is your role in this supermarket?" Qin Runin inquired, shutting the door and sitting side by side with Luan Mei on the bed, while In Changpu took a seat at the table. Luan Mei nodded slightly. "Was that person your manager? With so many people idling about, why did she assign you those extra tasks?" "Our purpose for coming today, as mentioned earlier, is to discuss matters concerning your father." Qin Runin reiterated their intention. Luan Mei glared at the two, her expression a mixture of disdain and hostility, devoid of any sorrow. "What is there to ask? He is dead. If you wish to inquire, go find his murderer. No matter how you ask, you won't glean anything from me," she retorted angrily. "Regardless of whether you believe there is anything to uncover, you are still a daughter of the Lu family. Even if your relationship was strained, as family, you possess a unique understanding and perspective of your father. We will certainly approach your sister and mother, but you cannot evade this responsibility. It is, after all, an obligation you owe as his daughter." "I owe him nothing. You cannot possibly understand." Luan Mei stubbornly turned her face away. And Changpu was about to offer a word of persuasion when Qin Runin abruptly raised her hand, signaling him to remain silent. She let out a sigh and addressed Luan Mei, saying, "We have already learned about your situation from your mother, so I can truly comprehend your feelings and emotions. If he were merely your father, disconnected from others, I would fully support your choice to evade the subject. However, have you considered your mother? She has always held feelings for your father, and with his mysterious demise, she seeks closure from us. Furthermore, the perpetrator still roams free, should he evade justice this time. We cannot predict whether he might harm others, including your closest kin among the Lu people." Qin Runin exhibited immense patience towards Luan Mei, her demeanor radiating a warmth and gentleness that In Changpu had never witnessed before. This revelation left him somewhat astonished, as he had only known her to display two facets since her arrival in the Major Crimes Unit, either a courteous distance towards others or a cold indifference towards herself, all while exhibiting an unstoppable drive in her work. Many would jest that a strong woman transcends the conventional boundaries of gender, and Qin Runin indeed embodied such a tendency. Now, unexpectedly revealing a softer side, she left In Changpu feeling somewhat disconcerted. However, he did not dwell on this discomfort for long, as Qin Runin soon returned to the familiar persona he recognized. Luan Mei, swayed by Qin Runin's persuasion, found herself momentarily at a loss for resolution. Reluctantly acquiescing, she grappled with the absence of a robust rationale to decline, ultimately hesitating for a moment before casting her gaze towards In Changpu. In Changpu, perplexed by the sudden focus of the girl's attention upon him, was about to speak when Qin Runin, perceptively attuned to the situation, interjected. "In Changpu, you should investigate those ruffians. I can manage this on my own," Qin Runin declared, her tone imbued with a subtle command and devoid of any room for negotiation. And Changpu furrowed his brow at her, remaining silent. "I am unaware of how you two typically confer, but in the presence of a man, there are certain things I cannot articulate. It feels too awkward," Luan Mei added, her implication clear without direct reference. And Changpu, a grown man, was not welcome in this discourse. Consequently, Qin Runin emerged as the undeniable choice. Left with no alternative, and Changpu sighed, resignedly accepting the car keys from Qin Runin. Observing the hint of satisfaction on her face, he departed silently. As he drove towards the Jiangkou District Bureau, and Changpu placed a call to a university friend working in B City, inquiring about Qin Runen's circumstances. His curiosity regarding her had intensified to the point where he felt compelled to uncover the reasons behind this unremarkable policewoman's apparent aversion and hostility towards him. Upon making a phone call, an old classmate from B City, upon hearing his inquiry about Qin Runen, immediately responded with a sense of pride. "So, how is it? Have you come to regard her with newfound respect? Our female police officers from B City surely hold their own in your C City, don't they?" While acknowledging their prowess, he couldn't help but remark on the girl's rather peculiar temperament. His close friend and former classmate, unable to restrain himself, recounted various instances of Qin Runen's behavior. The response from the other end was one of surprise. That's unexpected. Although Qin Runen is not particularly easy to get along with, I've never seen her target anyone so specifically. Did you perhaps offend her back in school? Back in school? Was she even in our class? I have no recollection of her at all. Was she in the same year? And Changpu reacted with astonishment to his classmate's familiarity. The classmate wasted no time in teasing him. What a terrible memory you have. Not only was she in the same year, but she was also in the class next to ours, managed by the same team leader. We would see each other at weekly meetings, and you didn't notice her at all? That makes sense. During our school days, it was hardly my place to pay attention to the girls. It was the girls who were always looking at me. How envious it made those of us who couldn't attract any attention from the ladies. His classmate jested half-heartedly before turning serious again. Qin Runen has it tough. Her family situation is rather special. Her personality may not be the most accommodating, so please try to show her some understanding. Aside from her competitive nature, she really has no other faults. We, as gentlemen, should be more tolerant. What is her family situation like? And Changpu inquired, intrigued. As he listened to his classmate recounting the events on the other end of the line, a wave of complex emotions washed over him. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he arrived at his destination and hung up. Just before stepping out of the car, and Changpu couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. He realized that Qin Runen had once been a classmate from the adjacent class, both under the same captain's supervision, yet he had no recollection of her. This realization increased the likelihood that, perhaps unconsciously, he had inadvertently offended her in the past. Chapter 26. The Stubborn Mudfish. Upon reaching the Jiangkou District Public Security Bureau, and Changpu swiftly immersed himself in serious matters, casting aside thoughts of Qin Runen. He focused intently on collaborating with the officers in the bureau to uncover leads and track the whereabouts of the small-time delinquents. The moment Changpu arrived, the officers responsible for interrogating the miscreants breathed a sigh of relief. They were not well versed in the details of the dismemberment case, only aware that the individuals depicted in the sketches had previously harassed the victim and their family. As for the others in the sketches, none had been identified, and the lone identification was of a particularly obstinate character, one who was resistant to both persuasion and intimidation. In such a stalemate, it was certainly more prudent for Changpu, the principal investigator of the case, to take the lead in resolving the situation. Changpu reviewed the delinquent's personal information, expressed his gratitude to his colleagues, and headed straight to the interrogation room where the miscreant was temporarily held. Upon entering, the miscreant glanced at Changpu and, rather than displaying any signs of anxiety, wore a broad grin, flashing a toothy smile as he remarked, "Oh, this police officer looks a bit unfamiliar. Seems like we haven't met before." With a smile, Changpu displayed his credentials before him. "Indeed. Fortunately, I'm a stranger to you. Had you recognized me, you might not have had another chance after entering." The petty thug glanced at Changpu's designation, paused momentarily, then jutted his chin towards Changpu, inquiring, "What time is it?" The petty thug chuckled, "I'm not pressed for time, just want to have a sense of how long it will be before you release me." "That's difficult to say. It depends on you. We must observe you." Changpu responded evasively while perusing the documents in his hand. "You have quite the extensive history. It seems that no one at the police station is more seasoned than you, apart from the chief. And your nickname is quite formidable. Ironhead." The petty thug was unfazed by Changpu's words, raising his hand to pat his shiny bald head. "This person, I'm not special, just have a hard head. Do you know Lu Min? And Changpu ceased the circumlocution and abruptly cut to the chase. The petty thug's jocular expression faltered momentarily, then swiftly reverted to his previous facade. Shaking his head, I don't know Lu Min, never heard of him. If you were to say Lu Sun, I did memorize a few texts back in middle school. Would you like me to recite them for you? Sensing in Changpu's relentless pursuit, Ironhead feigned a look of utter bewilderment, intending to play dumb to the end. No need to recite Lu Sun. We won't be having a literature lesson today, but rather an art lesson. And Changpu rose, entirely disregarding the attitude of Tai Tu. He approached and placed a portrait before him, inquiring, What do you think? Does this painting capture your essence? Tai Tu glanced at his likeness, swallowed hard, and with a smirk, replied, It's all right, but in my humble opinion, it portrays me a bit plump. That aspect does not sit well with me. Oh, I see. It seems that aside from the issue of weight, other features are relatively accurate. In that case, we should be able to locate you through this portrait. And Changpu remarked as he laid out several other images before Tai Tu. Thus, finding these other gentlemen who resemble you shouldn't prove too challenging. I have never bullied any common folk. If I have, it was merely a matter of personal annoyance, a desire to provoke, Tai Tu mumbled, his eyes darting. And Changpu regarded him with a sigh, saying, I suggest you abandon the name Tai Tu and consider adopting Loch instead. To speak candidly, I am willing to engage in circular discussions, but not at this moment, as I have a murder case awaiting resolution. You appear to be an astute individual. If you fear attracting the ire of formidable figures or are solely intent on loyalty, you might wish to ponder whether you and your companions possess the fortitude to bear this burden. Tai Tu fell silent, beginning to blink rapidly and frequently. And Changpu did not rush him, instead organizing the portraits and patiently awaiting Tai Tu's next words. Minutes passed, and Tai Tu remained silent, the once slick smile on his face gradually fading to reveal a hint of turmoil and anxiety. After nearly another 10 minutes, just as Changpu began to doubt the efficacy of his persuasion, Tai Tu finally spoke. I don't know whom you are looking for. Moreover, I have no desire to know. Please do not inquire further. Even if you do, I cannot provide an answer. Do not ask me to assist in the search, for I am incapable of doing so. Tai Tu rambled nonsensically, adding, Our Jiangkou district at Xinjie is quite lively, especially a small restaurant named Wang Wang. The billiard hall downstairs is decent. If you have nothing else to do, you might as well enjoy some time there. Chapter 27. The heroic act upon hearing this. And Changpu smiled at Tai Tu, stood up, and exited, summoning officers from the Jiangkou district substation to handle the subsequent matters. He promptly expressed his gratitude to his colleagues for their assistance and prepared to head towards Xinjie and Jiangkou district. Although he was currently at the Jiangkou District Public Security Bureau, the Xinjie that Tai Tu mentioned was not particularly close. Jiangkou district may not be large, yet its elongated shape was evident on the map. It was not wide from east to west, but spanned considerably from north to south. In contrast, the Jiangkou District Public Security Bureau was situated nearer to the city center in the southern part of the district, while the Xinjie referred to by Tai Tu lay to the north. Once he settled into the vehicle, and Changpu's first action was to call Qin Runin to inquire about the communication with Lu Anmei. He learned that Qin Runin had just concluded her discussion with Lu Anmei and had recently departed from the supermarket. Should you arrive there before me, kindly await my arrival so that we may deliberate on the appropriate course of action. I implore you not to act rashly. And Changpu, somewhat apprehensive about Qin Runin, felt compelled to offer this admonition. Even Ironhead, a scoundrel as slippery as an eel, held Yao Chong in such trepidation, suggesting that Yao Chong was by no means an ordinary rogue or hoodlum. Even if he were not a person of great consequence, he was certainly not an insignificant character to be trifled with, as in Changpu and Qin Runin were handling this matter together. And Changpu would feel culpable both professionally and personally should anything untoward befall Qin Runin. Qin Runin responded with evident impatience on the other end of the line before abruptly terminating the call. And Changpu, unsettled by her perfunctory demeanor, hastened towards New Street with all possible speed. Unfortunately, en route, he encountered a traffic accident that brought the road to a standstill, resulting in a lengthy queue of vehicles. and Changpu's car was caught in the gridlock, leaving him no choice but to alight and assist the overwhelmed traffic police in managing the scene and directing traffic. After more than 20 minutes of exertion, he finally managed to facilitate the passage of the arriving ambulance to the vicinity of the injured, enabling them to be transported to the hospital for treatment. With the assistance of the traffic police, he extricated himself from the congestion and resumed his journey towards New Street. And Changpu advanced a few paces, and leveraging his height advantage, he spotted the sign amidst the encircling crowd from afar. The sign distinctly bore the characters Wang Wang. Alas! Upon witnessing the scene, and Changpu felt a surge of anxiety as his greatest fears materialized before him. He hastily made his way through the crowd, pushing towards the center. As he reached the front, he caught sight of the breathless Qin Runin, who was kneeling on one knee, pressing down on a struggling man beneath her. And Changpu, recognizing the urgency of the situation, understood that Qin Runin was nearly exhausted, as evidenced by her laborious gasps and the position she had assumed to restrain her captive. Furrowing his brow, and Changpu chose to suppress his immediate frustration, mindful of the onlookers surrounding them. He first ushered Yao Chang into the vehicle. As he maneuvered through the throng, whispers and murmurs filled the air, with one voice proclaiming, "Look at that. This is what we call a heroine. Just look at that man. Despite his imposing stature, he has been reduced to a mere subordinate." Such remarks darkened in Changpu's expression further. Without uttering a word, he ensured Yao Chang was settled in. It became evident that Yao Chang, upon recognizing the presence of a formidable ally in Changpu, relinquished his attempts to struggle or flee, opting instead for compliance. Qin Runin brushed off the dust clinging to her clothes and climbed into the vehicle behind Changpu. As she turned to enter, a slight furrow appeared on her brow, and she inhaled sharply upon catching a glimpse of Changpu and Yao Chang in the back seat. Straightening her posture, she proceeded into the meeting room, her complexion pale under the inquisitive gaze of Tian Mi. Qin Runin paused momentarily, biting her lip as she followed suit. Her gait somewhat peculiar, with her arms instinctively shielding her waist. Tian Mi, oblivious to the unfolding drama between the two, refrained from greeting them throughout, merely waiting until Qin Runin entered the reception room before rising to retrieve a hot water bottle from her locker and stepping out of the office. Qin Runin entered the reception room at a leisurely pace, shutting the door behind her before finally meeting Changpu's gaze, which simmered with barely contained ire. "Speak quickly. There are pressing matters still unresolved," she stated coldly. And Changpu felt a surge of frustration. "What did we agree upon during our phone conversation? I clearly instructed you not to act rashly if you arrived first. I told you to wait for my arrival before making any moves. Why did you rush in alone? You, a woman, unarmed, confronting an unknown thug. Such recklessness is both foolish and perilous. Have you considered the consequences? Did you ever think that if the other party were to possess any means of defense or influence, you could be harmed? And what of being a woman? Does that inherently mean one cannot prevail against a man? If you doubt my capabilities, let us settle it one-on-one at a later time, in hand-to-hand combat. I may not be easily bested." Qin Runin, angered by Changpu's reprimand, retorted, "And who are you to issue me commands? You expect me to wait. If you delay and the target escapes, who will bear the responsibility? If you truly care about your work, remember to prioritize efficiency next time. Do not merely come to chastise those who are taking action after the fact. My late arrival is not a matter of personal choice, but rather a circumstance beyond my control. Regardless of the situation, your actions are unjustifiable. While it is true that we are equals, your reckless bravado is something I cannot overlook. I feel compelled to intervene and express my concerns. Should you find this unacceptable, you may well seek a replacement from our superior, and I will not hinder you in that pursuit." With a parting remark, Changpu turned and exited the reception room. Qin Runin stood there, momentarily stunned, silently reflecting as she gently touched her waist, letting out a soft sigh before also departing the chamber. Chapter 28. Yao Chang. No sooner had Qin Runin stepped out of the reception room than she was intercepted by Tian Mi. "This is for you," Tian Mi said with a smile, extending a small hot water bottle the size of her palm towards her. "What is this?" Qin Runin inquired. her brow slightly furrowed in confusion as she gazed at Tianmi. Tianmi gestured towards her waist. I noticed you seemed to be in discomfort, so I thought this might help. Taken aback, Qin Runin accepted the bottle, offering an awkward smile in return before placing it in her jacket pocket and turning to enter the interrogation room. Inside, Changpu was already engaged in a dialogue with Yao Chang, and the atmosphere was decidedly tense. Changpu glared sternly at Yao Chang, whose expression was equally grim. A robust man with a slightly plump build, Yao Chang sported a hairstyle indicative of local support for the central authority. Following a physical altercation with Qin Runin, his hair was now in disarray, and dried blood crusted at his nostrils, while the swelling on his cheekbones had yet to subside, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Upon encountering Qin Runin, Yao Chang's gaze instantly betrayed a hint of trepidation, intermingled with a dash of indignation. Changpu gestured for Qin Runin to take a seat, his expression oscillating between fury and confusion regarding whether Yao Chang or Qin Runin bore the greater share of culpability. He observed, perplexed, as Qin Runin seated herself with a deliberate slowness. Perceptive to his scrutiny, she discreetly pressed her arm against the side of her pocket containing a small hot water bottle. Speak. Changpu finally inquired of Yao Chang, demanding an explanation for his earlier aggression towards the police. Yao Chang's eyes remained fixated on Qin Runin as he raised a hand to touch his cheekbone, the sharp pain eliciting a sharp intake of breath. What do you mean I assaulted the police? Look at her. She bears no marks. Now look at me and my injury. Clearly, I am the one who has suffered. Do not phrase it as though I am the one bullying a woman. Changpu cleared his throat, subtly indicating to Qin Runin that further entanglement in this matter with Yao Chang was unwise. She cast him a sidelong glance, seemingly displeased by his insinuation. Yet she refrained from continuing her mockery of Yao Chang. After confirming that Yao Chang had been momentarily silenced by her retorts, Changpu posed a crucial question. What misdeed have you committed that instilled such panic upon encountering the police? Yao Chang lifted his gaze to observe Changpu, seemingly attempting to glean some information from his expression. However, after a prolonged stare, he found Changpu's demeanor to be consistently serious and composed, leaving Yao Chang unable to ascertain anything. Finally, with a sullen countenance, he confessed, a few days ago, I struck someone rather forcefully. She just came looking for me, and I initially thought her family had reported me to the authorities. I intended to escape, yet she pursued me relentlessly. At that moment, I felt that if I didn't incapacitate her, I wouldn't stand a chance of fleeing today. At this juncture, he might have suddenly realized that despite his intent to subdue the female officer seated before him, he had failed in that endeavor as well, and thus remained ensnared. This realization filled him with a sense of humiliation, prompting him to abruptly shut his mouth, his expression darkening as he refrained from continuing. Surely you must have injured her quite severely. Otherwise, why would she resist so desperately? Is it akin to how you dealt with Lu Min, by raiding his entire household? Changpu inquired with an air of nonchalance, subtly alluding to Lu Min's name. Yao Chang appeared taken aback by the unexpected mention of Lu Min, momentarily stunned and unsure of how to react in a manner that would ensure his safety. After a brief silence, he tentatively posed the question, Is the reason for your grand mobilization to bring me to the Public Security Bureau today related to Lu Min? Upon uttering this statement, he attempted to smile. However, the movement of his lips elicited a sharp intake of breath due to the pain, causing the muscles in his face to twitch slightly, while his gaze took on a note of disdain. It seems you have not yet forgotten Lu Min. Changpu gazed intently at Yao Chang, noticing several scars of varying depths etched across his face, imparting a somewhat menacing demeanor, likely remnants of past brawls. Yao Chang scoffed, his left cheek marred by injury, causing him to twist his mouth to the right in disdainful mockery. I might forget anyone, but certainly not him. How dare he claim righteousness while refusing to repay his debts? And even as he transforms, he still hasn't quite adapted. This is the behavior of a coward. It has been ages since this incident, and he still feels justified to report it to the authorities. I didn't even pressure him afterward. While describing Lu Min, he employed the term coward, which provoked Qin Runin, who had been silent until that moment. She abruptly slammed her hand down on the table with a resounding thud, startling both Yao Chang and Changpu. Upon observing the darkening expression on Qin Runin's face, Yao Chang let out a defiant snort, his mouth closing in an instinctive response. Refraining from further comments, Qin Runin, previously spurred by Changpu's subtle cues, chose not to provoke Yao Chang further, silently absorbing their conversation. Reflecting on Yao Chang's fierce resistance on Jiangkou District's Xinjie Street and his current disdain when mentioning Lu Min, she surmised that if Yao Chang's words held any truth, then his account of confronting someone for debts and resorting to violence was far from the trivial manner he portrayed. It seemed he considered the matter concerning Lu Min to be rather inconsequential compared to the troubles he had recently incurred. Yao Chang shot her a sidelong glance. This I cannot disclose. Why not? Is it out of fear, or simply an inability to articulate? Do you take me for a fool? Exclaimed Yao Chang, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, am I supposed to confess voluntarily without any prompting? He regarded his own enlightenment with an air of superiority. And Changpu, unfazed by Yao Chang's challenging tone, merely smiled and retorted, I must admit, I didn't perceive you as such a discerning individual. However, I am curious, what happens if a person dies? Does that then fall under the jurisdiction of our criminal police? In an instant, Yao Chang's expression froze, his brows knitting together as he glanced between Changpu and Qin Runin, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features. Chapter 29. The negotiation. After delivering that remark, Yao Chang resolutely refused to divulge any further information, regardless of the relentless questioning from Changpu and Qin Runin. As he stated, there is no need for deception. I am well aware of what serves my interests. Qin Runin, undeterred, was convinced that aside from Lu Min, Yao Chang must be entangled in other grave, unlawful activities. His silence, a clear indication of his awareness that should the police unearth his hidden transgressions, he would not be able to exit the police station unscathed, even if he disregarded Lu Min's involvement. Given Yao Chang's character, one could not be certain that his claims of innocence regarding Lu Min were anything but another falsehood. Thus, she engaged in an arduous confrontation with Yao Chang, determined to extract answers from him, compelling him to provide an alibi to absolve himself of any connection to Lu Min's death. Her frustration with Yao Chang's demeanor caused her to overlook Changpu's frequent, subtle hints from the sidelines. Initially, Yao Chang engaged in some evasive arguments, avoiding the substantive issues at hand. However, as Qin Runin's aggressive demeanor escalated, his resistance intensified. Ultimately, he defiantly declared to Changpu and the others, if I say I have not touched Lu Min, then I have not. If you wish to prove my connection with Lu Min, you must find your own evidence. If you can substantiate your claims, then that would indeed be an accomplishment on your part. But if you fail to present any proof, cease your baseless suspicions. I will not pursue the matter of police brutality. Just let me leave promptly. Otherwise, you are surely aware that the press outside thrives on stories of police coercion. I bear visible injuries. Once I step out, who knows what chaos might ensue, and I may forget when these wounds were inflicted. This overt threat was unmistakable, inciting a furious response from Qin Runin. Were it not for Changpu's efforts to contain the situation, she might have erupted on the spot. Noticing her face change color in response to his words, Yao Chang felt a surge of satisfaction. Changpu instructed Qin Runin to remain with Yao Chang in the interrogation room, while he stepped outside to summon Mo Do. He whispered a few instructions to Mo Do, who promptly agreed and also called upon Tian Mi, who happened to be free, and the two hurriedly departed from the major crimes unit. Qin Runin's complexion was far from pleasant, contrasting sharply with Changpu's demeanor, who seemed utterly unfazed by Yao Chang's words. He displayed no signs of distress over the lack of evidence, nor did he exhibit any concern regarding Yao Chang's prior threats of coercive interrogation. After listening to Yao Chang, he casually nodded and remarked, "You are correct. However, since the 24 hours have not yet elapsed, I suggest you endure your stay here for a while longer." His conciliatory attitude elicited a disapproving glance from Qin Runin, but Changpu remained indifferent, continuing to address Yao Chang. "Regardless, you will be here for a bit longer. So let us discuss matters concerning Lu Min. I have no interest in whether Lu Min is alive or dead? Yao Chang retorted sharply upon hearing Lu Min's name mentioned again, his expression hardening as he warily regarded Enchangpu. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Enchangpu replied, I am not implying that your affairs with Lu Min are of any consequence. I merely wish to gather some information about him. Surely, that is acceptable? After all, you do have some financial ties with him, and you must possess a certain degree of understanding about him. And Changpu's approach significantly diminished Yao Chang's suspicions, leading Yao to feel rather pleased. Look here, my young friend, you are quite astute. Our relationship between the police and the public should be harmonious. There is no need for hostility that only breeds discomfort. I, for one, am indifferent. I am but a rough man, while you, as officers of the law, have your futures to consider, Yao Chang said with a hint of pride. Indeed, you speak the truth. And Changpu expressed his agreement with him, saying, then, as a creditor, please share how you and Lu Min have interacted. He approached me for a loan, and I lent him the money. It was as simple as that. Sensing the easing of Enchangpu's demeanor, Yao Chang appeared somewhat reassured, no longer insisting on avoiding the topic of Lu Min. Frankly speaking, I am rather reluctant to engage with him. He has a peculiar aura, and even before undergoing any transformation, he would flaunt himself before others. Just glancing at him makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Initially, did Lu Min borrow a sum of 100,000 from you in one go? How did he come to seek you out? And Changpu, having limited knowledge of loan sharks, had heard some things indirectly through work. Understanding that individuals like Yao Chang would not easily lend money to unrelated strangers without prior connection. It was his son-in-law who referred him to me for a loan. Yao Chang's response left both Enchangpu and Qin Runan momentarily stunned, with Qin Runan incredulously probing, Are you referring to Lu Ji? Upon realizing that they were indeed speaking of the person they suspected, Enchangpu pressed further, How did you come to know Lu Ji? How else would I know him? He sought me out through someone else for a loan, and I lent him the money. That is how we became acquainted. Yao Chang expressed a hint of disdain when mentioning Lu Ji, adding, This is the first time I've encountered a son-in-law introducing his father-in-law to borrow money. And for the purpose of undergoing gender reassignment surgery, no less. Do you have any insight into why Lu Ji would approach you for a loan? It seems that as long as one does not inquire about Yao Chang's actions or whereabouts during the incident involving Lu Min, he does not exhibit a heightened sense of vigilance. After listening to Enchangpu's words, he appeared to have posed a rather foolish question, chuckling, What else could there be? Just gambling. Qin Runan, observing Yao Chang's arrogant demeanor, felt a surge of anger yet could not express it directly. Instead, she subtly gestured for Enchangpu to step outside. Enchangpu, with a bemused expression, pointed to his own nose. Me? Weak. What do you mean? He swiftly abandoned his intention to clarify his motives to Qin Runan, redirecting his attention to the two of them. Mo-Do nodded at Enchangpu and gestured towards Tianmi behind him. I will take her away first. You can inquire about the specifics from Tianmi. However, I must say, my friend, you have made a strategic move, yet it is also a perilous one. With that, he pushed open the door to the interrogation room. Moments later, Yao Chang's furious shouts resonated from within. Enchangpu, feeling uneasy, followed him inside, while Qin Runan attempted to join, only to be held back by Tianmi. You should rest a bit more, she remarked, pointing at Qin Runan's waist. Without hesitation, Qin Runan shook her head to decline the offer and entered the interrogation room. Upon entry, she witnessed Yao Chang struggling, pinned against the table by Mo-Do and Enchangpu, his eyes glaring fiercely at Enchangpu as he spat. You're crafty. You think you can play me like this? Yao Chang, you are suspected of intentional injury, and the evidence against you is irrefutable. Acting defiantly will yield you no advantage, Mo-Do admonished sternly, pulling Yao Chang and escorting him out of the interrogation room to hand him over to colleagues from another team for further handling. Qin Runan observed Yao Chang being detained, feeling a slight sense of relief, yet when she turned her gaze to Enchangpu, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Chapter 30. Minor Injuries. No retreat from the line of fire, what do you think? Are we not quite efficient? Mo-Do, having taken Yao Chang away, caught sight of Tianmi rushing towards Enchangpu and the others as they emerged from the interrogation room. Fortunately, she arrived in time, otherwise, If he had been allowed to leave, it would have only compounded our troubles in the future. And Changpu regarded her with a sigh, his tone laced with reproach. As he relayed his previous plan to Qin Runin, from the very beginning, I had no intention of allowing Yao Chong to evade accountability so easily, nor could I acquiesce to his threats. However, under such circumstances, relentless pursuit, as you had just demonstrated, would only serve to intensify his defenses and resistance. Had it not been for the timely assistance of Mo Do and Tianmi, who located the family injured by Yao Chang and gathered evidence of his intentional harm, we would not have secured sufficient time. Otherwise, by tomorrow morning, we would be compelled to release him, and the sole means of ensuring the severance of Yao Chang's connections would be to discreetly monitor him. Have you considered the significant increase in difficulty and personnel required for such an undertaking? Upon hearing his words, Qin Runin felt a tinge of embarrassment, her gaze drifting to Tianmi, who stood awkwardly nearby, unsure of what to say. Defiantly, she challenged in Changpu. Are you implying that everyone shares the credit while I alone am to blame? Now you boldly assume the role of a savior. Had I not swiftly subdued Yao Chong, he might have vanished into thin air by now. What you did was sheer luck. Do you even comprehend the meaning of luck? You've been in the workforce long enough to distinguish between courage and recklessness, even if you disregard your own safety. Have you considered that your hasty actions could have startled the enemy, jeopardizing all subsequent plans? And Changpu, equally incensed, stood his ground and engaged in a heated debate with Qin Runin. Her expression darkened further as she forcefully pushed past him, storming out of the office. Say whatever you wish. And Changpu watched Qin Runin's furious retreat, shaking his head in resignation. Turning, he noticed Tianmi casting a disapproving glance in his direction, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. What do you mean by looking at me like that? I recall you being quite the gentleman. Why the lack of decorum towards a lady? Tianmi remarked, surprised by Changpu's unusual demeanor. Even Changpu himself was taken aback, reflecting on why his usual poise and grace seemed to falter so easily in the presence of Qin Runin. I share your sentiments. You cannot fathom the obstinacy of Qin Runin. Today, I encountered an accident on the road, which delayed me slightly, and she, without a second thought, charged into Yao Chang's territory to apprehend someone. Just consider the implications. How could I possibly explain this to the bureau or to her family? And Changpu, feeling utterly helpless, spread his hands in exasperation. Tianmi, previously unaware of their investigative endeavors, was taken aback upon hearing Changpu's words. She felt a twinge of anxiety for Qin Runin and gently placed a hand on Changpu's arm. While I now comprehend your urgency, we must recognize that she is injured, yet has persevered thus far. This demonstrates her resilience. Could you not find a more opportune moment to discuss matters with her in a calm manner? Look here. It appears to be quite painful. She indicated towards her own waist. And Changpu felt a pang of regret, realizing he had overlooked Qin Runin's discomfort earlier. With this thought in mind, he swiftly moved towards the exit, only to suddenly realize that he had no knowledge of Qin Runin's whereabouts after her abrupt departure. As he turned to inquire, Tianmi anticipated his intention and gestured towards the right side of the corridor. I saw her turn right just a moment ago. She must be refilling the hot water bottle I gave her, as it has likely cooled. After briefly assessing her injury and attempting to stretch her back, Qin Runin confirmed that aside from extensive bruising, she likely sustained no other significant issues. She then adjusted her clothing and retrieved the small hot water bottle from her pocket, discarding the now tepid water inside. Gazing at the pink, cartoon-patterned hot water bottle in her hands, Qin Runin's mind conjured the image of Tianmi's beaming, doll-like face. She couldn't help but let out a sigh, her grip on the hot water bottle tightening and then relaxing. Raising her eyes to glimpse her reflection in the mirror, she noted the somberness etched across her short-haired visage and silently turned to exit the washroom. As she rounded the corner, Qin Runin immediately spotted Changpu standing in the middle of the corridor, awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing him, she frowned, treating him as if he were merely a specter, and strode past without a glance. How are you? Where are you hurt? Is it serious? And Changpu, aware that Qin Runin would not easily forgive him, adopted a tone of sincere concern. having recognized his previous demeanor was less than commendable. Faced with his earnest inquiry, Qin Runin felt a twinge of remorse for her continued silence. Her previously sullen expression softened slightly as she replied, "Just a bruise, nothing to fret over. I'm not made of glass." And Changpu, hearing her words, found the concern he had intended to express lodged in his throat, unspoken. The two walked silently toward the office, with Changpu feeling a persistent guilt for not noticing Qin Runin's injury sooner. Eager to alleviate the palpable tension between them, he racked his brain for a suitable topic to shatter the silence and finally declared, "By the way, we are both classmates from the same year and major. And our team leader is the same person, right?" Qin Runin regarded him with slight astonishment, her expression enigmatic as she remained silent before eventually nodding in acknowledgement. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Runin, whose expression had shown signs of thawing, suddenly grew sullen again, appearing even more displeased than before. She shot a fierce glare at Changpu, quickened her pace, and left him behind, walking away alone. Changpu stood in bewilderment, watching Qin Runin storm off, his mind swirling with countless questions. Who could explain to him what he had said wrong this time? Chapter 31. In Changpu's decision, the success of this endeavor was not solely due to the considerable assistance from Tianmi and Mo-Do, but also thanks to Qin Runin's timely subjugation of Yao Chang. Without her intervention, the subsequent actions would have been impossible. As Changpu spoke, he instantly garnered the attention of others. Qin Runin appeared astonished, while Tianmi expressed her admiration, even discreetly giving Changpu a thumbs up. Cheng Feng refrained from further comments. Having worked alongside Changpu for many years, he was well aware of his capabilities. He stood up and said to Qin Runin, "Please come to my office for a moment." With a hint of confusion, Qin Runin nodded and followed Cheng Feng into his office. Brother Feng has summoned Qin Runin. Could it be that he intends to reprimand her? Mo-Do pondered anxiously, craning his neck to peer towards Cheng Feng's office. The door was closed, obscuring any view. And wasn't he the boss, typically the most opposed to solitary actions? Do I appear so lacking in grace in your eyes? And Changpu felt at a loss for words, unable to articulate his thoughts. He could not comprehend what had transpired. Moments ago, the atmosphere had seemingly lightened, only to have her mood darken once again. Who could endure such volatility? Mo-Dong shook his head. I always believed that Tianmi and Dr. Liu were incompatible, but I later realized they were merely a pair of affectionate adversaries. In my opinion, you and Qin Runin truly exemplify the notion of being ill-fated. Upon hearing this, a peculiar glimmer sparked in Tianmi's eyes, and a smile graced her lips. As her gaze shifted, she noticed the two men observing her with curiosity, prompting her to hastily wave her hands. "It's nothing. Nothing at all." While he was preoccupied with his internal musings, the door to Cheng Feng's office swung open, and Qin Runin emerged with a stoic expression. And Changpu, upon hearing the commotion, lifted his head just in time to meet Cheng Feng's gaze. Cheng Feng beckoned him with a gesture, and Changpu, understanding the unspoken cue, rose and took his notebook with him. As he entered Cheng Feng's office, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. After his recent conversation with Qin Runin, he pondered the reason for Cheng Feng's summons. "Chief, she sustained minor injuries during the capture of Yao Chang. You aren't going to scold her too harshly, are you?" And Changpu inquired, his heart growing uneasy at Cheng Feng's words. Cheng Feng shook his head. "Am I the type to hold grudges against others? Previously, I arranged for the two of you to investigate together, partly because at that time Tianyang and Mo-Do had not yet completed their tasks, and also due to my awareness of Qin Runin's work style during her time in City B. I believe that your complementary styles would yield favorable results. However, to my dismay, numerous minor frictions have persisted between you over these days. Consequently, I cannot help but ponder whether my decision was misguided. I recently summoned Qin Runin, not only to caution her against further recklessness, but also to inquire about her thoughts. Should she wish to change partners, I would reassign Tianyang to work alongside you on the current case, while Qin Runin could collaborate with Tianmi or Mo-Do instead. I intend to speak with Tianyang shortly to discuss the progress with him." And Changpu listened to Cheng Feng's words and nodded, already having arrived at a conclusion in his mind. There was no need for such a change. Qin Runan had not consented to switch partners. Cheng Feng's subsequent remarks were somewhat unexpected. She suggested that I inquire with you. If you find her unbearable and are unwilling to continue the collaboration, she would relinquish this case. Thus, I called you in to seek your opinion. Given that you share this sentiment, I shall allow you both to continue the investigation, hoping you can swiftly find common ground and refrain from letting personal emotions interfere with your work. Noticing that Changpu had made up his mind, Cheng Feng refrained from further interference. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "To my knowledge, both of you graduated in the same year. I am curious if you were acquainted during your time at school, as Qin Runan's family background is rather unique. I did not know her before, but I have heard a bit about her situation from former classmates. She has faced considerable challenges, born into a family that favors sons over daughters. And her family's financial situation is far from favorable. It is said that besides herself, there is another sister and a brother. After completing her compulsory education, her sister dropped out of school, leaving her to struggle alone to finish university, undoubtedly enduring numerous hardships along the way. Upon learning about Qin Runan's background, Cheng Feng felt a deeper sense of sympathy and admiration for this strong-willed young woman. Achieving her current status has not been easy for her, and it would be wise for you to show more understanding in your daily work." Of course, and Changpu readily agreed, glancing down at the work records in his hand, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "When you called me in earlier, I thought for sure Qin Runan would request a change of personnel, and I had mentally prepared to hand over the case details to someone else. To my surprise, she did not accept the idea of changing personnel." Cheng Feng chuckled and reminded him, "In the coming days, you should shoulder a bit more of the workload and ensure that Qin Runan goes for her checkup." Chapter 32. The Temptation of Interests. As Changpu exited Cheng Feng's office, Qin Runan's gaze followed him intently. "Is it time for the handover? Who will take over my case?" Seeing Changpu approach with a blank expression, she quickly reached for the case materials on her desk. Changpu pulled up a chair beside Qin Runan's desk, placed his notebook on the table, and said to her, "Come, tell me if Luan Mei mentioned anything noteworthy today. Who will take over the follow-up on this case? Shouldn't we also call in my successor?" Qin Runan was still somewhat bewildered by the situation. "If you truly find me unbearable, you may seek a request from Brother Feng. However, I believe our collaboration has been quite fruitful, and I have no intention of seeking a replacement." And Changpu opened his notebook, gazing at Qin Runan, asking if they could commence now. Qin Runan hesitated for a moment, her expression inscrutable, yet she seemed to relax all at once. She retrieved her notes from a previous conversation with Luan Mei and shared with Changpu the details Luan Mei had mentioned. Luan Mei held a decidedly dismissive attitude towards her father, viewing him as an exceedingly selfish individual, devoid of the responsibilities that a husband and father ought to uphold. She harbored a profound disdain for Lu Min's fervent desire to transition into a woman. According to Luan Mei, since Lu Min was so intent on realizing his dream of becoming a woman, he ought to adopt a more resolute stance, refraining from compromising with his parents and foregoing marriage and fatherhood. Once he had made such compromises, marrying and fathering children, he should relinquish past aspirations and focus wholeheartedly on living a fulfilling life. Qin Runan noted that during her conversation with Luan Mei, this young woman in her early 20s exhibited a rather pessimistic view towards the opposite sex, believing that all men were untrustworthy and unreliable. Was it not somewhat unfair to generalize all males based solely on her father's actions? Upon hearing this, Changpu felt a sense of perplexity. Generally speaking, family members may exert a certain degree of influence on an individual's worldview and perspectives on love and relationships. However, Lu Min's situation is rather unique. After all, not all men harbor a dream of a woman in their hearts. It seems somewhat exaggerated that Luan Mei's negative perception of male attitudes stems solely from her father. Qin Runan shook her head and offered another reason contributing to Luan Mei's mindset: her brother-in-law, Lu Ji. Luan Mei recounted to Qin Runan that ever since Lu Ji married Lu Enju, he has never contributed anything to the Lu family. Whenever he visits, he behaves like a spoiled young master, expecting everything to be served to him, while Lu Enju dutifully caters to his every whim. Subsequently, Lu Ji left in a fit of anger, taking Lu Enju with him, and shortly thereafter, gossip began to circulate in the village regarding Lu Min's surgery to transition into a woman. And Changpu then inquired why Lu Ji's attitude shifted from opposition to support. You make a valid point. Is there anything else? He asked. Did Lu Anmei ever mention her mother's stance on her father's transition? What about the conversations between Ding Mulan and Lu Min? And Changpu did not harbor great expectations for the answers to these questions, as it was likely that Lu Anmei, being their child, would not be privy to the discussions between Ding Mulan and Lu Min. Did Ding Mulan inform Lu Anmei of Lu Jun's intentions in seeking out Lu Min? No, at that time. Lu Jun seemed to deliberately avoid the other members of the family, wishing to keep the conversation between the two brothers concealed. Thus, Ding Mulan only observed their grim expressions as they left, noticing from a distance Lu Jun pushing Lu Min. However, she did not disclose the reasons to Lu Anmei, nor was she certain if it was due to genuine ignorance or a reluctance to share with her daughter. Qin Runan remarked, and Changpu furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before rising to address Qin Runan. I will first contact the Jiangkou District Bureau to inquire about Lu Ji's situation, and then we shall continue our discussion. I still have several questions regarding this case that remain unresolved. With that, he hurriedly made the call. Chapter 33. Testing the waters. As soon as Changpu departed, Tianmi, who had been preoccupied with her own affairs, hastened over and took the seat recently vacated by Changpu. I heard you two were classmates? She inquired excitedly, leaning closer to Qin Runan. Qin Runan paused momentarily, nodded, and retrieved the emptied hot water bag from her drawer, handing it to Tianmi. Thank you for the hot water bag. There's no need for such formality. I enrolled later than you. It is only natural for a junior to care for a senior. Tianmi accepted the hot water bag and casually set it aside, her mind clearly preoccupied with other thoughts. Sister Runan, did you know Changpu during your school days? Tianmi's affectionate tone and demeanor grew more intimate, which only heightened Qin Runan's discomfort. Her gaze fixated on Tianmi, her expression betraying a struggle to contain something within. How could it possibly be the same? It is often said that a person appears one way while in school, only to emerge as someone entirely different upon leaving its gates. Indeed, change is an inevitable aspect of human nature. When I first met him, he had already been in the workforce for quite some time. Who could possibly fathom what his demeanor was like during his university days? Tianmi mused, and perhaps lost in thought, she let out a soft chuckle. A subtle tension formed between Qin Runan's brows, a complex emotion stirring within her heart. Suddenly, her patience waned, yet upon noticing the hot water bottle on the table, she quelled her irritation and replied coolly, There has been no change. There is no need for curiosity. Oh, Tianmi detected an inkling, her smile broadening. Did you not just say you didn't know him during university? Are you setting a trap, Runan? Qin Runan, caught in Tianmi's teasing, felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks and hastily conjured a somewhat forced explanation. In a tightly regulated institution, there are only so many students in a given major. Even if one does not know another personally, they are bound to have crossed paths. Why are you so intrigued by his affairs? Qin Runan finally could no longer contain her curiosity and interrupted Tianmi's incessant chatter, posing the question she had held back for quite some time. Tianmi, seemingly anticipating this inquiry, appeared unfazed and, with a playful grin, replied, You know, opposites attract while similarities repel. It is a natural law. The more exceptional an individual of the opposite sex, the more they tend to capture attention. In our serious crimes unit, Tian Yang is my brother and Cheng Feng, my senior, has settled into marriage. The only ones left are Changpu and Mo Do. As an unmarried young woman, I must admit that Changpu, in terms of appearance, personality, and professional capability, is undoubtedly a promising candidate. She spoke passionately while observing Qin Runan's increasingly awkward demeanor, secretly reveling in her delight. Suddenly, she noticed the confusion in Qin Runan's eyes, which had shifted from her to something behind her. Tianmi slowly turned around, feeling an ominous premonition. Upon turning, she discovered Lu Xiangdong had arrived at some point, standing not far behind her, arms crossed, listening with a bemused expression. "Oh, when did you sneak in?" Tianmi exclaimed, leaping from her chair to run to his side, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Just in time to hear you discussing promising stocks. I had no idea you were so knowledgeable about finance. Do you have a penchant for promising stocks?" Lu Xiangdong raised an eyebrow, inquiring about Tianmi's interests. With a playful giggle, she clung to his arm, teasingly responding, "How could that be? I'm holding on to high-performing stocks." Lu Xiangdong, both indulgent and slightly exasperated, shook his head. "I wonder what scheme you are concocting this time. Come on." As she complied, she released Lu Xiangdong, donned her coat, and before departing, she introduced Qin Runan, who still looked somewhat bewildered, saying, "Sister Runan, this is my boyfriend, Lu Xiangdong. Lu Xiangdong, this is my new colleague, Qin Runan. It is the fiancé." Lu Xiangdong nodded at Qin Runan, a silent acknowledgement, while correcting Tianmi's address. Qin Runan gazed in astonishment at Tianmi and her tall, handsome yet frosty fiancé as they exited the Major Crimes Unit's office. Suddenly, she grasped the intent behind Tianmi's earlier exuberant chatter and, reflecting on her own reaction, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. A sense of panic washed over her, as if her secret had been laid bare, prompting her to bury her face in her hands and emit a frustrated groan. "As long as everything is fine, if anything feels amiss, please do not conceal it." And Changpu expressed his concern, for Qin Runan's earlier tussle with Yao Chong lingered in his mind, leaving him uneasy about her possibly hiding her injuries. Qin Runan nodded, then abruptly lifted her head to look at Changpu, saying, "Tianmi's fiancé just came." And Changpu glanced at the time and chuckled, "Goodness. He arrived over half an hour early. It seems Dr. Lu is quite eager to wed." "You seem rather pleased about Tianmi's marriage," Qin Runan remarked casually, her eyes fixed on the documents before her. "I do not require a break. Let us go together," she declined Changpu's kind offer. Having grown accustomed to her strong-willed nature, Changpu refrained from further persuasion and acquiesced to her request. The two promptly set off, preparing to visit Lu Jun's residence. Chapter 34. Misfortune at home. As they departed from the Public Security Bureau, there remained merely over an hour until the end of the workday. Estimating the distance ahead, it seemed unlikely that both individuals could conclude their day punctually. Fortunately, prior to their departure, Changpu and Qin Runan had discussed this predicament, and both were unconcerned about it. While driving towards Jiangkou District, the two sat in silence, one focused on the road, the other quietly gazing out the window. Due to an injury, Qin Runan found movement cumbersome, thus the responsibility of driving naturally fell to Changpu. She settled into a relatively comfortable position in the passenger seat. Lost in thought, "What are you contemplating?" After observing Qin Runan for some time, Changpu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Suddenly, Qin Runan's cheeks flushed as she met Changpu's gaze. Quickly averting her eyes, she replied, "It's nothing, just pondering the Lu Min case. What is so peculiar about it?" In fact, these past days, he too had reflected upon it. Within Lu Min's household, be it his wife Ding Mulan, their two daughters, or son-in-law Lu Ji, even those who verbally professed support or indifference, aside from the entanglements of interest, likely harbored an element of family disgrace that must not be revealed. Regardless of their internal acceptance, they would strive to uphold the dignity of their kin in the presence of outsiders. Yet, Lu Jun was indeed an intriguing character. From their very first encounter, he never concealed his disdain and contempt for his brother Lu Min. He even took the initiative to criticize him, seemingly unperturbed by the exposure of their familial shame. After Changpu finished speaking, he turned to glance at the silent Qin Runan. "Don't you find it rather peculiar?" At this moment, Qin Runan had composed herself, her expression returning to its usual tranquility. Having listened to Changpu's words, she concurred with his sentiment. "Indeed, it is strange. However, what I find most curious is why he, after severing ties with the other party, angrily sought out Lu Min. The brothers had previously quarreled fiercely over Lu Min's decision to sell their parents' burial plot, using the proceeds entirely for gender reassignment surgery, a matter both families were well aware of. Yet, Later, when Lu Jun approached Lu Min, he deliberately avoided others. This leads me to suspect that Lu Jun's disdain for Lu Min, expressed before us, is not solely due to the sale of their parents' grave. This is intriguing. Previously, the brothers had a bitter fallout over financial matters, a situation both families understood well. However, the subsequent events remain known only to the two of them, suggesting that the recent issue may not revolve around money. "How is Lu Ji managing?" Qin Runan inquired. The conversation abruptly halted, and a profound silence enveloped the car. Upon exiting, Qin Runan took a few steps but felt uncomfortable under the unabashed scrutiny of onlookers. She couldn't help but inwardly reflect on how fortunate it was that neither the vehicle nor she and Changpu bore any conspicuous police insignia during the investigation. Otherwise, they might have attracted quite a crowd. Due to the extensive bruising on Qin Runan's waist, her movements were constrained, and she was unable to take large strides. Changpu, mindful of this, adjusted their pace accordingly, and before they could even step into the small courtyard of the Lu family, a well-meaning neighbor shouted from behind, "Old Lu's family. You have visitors." The neighbor's booming voice was likely audible even within the house, and soon after, there was a commotion inside. Lu Jun, who had previously met both Qin Runan and Changpu, emerged from the house, dressed in long trousers and a tank top, a light jacket draped over his shoulders, and hurriedly pushed the door open. Without a hint of surprise, he smiled at the pair already in the courtyard and beckoned them inside. From the outside, Lu Jun's home appeared to be of a similar modest economic condition as the Ru family's, yet it was evident that it had been meticulously maintained. A small path of cement bricks led from the entrance to the front door, flanked by patches of land, which had been divided into neat squares with bricks. Some squares still held blossoms that had yet to wilt, while others were planted with green onions and similar vegetables. Opposite the dwelling, there stood a modest storage room, where various simple farming tools were neatly arranged beneath the eaves. Seeing Qin Runan and Changpu surveying his courtyard, Lu Jun seemed a bit self-conscious. "My home is rather unremarkable. Please excuse the simplicity," he remarked. And Changpu responded, "You are too modest. I find your home quite well kept. Certainly more orderly and cleaner than the Ru family's." He then casually mentioned Ru Min. A hint of disdain immediately appeared on Lu Jun's face as he remarked, "A family, after all, relies on the support of a man. Those without a man at home cannot be compared to those who do. Did you anticipate our arrival?" Qin Runan suddenly inquired. Lu Jun was taken aback, shaking his head in confusion. How could I have foreseen such a thing? Soon after, it seemed he suddenly grasped the reason behind Qin Runan's question, as if struck by a revelation. He tapped his forehead and gestured towards the window by the door, saying, "I heard old Sheng from next door bellowing just now, so I looked out the window and happened to see you both entering. Otherwise, I am no Zhuge Liang. How could I possess such extraordinary foresight? Is it a convenient time for you now? We wish to inquire further about your brother, Lu Min." And Changpu did not rush to enter, but first sought Lu Jun's consent at the doorway. Lu Jun did not refuse. Whether it was due to the presence of the police at his doorstep making it difficult to decline or a genuine desire to assist, he opened the door and gestured for the two to enter, his expression a mix of helplessness and slight indignation. "I have no particular inconvenience at this time. After all, aside from matters concerning Lu Min, there is little else that could prompt the police to visit. To have such a relative is truly a misfortune for my family." Lu Jun sighed heavily and followed Changpu and the others inside, pointing towards the direction of the living room. "Please, take a seat." Chapter 35. The Lu couple. The atmosphere within the home of the Lu family mirrored that of the courtyard outside, although the furnishings appeared somewhat antiquated. They were meticulously maintained and orderly. The modest living room featured two upholstered sofas with wooden armrests, their leather cushions cracked with age, revealing wisps of grayish-white threads from within the fissures. The backs of the sofas were adorned with white fabric covers, while a folding dining table stood nestled between one of the sofas and the wall. Opposite these worn sofas, a combination cabinet occupied the other side of the room, flanked by taller side cabinets, with a glass display case in the center. Below it sat a television that bore an air of nostalgia, its blue paint chipped and faded. and even the metal handles of the side cabinets exhibited signs of rust. The room was suffused with the savory aroma of cooking, accompanied by the sounds of stir-frying emanating from the kitchen. "Have you two had dinner yet? My wife is preparing a meal, though it may be simple fare. If you haven't eaten, why not join us for a bite?" Lu Jun offered, gesturing for Changpu and Qin Runin to take a seat before settling down himself. Initially, no one spoke, allowing the sounds from the kitchen to grow increasingly distinct. "No need for that. Let us be quick about it. We aim to avoid disturbing your dinner." And Changpu replied with his characteristic good-natured demeanor, smiling at Lu Jun. Lu Jun returned the smile, though his expression seemed somewhat awkward, perhaps due to nerves or uncertainty. "What is it you wish to inquire about regarding my brother?" he asked, breaking the silence. "Today, we have gathered to discuss Ding Mulan." Unexpectedly, Qin Runin offered an entirely different perspective, and Changpu paused momentarily upon hearing her words, while Lu Jun appeared somewhat astonished. However, Changpu seemed to quickly grasp Qin Runin's intention, whereas Lu Jun appeared rather uncomfortable. "What can I say?" He sat forward in his chair, rubbing his hands together. "Ding Mulan is my brother's wife. My brother underwent a procedure that left him neither fully male nor female, and now he has passed away. As his elder, how can I speak ill of my former sister-in-law? Are you implying that you harbor some discontent towards Ding Mulan, making it difficult for you to voice your opinions?" Qin Runin deliberately twisted Lu Jun's words in a malicious direction, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. "That is not how it should be interpreted. I have always been one to assist reason over kinship. This woman, Ding Mulan, truly leaves one speechless. If I must be critical, I can only say she is excessively timid, which has contributed to the indulgence of Lu Min to this extent. Yet, one must consider face. The deceased have departed, and the living must continue to navigate life with their dignity intact." Though Lu Jun's words were not explicitly clear, there lingered a hint of reproach towards Ding Mulan. "Are you suggesting that Lu Min's decision to undergo surgery was influenced by Ding Mulan?" And Changpu was taken aback by this implication. He could hardly fathom how a woman might encourage her husband to transform into a woman. Upon hearing Changpu's interpretation, Lu Jun realized the misunderstanding and lightly slapped his own cheek, exclaiming, "What a clumsy tongue I have. I can't seem to articulate myself clearly. What I meant to say was that my parents were of advanced age then and beyond reasoning with, hence my rash declaration of non-interference. However, while the elders could perhaps be excused for their inability to control matters, how could Ding Mulan, as a wife, also abdicate her responsibility? She allowed Lu Min to engage in disgraceful conduct. That woman is simply spineless, acquiescing to her husband in all things. A commendable wife is not merely obedient. In my estimation, had she possessed a modicum of assertiveness and guided Lu Min, the lad wouldn't have spiraled further and further out of control, ultimately meeting his demise." "I take exception to that remark." A voice interjected, presumably having overheard the conversation from the kitchen. Before the speaker even appeared, her resonant tones filled the living room. "Always eavesdropping, aren't you?" Lu Jun retorted loudly toward the kitchen, then turned to Changpu and Qin Runin with a sheepish smile, explaining, "My wife." A loudmouth. As he spoke, a slender woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of soup. Upon entering the living room, she gestured at Lu Jun with a pout, demanding, "Hurry and clear the table. My fingers are about to be scalded. With skin as thick as tree bark, you fancy yourself a delicate maiden?" Lu Jun mumbled under his breath, yet his hands and feet displayed no hesitation as he deftly extracted the table from the narrow space between the sofa and the wall, setting it down with remarkable swiftness. He took the bowl of soup from the woman's hands, placing it carefully onto the table. "You should put a cloth underneath. Otherwise, the table will get scorched. How much would it cost to buy a new one?" As the woman chided Lu Jun, her curious gaze shifted to Qin Runin and to Changpu. "Are you two police officers?" And Changpu nodded in response. Lu saw, appearing to possess an affable and loquacious disposition, turned to instruct her husband to fetch the remaining dishes from the kitchen. She promptly assumed her husband's earlier role, plopping down into a chair and engaging in conversation with Qin Runin and Changpu. "Do not heed Lu Jun's earlier nonsense. He lacks ambition and his thinking is painfully antiquated. As for Lu Min, he has always been rather peculiar. Even his parents could not restrain him in life. So how could Ding Mulan, as his wife, possibly chain him to the home like a dog? If it were up to me, I would not attempt to contain him. The house is mine. The land is mine. The children are mine. If you choose to be a woman, you can leave with nothing and go wherever you wish. After all, a man like that makes no difference whether he is present or absent and merely adds another mouth to feed. In her role as a woman, Lu Desa wholly embraced Ding Mulan's perspective, and the mere mention of Lu Min ignited a fire of indignation within her. I never claimed that Ding Mulan is not a good woman, nor did I imply that she has not contributed enough to the family or to Lu Min. After all, he is still my brother. Who would wish to witness their brother's ultimate downfall? I merely sought to vent my frustrations. Lu Jun brought the remaining dishes to the table, and as he placed the bowl down, engrossed in their conversation, he nearly grazed his finger on the jagged edge. Blowing gently on his finger, he then found a chair to sit. At times, I cannot help but ponder that had Lu Min chosen a formidable wife, perhaps he might have behaved more decently, avoiding such egregious actions. When Lu Min sold your parents' burial plot, how much did he receive in total? And Changpu inquired after Lu Jun had finished expressing his grievances. Lu Jun's expression darkened slightly. He was reluctant to divulge the amount, but I overheard others mention it was around 100,000. Chapter 36. The Widow's Vigil amid her lamentations. She began to weep quietly. Lu Jun was taken aback by his wife's intense reaction, momentarily at a loss. His hands instinctively reached forward, uncertain whether to approach or to refrain. "Fetch a damp towel to wipe her face," he suggested helplessly. Qin Runin produced a tissue and handed it to Lu Desa, subtly prompting Lu Jun. After a spell, Lu Desa's sobs gradually subsided, and she wiped her tears with the tissue, only to lift her gaze and find the two of them watching her intently. Feeling embarrassed, she lowered her head shyly, focusing on her shoes, occasionally shedding a few more tears. "I apologize for causing you to laugh at me." After allowing her emotions to settle for a moment, Lu Desao's sobs subsided slightly. She took the initiative to address Changpu and Qin Runin, while casting a fierce glare at her husband, who hurriedly brought her a warm towel. "It is not that I am driven by greed. I would not even spare the grave of the elderly, if no one were to disturb my in-laws' resting place. Even if someone offered 200,000 or 300,000, I would remain unmoved. However, Lu Min took it upon himself to sell the grave, and now that it has been sold and the remains relocated, I cannot disregard that sum of money." The mere mention of the 100,000 from the grave sale ignited Lu Desao's anger. With a hasty swipe, she wiped her face with the towel and forcefully tossed it to Lu Jun, who awkwardly took it to the kitchen to tidy up. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. "If we could have received even a portion of that money, it would have sufficed for a proper acknowledgement when our daughter gives birth. Her in-laws would not have been so critical. Our conflict with them has caused my daughter to weep every day during her confinement. My heart aches. If only Lu Min had not hoarded that money." Lu Jun's sudden outburst of fury startled Lu Desao. Unsure whether she feared his anger or simply wished to avoid further conflict in front of the two outsiders, she refrained from retorting. Instead, she rose in indignation and stormed out of the living room. As she passed her husband, whether by intention or accident, her shoulder collided sharply with Lu Jun, causing him to stumble. "Oh, do not take it to heart. It is merely the trivial squabbles of married life. After your marriage, when you reach our age, you will understand." With a huff, Lu Desao stormed off, leaving Lu Jun feeling somewhat uneasy. As he attempted to explain, he let out a resigned sigh, stating, "My wife is not typically a materialistic person. She has genuinely been pushed to her limits this time. My eldest daughter's in-laws are utterly unreasonable." And Changpu, naturally lacking curiosity about Lu Jun's daughter's in-laws, was far more interested in Lu Jun's own thoughts. He offered Lu Jun a sympathetic smile, saying, "Every family has its own struggles. Everyone encounters troublesome matters at some point. I understand." This remark seemed to relieve Lu Jun, prompting him to settle down slowly. "Why didn't you inform your family about Lu Min selling the grave for 100,000 yuan? once Lu Jun was seated. And Changpu inquired in a calm, conversational tone, "Do you have sympathy for Ding Mulan?" Previously, while waiting at the police station for DNA sampling, Ding Mulan and Lu Jun had barely exchanged words, displaying a cool demeanor towards one another. Therefore, when Lu Jun mentioned relinquishing the opportunity to claim the money from Lu Min for selling their parents' grave, attributing the main reason to his consideration for Ding Mulan and her daughter, Qin Runin was taken aback. "Miss, do you find it rather amusing that I cannot even manage my own life yet am concerned with the troubles of others?" Lu Jun misinterpreted Qin Runin's question. She remained silent, neither clarifying nor affirming. What attitude does Ding Mulan exhibit? She did not consent. Regardless of who persuaded her, her stance remained unchanged. She claimed to still share a bond with Lu Min, stating that, whether or not it was love, there existed an emotional connection akin to kinship. Thus, she resolutely refused to heed anyone's counsel, preferring instead to remain loyal to Lu Min. One must ponder. A woman would rather live in a state of solitary confinement than abandon her role as a daughter-in-law of the Lu family. How could I, as her elder brother-in-law, be so callous as to pursue her over a matter of money? Just as Lu Jun finished speaking, Luda's wife entered the room. Her eyelids appeared slightly swollen, yet her spirits seemed considerably lifted. Upon entering, she shot Lu Jun a glare and plopped herself down on a chair, snorting in disdain. "What do you know?" she retorted. "Who says Ding Mulan is living in solitude? I'm not spouting nonsense. Before Lu Min's passing, their relationship had improved significantly, as you all are aware. His surgery was never completed. They merely installed a pair of prosthetic breasts, leaving everything else untouched. The two of them still had their moments together." As she continued, Luda's wife seemed to realize that, in front of her husband and two young male detectives, her words might be somewhat inappropriate. Mid-sentence, she faltered, her voice trailing off. Nonetheless, those listening could easily infer the underlying implication of her statements. Qin Runin felt a tinge of embarrassment and turned her face away, covering her mouth with the back of her hand to stifle a cough. Although, as a police officer, she had encountered various situations, she was still a young, unmarried woman, and discussing such matters openly caused her cheeks to flush. If it were about someone else's affairs, Lu Jun might feel somewhat embarrassed by his wife's words. However, now that Lu Xiao was discussing her own brother and sister-in-law, his astonishment far surpassed any sense of discomfort. "How come I've never heard of this? How do you know such things?" His eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Xiao shrugged her shoulders and replied, "Ding Mulan and I are sisters-in-law, and being women, there are certain matters we can discuss. These are private issues among women. Who would dare to share them with other men?" "Are you suggesting that Lu Min did not complete the gender reassignment surgery because of Ding Mulan?" At this moment, Qin Runin also set aside her initial embarrassment. Lu Xiao's words took her by surprise. She had assumed that Lu Min's incomplete surgery was related to financial circumstances. After all, a middle-aged man who could abandon his wife and daughter to spend money on transitioning would likely possess little sense of responsibility, and it seemed unreasonable to expect otherwise. Had she previously judged Lu Min too harshly? "Is that what you mean?" she asked, sensing skepticism in her tone. "How can you expect me to believe that?" Lu Xiao retorted. "A person who could sell the graves of his own parents to become a woman. Oh, he spent tens of thousands on silicone, right?" "Silicone," Qin Runin affirmed, supplying the word. Meanwhile, Lu Jun stood off to the side, dazed and staring blankly, as if he had not heard any of Lu Xiao's subsequent remarks. All are women. Yet Lu Dajia failed to notice that her husband had become thoroughly distracted beside her. She continued to chatter incessantly to Changpu, or more specifically, to Qin Runin, a fellow woman, thumping her chest as she lamented the plight of Ding Mulan. The man of the house was ineffectual and harbored a desire to embody femininity, neglecting all responsibilities. It was solely upon her shoulders that the burdens of earning a living and managing household chores rested. With two children, the younger one demonstrated some understanding, albeit with a stubborn temperament, while the elder displayed a complete lack of consideration, perpetually opposing their mother and rarely engaging in virtuous deeds. Now, with Lu Min's demise, the younger one remained unwed. Should Ding Mulan be compelled to live with the eldest couple, it would likely be worse than enduring solitude. Was Lu Enju truly so unfilial? And Changpu was somewhat taken aback by Lu Dajiao's disparaging remarks about Lu Enju. Had Lu Min still been alive, perhaps Lu Enju and her husband would have treated him with greater kindness, as the girl had always been close to her father since childhood. However, with Ding Mulan remaining, her association with Lu Enju and Lu Ji promised no better fortune. After all, Ding Mulan had vehemently opposed the union of Lu Ji and Lu Enju from the outset. It seems that Lu Enju harbors resentment to this day. As Lu Deseo spoke, Lu Jun suddenly scrubbed his feet vigorously against the coarse concrete floor, producing a loud sound that startled Lu Deseo. She quickly glanced at him, realizing that he was not trying to silence her, but merely lost in thought, his actions unintentional. She then turned back to continue her narrative. Initially, Ding Mulan believed that Lu Ji was an unreliable man, unsuitable for a life together, which led her to disapprove. Nevertheless, the eldest insisted on pursuing a relationship with him, and before they knew it, she found herself pregnant with his child. The Lu family was not particularly enthusiastic about their marriage, but with the unexpected pregnancy, they had no choice but to hastily arrange for a wedding. This turn of events seemed promising, yet unexpectedly, just before the wedding, Lu Enju suffered a miscarriage, and thereafter, she remained silent on the matter, enduring hardships within the marriage. Lu Ji's mere mention would render her mute. When Lu Min was alive, did the couple ever request money from their in-laws? Qin Runan inquired. Lu Jun sighed heavily, drawing the attention of the other three to him in an instant. What is wrong with you? If something is bothering you, just say it instead of lamenting. Lu Deseo expressed her confusion over her husband's demeanor. To her surprise, he voiced his intention to confront Lu Min about the matter. Qin Runan glanced at Changpu, who appeared somewhat excited. It seemed that the reason behind the discord between the brothers, Lu Jun and Lu Min, would soon be unveiled. Chapter 38. Bad news travels far, and why did Lu Min engage in many outrageous deeds while outside? After Changpu and the others finished speaking, they seized the opportunity to inquire. Lu Jun had been absorbed in his own thoughts, and when his wife pressed him with a question, he instinctively voiced a sentiment he had been harboring. Now, confronted by Changpu's inquiry, he was momentarily taken aback, only to realize what he had just uttered. A look of regret washed over his face, as if he had inadvertently let slip a secret. At that moment, it was not only Changpu and Qin Runan who regarded him with a mixture of doubt and confusion, but even his own wife looked at him in bewilderment. Lu Jun found it impossible to retreat back into silence. He seemed to be grappling with his own discomfort at having spoken out of turn, his expression darkening as he sighed heavily. Eventually, amidst his wife's persistent questioning about why he had sought trouble with Lu Min again, he reluctantly began to speak. To be honest, I dislike voicing this. I find it quite embarrassing. Moreover, I truly hadn't anticipated that he wouldn't continue with the remaining surgery last night. My intention was to reconcile with Ding Mulan. I had heard some unsettling rumors, stating that he had changed his name to Lu Bing and was behaving like a socialite, flamboyantly adorned and entangled with various individuals. When you say entangled, do you mean in an ambiguous manner? Qin Runan found Lu Jun's words rather vague, yet as she prepared to probe further, she realized that the words were difficult to articulate. Upon hearing Qin Runan's somewhat discreet inquiry, Lu Jun's sun-kissed, dark complexion involuntarily flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he nodded curtly, intending to leave the matter unelaborated. Little did he anticipate that his reluctant utterances would ignite the curiosity of Sister Lu. Enough. It's hardly a good thing. Why are you asking so many questions? Lu Jun was somewhat irked, yet felt constrained to express his frustration in front of the two police officers. With a grim countenance, he shot a glare at his wife. Sister Lu, momentarily taken aback by the surprising developments, failed to recognize that such matters could be deemed family disgrace. Given the presence of outsiders, particularly law enforcement, it was only natural for her husband to refrain from further elaboration. Regretfully, she closed her mouth, ceasing her inquiries, while furtively casting anxious glances at the other two individuals. I believe Sister Lu's questions were quite pertinent. We, too, are eager to inquire. And Changpu maintained his smile, exuding a sense of approachability, But as he spoke, he adeptly utilized Sister Lu's earlier questions to corner Lu Jun into a discussion he wished to evade, while unkindly prompting another glare from Lu Jun directed at his wife. Is this person connected to Lu Min? Is he perhaps someone who has been entangled with Lu Min, tricked out of his money? Qin Runan inquired. Lu Jun shook his head. I asked him too. He denied it. He simply couldn't stand it any longer, found it utterly disgusting, and thus came to me for assistance. Upon hearing such a response, Qin Runan's eyes were filled with skepticism. Although one might find repugnant the ostentatious and deceitful demeanor of someone like Lu Min, who seemed to embody a rather grotesque caricature of femininity, the absence of any reports to the authorities regarding Lu Min's alleged scams could suggest that his supposed fraudulent activities were merely trivial, perhaps involving petty gains rather than substantial sums. This raises the question of why someone would be so infuriated as to confront Lu Min's brother for an explanation. It implies that there exists some entanglement of interests between the two. The motive behind the denial is quite straightforward. Any man, if he were to find himself in a compromising situation with another man, would likely wish to keep such matters concealed from the world. So you sought out Lu Min? Indeed, I was quite angry at the time. For many years, he had insisted on undergoing surgery to become a woman, causing our parents considerable distress. After their passing, he went so far as to sell the graves of our parents to fund his surgery, which led to rampant gossip throughout the village, resulting in our family being subjected to scornful glances. This was already humiliating enough. Because of him, not only did I feel awkward in the presence of Ding Mulan, but simply encountering anyone from the village was a source of deep embarrassment. To my utter astonishment, Lu Min had the audacity to abandon his affairs in a neighboring village. And then he sent someone to our home, pointing a finger at me and demanding that I discipline my brother. Frankly, I, Lu Jun, have never endured such disgrace in my entire life. Tell me, have I wronged anyone? As Lu Jun spoke, he was filled with a torrent of grievances yearning for release. At that time, he sought your assistance in disciplining the villagers of the neighboring community. Are you acquainted with them? And Changpu listened quietly to Lu Jun's words of regret before finally posing the question. I know them, but we are not familiar. I only know their names. Why? Do you suspect him to be involved with my brother's affairs? Lu Jun appeared somewhat taken aback. That man is Lu Yuxiang, from the neighboring village. There aren't many surnamed Lu in their community, so if you are searching for him, it shouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 39. Rodenticide. After inquiring about Lu Yuxiang's circumstances, and Changpu and Qin Runan politely declined the persistent invitations of the Lu Jun couple to join them for dinner. As they prepared to leave, Lu Jun and his wife insisted on accompanying them to the door, their fervent hospitality leaving the two somewhat overwhelmed. Regardless of how much my brother may have transgressed, he is still my flesh and blood. The anguish of his demise weighs heavily on my heart. You are laboring tirelessly to solve this case, and as family, we are powerless to assist, truly a burden for you. Lu Jun, realizing he could not persuade the two police officers to dine with them, resorted to pleasantries. And Changpu smiled at him, but as Lu Jun spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon an object resting in the corner by the exterior wall of the small storage room. Oh, is that rodenticide? He suddenly altered his course, veering away from the cobblestone path and heading directly towards the storage room's corner, bending down to examine the nearly emptied small plastic bag. Alas! Alas! Indeed, it is rat poison. Lu Jun hurriedly approached, and Changpu straightened up, still wearing a smile on his face, somewhat embarrassed as he said to Lu Jun, "May I shamelessly ask you for some rat poison? It feels quite awkward to bring this up, but we have recently been plagued by rodents in our Public Security Bureau building. In this day and age, it is nearly impossible to find such poison in the city, and setting traps indoors is rather inconvenient. Of course, such a trivial matter is no problem at all." Lu Jun readily agreed, turning to his wife, Sister Lu, who was following behind. "Quickly go to the back room and fetch a new package for the police officer." Sister Lu promptly responded, lifting her leg to fetch the rat poison, but Changpu waved his hand, signaling her not to rush. He took out a plastic bag from his pocket, bending down carefully to place the small half package of rat poison inside. "No need for a whole package. This amount will suffice." and Changpu expressed his gratitude for the kindness of Lu Jun and his wife. Lu Jun looked at Changpu with a hint of suspicion as he carefully packed the rat poison, his expression revealing confusion. He asked, "Why aren't you touching the bag with your hands? Why are you wrapping it so tightly in a plastic bag?" Hearing this, Lu Jun chuckled and patted Changpu on the back. "You're quite amusing. The rat poison these days isn't potent. How toxic could it possibly be? You must be thinking of the old days. Let me tell you, this rat poison barely affects rats. As for humans, even if you got a bit on your hands or consumed half a package, it wouldn't be lethal. At most, you'd just have a bout of vomiting and diarrhea." Such words resonate with life. And Changpu jested with Lu Jun. Lu Jun's face flushed crimson as he rubbed the back of his head, shaking it slightly. What kind of life is involved in such matters? There was a woman in our village who quarreled with her husband and attempted suicide. She consumed nearly an entire packet and still survived. That's how I came to know of it. And Changpu chuckled lightly, expressing his gratitude to Lu Jun and his wife once more. Before departing with Qin Runin, they waved goodbye to the couple at the door and drove away. And Changpu, of course, had no intention of concealing anything from his partner. Previously, did not the forensic expert Zhao mention that when Lu Min died, traces of a toxin were detected in his body? It seemed he had been poisoned. Yet the amount was insufficient to be fatal. Given Lu Min's social circle, the types of poison he could easily procure were likely to be rodenticides or agricultural chemicals. However, the relationship between Lu Jun and Lu Min was strained. They had quarreled twice and nearly came to blows. With such animosity, would one truly have the opportunity to poison the other? Qin Runin harbored doubts regarding this. "I understand your point. I have considered this as well. If Lu Jun intended to poison Lu Min, he would indeed require assistance. By himself, as you said, the chances of success are exceedingly slim due to their fractured relationship." Exactly. Qin Runin's face flushed with embarrassment. If Changpu were not concerned about preserving her dignity, he might have found it difficult to suppress his laughter. He could only glance at Qin Runin and let out a gentle sigh. Your stomach is far wiser than your mind. What should undoubtedly take precedence at this moment? After the sound of hunger echoed, Qin Runin felt too embarrassed to deny her appetite and chose silence to alleviate her awkwardness. Along the way, Changpu received a phone call regarding the operational status of Lu Ji, which revealed preliminary investigation results. According to the inquiry, Lu Ji's business has consistently struggled, having shifted its focus 3 or 4 times. Not only is the business faltering, but Lu Ji's own conduct is also questionable. He frequently associates with some idlers from Jiangkou district, indulging in gambling at underground mahjong parlors. At times, the meager income from his small shop barely covers his gambling debts. Upon hearing this, Changpu could not help but shake his head, reflecting on the diverse and chaotic nature of this world. It is truly vexing that the Ru family seems unable to find a few reliable relatives. Chapter 40. Unpleasant Qin Runin had recently transferred from City B and was still unfamiliar with her surroundings, a veritable newcomer. In stark contrast, Changpu, despite having been away for over a year due to peacekeeping duties, received a warm welcome from everyone, from the management to the waitstaff. The young women who had been working in the small restaurant for some time eagerly approached him, showering him with inquiries about his well-being, leaving Changpu feeling overwhelmed and somewhat embarrassed. Although he had often been dispatched as the relatively junior member of the major crimes unit to procure meals, he had never established any substantial camaraderie with the restaurant's owner or its staff. Now, receiving such enthusiastic attention from near strangers while neglecting Qin Runin felt rather peculiar. Who would have thought that even in such a humble eatery, one could attract such admiration? By the time Changpu finally concluded his greetings, Qin Runin had grown weary of perusing the menu. Her playful remark nearly flushed his cheeks crimson, prompting him to clear his throat and shoot her a mildly displeased glance. "Is that a criticism of me?" "Not at all. Merely an observation on your remarkable personal charm," Qin Runin replied innocently, pouting slightly as she gestured for the waiter to come take their order. After she placed her order for 2 dishes, the waiter could no longer contain himself. He turned to Changpu and asked, Two people dining together surely cannot have just one ordering, right? Officer In, would you like to eat? His question left the waiter, who had been trying to advocate for In Changpu, in an awkward position as he exchanged an embarrassed smile with Qin Runin. Qin Runin set the menu aside and addressed the waiter. Isn't he a regular here? If you can recall what dishes he usually orders, feel free to add something that comes to mind. The waiter nodded in agreement, swiftly and skillfully adding another dish before departing. This young lady certainly had a remarkable memory. Prior to my time in peacekeeping, I indeed frequented the establishment and often ordered this particular dish. And Changpu was surprised that the waiter could genuinely remember his past preferences. Yet that dish was one I used to order solely for Tianyang. Memory, at times, is not merely a matter of being good or bad. It is often intertwined with the individuals involved. Thus, one might reflect that possessing an attractive appearance can be quite beneficial, as it tends to garner more favorable treatment wherever one goes. Qin Runin held her teacup, steam swirling around her, while her words carried a hint of chill. What you say makes it sound as though I am merely a pretty face relying on my looks. And Changpu found Qin Runin's remarks somewhat unpalatable, his expression growing slightly frosty. Surprised by his sensitivity to others' emphasis on his appearance, Qin Runin found herself at a loss, opting for silence instead. The two of them sat across from each other, one idly fiddling with her phone while the other intently scrutinized the menu. Fortunately, the dishes soon arrived in abundance, and they devoured their meals with a fervor akin to a whirlwind, as silence rendered conversation difficult. Eating heartily seemed the least awkward alternative. Moreover, after a long day's toil, both were ravenously hungry. Her work had just been transferred to City C, and she had yet to establish a residence there. To facilitate her daily commute and accommodate the erratic hours typical of a criminal investigator, she temporarily rented a room within a 20-minute walking distance from the police station. During this period, she had been walking to and from work daily, and the short distance had made it quite manageable. However, today was somewhat different. There exists a common trait among people. The exhaustion and discomfort that go unnoticed during busy times become increasingly palpable once the rush subsides. Suddenly, the abrupt sound of two honks startled Qin Runin. She turned to see a vehicle closely trailing her along the sidewalk, prompting her to halt. And the car came to a stop as well. The window rolled down to reveal In Changpu. Over the past few days, everyone had been using police vehicles for work, allowing Qin Runin to instantly recognize In Changpu's personal car. "Is there something you need?" she inquired, straightening her previously slightly hunched posture upon recognizing him. "Nothing urgent. Just remembered I almost forgot to give this to you." And Changpu retrieved a small box from the seat and tossed it out the window to Qin Runin. She reached out to catch it, discovering it was a box of Yunnan Baiyao spray. "It's not new. I've used it a few times before. I hope you don't mind. It can help alleviate pain and has its uses." "All right. Thank you." Qin Runin nodded in appreciation. "Are you sure you don't need a ride?" "It's on my way," and I noticed you. And Changpu's words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but faltered. While driving over, he had noticed Qin Runin's gait was somewhat unsteady, clearly indicating her discomfort. Yet, considering her fiercely competitive nature, he hesitated to address it directly. "No need. I'm fine," she replied, her response predictably dismissive. Seeing this, And Changpu chose not to press the matter further, nodding instead, raising the car window, and driving away. Qin Runin clutched the box of Yunnan Baiyao in her hands, slowly moving forward as she watched the taillights of In Changpu's car recede into the distance. Eventually swallowed by the flow of traffic, a sigh escaped her lips. The pain in her waist caused her posture to hunch slightly. Her fingers traced the surface of the Yunnan Baiyao box as she pondered silently when her unappealing disposition would ever change. Unable to please others, it was she who endured the suffering. "Oh, Qin Runin, you truly are a foolish girl." Chapter 41. The Model Gentleman Lost in Thought. Qin Runin was abruptly jolted from her reverie as her phone vibrated on the table, startling her so much that she nearly leaped from her chair, aggravating her injury and triggering beads of sweat to form. "And Changpu, have you reached home?" Qin Runin: "Yes, anything up?" And Changpu: "Nothing urgent. Just a reminder not to forget your medication." Qin Runin: "Got it." And Changpu: Remember to use the antiseptic first, followed by the aerosol. If the pain persists by morning, don't hesitate. I'll help you take a leave, and you should see a doctor. Qin Runin held her phone, her gaze fixed on the screen for an extended period. A sense of relief began to wash over her as she took several deep breaths, tousling her hair and murmuring to herself, I won't think about it anymore. I won't think about it. I will think of nothing at all. Qin Runin pondered, you are always so concerned about others. Or is it that you reserve your special care for women alone? She glanced at her reflection in the glass window, observing her slender figure and her short hair, rich in neutral tones. She couldn't help but exhale softly. In truth, from head to toe, she found it difficult to detect any trace of femininity within herself. Comparatively, she felt miles away from the graceful, long-haired girl she encountered on the street, and even within her own office. The doll-faced Tianmi effortlessly eclipsed her in terms of womanly charm. The confidence that seemed effortlessly attainable for other young women felt like a distant luxury for her. Yet, reflecting on her circumstances, she realized that if she were to adopt the delicate, timid demeanor of others, would the Qin Runin of today still exist? The answer was abundantly clear. Thus, she resolved to dismiss the impractical romantic illusions and fanciful dreams, choosing instead to live her life grounded in reality. With a sigh, Qin Runin set her phone down and glanced at the medication on her desk. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided against opening it, placing it neatly on her bedside table instead. And Changpu remarked, You're not upset, are you? I was merely joking. Anyone with eyes can see that you are a woman, truly. Qin Runin gazed at the short message, unable to suppress a chuckle, as the image of Changpu's likely expression while sending the message flitted through her mind. Qin Runin replied, Not angry, get some rest early, good night. After sending the message, she instinctively reached to clear her inbox, but hesitated momentarily, torn between her impulses. Ultimately, she deleted all other messages one by one, leaving only those sent by Changpu that night. The pain in her waist rendered her sleep restless. She tossed and turned, and upon rising the next morning, she felt somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, the discomfort seemed either dulled by numbness or genuinely lessened, no longer tormenting her as it had the previous day. Qin Runin dressed and departed earlier than usual, though her arrival at the office was no different from any other day. Recently, in the Major Crimes Unit, she and Changpu had been working on the Lu Min case, while Tian Yang and Mo Do had just taken on a kidnapping case. Upon arriving at the office, she found only Tian Mi, who had been intentionally sidelined from the investigation due to her upcoming wedding and relegated to supportive tasks. It's nothing, Qin Runin said, shaking her head at Tian Mi. Initially, she felt a bit uncomfortable due to Tian Yang's comments, but after interacting with her, she discovered that the girl, though clever, was refreshingly innocent and straightforward, making her an easy companion and someone difficult to feel repulsed or annoyed by. Qin Runin could not help but acknowledge that the wedding photographs of Tian Mi and her fiancé, Lu Xiangdong, were exceptionally beautiful. Tian Mi, petite and charming, exuded a sweetness that was captivating. Although her fiancé often wore a rather indifferent expression, his strikingly handsome features rendered his aloofness into an air of arrogance. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Qin Runin's attention was not fixated on the attire or the backdrop of the photographs. What captivated her instead was the tenderness reflected in Lu Xiangdong's gaze when he and Tian Mi faced each other, their eyes locked. A man, only when he genuinely cherishes a woman and regards her as a treasure, would allow his eyes to convey such profound affection. This feeling is ineffable. It is distinct from the feigned allure of a deliberately flirtatious glance. The authentic expression of emotion, even when subtle and difficult to detect, far surpasses any hollow smile by 1,000-fold. To be deeply loved is the utmost joy, especially when that beloved is the very person who occupies one's heart. Your photographs are truly wonderful, Qin Runin sincerely complimented Tian Mi. She was not adept at extolling others and seldom spoke in flowery terms. Yet this praise emanated from the depths of her heart. Qin Runin refrained from correcting her, particularly after the conversation intertwined with her own experiences, which left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She hastily sought to divert the topic before Tianmi could delve deeper. What about in Changpu? Since he is so wonderful and you were colleagues before, why didn't you consider the proximity to cultivate a relationship? Unable to contain herself, she jokingly inquired. Oh, this? Tianmi, troubled, scratched her head, pondering why she felt no connection to the archetype of a good man, instead finding herself inexplicably drawn to cold, peculiar individuals. This led her to question whether she harbored a penchant for masochism. Qin Runan, upon hearing her words, could not help but laugh. Chapter 42. Dao Xiaochang amassed wealth in city C through usury, embodying the traits of organized crime. Surrounded by numerous thugs, either hired or willingly allied with him. His operations extended beyond simple lending. In a nearby city, a few hours' drive away, he led a small gang that orchestrated the exploitation of women in illicit activities, taking a so-called management fee from their earnings. The origins of the clandestine workers were remote and obscure, engaged in a profession shunned by society. Had it not been for the involvement of Lu Min, which linked back to Yao Chang, the truth of the murdered worker might have remained concealed indefinitely. Consequently, Yao Chang, a usurer who had long skirted the edges of legality, ultimately fell into the clutches of the law, facing trial and punishment to repay his debts, a development that brought a sense of justice. However, this also meant that Lu Min's case inadvertently erased a significant suspect from consideration. What could possibly occupy her thoughts so deeply? In Changpu, preparing to attend an awards ceremony, naturally dressed impeccably. Typically, he favored simple and comfortable attire while investigating cases. Since her graduation, Qin Runan had never seen him don his uniform with such meticulousness. She could not help but acknowledge the enchantment of the uniform. And Changpu's height appeared even more commanding in his police attire, while his originally handsome and gentle features gained an air of valor. Her contemplations remained unheard by Changpu, who was not self-absorbed enough to indulge in self-pity. While inquiring about Qin Runan, he removed his hat, loosened his tie, and unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt. Just a few days prior, the evenings had been quite cool. How was it that today this autumn heat was so oppressive? He muttered a complaint, lightly fanning himself with his hat. Upon noticing Qin Runan's silent gaze upon him, he assumed she disapproved of his actions and quickly made his way towards the duty room, thinking it prudent to change his attire. If he were to be seen by the chief in this state, he might face reprimand for not adhering to the standards of police decorum. She endeavored to cast aside her distractions and explained Yao Chang's situation to Changpu, who, after listening, inquired, "What are your thoughts now?" "I have no conclusions, but I do have several questions," Qin Runan replied, presenting her previously compiled inquiries to him. And Changpu reviewed them and expressed his agreement with the points she had raised. Although we have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of Lu Min's head, previous searches indicate that the perpetrator did not discard it alongside the body, but rather concealed it with intent. And Changpu traced a line on the paper with his finger, pondering the enigma surrounding Lu Min's severed head. Prior to the confirmation of the victim's identity, I speculated that the murderer aimed to obscure Lu Min's identity by hiding the head. However, given that Lu Min's identity has been established for some time now, the absence of the head raises 2 possibilities. Either the murderer remains oblivious to our investigative progress, or the perpetrator is within our sight, thus refraining from further risk of body disposal. Additionally, I find myself perplexed by 2 other matters. Toxins were discovered within Lu Min's body, yet they were not the cause of death. Why did the murderer fail in the poisoning attempt? It appears that the fatal wound is located on Lu Min's head. Was the failed poisoning an accident or a deliberate act? These questions elude our understanding. Furthermore, the forensic report from medical examiner Zhao indicates that Lu Min bore several injuries, which, based on their healing stages, suggest they were inflicted some time prior to his demise, though not exceedingly long ago. Who, then, could have caused these injuries? In addition, there is another question that lingers in my mind. I wonder if you have contemplated this as well. Recently, I delved into some research online and discovered that the number of individuals undergoing gender reassignment surgery is relatively small. Among them, a significant portion is compelled to do so due to unique bodily conditions, such as intersex individuals, who must undergo surgery for correction. The truly voluntary cases, driven by personal preference, are rather few, and within that group, a substantial number grapple with psychological issues or questions of sexual orientation. As Changpu spoke, he paused midway, allowing Qin Runin to ponder the implications. Indeed, gender reassignment surgery is not as straightforward as cosmetic procedures like double eyelid surgery or dental veneers. It entails considerable financial burden, immense suffering, and profound impacts on one's life thereafter. Considering Lu Min's family circumstances, his methods of raising funds, and his attitude towards Ding Mulan post-surgery, I find myself perplexed regarding his true motivations for undergoing the operation. So what is your implication? Chapter 43. The consent form. And Changpu believed it prudent to first visit the hospital where Lu Min underwent his gender reassignment surgery, to inquire with the professor who had previously met Lu Min and was reticent to divulge any information about him. Qin Runin was not particularly in favor of this approach. She doubted the likelihood of extracting any valuable insights from Professor Jin. However, she refrained from expressing her dissent, as her immediate priority was to minimize her interactions and dialogues with Changpu. She said nothing, silently accepting Changpu's proposal without any objection, which surprised and unsettled him. Before their departure, he scrutinized Qin Runin several times with a gaze full of speculation. Qin Runin pretended not to notice, and after discussing work-related matters, their conversation came to an abrupt halt. It wasn't until they arrived at the renowned plastic surgery hospital where Professor Jin worked that either of them uttered a word. What began as an entirely ordinary workday transformed upon entering the bustling outpatient hall, where both Qin Runin and Changpu immediately grasped the meaning of a crowded reception. Previously, Professor Jin had been quite wary and dismissive towards them, providing no personal contact information. Thus, upon arriving, their first course of action was to inquire about Professor Jin's consultation schedule from the triage nurse. After a painstaking wait, when it was finally their turn, the triage nurse recognized them before they could speak. She looked at Changpu in surprise, and then at Qin Runin, exclaiming, "It's you again. Are you here to see Professor Jin?" Qin Runin stood silently behind Changpu, who found the nurse's remark amusing yet bewildering. "How remarkable your memory is," he replied. This was not flattery. They had been visiting the hospital for some time, and without the nurse's comment, he would hardly have recalled her as the one they encountered on that day, while she, in turn, clearly remembered them and knew they had come to consult Professor Jin. For a nurse working in such a bustling hospital, her ability to remember faces is indeed extraordinary. "Professor Jin is not holding consultations today. If you have an appointment, please proceed to his office. If not, kindly return next Tuesday." The young nurse seemed to harbor a rather unfavorable impression of Changpu. Upon hearing his compliments regarding her memory, she did not exhibit any semblance of pleasure, but rather rolled her eyes in annoyance. As Changpu and Qin Runin turned to leave, they overheard a colleague of the triage nurse inquire, "Why are you being so rude?" The young nurse's voice carried a tone of indignation as she continued, "I have a low opinion of those men who pressure their girlfriends into breast augmentation just to satisfy their own desires." Qin Runin appeared unfazed by this interlude, seemingly indifferent to the misunderstandings of others. However, once inside the elevator, she stole several glances at her own profile in the mirror. Professor Jin's office is located at the end of the corridor dedicated to breast surgery. According to the nameplate on the door, he is not only a distinguished medical expert in this field, but also serves as the deputy director of the department. Several individuals were gathered in the corridor outside the door, and just as Changpu approached to knock, he was immediately intercepted by a middle-aged woman. "Hey, do you not understand the concept of first come, first served?" she exclaimed, pointing to the others waiting in the corridor. "We are also here to see Professor Jin and have been waiting for most of the morning." "Oh, do you think you're the only one sharp enough to know to knock? We're all just sitting here like fools." And Changpu felt somewhat awkward. His face flushed after being reprimanded loudly by a middle-aged woman. Qin Runin furrowed her brow and reached into her pocket, intending to produce her credentials to clarify her identity and purpose, but was promptly stopped by Changpu. "Let us wait a moment," he suggested softly. "They have traveled a long way for medical attention, let them finish first. Those requiring a thorough examination will certainly visit the outpatient clinic. And the appointments here won't take long. And Changpu gently pulled Qin Runin aside and whispered to her. She pursed her lips in disagreement and muttered, "You're such a do-gooder." "I am not a do-gooder. I adhere to principles in my actions. However, when matters do not involve principles or are not particularly grave, a little leniency is not a bad thing," and Changpu responded, somewhat defensive about being perceived as a do-gooder. Hearing his words, Qin Runin hesitated for a brief moment, caught between expressing her thoughts and holding her tongue, ultimately choosing silence. After a short while, someone emerged from the office, and among those waiting at the door, the longest-standing individuals promptly entered, and Changpu and Qin Runin remained patient, and after waiting for over 40 minutes, they finally saw the last of those who had arrived before them depart, allowing them entry. So, the deceased was indeed my patient? And Changpu pondered, having already formed a judgment regarding the police's second visit. Yes, the identity has been confirmed. It is Lu Min himself. We are here today to ascertain the true purpose of his surgery at this establishment. After Changpu finished speaking, concerned that Professor Jean might not grasp the meaning, he elaborated, "What we intend to understand is, why does Lu Min wish to undergo gender reassignment? Is it due to sexual orientation, or is there another underlying reason? Surely, you must have conducted thorough research prior to the surgery?" Soon, he located Lu Min's file and perused it, suddenly breaking into a chuckle. "I hadn't paid much attention to this patient's information before. It was my assistant who organized it. However, upon closer inspection, it proves to be quite intriguing. Lu Min's rationale for seeking gender reassignment is rather self-serving and fascinating. Even more astonishing is that his family, particularly his wife, is willing to provide a letter of consent for him." Chapter 44. Lavish spending. What does this mean? Professor Jean, engrossed in his own sardonic laughter, failed to clarify his words, leaving Qin Runin anxious and unable to restrain herself from inquiring further. Professor Jean merely smirked, remaining silent. As he extracted 2 sheets of paper from a folder, handing them to Qin Runin and Changpu respectively. "You may read for yourselves." The document Qin Runin received was a consent letter provided by the family. Its contents were straightforward, merely emphasizing that Lu Min had long harbored the desire to undergo gender reassignment surgery, wishing to transition into a true woman. As family, they hoped to assist Lu Min in realizing this aspiration as soon as possible. The letter was signed by Ding Mulan and her 2 daughters, and even included the name Lu Ji. Though Qin Runin was not an expert in handwriting analysis, a careful examination revealed that the signatures of Lu Onmei and Lu Onju, along with Lu Ji, were evidently penned by the same hand. After reviewing the document in his hand, Changpu exchanged it with Qin Runin. The version he had previously received was a record, akin to a transcript, prepared by Professor Jin's assistant for Lu Min. This document captured the inquiries and answers regarding the objectives and requirements of Lu Min's surgery. Qin Runin pondered the rationale behind creating such a detailed record. Is it necessary for every patient? Although not directly involved in the medical field, she, like many, had relatives and friends who had experienced illnesses requiring hospital treatment. The meticulous preoperative questioning and the clarity of the documentation were indeed unprecedented for her. The first portion of the record concluded here, followed by subsequent content indicating a notable shift in Lu Min's condition. His expressed reasons appeared significantly more rational, revealing a long-standing desire to transition into a woman, with lifestyle habits and sexual orientation aligning with those of women. Do you believe his second expression of intent is genuine and heartfelt? Furthermore, regarding the consent obtained from his wife and family, do you think it truly addresses the matter? After perusing the information, Qin Runin inquired further. Professor Jean, however, seemed rather indifferent to her concerns. "We also have our own interests to consider. As you are aware, if he completes both the first and second phases of the surgery, the financial implications are substantial. Having him sign is merely a precaution to avert future disputes and complications. As for the reasons behind his desire to undergo surgery to become a woman, that falls outside our responsibilities and does not pique my personal interest. He was responsible for helping others realize their deepest desires, thereby earning substantial rewards, which is entirely understandable. The connection between Lu Min's demise and his gender reassignment surgery remains uncertain. Even if there is a link, the responsibility cannot be laid upon the physician. In order to avoid delaying other patients seeking consultation with Professor Jean, and having already ascertained Lu Min's reasons for undergoing the surgery, it seemed futile to continue wasting time. And Changpu and Qin Runan expressed their gratitude to Professor Jean for his cooperation and, with his consent, proceeded to the ward to speak with the nurse and caregiver who had attended to Lu Min typically during a patient's hospitalization. While the treatment and surgery are overseen by the attending physician, it is the nurses and caregivers who spend the most time with the patient. After explaining their situation at the nurse's station, the head nurse, having received prior permission from Professor Jean, was particularly warm and accommodating. She took some time to locate the nurse who had been on duty during Lu Min's care. As long as she was not currently on shift, the nurse was invited to join in Changpu and Qin Runan in the staff lounge. When discussing Lu Min, the nurses recalled him vividly. After sharing a few trivial anecdotes, the conversation gradually opened up, despite the somber knowledge of his tragic fate in a criminal case. 2 or 3 of the younger nurses could hardly suppress their laughter as they reminisced about the joy he brought during his hospitalization. It is not that we lack respect for the deceased. Rather, you simply cannot fathom how amusing he was during his stay. It is not uncommon for someone to frequently approach the nursing station, inquiring about the brands of cosmetics we use, which foundations are less drying, and which eyeliners resist smudging, insisting on being addressed as Lu Bing. One of the younger nurses, unable to contain a hint of amusement, realized the inappropriateness of her reaction and hastily offered an explanation. A more senior nurse, appearing to be in her 40s, cast a reproachful glance at the younger staff members and cleared her throat. Addressing Qin Runan and her companions, Lu Min has not been with us for an extended period, and our familiarity with him is rather limited. The medical professionals possess a more profound understanding of his treatment. For minor matters regarding his hospitalization, you may consult the caregivers. As far as I am aware, his expenses during his stay were quite substantial. Initially, he could have opted not to hire a caregiver for the prosthetic implantation, yet he ended up employing 2. Furthermore, I have heard that he continued to retain those caregivers during his subsequent facial cosmetic procedures in other departments of our hospital. Our caregivers are assigned by a specialized agency, and they are readily accessible, so it would be more prudent for you to inquire with those 2 caregivers instead. Clearly, this seasoned nurse, possessing greater life experience, recognized the potential complications of being associated with a murder case and thus made a concerted effort to distance herself from any involvement. Given this context, it was only appropriate to refrain from pressing further. As Changpu and Qin Runan prepared to take their leave, Changpu seized the opportunity to approach the aforementioned young nurse while the senior nurse was occupied discussing matters with the head nurse, and inquired, during Lu Min's hospitalization, did any of his family members come to visit him at the hospital? The young nurse seemed uncertain whether she was naturally talkative or simply favored the British officer. Changpu, unlike her more guarded and resistant senior colleague, she pondered for a moment and firmly shook her head, asserting, "No, I am certain there has been no one aside from the caregivers who has visited him. We find it perplexing. If his family is supportive, they live quite close. So why hasn't anyone come? Yet, if they are unsupportive, they still provided a consent form. It truly is a mystery." As we reach this point, what impression do you gather about the female protagonist from Xiao Mo's narrative? Even if it's just a few words, please leave a comment for Xiao and Mo. The review section during the nurturing phase is rather desolate. Chapter 45. 2 caregivers following the guidance of the elder nurse. Changpu and Qin Runan swiftly located the 2 caregivers she had mentioned. Just as the nurse had indicated, these caregivers were seasoned professionals, having spent years tending to patients in the hospital. When the police found them, one was attending to a patient recovering from burn grafting, while the other was caring for a young woman who had undergone extensive liposuction. After securing the consent of both patients' families, Changpu and Qin Runan brought the caregivers to a quiet corner of the dining area within the ward. It was not yet mealtime, and the dining hall was still relatively empty. Surprisingly, The caregivers appeared neither displeased nor under pressure from being summoned by the police. Instead, they seemed quite pleased. As she spoke, she nudged the slender woman beside her with her shoulder, initially seeking her friend's support. To her surprise, the latter merely smiled timidly and murmured, "I don't mind." "You don't mind? If it weren't for my assistance over these years, you would have starved long ago." The shorter woman shot a dissatisfied glare at her friend and began to ramble on about the severe exploitation of caregivers by their company, detailing how valiantly she had defended her friend's interests and navigated the turbulent waters between employers and the company. After listening for a while, Changpu interjected at an opportune moment, assuring them that if his assistants had delayed their lunch, he would certainly help resolve it and would never allow the two women to go hungry. This elicited faint smiles from the caregivers. "May I ask how to address you both?" After soothing their concerns regarding lunch, Changpu took the initiative in the conversation. "I am surnamed Zhou, and she is Huang." The shorter caregiver promptly volunteered, introducing her friend as well. "Do you recall Lumin?" Qin Runan, rather indifferent to the emotional recounting of Zhou's diligent work, was more curious about whether these two, having cared for numerous patients, held particularly vivid memories of Lumin. This would determine the credibility of their statements. "Of course, we remember. You see, it's all about comparison. Initially, we didn't think he was so remarkable, but after encountering a particularly stingy and troublesome patient, we realized how fortunate we were to have met someone like Lumin. You cannot fathom the extent of our troubles with that woman we encountered later," remarked Nurse Zhou. Nurse Huang, standing nearby, offered a hesitant smile, seemingly in agreement. Lumin managed to rise from his bed after surgery and descend the stairs on his own. Qin Runan expressed her astonishment, as she had assumed that breast augmentation was an exceedingly invasive procedure. To her surprise, Lumin was capable of independent movement. Since he opted for such a minimally invasive operation, why did he feel the need to employ both of you? Qin Runan inquired further. Nurse Zhou, slightly irked, rolled her eyes and replied, "How would I know? The man has money and prefers to live comfortably." And Changpu glanced at his watch and retrieved 50 yuan from his pocket. He handed the money to Nurse Zhou, saying, "Sister Zhou, look, I specifically called you both down today, causing a disruption to your work, and I feel quite guilty about it. How about this? You go out and buy something nice to eat, avoiding the hassle of queuing later on. Consider it a small token of gratitude for your assistance and Sister Huang's." Nurse Zhou protested, insisting she could not accept, yet her actions spoke otherwise. Without a hint of reluctance, she accepted the money and promptly stood up, instructing Nurse Huang to wait while she went out to procure lunch. After a short while, Nurse Huang, appearing somewhat distressed, remained silent until Changpu broke the ice with a direct question. "Sister Huang, was it Lu Min who initially hired you and Sister Zhou?" The face of the caregiver flushed instantly. She cast a few fleeting glances out of the restaurant window before finally mustering the courage to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. "Initially, they only intended to hire me, but Xiao Zhou, with her persuasive tongue, managed to sway the one surnamed Lu over the course of 2 days, altering their decision. It did not affect me in any way, and ultimately, it resulted in both of us working together. You do not harbor a fondness for Lu Min, do you?" And Changpu noted the pause in the caregiver's words. Her expression revealed a hint of conflict as she carefully considered her phrasing before cautiously responding. "It's not that I dislike him. Rather, I find myself rather stubborn and unable to accept individuals who transition from male to female. He possesses a rather peculiar demeanor, and whenever I hear him speak or observe his actions, I feel a profound discomfort." "Is Lu Min difficult to get along with?" Qin Runan interjected. "It's not that straightforward. I am not particularly loquacious, and he does not seem to take a liking to me either. Xiao Zhou, with her sweet tongue, knows how to flatter him, elevating him to the heavens, which is why he prefers her. Eventually, he entrusted her with his meal card. The first time we used it, I was taken aback to discover it contained several thousand yuan. Then, Sister Lu, how is your 24-hour specialized care charged?" "We charge by the day, at a rate of 90 yuan. Additionally, he arranged for us both to have a bed in a 3-person ward, which he effectively occupied alone. The bed fee was also covered by him." How long in total have the two of you been caring for Lu Min? The caregiver counted on her fingers. All told, it has been at least a month. He had just been discharged from the thoracic department and was undergoing other cosmetic surgeries. Lu Min did not seem particularly difficult to deceive, and Qin Runin contemplated the expenses incurred by Lu Min's various surgeries, her own hospitalization fees, the wages for 2 caregivers, the cost of the bed, and the expenses for 3 individuals' meals and drinks. Over the course of the month, Lu Min's expenditures had far exceeded his family's financial means. Why was he so extravagant with his spending? If he only had the 100,000 yuan obtained from selling the grave plot, would he possess such confidence? Why did you just give the caregiver, Zhou, money to go buy food? As thoughts of money crossed her mind, Qin Runin suddenly recalled in Changpu's earlier actions. However, how could you be certain that giving her money wouldn't lead her to send Huang, the other caregiver, on errands? If that were the case, wouldn't you be left empty-handed? Qin Runin remained somewhat puzzled, and Changpu smiled and shook his head at her. I never expected you to be so naive. From what Zhou said earlier, it was evident that she has a penchant for small gains. The way she flaunted her access to Lu Min's meal card made it clear. I gave her 50 yuan, and she would certainly not spend it all. Consequently, she would be inclined to run errands herself. The leftover money would naturally find its way into her own pocket. Chapter 46. Inquisition. Let us first have a meal, and after dining, we shall directly seek out Lu Yuxiang. And Changpu remarked as he settled into the vehicle. Ever since Qin Runin faced some challenges at Yao Chang's place, she had been quite mindful and refrained from competing with him for the role of driver. Qin Runin shook her head without hesitation. Missing a meal won't kill me. Let us first visit Lu Yuxiang. But what about your health? I merely received a careless kick. I haven't gone days without food, and my stomach is perfectly fine. Let us go. Qin Runin's resolve was unwavering. Seeing her determination, and Changpu felt it inappropriate to insist further. If a young woman like Qin Runin was unafraid of hunger, then as a man, he certainly could not be perturbed by such trifles. Thus, he drove directly to Lu Yuxiang's residence. Lu Yuxiang's home, compared to Lu Jun's, was situated slightly closer to Jiangkou district and appeared far more prosperous. Many residents had set up stalls outside their homes, selling an array of items such as snacks, socks, and insoles. According to the information provided by Lu Jun, Lu Yuxiang's home was adjacent to an ancient tree, much thicker than 2 individuals could embrace. And nearby was a small pharmacy named Konglo. And Changpu navigated the not-so-narrow yet relatively smooth street, soon identifying Lu Yuxiang's location. As they passed by the entrance of a particular house, he noticed a large iron gate, suggesting that the house was likely unoccupied. After parking, he called out at the door for quite some time, but no one responded. Let us leave the car here for now. We can inquire around to see if anyone knows Lu Yuxiang's whereabouts. While Qin Runin remained in the vehicle, her patience dwindled as she watched Changpu knock persistently with no reply. Finally, she opened the door and jumped out of the car, her urgency causing her to wince slightly in pain. Let us depart. And Changpu relinquished the endeavor of knocking at the door. If no one resided within Lu Yuxiang's home, then even the most fervent pounding would yield no response. Conversely, if someone were deliberately withholding their presence, feigning absence behind a locked door, the relentless knocking would lead to the same fruitless outcome. After a few steps forward, and Changpu glanced at the modest pharmacy named Konglu, then at Qin Runin, and suddenly conceived an idea. Let us proceed to acquire some topical ointment. Understanding his intent, Qin Runin followed him inside. The small pharmacy appeared unremarkable from the outside, yet it was surprisingly spacious within, a square room featuring a row of glass cabinets on one side, housing an assortment of medicine boxes and bottles. A man clad in a white coat, seemingly in his 30s, sat engrossed at a computer desk adjacent to the counter, fully absorbed in his work. Meanwhile, several individuals gathered around a table on the opposite side, animatedly engaged in a game of poker. And Changpu and his companion did not rush. Instead, leaning against the counter in quiet anticipation, casually observing the patrons of the small pharmacy. Counting the man preoccupied at the computer, there were 6 or 7 individuals present. From their conversations, It was evident that they were long-standing residents of the vicinity. The poker players and their onlookers, mostly in their 50s, were well acquainted. Their dialogue frequently interspersed with snippets of domestic anecdotes. Look at my ill-fated words. It's all over now. They've been utterly vanquished, left with nothing but defeat. Before long, the pharmacy owner forcefully pushed aside the computer keyboard, grumbling to himself, as the screen displayed the interface of a popular online game. What do you wish to purchase? The owner stretched lazily, ambling nonchalantly to the counter, seemingly indifferent to the affairs of his pharmacy. His demeanor relaxed as he greeted customers with a lackadaisical attitude. We sought to acquire some external medicine for invigorating blood circulation and alleviating bruises. And Changpu smiled at him, reiterating their request. Lu Yuxiang's residence was adjacent to the pharmacy, and the patrons within appeared to be local residents. Without knowing if any among them were closely acquainted with Lu Yuxiang, and Changpu and Qin Runin hesitated to reveal their identities or intentions. No one could ascertain the extent of the connection between Lu Yuxiang and the case involving Lu Min. A careless slip of the tongue could lead to significant troubles. And Changpu engaged the pharmacy owner in conversation, adopting a particularly amiable and guileless demeanor, complemented by his casual attire, which piqued the owner's curiosity. "You're not from around here, are you? I don't believe I've seen you before," he inquired, as he packed the selected items into a plastic bag. And Changpu smiled warmly and handed over the money. "Yes, we are here looking for someone." "Who are you searching for?" "There's only my pharmacy in this vicinity. I know everyone who lives around here." The owner was also quite inquisitive. "We are looking for the Lu family." "The Lu family? Lu Yuxiang's family?" Upon hearing that Changpu was searching for someone with the surname Lu, the pharmacy owner immediately thought of Lu Yuxiang. After casting a suspicious glance at Changpu, he suddenly seemed to understand and made a judgment. "You must be a classmate of his son, right?" "Indeed," Changpu readily affirmed, going along with the flow. The pharmacy owner, pleased with his accurate guess, remarked, "I have an uncanny ability to read people. The moment I saw you, I knew you were a recent graduate. Moreover, aside from Lu Yuxiang's son, Xiaoyang, it's been quite a while since anyone from the Lu family has paid a visit. Is this young lady your girlfriend?" As Changpu nodded, he gently draped his arm over Qin Runin's shoulder. She cooperatively did not shrug him off, maintaining her usual stoic expression, although her body appeared somewhat tense. "What's all this fuss about?" As if the old man of their family has the leisure to worry about his son's affairs. He should be too busy enjoying himself. Before the bearded man could finish his sentence, a sallow-faced man sitting across from him immediately retorted with mockery. "Enjoying himself? That heartless wretch is practically cold-blooded now. How could he still be enjoying life?" Another individual, hearing this, expressed disbelief. Chapter 47. Heartless and Changpu and Qin Runin remained silently by the counter, refraining from approaching. The group of card players had hardly cast any attention their way. And now the pharmacy owner was captivated by the previous conversation, completely overlooking the two of them. This situation was precisely what they had hoped for. The sallow-faced man looked incredulously at the pharmacy owner. "You don't know? Have you not heard about such a significant matter? You are likely preoccupied with playing online games all day." The owner of the pharmacy, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and, eager to avoid appearing uninformed, quickly asserted to others, "I am simply not well acquainted with their family. I am not entirely oblivious to their troubles. That old Lu is quite unscrupulous. Sanity." When his wife fell ill, he refused to spend money on her treatment, claiming that everyone has their fate and that there was no need to burden the living, as death is inevitable. Consequently, his siblings had no choice but to gather some funds. Yet, neither he nor his son utilized a single cent for medical expenses. Instead, they let her suffer until her demise, and then they refused to return even a penny of the remaining funds, opting instead to purchase a small car to drive around. Enough of this. The trivialities you mention are mere old news. Anyone at this table could recount similar tales. The yellow-faced man showed no interest in the pharmacy owner's revelations. "But tell me, is there any credibility to that story? And about the transgender individual? That old Lu even went to Thailand to find a partner." The pharmacy owner, feeling a bit embarrassed by the yellow-faced man's remarks, could not resist lobbing a sarcastic comment back. So, how did one discover that the woman was transgender? At this moment, the pharmacy owner had completely forgotten the earlier banter with the yellow-faced man, as all his curiosity was captivated by the unfolding narrative. It was none other than the old Zhang, the proprietor of the breakfast stall. He had a relative who hailed from the same village as that notorious transgender individual, renowned throughout their locality. When Zhang's relative came to stay with him and assisted in watching the stall, he unexpectedly encountered Lao Lu and the transgender person delightfully purchasing breakfast together, leading to an immediate recognition. Oh, what a scandal for Lao Lu. It seems he intended to showcase his companion, yet instead, he found himself in a most embarrassing predicament. The man with the beard clicked his tongue in astonishment. Rather than expressing sympathy, his demeanor was tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. Indeed, Lao Lu fled in disgrace, neglecting even to acknowledge the transgender individual, while old Zhang, being quite the chatterbox, eagerly recounted the incident to anyone who came to buy breakfast. Before long, the tale spread like wildfire. One might wonder, having brought the transgender individual to purchase breakfast, could they have shared more intimate moments together? Who can truly say? If anyone is curious, they are welcome to inquire directly. And what followed? Naturally, once such a scandal is revealed, there remains no face left to flaunt. One must retreat into hiding to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule. After the yellow-faced man concluded his story, the card players chimed in with their own opinions, most of which were laced with a sense of voyeuristic delight or a desire to kick someone while they were down. It was evident that Lu Yuxiang's reputation in this establishment was far from favorable. The pharmacy owner engaged in conversation with the crowd for quite some time, but the enthusiasm for the topic began to wane. Stretching languidly, he took a few steps toward his desk, seemingly intending to resume playing games. Upon turning around, he noticed Changpu and Qin Runan still standing by the counter and exclaimed in surprise, "What brings you two here?" "We wish to inquire about Xiao Yang's father. We are eager to find Xiao Yang and are uncertain if he is with his father," they replied. And Changpu, unhurried, presented a well-rehearsed rationale. "Even if you locate his father, it does not guarantee you will find him." Old Lu sought out a transgender individual and spent a considerable sum, resulting in a heated argument between the two. The man with a haggard face glanced at Changpu and the others, curling his lip. They have a relative in the city. Previously, the two of them would often visit there. Why not try your luck? Upon returning to the city, Changpu promptly drove to the home of Lu Yuxiang's relative. He learned that Lu Yuxiang had indeed sought refuge with this relative, but later, upon this relative's introduction, he had gone to a factory in City C to work the night shift. After a considerable search through the factory district, they finally located a modest furniture factory. After inquiring at the gate for some time, they discovered that Lu Yuxiang, working as a night watchman, would be resting during the day, likely in the dormitory provided by the factory. The reason for the extensive effort to find Lu Yuxiang was that he was not using his real name, but rather a semi-fictitious name, Lu Xiang. After searching the factory premises for a while, Changpu finally discovered a row of rudimentary workshops situated along the courtyard wall. He approached and knocked on the door, waiting patiently for a response, yet none came. Gently, he pulled the door open just a crack, and a cacophony of voices poured out, suggesting a lively atmosphere within. Unperturbed, Changpu stepped inside, where he found 4 men seated around a communal table, their faces flushed, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. "Excuse me." Changpu raised his voice, successfully capturing the attention of the 4 individuals. "I am looking for Lu Yuxiang." Chapter 48. The Cost of Silence. Who are you looking for? The first man to respond exhibited a tone laced with impatience, perhaps irked by the sudden intrusion or taken aback by the unfamiliar name. "Who sent you here? Who told you I was here?" The short man, while pushing Changpu outward, scrutinized him with his round, glistening eyes. With this inquiry, Changpu need not press further for the man's identity. It was evident that this short man was none other than Lu Yuxiang himself. The workshop was compact, and as the two engaged in their back and forth, they had already found themselves outside. Qin Runan, who had merely been waiting by the vehicle, now rushed forward. concerned as Changpu was the one being pushed out. Changpu raised a hand to signal her to remain calm as he allowed Lu Yuxiang to guide him out. You must be Lu Yuxiang? We wish to converse with you regarding matters related to Lu Min, or perhaps you are more familiar with the name Lu Bing. Changpu, unperturbed by Lu Yuxiang's shoving, turned around only after exiting the workshop to clarify his intentions to the shorter man behind him. Lu Yuxiang, likely not even reaching 170 centimeters in height, appeared even more diminutive next to the towering Changpu, who surpassed 180 centimeters. His face was etched with wrinkles, and the skin on his arms sagged and creased, revealing a once robust physique that had recently dwindled significantly, coupled with his advancing age. The elasticity of his skin was far inferior to that of the youth, rendering the sagging particularly conspicuous. Upon hearing Changpu mention Lu Min and utter the name Lu Bing, Lu Yuxiang's expression swiftly morphed from tension to panic. He glanced at Changpu, then at the approaching Qin Runin, clearly part of the same group, and tentatively inquired, "Are you here to collect debts?" Changpu shook his head, gesturing towards Qin Runin with a smile, and asked, "Have you ever seen someone come to collect debts accompanied by a girl?" Lu Yuxiang blinked in silence, yet his demeanor relaxed considerably. "Don't mention him. I don't know that lunatic. Go on, find someone else to inquire. I have no time for this." As his nerves eased, his attitude hardened, and with a glare, he somewhat rudely retorted, "If you claim not to know him, why then do you label Lu Min as a lunatic?" Changpu seized upon the inconsistency in Lu Yuxiang's words. "What I say is none of your concern." Lu Yuxiang's expression shifted dramatically as he shot a fierce glare at Changpu. "I often call him insane. What of it? I don't even know you. I could just as easily call you insane. What then?" Changpu attempted to respond, but Qin Runin, having lost her patience, pushed him aside. She produced her police badge, nearly jabbing it into Lu Yuxiang's nose. Lu Yuxiang had to step back to discern the document in her hand. Initially, he intended to take the badge, but upon witnessing Qin Runin's demeanor, he abandoned that thought. He meticulously scrutinized her badge, word by word, and soon his demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon. "I have a request. Could we perhaps converse in a more discreet location? I fear being overheard, and if that were to happen, I wouldn't be able to remain here any longer." His bravado dissipated, and he spoke with a pleading tone, directing his words at Qin Runin. Despite her having spoken only once, Lu Yuxiang had already recognized her as the more formidable of the two. As Qin Runin intended to follow Lu Yuxiang inside to supervise, Changpu restrained her. "Do not go in. There are no other exits within, and the windows are secured with bars. He wants to escape, so let us afford him some dignity in front of others." Changpu urged Qin Runin to remain calm. She shot him a disapproving look, exclaiming, "If you continue with that lackluster approach, when will we ever deal with this slippery character? Why can't you approach your tasks with a bit more vigor?" Soon, Lu Yuxiang emerged from the house draped in a light jacket, gazing expectantly at Qin Runin, awaiting her words. "Get in the car." Qin Runin gestured towards the parked vehicle, prompting Lu Yuxiang to dash towards the car, flinging the door open and diving inside. His countenance darkened considerably at the mention of the name Lu Min. Now that he was aware of the identities of the two individuals seeking him out, and recognizing their understanding of the situation involving himself and Lu Min, it became impractical to deny the truth. He could only nod in resignation. "I must have been blind to have entangled myself with him." Lu Yuxiang struck his thigh with a clenched fist, feeling the sting of his predicament, lamenting the trouble he had invited upon himself. "What was I hoping for? To have others gossip behind my back about my association with someone so ambiguous? Even when I claim to be the victim, no one believes me. How did you come to know Lu Min? What was the nature of your relationship?" Qin Runin inquired. He claimed to have conservative views, insisting that we couldn't become intimate until our relationship reached a certain depth. How was I to know he was merely afraid of being exposed? Lu Yuxiang replied, his tone laced with indignation, and he spat in disgust. Chapter 49. The red apricot climbs the wall. Lu Yuxiang wore a countenance reminiscent of someone who had just swallowed a fly, which amused Changpu, though he valiantly stifled his laughter. With a tone laced with consolation, he remarked to Lu Yuxiang, "In truth, this may be for the best. Had he not expressed his conservative beliefs, the emotional turmoil you would have endured could have been far greater than what you are currently experiencing. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuxiang involuntarily shivered, rubbing his arms as if to erase the goosebumps that had arisen. By your reasoning, should I be grateful to him? He retorted somewhat irritably to Enchangpu. How long have you two been together? What was your relationship like before you learned that Lu Min is a man? Qin Runin, noticing that Enchangpu was not in a hurry to inquire further, decided to speak up herself. Have you approached Lu Jun regarding this matter? Did Lu Jun report me? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. I must ask, do the Lu family members possess any semblance of shame? They have produced such a scandalous individual. Yet instead of keeping him confined at home, they allow him to roam free and offend others. Now that trouble has arisen, they still have the audacity to retaliate? My last visit to Lu Jun was exceedingly polite. I merely requested that he manage his disgraceful relative. I did not even demand repayment from him. Otherwise, I implore you to consider, his brother owes me money. Do I not have the right to seek repayment? Lu Min owes you money? How much? This detail had not been previously mentioned by Lu Jun, and Enchangpu and Qin Runin had only heard some gossip at a small pharmacy near Lu Yuxiang's home, suggesting that he had spent quite a sum on Lu Min. He pretended to be a woman, deceiving me emotionally, feigning a romantic relationship and presenting himself as my girlfriend. He consumed my resources, compelling me to purchase clothes and cosmetics for him. I must have spent no less than 8,000, if not 10,000, on him. In the end, it turned out he was just like me, a man. Why then should I expend such a fortune on another man? Indeed, one must account for what he borrowed from me. With that, Lu Yuxiang paused, as if suddenly reminded that Lu Min had already perished. Forget it, forget it. His life is lost. What purpose does my lament serve? Shall I seek a ghost to reclaim my debts? Upon hearing the term debt collection, Enchangpu suddenly recalled Lu Yuxiang's initial reaction when he had approached him. Why did you assume I was here to collect a debt when I inquired about Lu Min? He asked Lu Yuxiang. It is merely the handiwork of that perverse individual, who, unbeknownst to me, borrowed money from someone and vanished. Which scoundrel informed them of my association with Lu Bing, prompting them to come seeking funds from me. Because of this matter, my son has turned against me, and a crowd of onlookers awaits my embarrassment. I am truly at a loss for words. Qin Runin had always felt that Lu Yuxiang's demeanor, during their inquiries, lacked a certain essence. As she listened to the dialogue between Enchangpu and Lu Yuxiang, she pondered what precisely was amiss that rendered her so uncomfortable. Suddenly, clarity struck her, and she identified the crux of the issue. Lu Yuxiang, after all this time, it seems you have shown no curiosity regarding how Lu Min met his demise. She awaited Lu Yuxiang's response, not granting him a moment's respite before eagerly posing her question. What did you say? Qin Runin's tone involuntarily ascended, uncertain of how much longer she could pursue this case without succumbing to despair. Lu Min, despite his advanced age, sold his parents' graves and embarked on a journey of transformation. After undergoing breast augmentation, he neglected to complete the remaining procedures. He borrowed money from loan sharks while engaging in a flirtatious relationship with Lu Yuxiang, all the while maintaining a marital bond with his wife. Now, Lu Yuxiang has revealed yet another romantic interest. Life is often likened to a play, and Lu Min's existence has been a tumultuous saga filled with chaos and melodrama that most could not fathom in a lifetime. Did you ever have a confrontation with Lu Min over this matter? Did you ever strike him? Enchangpu inquired. No. I, Lu Yuxiang, cannot claim to be a paragon of virtue, but I assure you, even in the case of my late wife, I never laid a finger on her. I do not resort to violence. Lu Yuxiang immediately clarified, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his sagging arms. Look at my frail physique. Had I known he was a man, I would consider myself fortunate that he did not strike me. Chapter 50. Blind date in comparison to the deceased Lu Min. Lu Yuxiang indeed appeared somewhat frail. Although Lu Min was also a slender man, he was slightly taller than Lu Yuxiang. In a true test of strength, it would be difficult to predict who would prevail. Moreover, through examinations and observations of Lu Min, it became apparent that after his breast augmentation and cosmetic procedures, he frequently resorted to estrogen to enhance his beauty, which inevitably led to the atrophy and decline of his muscles and strength. Thus, Lu Yuxiang acquired an alibi that could neither be substantiated nor refuted. On the journey back to the police station, Qin Runan made a phone call to Luan Mei to inquire about her well-being. During her previous visit to the supermarket in search of Luan Mei, it had become evident that her days working there were fraught with difficulty. After hanging up, Qin Runan let out a soft sigh. "You seem particularly concerned about Luan Mei," and Changpu noted, detecting a hint of something amiss. "What do you mean by that?" Qin Runan replied, regarding him with a measure of wariness. "Are you implying that I am a cold-hearted, masculine woman?" she added, turning her gaze to the window, a faint, bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "That is not what I meant. Please do not be so sensitive," and Changpu protested, hastily defending himself against the unfounded accusation. "I merely sense that you share a certain empathy with Luan Mei." As soon as they entered the serious crimes unit, Tianyang called them over. It turned out that the rat poison in Changpu had sent for analysis the previous day had yielded results. "What is the outcome?" and Changpu asked, his eyes fixed anxiously on Tianyang. "What about the fingerprints?" "There are fingerprints from Lu Jun, and another set that does not match any we have on record. It is likely from someone else in his household. Could it possibly belong to Lu Jun's wife?" And Changpu glanced at Qin Runan. "That is a valid point. I almost forgot to mention, Dr. Zhao noted that this type of rat poison is not lethal, but its ingestion can certainly cause considerable discomfort," Tianyang added, providing timely clarification. After the conversation, the three fell into silence. The commonality of the rodenticide's components and the fact that they are not necessarily lethal might not be known to everyone. Consequently, aside from confirming that Lu Min had indeed ingested this particular type of poison prior to his demise, the identity of the perpetrator remains elusive. It could very well have been self-administered. One never knows if he had mastered the art of theatrics such as feigning distress. And Changpu speculated casually. Qin Runan furrowed her brow slightly. "Are you suggesting that because he underwent gender reassignment, he might have adopted feminine vices?" "Look, this is precisely what I mean. Sometimes your sensitivity borders on excessive." And Changpu shrugged, feeling unjustly accused. Tianyang chuckled. "I say, Runan, our major crimes unit has not frequently interacted with women. Whether it's the temporary worker Jiai or my single-minded sister, they have always been quite competitive, reluctant to concede to men. However, I must admit, we have never encountered anyone with your level of gender consciousness and defensive attitude. Our team does not harbor any gender discrimination. There is no need for such apprehension." Upon hearing Tianyang's remarks, Qin Runan appeared somewhat embarrassed, adjusting her demeanor and nodding to him. "You are right. I shall work on that." With that, she excused herself from the conversation. One must acknowledge that Qin Runan possesses a commendable trait. She is straightforward and decisive, recognizing right from wrong without resorting to justifications or rationalizations based on pride or vanity. Tianyang remarked to Changpu that the compliment was heartfelt. In the realm of criminal investigation, having a colleague like Qin Runan, with her unique disposition, is undoubtedly advantageous. After all, amidst the hustle and bustle, who has the time to endlessly soothe a fragile heart? However, Changpu pondered more deeply than Tianyang. Having spent the longest time with Qin Runan, he felt that every personality must have its origins. Her sensitivity regarding gender transcended mere competitiveness, suggesting experiences unknown to outsiders. For instance, her evident concern for Luan Mei was a telling clue. "Oh, by the way, didn't you mention that your family arranged a blind date for you? How did it go?" Tianyang suddenly recalled something he had heard from Changpu some time ago, but had not followed up on since. Chapter 51. Holding steady, Tianyang chuckled and pointed playfully at Changpu. "What? You're going on a blind date? I thought it was you, brother Tian." Mo-Do exclaimed, quickly sidestepping to evade Tianyang's approaching hand. "Are you that eager to resolve your personal issues? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I, at my age, am still a hapless romantic?" Tianyang responded, bemused, as he exaggeratedly brandished his fist. Mo-Do had inadvertently spoken his mind and now laughed, feeling somewhat guilty. "I just think that there should be a certain order to things, right? Compared to brother Tian, and Changpu is indeed still quite young. In truth, one cannot quite claim to be young anymore, thought in Changpu with a wry smile. Just last month, a college classmate of his had invited him to celebrate the full moon of their child. What does the child look like? Is the child attractive? MONO displayed little interest in Changpu's classmate's child's full moon celebration as a normal, eligible young bachelor. He was evidently far more curious about Changpu's prospective romantic interest. With this inquiry, Tianyang's penchant for gossip was piqued as well. Being the most informed individual in the serious crimes unit, he too was intrigued by whether his good friend was on the verge of an enriching experience or a romantic escapade. What is her profession? I heard she is a kindergarten teacher. Kindergarten teachers are wonderful. They are so gentle. Speaking softly, they surely exude femininity. MONO smacked his lips, unable to suppress his imagination. Such a pairing is splendid. A detective and a kindergarten teacher, one strong, one gentle, a perfect match. If you ask me, when I seek a girlfriend in the future, I would prefer a nurse, so noble and tender. You better hold on tight. Only considering that Qin Runin was of the same graduating class as in Changpu and likely of similar age, MONO blurted out without thinking. As soon as the words left his mouth, he received a sharp slap on the back of his head from Tianyang. He was taken aback, quickly realizing that his comment might have wounded Qin Runin's sense of dignity, and promptly sealed his lips. Upon hearing MONO's words, Qin Runin did not exhibit any particular reaction. Her gaze swept over the faces of the three men before her, but when it landed on Changpu, she averted her eyes and coldly remarked, I have no interest in blind dates. The purpose of my life is not to seek a man to weigh me down. MONO silently observed Tianyang, who pointed an accusatory finger at him, blaming him for provoking Qin Runin's ire. And Changpu furrowed his brow in response. Whether it was merely his delusion, he had previously sensed a growing rapport with Qin Runin, as if the invisible barrier between them had dissipated. Yet, the moment she spoke, a fresh wall of ice was erected anew, and Changpu could not fathom why this was the case. He subconsciously believed there must be some unrecognized connection between him and Qin Runin. However, with a case to investigate and parents pressuring him to engage in blind dates, his energy was indeed limited, leaving him no time to delve into such matters. Given our current search parameters, the probability of finding anything is exceedingly slim. The only conceivable scenario is that the murderer did not discard the head at all, but rather concealed it. Tianyang asserted confidently, bolstered by days of relentless searching. Is it possible that the perpetrator destroyed the head and then dispersed the remains? MONO speculated. Then we can only infer from potential hiding places or preservation methods. And Changpu concurred with Tianyang's assessment, exhaling deeply. What are your plans regarding Lu Min's eldest son-in-law? We shall remain motionless for now. And Changpu had already devised a plan regarding this matter, keeping it under surveillance. However, it was prudent not to alert anyone just yet. After all, we are currently only aware of the unfortunate incident involving Lu Min, and we still lack answers regarding where he was last seen alive. Prematurely disturbing Lu Ji would not serve our interests. What are your thoughts? After listening to Changpu's words, Tianyang turned to Qin Runin for her opinion. Qin Runin expressed no objections. I have no dissenting views. Besides the time and place of Lu Min's last appearance, the injuries on his body may also be linked to the entire case. Speaking of the injuries, one cannot help but wonder if Lu Yuxiang had any role in this. And Changpu held little trust in Lu Yuxiang. You need not worry about this matter. I have already arranged for an investigation into his alibi, and we should have results shortly. Qin Runin had previously stepped aside to handle this issue. So what are your plans moving forward? Tianyang inquired. This notion resonated with Changpu, who nodded in agreement. T County is in a neighboring province. Before you go, make sure to notify the local police station. Tianyang advised them, before calling upon MONO to attend to their own affairs. When do we plan to depart? And Changpu glanced at his watch, noting that it was getting late. Yet given Qin Runin's character, he could not assure whether she would prefer to maintain momentum. Chapter 52. Sleepless night. Having hastily gathered her belongings, Qin Runin trudged home, feeling as though all her strength had been sapped away. A concoction of bitterness brewed in her chest, the sourness stinging her nostrils and rendering her nearly unable to keep her eyes open. Qin Runin, oh Qin Runin, you promised to let go, to refrain from reminiscing or yearning. Yet here you are, succumbing to despair once more. She chastised herself harshly within, shaking her head as a wave of dizziness swept over her, momentarily darkening her vision until she steadied herself. At that moment, she realized she had not eaten since noon. It was no wonder she felt faint. Reluctant to expend energy on matters of sustenance, she craved only to retreat into solitude and find tranquility. Upon returning home, she boiled water to prepare a bowl of instant noodles. Cradling the bowl, she found herself lost in thought, her gaze drifting past the open door to the box of Yunnan Baiyao resting on the bedside table. The wall clock ticked steadily, and she stared vacantly at the medicine, the noodles in her bowl cooling as they became overcooked. After toiling for more than 2 hours, drenched in sweat and aching all over, she surveyed her spotless abode. Devoid of any sense of accomplishment, the nagging sourness in her heart remained unabated. She lay on her bed, weakly gazing at the ceiling. Earlier, while tidying up the kitchen and bathroom, she had not dared to glance into the mirror, fearing the reflection of her short hair, gaunt frame, and the absence of feminine allure that stared back at her. How foolish you are, devoid of the gentleness and charm that a woman should possess, yet inherently retaining the indecisiveness and lingering attachments that characterize femininity. Upon contemplating this, Qin Runin felt an overwhelming urge to weep. She could scarcely recall the last time she had shed tears, and had almost forgotten the essence of such an emotion. It was not until now, as a poignant ache filled her nose and her eyes grew warm, that she realized this fundamental human instinct had not yet abandoned her. The tension that had gripped her for so long finally slackened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks unexpectedly. She did not bother to wipe them away, allowing them to soak her pillow. These tears had been bottled up for years, fermenting for far too long, and it was high time to release them. A sudden vibration from her phone interrupted the torrent of her emotions. She wiped away the tears that blurred her vision with the back of her hand and reached for the device resting beside her. The screen illuminated with a single character, home. This word did little to offer her solace or warmth. Rather, it caused her brow to furrow in an instant. Her finger hesitated over the decline button for an eternity before she ultimately cast the phone aside, permitting it to buzz incessantly. The phone vibrated sporadically, eventually ceasing after what felt like an eternity. With its silence, Qin Runin exhaled a sigh of relief, yet her heart felt burdened, as if a heavy stone had settled within. This number, designated as home, would never fail to reach out to her without cause. What could this occasion entail? Regardless of the realism of her thoughts, she resolved to cling to a flicker of hope. Otherwise, if even this final ember were to extinguish, what would sustain her heart's rhythm? The brick's exterior is a vibrant red, while its core reveals a deep, inky hue. Though Qin Runin is not an expert in this field, she possesses a fundamental understanding that not all bricks can achieve such coloration. It is contingent upon the techniques employed in firing and the composition of the clay. It is well acknowledged that in contemporary urban environments, dust may be omnipresent. Yet locating even a half-brick strewn carelessly about is rather challenging. This difficulty arises from the evolution of building materials. As most structures have transitioned to hollow bricks and cement blocks, rendering even construction sites devoid of the traditional red bricks of yore. Might the brick that accompanied Rumman's upper body into the depths of the river also originate from beyond the city limits? If one were to uncover the provenance of that brick, could it not serve as a means to draw closer to the identity of the perpetrator in this case? Furthermore, regarding the rodenticide, as Dr. Xiao remarked, its ingredients may be quite commonplace. However, what of the packaging? The rudimentary plastic bag containing the poison lacks even the most fundamental details of a manufacturer, suggesting it is unlikely to have been produced by a reputable company. It raises the possibility that a small-time vendor may have repackaged loose rodenticide or subdivided larger quantities into smaller portions. Consequently, could tracing the small packaging lead to the individual responsible for directly selling the rodenticide, thereby allowing for the investigation into where such individuals procure their supplies. Qin Runin was a woman of action. Restless and troubled, she found herself even more agitated with her current thoughts. Fortunately, in early autumn, the dawn broke early, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to step outside as soon as the first light graced the sky. By the time her colleagues from the Major Crimes Unit arrived at the office, she had already sent the brick she had initially discovered to the forensic department for analysis and compiled a comprehensive list of brick kills around City C that still operated, preparing for future investigations. When Changpu arrived at the office, it was still before 8 o'clock. He was astonished to see how much Qin Runin had accomplished. Have you been injected with some kind of energy boost? This level of enthusiasm for work is unprecedented. Although he recognized the significance of Qin Runin's findings and admired her meticulousness, he had never been fond of such relentless dedication. He firmly believed that health was the foundation of all endeavors, a timeless truth in Changpu's mind. I'm fine. Let's go to County T. Qin Runin briskly finished her tasks, snatched her coat, and waved her hand at Changpu, signaling it was time to depart. Chapter 53. Seeking a partner. County T bordered City C, yet it belonged to a different province. The journey was not particularly long, but it involved crossing provincial lines, placing them in an entirely different jurisdiction. Before their departure, Changpu had already informed the local police department there. No need, Qin Runin replied, glancing out the window. Just in sight was a daily necessities supermarket. Pull over to the side. Is that all? Changpu looked at the few items in her hands, unable to conceal his disbelief. Qin Runin gazed at him in bewilderment. What do you mean? Changpu chuckled lightly as he drove along the road. Oh, nothing. I just think you are quite succinct. Qin Runin remained silent, her eyes fixed on the scenery outside. After a while, she glanced at the toiletries clutched in her hand and let out a soft, melancholic sigh. I don't really know how to use these powders, blushes, and lipsticks. Do you think a woman like me is simply a curiosity? After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned to Changpu with her question. It was then that he realized the seemingly indifferent person had been quite affected by his earlier jest regarding her succinctness. This insight amused him, yet he feared that a smile might further bruise Qin Runin's pride, so he feigned seriousness and replied, No, it's perfectly fine. Truly it is. His insincere tone earned him an eye roll from her. The drive to T County took approximately 2 hours, and they arrived just in time for lunch after reporting their situation to the local police. Unable to refuse the warm hospitality of the officers, Changpu and Qin Runin enjoyed a welcoming meal in the cafeteria of the T County Public Security Bureau. During the course of a meal, Qin Runin maintained a remarkably low profile. The term low profile aptly describes her demeanor, as she possesses a certain level of renown within the T County Public Security Bureau. Her previous employment in City B, which, like City C, is adjacent to T County, contributed to her reputation. Her formidable work ethic, epitomized by the title The Tireless Woman in City B, had reached the ears of those in T County. Several detectives within the T County Police held a deep admiration for Qin Runin's exceptional capabilities, often showering her with compliments. Conversely, Changpu, who had recently received accolades from the City Public Security Bureau, lacked similar recognition due to the distant nature of his peacekeeping endeavors. In response to the praise, Qin Runin merely offered polite humility, refraining from engaging in extensive conversation, and displayed a lack of appetite, seemingly preoccupied with her thoughts. After their meal, the two, accompanied by a local police officer, proceeded to the T County passenger station. En route, Changpu showed the local officer a portrait of Lu Min, which he had managed to procure from Ding Mulan during a visit to Lu Min's residence. The officer from the T County Public Security Bureau, surnamed Wei, was a young man in his 20s. Upon receiving the photograph from Changpu, he could not help but express his astonishment, exclaiming, If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have never guessed this was a man. I thought it was merely an alluring middle-aged woman. He inquired further, Is the public aware of his true gender? To this, Qin Runin shook her head, explaining, He has always presented himself as a woman to the outside world. Aside from those who are familiar with him in his hometown, as far as we know, others have no knowledge of his true identity. That presents a dilemma. Xiao Wei stroked his chin. In this day and age, if everyone is aware that this is a faux girl, it would undoubtedly leave a profound impression. However, if one perceives him merely as a woman, with looks that are neither exceptionally beautiful nor particularly unattractive, it becomes quite challenging to be remembered. Yet, one must take a chance. Otherwise, the search would become even more daunting. And Changpu remarked. Upon arriving at the bus station, T County is merely a small town, and the bus station itself is a modest two-story building. Perhaps due to the lunchtime lull, the station was unusually quiet, with only a few stalls selling tea, eggs, or cold beverages. A row of taxis was parked neatly along the roadside in front of the station. The T County bus station is situated somewhat off the beaten path, distanced from the town center. To venture from here to other locales within the town, one must either take a taxi or walk several hundred meters to find a bus stop. Across the street stood a dilapidated three-story building that appeared on the verge of collapse, with the ground floor converted into makeshift shops and large signs advertising a hotel hanging or plastered on the upper windows. Let us first inquire with the taxi drivers waiting around here, and Changpu suggested, glancing at the surroundings as he handed the printed photographs to Qin Runan and Xiao Wei. It could be that these drivers encounter too many faces daily to remember. Or perhaps this individual was so meticulous in life that he never deemed it necessary to splurge on taxis. Xiao Wei opined, and Changpu and Qin Runan exchanged a glance, remaining silent regarding his two conjectures. Taxi drivers encounter more people daily than some individuals do, however. Considering the population density and the state of the taxi business in T County, it appears rather desolate. The residents of T County seem to dress quite plainly. If Lu Min had truly taken a ride with any of them, he would not be devoid of any impression. As for the second hypothesis, based on prior knowledge of Lu Min, he is not one to be meticulous with his expenditures. After abandoning the route of the taxi driver, the trio's gaze instinctively shifted towards a small and nestled in a dilapidated building across the street. They proceeded to act independently, scouring numerous establishments both upstairs and downstairs. Just as their hopes began to dwindle, fortune finally smiled upon them. "I know that woman," exclaimed the proprietor of a modest inn located on the second floor, after scrutinizing Lu Min's photograph. "She came here seeking a marriage partner." Chapter 54. Marriage brokers seeking a marriage partner? How do you know this? Upon receiving word that someone had recognized Lu Min, and Changpu and Xiao Wei hurried over. Upon encountering the innkeeper who had identified Lu Min, Xiao Wei immediately posed a challenge. "Your business seems lacking. There aren't many guests throughout the year. How is it that you are so well informed about each resident? Look at how you phrase that. Am I to assist you only to be accused of error?" The innkeeper, slightly displeased by the insinuation, retorted, "You come here looking for someone, and when I express recognition, you doubt my word. Very well, I shall remain silent." After saying this, he crossed his arms over his chest, turned, and seated himself behind the small bar in the living room, exuding an air of indifference. Xiao Wei recognized that his manner of speaking had been inappropriate, provoking the other party instead of assisting as intended. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he glanced at Qin Runan, contemplating that perhaps, as the sole female present, she might find it easier to navigate this tense situation. Qin Runan, caught in his gaze, could only offer an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Wei had misjudged her. If it were a matter of asserting dominance, she might possess some confidence. But breaking the impasse was not her forte. Thus, she looked toward Changpu for help. And Changpu, displaying a sense of helplessness, let out a quiet sigh, bemused by the situation. In his view, in any scenario involving a man and a woman, the woman typically assumed the role of gentleness while the man remained steadfast. Yet, in this instance with Qin Runan, the roles seemed reversed, somewhat undermining his masculine pride. Despite his frustration, he knew they could not afford to delay serious matters. He retrieved a pack of propped cigarettes from his pocket, shook one out, and offered it to the innkeeper. The innkeeper, casting a sidelong glance at the smiling young man, took the cigarette and placed it behind his ear, neither smoking nor speaking. "How should I address you?" And Changpu inquired, producing a lighter with the intention of lighting the cigarette for the innkeeper. Qin Runan tightened her lips, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. She glanced at Changpu, receiving a cautionary look in return, which prompted her to lower her gaze in silence. Changpu surveyed the surroundings and discovered that this residence, repurposed as an inn, measured merely 70 or 80 square meters. The small, square living room was flanked by open doors leading to rooms, save for a solitary bathroom. The accommodations appeared rather cramped, having been divided from the original layout. Most of the doors were ajar, and an oppressive silence enveloped the establishment. Not a word was uttered by anyone present, including the innkeeper. The atmosphere was so stark that the previous conversation could only be interpreted as a dismissal. Business here was indeed languishing, aptly described as desolate. Perhaps Changpu's thorough inspection made the innkeeper feel somewhat embarrassed. He cleared his throat, attempting to smooth over the situation, saying, "My establishment primarily caters to those seeking short-term stays or waiting for transport. The hour has yet to arrive. Once it does, guests will surely depart." The innkeeper glanced at Changpu, then at Qin Runan and Xiao Wei, his eyes sparkling with newfound interest. "I haven't seen her around recently." After a moment of contemplation, he flashed a toothy grin but ultimately shook his head, his demeanor softening considerably, now tinged with curiosity. "Why not inquire at the local matchmaking agencies? They might have seen her recently." "Are you certain she would be registered at a matchmaking agency?" Changpu asked, his voice tinged with a mixture of hope and uncertainty, as if clutching at a lifeline. Perhaps it was the difference in tone and attitude. Upon hearing these words, the proprietor not only refrained from exhibiting the anger he had previously shown, but instead broke into a silent smile, placing a hand on Changpu's shoulder. "My dear young brother," he remarked, "what I engage in can be deemed a service industry as well. While I may lack in certain areas, I possess a keen ability to read between the lines. A mere casual conversation allows us to discern the identities and backgrounds of our guests with remarkable accuracy. How remarkable that you have yet to realize the individual standing before you, exchanging pleasantries, is a police officer," Qin Runan thought to herself, amusement gleaming in her eyes as she regarded the innkeeper. Changpu, filled with admiration, earnestly looked at the proprietor and inquired, "Could you offer me some guidance?" "Guidance, perhaps, is too grand a term. I primarily feel pity for your predicament." I had an inkling that woman resembled a marriage broker, a woman from afar, eschewing the bustling cities, to venture to this desolate corner, T County. I once asked her whether she was here for business or to visit relatives, and she claimed to be searching for a partner. The innkeeper sneered, his tone and expression laced with disdain, an emotion that seemed to have long been ingrained within him. Changpu's prior remarks only solidified his stance. "She has stayed with me 4 or 5 times. At least 4 different men have come to seek her out during my recollection. Is that normal? Certainly not. And the way she speaks, deliberately soft and affected, reveals her lack of sincerity." After listening intently for some time, Qin Runan could no longer restrain herself and leaned forward to interject. "Is it necessary to register with an identification card to stay here?" She was quite curious about the type of identification Lu Min would use to register for accommodation. Chapter 55. Attracting bees and butterflies. Perhaps it was due to the flattering remarks made by Changpu earlier that the innkeeper's self-esteem experienced a significant boost. After several exchanges, he seemed to shake off the unpleasant atmosphere created by Xiao Wei and began to regale them with tales of his own, predominantly based on his subjective conjectures rather than any substantial evidence. Aside from deducing from Lu Bing's previous words and actions that she had come to T City in search of a marriage partner, there was little else of value in his discourse. He couldn't even specify which marriage agency Lu Bing had visited. Given this, it was clear that they could not afford to squander any more time in idle conversation. After exchanging polite pleasantries with the innkeeper, Changpu, along with the others, finally departed from the inn. "How many marriage agencies are there in T County?" Upon exiting the dilapidated building, Changpu inquired of Xiao Wei, who, being a local police officer, was deemed a reliable source regarding matters in T County. To his surprise, Xiao Wei shrugged his shoulders, his expression one of helplessness. "As for marriage agencies, if I hadn't just heard that innkeeper mention one, I would have doubted their existence in T County. I thought by now everyone was meeting online. Even if one were looking for a partner, there are so many dating websites. Who would still open a marriage agency? Thus, they had no choice but to visit the T County Bureau of Industry and Commerce for inquiries, which yielded information on only 2 comprehensive intermediaries. These agencies, aside from marriage introductions, also offered services related to housing rentals and other intermediary projects. The staff member from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce stated that, to his knowledge, some businesses in County T were operating beyond their licensed scope, yet he seemed unable to specify which establishments were clandestinely engaging in matchmaking services. Consequently, they resorted to alternative means of inquiry, during which they inevitably encountered some rather amusing episodes, particularly in Changpu and Shaowei. One possessing a striking appearance and the other exuding youthful charm, often chose older, more familiar locals when seeking information about matchmaking agencies. Those questioned typically exhibited expressions of surprise, subsequently meandering through inquiries about the duo's ages, occupations, and family situations, while casually lamenting the unreliability of matchmaking services. On several occasions, Changpu and Shaowei found themselves compelled to abandon the conversation, evading the enthusiastic interrogations of their interlocutors. In contrast, Qin Runan experienced a far smoother journey. Although this ease somewhat bruised her pride, many middle-aged and elderly individuals she approached were notably eager to share information, with some unabashedly asserting that, as a young woman, age held significant weight, and the repercussions of remaining single could be dire. Qin Runan's complexion paled at this blunt candor. Regardless of the circumstances, any gain is a positive outcome. The trio, after inquiring with numerous individuals, had generally grasped the names and addresses of several marriage agencies in T County. They commenced their exploration by methodically visiting these establishments, beginning with 2 comprehensive agencies registered with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After thorough inquiries and verification, they ascertained that neither Lu Min nor Lu Bing had ever been associated with these agencies. As they were about to depart, one staff member from one of the agencies remarked that the majority of individuals seeking partners through marriage agencies nowadays are middle-aged or elderly, with a predominance of men over women. If there were indeed any registrations, locating them would likely be a straightforward task. Having yielded no results from the 2 relatively reputable agencies, they proceeded to search for individuals at smaller marriage agencies that lacked formal business registration, which proved to be even more challenging. The inconspicuous locations of these agencies are hardly worth mentioning. After considerable effort, when they finally located one, the initially welcoming staff members quickly changed their demeanor upon hearing the purpose of their visit. They dismissively claimed that they had no knowledge of the individual in question, refusing even to glance at the photograph. This reaction was hardly surprising, as these informal agencies are often even more averse to complications than the formal ones. The direct approach of presenting a photograph to inquire about a person most likely does not stem from benign intentions, so their instinctive denial was, regrettably, anticipated. However, if they did not clarify their intent, under what pretense could they proceed with their inquiries? Perhaps they could adapt an earlier tactic suggested by Ango and claim that the person in the photograph was their mother? Xiao Wei chimed in with this ill-fated suggestion, which predictably earned him a disdainful glance from Qin Runan. The repeated application of this previous strategy proves ineffective. However, it is imperative to discover a viable alternative. It is unacceptable for those who may possess knowledge, or perhaps remain entirely oblivious, to continue shrouding the truth in ambiguity. Qin Runan furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. With a sense of resignation and no other options, she partially acquiesced to Xiao Wei's suggestion, proposing that the 3 of them use the pretext of the individual in the photograph being a long-lost family member to continue their inquiries with Lu Min's artistic portrait in hand. It was reported that the woman had gone missing, and although the subsequent small marriage agencies appeared somewhat anxious, the possibility of the woman having defrauded them of money was largely dismissed. Consequently, the responsibility of the marriage agencies was significantly alleviated, and their defensive stance softened somewhat. Nonetheless, after visiting several small, struggling marriage agencies without any success, The trio began to harbor doubts regarding the innkeeper's words, contemplating whether they had been misled into a conundrum. Just as they were on the verge of relinquishing hope, a turning point emerged. In a small marriage agency sharing premises with a dry cleaner, someone recognized Lu Min. "Isn't this Lu Bing?" The agency's proprietress immediately identified Lu Min's artistic photograph, inquiring, "What's the matter? Has someone gone missing? When did it happen?" The building housing the marriage agency had been converted from a modest ground-floor residence. The windows had been transformed into doors for the dry cleaner's use. Upon entering the living room of the marriage agency, there was no proper partition, and the incessant clamor of machinery from the dry cleaner resonated loudly. To ensure that the proprietress could hear her clearly, Qin Runan had to lean closer and raise her voice as she said, "It has been over half a month without any news. We heard that she had registered here previously and wanted to inquire if anyone has seen her lately or knows who she has been with. Why has she gone out of contact? Is it because her family disapproves of her seeking companionship?" The proprietress scrutinized Qin Runan for a moment. "I truly do not know where she has gone or with whom she is," she replied. "We handle introductions, but we do not guarantee success. It has been over a month since I last saw her. I thought she had found someone." The proprietress exhibited a lack of enthusiasm regarding the search. "Could you tell me who has met with her?" Upon hearing this, Qin Runan noticed a change in the proprietress's demeanor and quickly added in a pleading tone, "I promise I won't let anyone else know that you informed me." "Yes, I beg you." And Changpu, with a sincere expression, stepped forward as well. "This person has vanished without a trace, and our entire family is quite anxious. We wish to locate her swiftly to ascertain her safety." The proprietress hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Ultimately, she retreated behind a desk and rummaged through a row of file folders. After a considerable time, she finally unearthed a stack of forms and, after much flipping, located a registration form adorned with another artistic photograph of Lu Min. She extracted it and handed it to Qin Runan. "I only have the names of those who were arranged to meet her, nothing more." The proprietress appeared utterly exasperated, as if she had exhausted all her patience and could offer no further assistance. "I had just stated that our packages come at various price points, and we arrange a number of meetings. Whether or not they lead to success is beyond our concern. Regardless, the names of all the men who had met her are listed right here. You may inquire as you wish." As Qin Runan glanced at the lengthy list of names, a frown creased her brow. Ordinarily, despite Lu Min's cosmetic enhancements that rendered him somewhat feminine in appearance, he remained fundamentally a man. How had he managed to register at the matchmaking agency and participate in so many meetings without their notice? And Changpu seemed to ponder a similar question. He took the rather extensive list from Qin Runan and, with a bemused expression, asked the proprietress, "Has she met so many individuals? This must be quite an expensive premium package. Are our family's circumstances truly that enticing?" "I cannot claim to know much about your family's situation," the proprietress replied, casting a glance at him, noting that, aside from his decent appearance, his attire was rather ordinary. Her tone unconsciously carried a hint of disdain. "To be frank, I don't know what relation this woman holds to your family. In any case, I certainly did not charge her a hefty agency fee. I gave her a considerable discount. Most of those who register here are men, with women being quite scarce. Your family member possesses an appealing countenance, and I merely hoped she could attract a few more prospective suitors. As for your family's background, I haven't inquired. It simply does not pique my curiosity." Upon such reflection, the three detectives grasped the situation clearly. It appeared that the proprietress of the matchmaking agency harbored the hope that the strikingly beautiful Lu Min could serve as a talisman of fortune, drawing in a greater number of suitors for her. However, what could be Lu Min's true intentions in meeting so many different men? Was she not concerned about the possibility of her ruse being uncovered? Chapter 56. The debt collector. These queries could not be resolved by the agency's proprietress. Only those men who had encountered Lu Min could provide clarity. With the list in hand, the next step was to verify the identities and contact details of these individuals. The list provided by the proprietress contained only names and ages, lacking any further specifics. Before resorting to desperate measures, and Changpu and Qin Runan were also reluctant to disclose too much about the case's particulars. Most of the men, as described by the proprietress, were local residents of T County. This was not a bustling metropolis. And should unfounded rumors begin to circulate, be they whispers of transsexuals or tales of murder and dismemberment, it would spell disaster for those who had previously met Ru Min. Even if they bore no connection to her demise and were entirely unaware of her true gender and identity, once such rumors took flight, there would be no opportunity for exoneration. The power of collective opinion can be devastating, as history has shown countless times. As investigators, and Changpu and Qin Runan certainly wish to avoid dragging innocent bystanders into this quagmire before reaching a conclusion. The list comprises a total of 9 names, among which one individual bears a name that does not exist. The other 8 swiftly identified their corresponding targets based on their names, ages, and marital statuses. No need to worry. We are well prepared for our stationing here, and Changpu remarked, half-jokingly, about their arrangement and plans. He expressed his gratitude to Xiao Wei, who assisted in the investigation. And then he and Qin Runan departed once more from the T County Public Security Bureau, intending to investigate the 8 men who had been in contact with Lu Min. While examining the personal information and addresses of these 8 individuals, Xiao Wei conveniently printed a map of T County, marking the approximate geographical locations. This facilitated Changpu and his companions in navigating the unfamiliar county to reach their desired destinations. By the time they left the T County Public Security Bureau, evening had already fallen. They pressed on without pause, determined to make the most of their time. After visiting 3 households, night had completely enveloped the area. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 8 o'clock. Qin Runan did not express any weariness or request a break, yet considering the late hour, and Changpu deemed it inappropriate to continue their visits. He resolved to conclude their endeavors for the day, planning to address the remaining 5 individuals early the following morning. With work concluded, the next pressing concern was securing accommodation for the night. After assessing the general locations of the individuals they intended to visit the next day, they decided to select an economical hotel situated close to their first destination for the night's respite. Although T County may not be particularly developed, its geographical advantage of being situated at the intersection of 2 provinces affords convenient access to both C City and B City. Consequently, it attracts a considerable number of visitors for business purposes. After visiting several inns, Changpu and Qin Runan found themselves in a predicament. There were no suitable rooms available. Either only a single room remained, or they were completely booked, leaving them feeling quite helpless. Is business really that good here? Changpu expressed disbelief. The receptionist pointed to a modest sign standing nearby. It states clearly that there is a large investment conference taking place in the county over the next 3 days, drawing in a multitude of attendees, both major corporations and small enterprises. If you hadn't made a reservation in advance, you'd be fortunate to find any accommodation at all. What shall we do? Perhaps one of us could take a room while the other sleeps in the car? Changpu, at a loss, turned to Qin Runan for her opinion. Let us try looking at a few more places, Qin Runan replied, refusing to give up hope. As the 2 prepared to leave, the innkeeper did not attempt to persuade them to stay. In times of high demand, they were unconcerned about a lack of guests. Thus, they continued their search, visiting several other hotels and inns, only to find the situation largely unchanged. Eventually, in a once glorious but now somewhat desolate hotel, they received both a piece of bad news and a piece of good news. The bad news was that only 1 room remained. The good news was that the remaining room was a suite. Although the price is slightly higher, if you were to book 2 rooms, the cost would be comparable. Moreover, there are currently no 2 available rooms. By simply closing the door between the 2 areas of this suite, the inner and outer rooms become indistinguishable from 2 separate quarters. Perhaps it is due to the late hour, but the attendants at this inn appear drowsy and fatigued, though their demeanor remains attentive. Qin Runan furrowed her brow, glancing at the clock on the wall of the lobby, realizing that indeed, time was not on their side. However, she found it difficult to accept this suite. Otherwise, there were 2 inns just now, each with a room available. Why not split up and stay separately? She sought the opinion of Changpu. The attendant who had previously assisted them, upon seeing them again, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, whether out of schadenfreude or merely stating the facts. You should have acted sooner. With such a scarcity of rooms now, there is little time for deliberation. Qin Runan bit her lip gently, contemplating for a moment. Yet she dared not squander any more time in indecision. No one had anticipated their investigation would unfold so fortuitously, and if they delayed further, they might indeed find themselves homeless. Let us quickly check if the suite is still available. Resolutely, Qin Runan made her decision. Fortunately, they were not met with disappointment. The suite remained unoccupied. If it troubles you, we can move the sofa to block the door tonight. Sitting on the single bed in the outer room of the suite, and Changpu gazed at the serious and tense-faced Qin Runan, unable to suppress a laugh. She had remained unfazed even in the presence of the menacing Yao Chong, yet now, merely accommodating a temporary lodging solution, she appeared as if facing a formidable adversary. This amusing contrast compelled Changpu to tease her. When he made a light-hearted jest, Qin Runan surprisingly approached the door to take a look, then shook her head. It's futile. The door opens towards you, she remarked. A hint of exasperation crept into Changpu's smile as he raised his hands and said, If you truly feel uneasy, you could always handcuff me to the headboard. You can keep the key. His suggestion rendered Qin Runan somewhat bashful, and she pursed her lips, shook her head, and retreated into the inner room, leaving him with a parting remark to rest early before closing the door. And Changpu stretched lazily, his stomach growling with hunger. Glancing at the clock, he realized that they had squandered an inordinate amount of time searching for accommodation and now had yet to address dinner. With the hour growing late and the likelihood of nearby restaurants being open diminishing, he decided it was best not to disturb Qin Runan. He would venture out to see if he could procure some food. Thus, he rose, loosened his limbs, placed the room card in his pocket, and stepped outside. The night in County T was remarkably tranquil. After wandering through several streets, he finally stumbled upon a small convenience store that was preparing to close. From within, he purchased 2 bowls of instant noodles along with some ham sausages and snacks such as dried tofu. Upon returning to the room, I inserted the key card into the door, finding the interior enveloped in silence. Could it be that after a day of exertion, she succumbed to slumber the moment the door was shut? And Changpu stood by the entrance, one hand clutching a plastic bag, while the other hovered hesitantly at the door, contemplating whether to knock and rouse Qin Runan for a bite to eat or to refrain from disturbing her repose. I have no extra money to give you, so do not seek me out. Qin Runan's voice suddenly pierced through the door, startling Changpu. It appeared she was not asleep. Whom was she conversing with? Why such a harsh tone? How old are you? Why are you still so inconsiderate? Were you born to be a debt collector? I do not owe you anything. Her voice abruptly paused, then soared an octave higher. I warn you not to trouble her any further. If you dare, hello? Hello? With a sullen expression, Qin Runan emerged from the inner room, her eyes landing on Changpu, and her demeanor shifted to one of embarrassment. I am not hungry. You may eat alone, she stated through the narrow opening before slamming the door shut. These inquiries could not possibly be resolved through the proprietress of the matchmaking agency. Only by consulting the men who had met with Lu Min could clarity be attained. With the list in hand, the next step was to verify the identities and contact information of these individuals. The list provided by the proprietress of the matchmaking agency contained only the names and ages of the individuals, lacking any further specifics. Before being compelled to do so, Changpu and Qin Runan were reluctant to divulge too much about the actual circumstances of the case. According to the proprietress's description, most of these men were local residents of T County, which is not particularly a bustling metropolis. Should unfounded rumors circulate of transsexuals or gruesome murders, such tales would spell disaster for those who had previously met and courted Lu Min. Even if these men had no connection to Lu Min's demise, or were entirely unaware of his true gender and identity, once the rumors spread, clearing their names would be virtually impossible. History is replete with instances where public opinion has been swayed, leading to irrevocable consequences. As investigators, and Changpu and Qin Runin were naturally averse to dragging unrelated individuals into this quagmire before reaching a conclusion. The list contained a total of 9 names. One of them was fictitious, while the other 8 were swiftly identified based on their names, ages, and marital statuses. Rest assured, we have mentally prepared ourselves for a prolonged stay, and Changpu remarked with a hint of jest regarding their plans. He expressed gratitude to Xiao Wei, who assisted in the investigation, before departing once more with Qin Runin from the T County Public Security Bureau, ready to probe into the 8 men who had previously courted Lu Min. While investigating the personal information and addresses of these 8 individuals, Xiao Wei took the opportunity to print a map of T County, marking the general geographical locations, thus facilitating in Changpu and the others in navigating this unfamiliar county. By the time they departed from the T County Public Security Bureau, evening had already descended. The two hastened their pace, eager to make good use of their time. After visiting 3 households, night had completely enveloped the surroundings, and a glance at the clock revealed it was already past 8. Qin Runin did not express any fatigue or insist on a break. However, considering the late hour, and Changpu deemed it inappropriate to continue their visits. Deciding to conclude their efforts for the day and attend to the remaining 5 individuals early the following morning. With their work concluded, they were then faced with the pressing issue of accommodation. After reviewing the approximate locations of the individuals they needed to meet the next day, they aimed to select an economical hotel conveniently situated near their first destination for the night. Though T County was not particularly developed, its geographical advantage of being at the intersection of 2 provinces offered convenient transportation to C City and B City, attracting a considerable number of visitors. After surveying several inns, they found none with suitable rooms. Either only 1 room remained, or there were completely no vacancies, leaving in Changpu and Qin Runin feeling quite helpless. Is business here truly that good? And Changpu pondered in disbelief. The receptionist pointed to a modest sign standing nearby. Isn't it written there? Over the past 3 days, a large investment conference has been taking place in the county, attracting a multitude of attendees, those engaged in grand enterprises as well as small businesses. If you haven't reserved a room in advance, consider yourselves fortunate to find any accommodation at all. What shall we do? Perhaps I could take a room while you sleep in the car? And Changpu was at a loss and could only seek Qin Runin's opinion. Let us check other places. She insisted, not ready to concede defeat. As the two prepared to leave, the innkeeper made no effort to dissuade them. During this period of high demand, they were hardly concerned about the absence of guests. Thus, they ventured to several other hotels and inns, only to find that the circumstances were largely the same. Finally, at a once thriving hotel now tinged with desolation, they received both disappointing and encouraging news. The bad news was that only 1 room remained. The good news was that it was a suite. Although the price was slightly higher, the cost would be comparable to booking 2 separate rooms. And since no other rooms were available, closing the door between the inner and outer areas of the suite would render it indistinguishable from 2 separate accommodations. Perhaps it was the late hour that rendered the hotel staff in a state of drowsiness, though they maintained a courteous demeanor. Qin Runin furrowed her brow as she glanced at the clock on the lobby wall, realizing that it was indeed quite late. Nevertheless, the prospect of the suite still left her feeling uneasy. Otherwise, wasn't there just now 2 inns, each with a room available? Shall we split up and take separate accommodations? She sought in Changpu's opinion. If only you had seized the moment earlier. Now the rooms are in such high demand, there is no time to deliberate. The server, who had previously attended to them, upon seeing them again, could not help but utter a sardonic remark, whether out of schadenfreude or sheer honesty. Qin Runin gently bit her lip, furrowing her brow in thought. She dared not squander any more time in indecision. None could have anticipated their timing while investigating the case would be so fortuitous. If they delayed any further, they might indeed find themselves sleeping on the streets. Resolutely, she decided to check if the suite was still available. Fortunately, it was not in vain. The suite remained unbooked. If you are worried, we can barricade the door with the sofa tonight. Sitting on the single bed in the outer room of the suite, and Changpu observed the serious and tense expression on Qin Runin's face, unable to suppress a laugh. She had faced the fierce Yao Chong without flinching, yet now, dealing with merely a temporary lodging arrangement, she appeared as if preparing for battle, which amused Changpu and made him want to tease her. In response to his jest, Qin Runan genuinely approached the door to take a look, then shook her head. "It's of no use. The door opens towards you." And Changpu's smile waned slightly as he raised his hands, saying to Qin Runan, "If you truly remain uneasy, feel free to handcuff me to the headboard. You can keep the key." Upon hearing his words, Qin Runan felt a twinge of embarrassment. She bit her lip, shook her head, and with a parting remark to rest early, she slipped into the inner room and shut the door. And Changpu stretched lazily, a rumble of hunger emanating from his stomach. Glancing at the clock, he realized that in their quest for a place to stay, they had squandered so much time that they had yet to address their dinner. With the hour growing late, he surmised that the few restaurants outside might already be closed. Rather than disturb Qin Runan, he decided to venture out himself to see if he could procure something to eat. Rising from his seat, he stretched his limbs, tucked the room key into his pocket, and stepped outside. The night in T County was remarkably tranquil, and Changpu wandered through several streets before finally discovering a small convenience store that was on the verge of closing. He purchased 2 bowls of instant noodles along with some ham and dried tofu snacks. Returning to the room, he inserted the key into the door, and the silence within was palpable. Could it be that she was so exhausted from the day's exertions that she had fallen asleep upon closing the door? Standing by the entrance, one hand clutching the plastic bag and the other poised to knock, he hesitated, pondering whether to awaken Qin Runan for a late-night snack or to refrain from interrupting her slumber. Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness from the other side of the door. "I have no extra money to give you, so do not seek me out." And Changpu was taken aback. It appeared she was not asleep after all. To whom was she speaking? Why did her tone carry such a harshness? "How old are you? How can you still be so inconsiderate? Were you born to be a debt collector? I owe you nothing." Qin Runan's voice suddenly faltered for a moment, then soared an octave higher. "I warn you, do not trouble her again. If you dare, hello? Hello?" With a glum expression, Qin Runan emerged from the inner room and was met with the sight of Changpu standing by the door, his demeanor instantly awkward. "I'm not hungry. You can eat by yourself," she said through the crack of the door, then slammed it shut with a resounding thud. Chapter 57. Amassing Wealth at Night. The two of them occupied separate rooms, one inside and the other outside, separated by a wall and a door. They quietly passed the night without incident. Early the next morning, Changpu rose first, dressing meticulously to spare Qin Runan the embarrassment of having to emerge from her room. When she finally stepped outside, the dark circles under her eyes were pronounced, and her overall vitality had significantly waned. Perhaps to Changpu, this was merely a sign of a restless night. But Qin Runan was acutely aware that she had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for 2 consecutive nights. "Up already?" And Changpu noticed her lack of energy and feigned ignorance, casually remarking, "While I was out buying instant noodles last night, I discovered a breakfast shop near this hotel. It's still early. Let us go there for a bite to eat before we continue our investigations as planned." Qin Runan remained silent, neither accepting nor declining his suggestion. After a night apart, she appeared even more fatigued than the day before, as if she could scarcely muster the energy to respond. The two of them gathered their simple belongings and proceeded to the lobby to complete the checkout procedures. Following Changpu's plan, they first stopped at a nearby breakfast shop to order some congee and side dishes to fill their stomachs. "I surmise that you must be hungry. Otherwise, it would be prudent to visit a hospital to check for possible anorexia," Changpu jested. Qin Runan swallowed the congee in her mouth and dabbed her lips with a napkin. "One is made of iron, and food is steel. I cannot falter before the case is solved. Such awareness is commendable. One must possess a spirit that is not swayed by external circumstances or personal misfortunes. Regardless of the obstacles presented by others, one must learn to adopt a broader perspective. As long as you can remain true to yourself, the unreasonable demands of others can be easily disregarded," Changpu implied. Qin Runan picked up on the insinuation, her expression shifting as she glared at Changpu with suspicion. Displeased as she asked, "What do you mean by eavesdropping on my phone call last night?" Changpu raised 3 fingers innocently. I swear by the sun that I had no intention of eavesdropping on your conversation. If you are concerned about being overheard, it would be wise to control your volume in the future. Otherwise, there is no need to fear anyone eavesdropping. The truth can be heard clearly and transparently when spoken openly. Upon hearing this, Qin Runin felt a rush of blood to her face, her cheeks flushed. She remained silent, her eyelids lowered. Observing her reaction, and Changpu wisely chose not to press further on the matter. After a while, she spoke again. Yesterday at the police station in T County, I heard quite a bit about your accomplishments during your time in B City. Things were clearly on the upswing there. Why did you suddenly request a transfer to C City? Everything here feels like starting from scratch. Don't you find that disheartening? There is nothing to be disheartened about. I merely wish to change my environment. Qin Runin's tone was remarkably calm, devoid of excessive emotion. Yet, considering her usual disposition, the more composed she appeared, the more Changpu sensed her deliberate suppression and concealment. Qin Runin remained silent, and after Changpu had talked for a while, he found the conversation somewhat tedious. The two continued to eat breakfast in silence. It's my younger brother. Just as they were nearing the end of their meal, Qin Runin suddenly set down her spoon, as if summoning great resolve, and spoke. It was my brother who called me last night. Does he need money? How old is he? I have my bank card with me. I could lend you some money, but don't you think that would be too indulgent? And Changpu recalled what Cheng Feng and his classmates from B City had mentioned about Qin Runin's family situation. And piecing together what he had heard her say about her brother the previous night, it wasn't difficult to surmise the general circumstances. Qin Runin sighed, a blend of resignation and inevitability in her demeanor, and gently shook her head. You wouldn't understand, nor could you ever. And Changpu found himself at a loss for words. While he could effortlessly discourse on grand theories, he realized, much like Qin Runin had asserted, that he did not truly comprehend her circumstances. Though his own family background could not be deemed affluent, it afforded him a life free from want, marked by tranquility and comfort, conditions that starkly contrasted with Qin Runin's plight, lacking the experiential understanding necessary to empathize with her struggles. He was indeed at a standstill in his ability to grasp her difficulties. Consequently, the conversation reached an abrupt halt. After finishing their breakfast, the two resumed their task of investigating the remaining individuals listed on their roster, systematically checking each person's residence. Fortunately, most of the men who had been introduced to Lumine were under 60, predominantly retired individuals or small business owners, which made their daytime inquiries far more successful than anticipated, without any dead ends encountered. By the time they had completed their visits to the 8 known suitors, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. They proceeded to the T County Public Security Bureau to inquire about the investigation into the individual who had registered under a false name, while also summarizing their findings on the 8 men they had already met. All 8 suitors were approximately 10 years older than Lumine's actual age, with the eldest among them being a remarkable 20 years senior, already in his 70s. Why did Lumine specifically choose to meet with men significantly older than himself over the years? At this point, it is impossible to inquire directly with him, so one can only speculate based on Lumine's circumstances. It seems plausible that he seized upon the fact that these older gentlemen might be particularly appreciative of his youthful appearance, which could lead to greater indulgence and attentiveness, making it less likely for him to reveal any flaws. Among these 8 individuals, one of them, Changpu, along with Qin Runin, did not meet the man himself, but only encountered his younger brother. Did he offer any explanation? My brother remarked that he found the woman to be rather flirtatious, perceiving her as rather frivolous and lacking in stability, certainly not a person with whom one could envision a lasting partnership. The suitor's brother, somewhat embarrassed, confessed, to be honest, my previous sister-in-law left because of an affair and eloped with her lover, which left my elder brother devastated for years. It took him a long time to move on, and he certainly would not seek out a woman who instills a sense of insecurity. Among the 8 suitors who had met Lumine, their interactions varied. Aside from the one who voluntarily withdrew from the process, the remaining 7 men had varying degrees of engagement with Lumine. A few of them only met him once and were unable to arrange further encounters with the desired companion. Upon conducting interviews and gaining insight into these men's situations, Qin Runin quickly discerned that those who had met Lu Min more frequently tended to come from affluent backgrounds. Each meeting involved some expenditure on Lu Min, ranging from a simple meal or small cosmetic purchases to more substantial gifts such as gold and silver jewelry or clothing and shoes. It is evident that when Lu Min selects a prospective partner, he does not judge them solely by their appearance, as the men he meets do. Rather, he seeks generous individuals willing to invest in him. Through the guise of matchmaking, he cunningly accumulates wealth for himself. However, one cannot help but ponder whether he has undergone partial gender reassignment surgery solely to masquerade as a woman and perpetrate financial deceit. This question lingers profoundly in the minds of the two detectives. Meanwhile, the identity of the man who registered under a false name at the matchmaking agency remains shrouded in mystery, as does the reason for his concealment. As Chapter 58 unfolds, en route to Xie Lemon's residence, and Changpu reduced the speed of his vehicle upon passing a savings institution. He turned to Qin Runin, seated beside him, and inquired, "If you need to transfer money, shall we pause here?" Qin Runin bit her lip, hesitating momentarily. Despite her evident inner turmoil, she ultimately replied, "No need to stop. Let us continue. We must prioritize the matter at hand." Upon hearing her response, Changpu pressed down on the accelerator, and the car surged forward towards the direction of Xie Lemon's home. The journey from T County to that particular township took merely a little over 10 minutes. Upon arrival, they inquired along the way, yet ultimately found themselves at a dead end. The residence of Xie Lemon exudes an air of grandeur, presenting itself as a relatively new two-story building. At the entrance of the yard stand two red-painted iron gates that swing open, adorned with a motif of twin dragons playing with a pearl. The courtyard is immaculately paved with cement tiles, devoid of floral arrangements or animals. The door remains unlocked, and as Changpu steps into the yard, he knocks at the door for an extended period, yet no one responds from within. He tests the door handle and finds it firmly secured. "Are you looking for old Xie?" During Changpu's attempts to gain entry, Qin Runin patiently waits at the threshold of Xie Lemon's home, soon attracting the attention of two elderly gentlemen seated beneath a nearby tree, engaged in a game of chess. Qin Runin observes the pair, both appearing to be around 60 years of age. One sports a sun-shielding fisherman's hat, while the other dons a white short-sleeved t-shirt, with a light jacket draped over his shoulders. Between them, a small bench supports a dark wooden chessboard, and they sit on diminutive stools, suggesting they are local residents of similar age to Xie Lemon, likely acquaintances or even friends. "Indeed, we are here to seek Xie Lemon. Is he not at home?" Qin Runin inquires politely as she approaches them. "Where are you from? What business do you have with old Xie?" The elderly man in the fisherman's hat scrutinizes Qin Runin before speaking. No sooner had he voiced his question than his companion, clad in the jacket, shot him a disapproving glance. Tapping the chessboard with a piece, he admonished, "What are you doing? Mind your own affairs. Their business is not your concern, so refrain from prying. They are looking for old Xie, not you. Why the incessant inquiries?" The two individuals engaged in conversation, exchanging words back and forth, while Changpu confirmed that the house was indeed unoccupied. Stepping out from the courtyard, he observed Qin Runin attentively listening to the two elderly men. He approached to ascertain the situation. Qin Runin relayed the information that Xie Lemon had gone to his son's residence. "How long has it been? If he has gone to his son's house, why is the front door left unlocked?" And Changpu inquired casually, as if discussing trivial matters with the two gentlemen. One of the elderly men, donning a fisherman's hat, scratched the back of his head, which was adorned with short, graying hair. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Oh, would you believe it? It has already been half a month since old Xie left. Remarkable. This old fellow has truly shown some perseverance this time. Their house in this vicinity does indeed stand out like a crane among chickens." She further added, "Such a splendid house. How could one bear to leave it vacant?" The elderly gentleman's words held a certain wisdom. Seizing the opportunity, Changpu affirmed the fisherman's perspective before inquiring, "This house must have been built not long ago, correct? Having just completed renovations, they have moved to the city. Mr. Xie's living conditions are indeed quite favorable. Indeed, his son has achieved success, graduating from university and securing a respectable job in the city. He earns well and is filial, justifying the efforts of his father, who raised him single-handedly. He continued, "This house was only rebuilt last year. If it weren't for old Xie's stubbornness, refusing to move to the city, his children wouldn't have needed to spend such a considerable sum to renovate the house for his comfort." The elderly man in the coat appeared somewhat irked by the loquacity of the fisherman-hatted individual, who tugged at him and, with a hint of wariness, inquired about Changpu and Qin Runan. "Who might you two be? Are you here to see old Xie? Just a moment ago, you advised me to refrain from prying into others' affairs, yet now you are questioning me." The fisherman-hatted man, perplexed, remained silent. The elderly man in the coat disregarded him, his gaze flitting between Changpu and Qin Runan. Prior to their arrival, Changpu and his companion had devised a plausible response for such inquiries. "You are aware of the elderly companion that old Xie has recently taken up with, correct?" Changpu replied with a smile, turning the question back. The fisherman-hatted man exchanged glances with the man in the coat, as if enlightenment had dawned upon them, and their faces lightened with a hint of ambiguous amusement. "Are you relatives of that woman?" The fisherman-hatted man probed. "Indeed, she is my distant aunt. We have journeyed from afar at the behest of our elder family members to check on her and deliver some items. Upon our arrival, we learned that she has found a companion, which prompted our visit." Qin Runan seamlessly continued in alignment with the fisherman-hatted man's assumptions. Upon hearing this, both the fisherman-hatted man and the elderly man in the coat no longer harbored doubts regarding Changpu and Qin Runan's identities or intentions. "Your aunt indeed stayed here for a while not long ago," remarked the elderly man in the coat, his demeanor softening upon learning that these two young individuals were relatives of old Xie's girlfriend. "However, we have not seen her recently, so we are unaware if she has accompanied old Xie to his son's residence. Indeed, can you share the address of Mr. Xie's son? We would like to pay a visit." The elderly man draped in a coat hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether he truly did not know or simply felt uneasy. "In truth, I do not have Mr. Xie's son's address, but he did leave me a phone number before he departed, mentioning that if there were any urgent matters, I should call that number to reach him. If you like, I can provide you with the number, and you may inquire directly." "That works." Qin Runan readily agreed, without haggling. "Excuse me, sir, I have an inquiry." As the elderly man walked away, Zhangpu suddenly leaned in with an air of mystery, crouching down in front of the fisherman's hat. "You see, my aunt is involved with Xie Liming from your area. As her relative, could you kindly enlighten us on how Xie Liming treats her?" Initially, the fisherman's hat felt a bit tense due to Zhangpu's demeanor, but upon hearing his words, he broke into a smile, tinged with ambiguity. He patted Zhangpu's hand reassuringly and replied, "Rest assured, old Xie is a man of integrity during his wife's lifetime. He treated her with utmost kindness. After her passing, he single-handedly raised his son, living alone for many years. Now, in his old age, he has encountered a rather attractive woman like your aunt, and it brings him immense joy. Speaking of it makes him beam with delight. How could he possibly treat her poorly? To be frank, neither of you should feel discontent. As for your aunt, while she may not possess the ethereal beauty of a celestial being, she certainly surpasses Lao Xie in charm. If you happen to encounter her, do convey this to her. If she finds Lao Xie appealing, they should embark on a journey of companionship together. Conversely, if she does not hold him in esteem, it would be wise to sever ties early, sparing Lao Xie from any further emotional turmoil, for he is a genuine soul who cannot afford to be trifled with." The fisherman's hat chuckled softly and remarked, "I merely speak my mind. The intricacies of the human heart are often inscrutable, and who can truly decipher them? Furthermore, she spends her time within Lao Xie's household, rarely making her presence known when seen outside. She seems quite reserved, and we have yet to engage with her. In any case, I merely express that should the two find happiness together, it would be nothing short of splendid." Chapter 59. Hidden in the city. The description of reserved uttered by the fisherman's hat took the two officers by surprise. To ensure accuracy, Changpu thoughtfully presented a portrait of Lu Min to the two elderly individuals for their examination. Both confirmed without a doubt that the individual in the photograph was indeed Xie Luming's girlfriend. Consequently, it was established that Lu Min was the woman who had previously engaged in a courtship with Xie Luming and had even spent time at his home. As for the reason behind her prior exuberance, juxtaposed with her current demeanor of restraint and modesty during her interactions with Xie Luming, one can only speculate based on her earlier experiences. In T County, upon seeking a romantic match, he encountered Xie Lemon. This transpired after his dealings with Lu Yuxiang. During his interactions with Lu Yuxiang, he nearly found himself in trouble due to his identity being exposed, which led to a reprimand from his elder brother, Lu Jun. Perhaps this experience prompted him to alter his behavioral patterns, adopting a more discreet and prudent demeanor. Moreover, while taking advantage of the remaining time to engage in casual conversation with two elderly gentlemen, and Changpu and Qin Runan learned that Xie Lemon had previously been a factory worker in the county. However, following a downturn in the factory's performance, he opted for early retirement. Even now, he maintains robust health, standing out among his peers as quite vigorous. Aside from a fondness for alcohol, he harbors no other vices. Although they obtained the telephone number of Xie Lemon's son, Qin Runan felt it inappropriate to directly contact Xie Lemon himself, fearing that if the latter wished to remain elusive, it would place them in a disadvantageous position. Consequently, they first visited the local police station to inquire about the household registration status of Xie Lemon's son. And Changpu harbored some apprehension, concerned that if the son's registration had never been transferred and remained in the original locale, it could complicate matters. Fortunately, the situation proved less troublesome than anticipated. Xie Lemon's son had relocated his registration over 2 years ago to City C. This development greatly facilitated their subsequent investigation. Interestingly, while Xie Lemon's residence in his hometown was relatively easy to locate, having moved to live with his son made it exceedingly difficult for anyone, including themselves, to find him. Had it not been for the advantageous conditions of his son's household registration being relocated to City C, finding him would indeed require considerable effort. Nevertheless, acquiring Xie Lemon's current residence still necessitated a circuitous route, leaving in Changpu somewhat contemplative. Qin Runan grasped his implication and nodded in agreement. Hence the saying, "The small dwells discreetly in the wilderness, while the great conceals itself within the city." Xie Lemon's son resided in a newly constructed community, completed merely 2 or 3 years prior, which exuded an air of grandeur from its exterior. The vintage design rendered the staircases slightly somber in hue. Yet the towering edifices distinctly stood out amid the surrounding residential neighborhoods, easily recognizable from afar. Xie Lemon's son occupied a high-rise apartment situated near the community's scenic center, having chosen the top floor. Upon Qin Runan and Changpu's arrival, they fortuitously encountered an individual exiting the unit, thereby bypassing the need to ring the doorbell and directly ascending the elevator to the pinnacle of the building. After a brief period of knocking, silence emanated from within. Qin Runan glanced at Changpu, her concern growing that they might be met with futility. And Changpu, with a glance, urged her to remain patient and wait a moment longer. Indeed, after another 2 minutes of knocking, the faint sound of footsteps emerged from inside, the shuffle of slippers drawing nearer. Suddenly, the light beyond the door dimmed, and it seemed one could perceive the rhythm of breathing through the barrier. "Who is it?" A robust yet somewhat aged voice echoed from within, muffled as though the speaker were leaning against the door. "Is this the Xie residence?" And Changpu inquired. "Ah, indeed. Whom are you looking for?" Qin Runan produced her police badge, elevating the emblem for the occupant within the door to see clearly. "You must be Xie Lemon. We are detectives from the Major Crimes Unit of C City Public Security Bureau, and we wish to inquire about certain matters." An unsettling silence enveloped the interior, lasting long enough for Qin Runan to contemplate knocking again. Finally, with a distinct click, the brown security door creaked open. It gradually widened, revealing a dimly lit interior adorned with dark red flooring. A tall, elderly man with graying hair and a ruddy complexion stood at the threshold, silently observing the two individuals outside, alone in the house. "You are Xie Lemon, correct?" Despite the almost indisputable confirmation of the man's identity, Qin Runan adhered to protocol. seeking affirmation before stepping inside. Xia Leming nodded quietly, gesturing for them to enter. Please, come in. And Changpu and Qin Runin exchanged their shoes for the slippers offered by Xia Leming. Upon entering, they discovered that this top-floor residence, akin to many contemporary developments, boasted a complimentary flat-roofed loft. A spiral staircase ascended to the upper level, while the main floor featured a spacious layout comprising a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. A long decorative chandelier dangled gracefully from the ceiling above the staircase. Qin Runin and the others surveyed the decor of the room, but Xia Lemon showed no inclination to usher them into the living room. He stared at them in a daze. After a moment of contemplation, he uncertainly asked, "Are you here to see me?" "Indeed," and Changpu nodded affirmatively. "Then please, follow me upstairs." Xia Lemon hesitated for a moment, gesturing towards the upper floor before turning and slowly ascending the stairs. And Changpu and Qin Runin trailed behind him, accompanying him to the loft. Upon arriving, they immediately noticed that the ambience upstairs contrasted sharply with that below. The upper space lacked the pronounced modernity of the lower level. Instead, it emanated a softer, warmer aesthetic, albeit somewhat disordered, indicative of a life led by an elder. At the edge of the terrace, a sturdy railing stood at over half a person's height, meticulously installed. The terrace is quite well kept, Qin Runin exclaimed sincerely, her heart warmed by the modest charm of the small terrace. The mere thought of basking in the sunlight, lazily watching clouds drift by, filled her with an unquenchable longing. Xia Lemon glanced at the terrace, his ruddy complexion brightening with a hint of joy. Though subtle, the expression was unmistakable. My son arranged this for me. He feared I might feel lonely, so he bought an assortment of flowers and seeds for me to tend to in my leisure. Do you live up here alone, Grandfather Xia? And Changpu followed Xia Lemon into one of the two rooms, which served as a living room. Inside, the space was furnished with a sofa and a television, complete with a collection of items that bore the marks of time. Among them were a pair of shiny steel fitness balls, a rubber grip strengthener that had darkened to the point of obscuring its original color, a large folding fan with yellowed paper, and an enamel mug with noticeable chips. Among other things, Xia Lemon had a rather unassuming appearance, with thick eyebrows and single eyelids that had begun to droop slightly with age. His face was adorned with numerous wrinkles, yet his complexion suggested he was in good health. However, the frequency and speed with which he seemed lost in thought in the presence of Changpu and Qin Runin led one to suspect he was currently in a state of distraction and turmoil. "Mr. Xia, do you have something on your mind?" Qin Runin inquired tentatively. Initially, Xia Lemon did not respond, taking a couple of seconds to realize she was speaking to him. He quickly shook his head vigorously, insisting, "I have no worries. I have no worries at all. Please, take a seat, Mr. Xia." And Changpu, fully aware of his unease, chose not to press further. He stood up and encouraged the stiffly standing Xia Lemon to sit down, while he himself strolled over to the wall adorned with a plethora of photographs. "Oh, so many photos. These must be from your hometown, right?" Chapter 60. The incident of assault. Upon hearing this, Qin Runin finally noticed that one wall of the small living room had been transformed into a photo wall, adorned with an array of photographs that nearly covered the entire surface. She rose and approached the wall, while Xia Luming, responding with a sense of unease, followed closely behind them. His gaze, however, was not directed at the photographs but rather at the back of the heads of the two young police officers, as if he sought to glean some form of information from their demeanor. And Changpu appeared unhurried in addressing Xia Luming, leisurely admiring the pictures on the wall. Qin Runin took a cursory glance and discerned that these were indeed photographs taken during Xia Luming's time in his hometown, the majority of which predated the construction of the two-story building. The original residence of the Xia family appeared quite dilapidated, hardly resembling that of a family of affluent means. "Is this the old house before the renovation?" Qin Runin inquired, turning to Xia Luming. Her question elicited a wary glance from him, leaving her puzzled as to why he would lament his circumstances here without reason. Upon entering, he had seemed quite content when discussing his son. Now, however, his words hinted at a sense of disappointment regarding his son's reliability. Xia Luming evaded Qin Runin's inquisitive gaze, looking around but refusing to meet her eyes. And Changpu casually observed the exchange between the two, casting only fleeting glances before returning to his leisurely appreciation of the photographs. Seemingly oblivious even when Qin Runin playfully nudged him at his waist, Xia Lemon did not exhibit much joy in response to the praise. His expression merely relaxed slightly compared to before. He took a couple of steps forward and gently caressed a photograph of himself standing before the door of his old house, which had not yet been renovated. At my age, what do I know about fashion? This is all orchestrated by my son. He claims that this way, I can witness scenes from the past anytime and anywhere, alleviating my nostalgia for my hometown. Indeed, it holds true. Although it is said that water flows downward and people ascend, the ties to one's homeland are hard to sever. Abruptly leaving a place one has inhabited for many years for an unfamiliar locale is quite a bitter experience. Furthermore, in this day and age, residing in an apartment complex with locked security doors leads to a disconnection where no one acknowledges one another, creating a rather uncomfortable sensation. And Changpu sighed, deeply empathizing with Xia Lemon's predicament and feelings. Upon hearing his words, Xia Lemon nodded vigorously, repeatedly affirming, Indeed, indeed. I used to have acquaintances back home with whom I could share a drink and converse, but now, living in this building feels like being a bird in a cage. Aside from watching television, I can only tend to a few potted plants or catch some fresh air on the rooftop. Qin Runin regarded Xia Lemon with suspicion. Yet Changpu seemed oblivious to the contradictions in his words, continuing to examine the photographs with great interest. Oh, this little tricycle. My grandfather had one quite similar. When I was a child, he would always ride it to pick me up from school. And Changpu, akin to discovering a new continent, pointed at a photograph depicting Xia Lemon standing in his yard, a blue tricycle, its paint somewhat chipped, parked behind him. I have also ridden it to pick up my son, he reminisced. Back when he was in middle school, the school was quite far from home, and he usually stayed on campus. During holidays or the start of school, when we had a lot to carry, I would ride that tricycle to fetch him. Whenever Xia Lemon spoke of his son, an involuntary spark would illuminate his face, a nuance he himself remained oblivious to. And Changpu maintained his jovial demeanor, seemingly forgetting the purpose of his visit, engrossed in casual conversation with Xia Lemon. Indeed, having such a tricycle is remarkably convenient. Has your son ever brought it over for you? If it were here, shopping at the market would be so much easier. And when your son marries and has children, wouldn't it be delightful to help pick up your grandchild from kindergarten? As he spoke, he gently indicated the photograph, then warmly draped his arm around Xia Lemon's shoulder, guiding him to a small sofa. Observing this subtle gesture, Qin Runin swiftly retrieved her phone from her pocket and discreetly captured a photo of the tricycle on the wall, ensuring Xia Lemon remained unaware. A small tricycle, particularly one that has endured years of wear to the point where much of its paint has chipped away, may hold little monetary value. However, upon its mention, Xia Lemon's emotions were evidently swayed, as the sudden wave of discontent dimmed the pride that had briefly flickered due to thoughts of his son. And Changpu, seemingly oblivious to the shift in Xia Lemon's demeanor, abruptly set aside the mundane conversation and inquired, Mr. Xia, have you ever been curious about why we have come to seek you out? It's curious that throughout this time, you haven't posed a single question. Caught off guard by Changpu's sudden inquiry, Xia Lemon stumbled over his words. I wasn't curious. No, I wasn't not curious. You are the police, and if you do not speak, I dare not ask. This statement was indeed flawed. The people's police serve the people, and as officers, we represent the populace. So how could the people harbor fear of the police? Only those who commit crimes should fear the law, and Changpu remarked with a smile. At that moment, Qin Runin had already taken her photographs and tucked her phone away, silently observing Xia Lemon and noting the fluctuations in his emotions. With Xia Lemon remaining silent, and Changpu refrained from further remarks, and the trio sat in quietude, as if engaged in a competition to maintain silence. In less than a minute, Xia Lemon conceded the unspoken challenge, breaking the stillness with a return to his anxious expression, striving to mask his troubled thoughts with a semblance of a smile. So, may I ask what brings you both here today? Upon hearing In Changpu not mention Lu Bing, but rather directly utter the real name of Lu Min, Qin Runan felt a surge of tension as she fixed her gaze upon Xie Lemon. She had become acutely aware of In Changpu's strategy. He sought to first ease Xie Lemon out of his anxious state, only to then abruptly instill a sense of unease. This tactic, akin to a wager, involved directly inquiring about Lu Min's true identity while Xie Lemon was already on edge, hoping to glean insights from his reaction. One must concede that In Changpu's approach was audacious yet remarkably patient, as it required him to suppress his own impulses, allowing Xie Lemon to relax momentarily. In the oscillation between tension and relaxation, maintaining strict self-control is a formidable challenge, particularly for Xie Lemon, a rather stubborn, yet simply an older retired worker. Should Xie Lemon have had any conflict with Lu Min that posed a serious threat to the latter's safety, it would not be difficult to unveil the truth of his identity. Consequently, it was improbable that he would be entirely oblivious to Lu Min's real name. Upon hearing Lu Min's name escape and Changpu's lips, Xie Lemon's expression darkened considerably. Without a moment's hesitation, he shook his head vehemently, asserting, "I do not know this person." "Are you certain you do not know him?" Qin Runan stepped closer, refraining from taking a seat, and stood a short distance from Xie Lemon, looking down at him intently. Under normal circumstances, Xie Lemon would be approaching 60 years of age, a full 30 years senior to both her and In Changpu. She would prefer not to impose pressure on such an elder unless absolutely necessary. However, ever since he entered, Xie Lemon's demeanor has been laden with suspicion. His words are shrouded in ambiguity, which inevitably raises doubts. "Otherwise, shall I show you a photograph?" Qin Runan disregarded his refusal and feigned an intention to reveal the photo. She had forgotten to mention that this Lu Min is also known as Lu Bing. Perhaps that name might ring a bell for you? Chapter 61. Deception and Wealth and Affection. Suddenly, Xie Lemon burst into tears, leaving In Changpu and Qin Runan at a loss. Initially, they merely sought to gauge his reaction to Lu Min, but unexpectedly, after a moment of restraint, he wept uncontrollably, lamenting the injuries inflicted. This turn of events was quite unforeseen. Although they were curious about the details of the injuries he mentioned, considering Xie Lemon's age, Qin Runan lacked the heart to press him further, and Changpu seemed to share the same sentiment. They both observed Xie Lemon sobbing alone, unsure whether to console him or to refrain from doing so. "Take me with you." Xie Lemon wept for a while, his emotions gradually stabilizing. Realizing the embarrassment of such an outburst, he hastily wiped away the tears from his face with both palms. He brought his wrists together towards In Changpu, awaiting the handcuffs. In Changpu gently pressed down on his wrists, saying, "Mr. Xie, please remain calm. Let us clarify our discussion first. What is there left to discuss? You have circled around this matter for so long. It is evident that this is what you are after. Do not play games with me. Spare me the torment and simply take me away. I admit to striking the individual. There is no reason to deny it any longer. Hiding it feels unbearable. I implore you, please do not let this become public. If word gets out, I fear for my son's future." Xie Lemon remained burdened by guilt, unable to absorb In Changpu's words, insisting that In Changpu and Qin Runan take him away. "But if we take you with us and then inform your son, he will find out regardless. What difference does it make?" Qin Runan struggled to comprehend Xie Lemon's obstinacy. She attempted to reason with him further, but In Changpu intervened. "Very well, since Mr. Xie has made his stance clear, let us proceed to the police station." His decision seemed influenced by Xie Lemon's demeanor. Qin Runan was taken aback by this sudden change of heart. Upon hearing that he would be taken to the police station, Xie Lemon first appeared sorrowful, but then his expression shifted to one of relief. He said nothing further, displaying no signs of resistance as he dejectedly followed In Changpu and the others downstairs. Preparing to leave. "Do I need to bring toiletries and a change of clothes? That way, in the event of detention, my son won't have to deliver them later." Just as he was about to leave, a sudden thought struck him, causing him to halt in his tracks. A look of concern etched on his face as he gazed at In Changpu. "Since you care so deeply for your son and worry about his anxiety, perhaps you should leave a note. Simply state that an old colleague has invited you for drinks, or if you can devise a more suitable excuse. That would be even better. And Changpu observed Xia Leming's expression and smiled, tearing off a page from the notepad in the living room. He casually handed over a pen. Xia Leming seemed somewhat perplexed as to why Changpu suggested he leave such a note. In his understanding, his visit to the police station was to face legal consequences for his alleged assault. However, driven by a glimmer of hope for a favorable outcome, he heeded Changpu's advice, writing only that he was going out for drinks with an old acquaintance, omitting any mention of the police's involvement. Let us depart swiftly. After finishing the note, he glanced at the time, realizing that if they delayed any longer, his son would soon finish work. Subsequently, the three of them left Xia Leming's son's home and drove towards the City Public Security Bureau. Who? Qin Runan feigned ignorance. That person, I'd rather not utter his name. It's revolting. The expression on Xia Leming's face was one of greater disgust than if he had discovered a fly in his bowl of rice. I won't have to see him, will I? Xia Leming released a sigh of relief, then cautiously inquired, so, does he or his family wish to settle this privately? Otherwise, why were you reluctant to let me bring toiletries? Mr. Xia, please do not fret or let your mind wander. Once we arrive at the bureau, simply recount your interactions with Mr. Liu truthfully, and Changpu reassured him, consciously avoiding the term relationship to spare him further distress. Indeed, Xia Leming remained silent, his demeanor suggesting he was preoccupied with the uncertainties that lay ahead. And Changpu and Qin Runan had spent 2 days investigating in T County. And upon entering the major case unit office with Xia Leming, they immediately caught the attention of Tian Yang and Model, just as Tian Yang was about to inquire. And Changpu subtly shook his head, prompting Tian Yang to refrain from pressing further. Seemingly discerning in Changpu's intent, Qin Runan led Xia Leming directly to the reception room. Once there, Xia Leming's earlier anxiety began to dissipate, and Changpu poured him a glass of water and took a seat beside him. Noticing his reluctance to speak, Qin Runan initiated the conversation. Please tell us about your dealings with Mr. Liu. You all surely know something already. Otherwise, how could you have sought me out? If you know, then please spare me the inquiries. I beg of you. Xia Leming replied, looking at Qin Runan with a pained expression, unwilling to elaborate. However, Qin Runan was not inclined to acquiesce to his plea. I'm afraid we cannot agree to such a request. The extent of our knowledge is our concern. You must provide the specifics. I do not know where to begin, Xia Leming admitted, his deflated posture indicating the inevitability of confronting this matter. Let us begin with the interactions between the two of you, as we have gleaned some understanding regarding the marriage agency. At that moment, Xia Leming's face flushed crimson, a hue that seemed more akin to indignation than mere embarrassment. I must have been under some enchantment to have sought companionship through such a means. He lamented that it had been many years since the passing of his beloved spouse, and with his son now grown and securely employed, he found himself perfectly content in solitude, questioning why he would pursue matrimony. To pursue such a thing was one matter, yet to encounter a person of that nature was quite another. During that month, I had treated him to numerous meals, purchased gifts, and even invited him to stay at my residence for several days. I must have been bewitched to remain oblivious to the fact that he was indeed a man. In the course of your acquaintance, how did he present himself? I mean, before you realized he was a man. As Changpu posed the initial half of his inquiry, Xia Leming's expression soured with distaste, prompting him to swiftly clarify his conditions. With a sigh, Xia Leming confessed, at the time I was unaware of his true identity. I was genuinely pleased, for after enduring solitude for so long, I yearned for a stable woman to share my life with. He comported himself exceptionally well back then, speaking softly and sparingly, and I suddenly felt as though I glimpsed the shadow of my long-departed wife in him, believing that fate had finally smiled upon me, allowing me to meet a good woman. How unexpected, how utterly unforeseen. I, Xia, who have lived my life with integrity, found myself embroiled in a legal battle due to such a grand deceiver. How did you ultimately discover he was a man? Qin Runan observed that Xia Leming had opened up, so she boldly ventured directly into the crux of the matter, inquiring about the origins of the conflict between Xia Leming and Liu Min. Have you tried to reach out to him since then? Of course I did. If I hadn't, I would never have discovered he was actually a man. Upon facing this question, Xia Lemon, who had previously appeared dejected, suddenly slammed his fist onto the small coffee table before him with a resounding bang, the force of which splashed water from the nearby cup. I waited for days without any sign of him. I tried calling, but his phone was disconnected. I even went to the matchmaking agency, only to find there was no information about him at all. I was frantic, asking around everywhere, and eventually, I heard that he was a man, a transvestite. At first, I couldn't believe it. I went to the address I had found, and to my astonishment, there he was. And then, at this pivotal moment, Changpu and Qin Runin felt their nerves tense involuntarily. Xia Lemon's fist clenched tightly, and then slowly relaxed. Then, I struck him, so hard that he couldn't get back up. At that moment, his wife was also present, and that woman was utterly stunned. Chapter 62. The Lost Tricycle. At this juncture, a look of remorse appeared on his face for the first time, as he lowered his head and buried his face in his large, thick hands, rubbing vigorously. You are right, and Changpu echoed Xia Lemon's sentiments. On that day, in the presence of his wife, I struck Mr. Liu. The woman's face turned as pale as parchment. After delivering the blow, I felt a wave of regret, yet the act was irrevocable. Xia Lemon's tone softened, the initial fury gradually subsiding, allowing him to reflect on his current predicament, his voice diminishing until it fell into silence. Did you not feel an overwhelming anger upon discovering that Lu Min was indeed the man spoken of in hushed tones outside? And Changpu inquired casually, as if engaged in light-hearted conversation. In stark contrast, Xia Lemon could hardly find ease. He shook his head in response to the question. Anger is hardly the sentiment I felt. Rather, I was seized by disgust. As a grown man seeking companionship, to find myself entangled with another man is infuriating. My wrath stemmed from his deceit regarding money. I demanded repayment, yet he obstinately denied ever having taken my funds. To further provoke me, he threatened to tarnish my reputation, claiming to expose our dealings. Such affronts I could not tolerate, and in a moment of impulsive fury, I struck him. Did Lu Min's wife intervene in any way? Qin Runin asked, intrigued by Ding Mulan's reaction to the unfolding events. His wife was surprisingly unresponsive, seemingly rendered speechless by the shock, Xia Lemon admitted, scratching the back of his head, casting a furtive glance at the two police officers before him. I neglected to mention that his daughter witnessed the altercation. Unlike her mother, the young girl displayed considerable courage, attempting to pull me away, though she was unsuccessful. Instead, she ran out to summon help. Fearing a crowd and the ensuing embarrassment, I chose to leave. His daughter? Qin Runin was taken aback. She had previously interacted with the direct relatives of the Liu family on multiple occasions. Yet she had never heard anyone mention this matter. Her astonishment was interpreted by Xia Luming as skepticism, prompting him to hastily assert, "She is indeed my daughter. I am certain of it." That little girl called the man surnamed Lu Dad repeatedly. I was somewhat overwhelmed with anger that day, but I wouldn't have failed to recognize that. Do you recall what the girl you mentioned looked like? Was she tall or short? Was she plump or slender? I can't help but feel that you seem less concerned about your predicament than before, and Changpu remarked, half smiling, as he listened to Xia Luming lamenting the plight of Lu Anmei in such a family. Upon hearing N's inquiry, Xia hesitated, intending to respond, but ultimately refrained from speaking. And Changpu discerned what Xia wished to convey, but held back. After listening to Xia Luming's narrative for some time, he concluded it was the right moment to reveal the current reality. Lu Min was deceased. He composed himself, addressing Xia Luming with utmost seriousness. Lu Min has passed away. Qin Runin, based on the scant description provided by Xia Luming, surmised that the person who intervened to prevent him from assaulting Lu Min that day was Lu Anmei, a girl with a troubled relationship with her father, who bravely attempted to thwart another man from beating her father with her fragile frame. This required immense courage. She was still pondering why. Despite having encountered Ru Anmei several times before, the girl had never mentioned anything. Suddenly, Changpu turned to Xia Leping and announced the news of Ru Min's demise, startling her and causing her to shift her attention to Xia Leping. Upon hearing Changpu's words, Xia Leping was momentarily taken aback, then surprisingly exhaled in relief. How could one feel so reassured upon hearing of someone's death? Qin Runan found Xie Leping's reaction utterly perplexing. No, that's not what I mean. Xie Leping's face flushed as he quickly clarified. I was actually terrified that I might have injured him and that he would report me to the authorities, dragging me into a legal quagmire. I was genuinely frightened. However, since you say he is deceased, the police wouldn't lie about such matters, and I haven't committed murder. So I instinctively feel relieved. My son is unaware of the incident involving the surname Ru, and I dread the thought of him discovering it and feeling embarrassed. After all, such matters are burdensome for anyone. Did you not worry that we might suspect you? You yourself mentioned that you struck him because he deceived you out of money. And Changpu inquired deliberately. Xie Leping swallowed hard, finding it somewhat challenging to articulate his thoughts. I do not wish to evade responsibility. If you wish to pursue my assault on him, I will accept whatever penalties or judgments are deemed necessary. However, if he is indeed deceased, then the matter of the assault should not be pursued, for the life of the man surnamed Ru truly has no connection to me. When I used a fictitious name to seek a marriage partner, you were able to trace me and show up at my door. If I had committed a crime, you would surely be able to uncover the truth. I am not concerned, as it is impossible for me to be held accountable for actions I did not commit. Why the sudden desire to reside in City C? I have heard that you were previously reluctant to be taken out by your son. By the way, Mr. Xie, regarding that little tricycle we discussed earlier, has it truly been lost? And Changpu suddenly brought up the matter of the tricycle again. When was it lost? I hadn't paid much attention. After I had a confrontation with that person surnamed Lu, I have been quite muddled. I did not realize the tricycle was missing. In fact, I am unsure how long it has been gone. During the day, there is usually no one at my home, and no one saw anyone riding away with my tricycle, so it is quite possible it was stolen at night. After discovering its absence, did you attempt to search for it? No, Xie Lemon shook his head, troubled. I had no inclination to search for a tricycle, as it holds little value. Moreover, I was apprehensive about encountering neighbors. If someone inquired about the girlfriend I was searching for, I would not know how to respond. What is your last memory of that tricycle? I have no clear recollection. I remember that I was riding the tricycle when I went to confront that person surnamed Lu. My hometown is just a little over 40 minutes away by bike from where he lives. After Xie Lemon finished speaking, he could no longer suppress his curiosity regarding Changpu's keen interest in the small tricycle. What significance did this tricycle hold? Why was there such fascination surrounding it? Having exhausted his inquiries with Xie Lemon, Changpu suggested escorting him out. Once they exited the Major Crimes Unit office, Qin Runan retrieved a mobile data cable from her desk drawer and transferred a photograph taken on her phone to the computer. She then located an image of a blood-stained tricycle, found near the scene where the body was recovered, and meticulously compared the two photographs. And Changpu shrugged. I have no concerns, especially since I've already tasked someone with monitoring his movements. After your prolonged comparison, have you arrived at any conclusions? Chapter 63. Guilt. What do you mean by that? Are you suspecting Luanmei? Qin Runan furrowed her brow at his words, and Changpu gestured for her to remain calm. I understand your sympathy for Luanmei, but in this matter, you must not let emotions cloud your judgment. Her plight and circumstances certainly warrant compassion. Yet solving a case cannot rely on sympathy. Rationality and objectivity, though they may seem harsh, are essential in our line of work. Qin Runan felt her cheeks flush slightly, though reluctant to admit it, and Changpu had accurately pinpointed her innermost thoughts. She harbored a deep, empathetic regard for Luanmei, and this sympathy led her to subconsciously resist drawing unfavorable associations about the young woman. And Changpu was right. Such behavior was inappropriate when investigating a case. I will be more mindful in the future, she sighed, addressing Changpu. And Changpu did not wish to dwell on the matter, as he did not want to further embarrass Qin Runan. Since she had already recognized the inappropriateness of her subjective bias, it sufficed that she would be more cautious henceforth. Given her professional experience and previous performance, he believed such occurrences would not be frequent. I think it is necessary for us to visit Ding Mulan once more, or you might consider calling Luanmei to inquire about the situation, he suggested. Are you concerned that I might let my emotions cloud my judgment regarding Luanmei? Qin Runin inquired. Upon hearing her question, and Changpu chuckled. If you hadn't asked, I might have reminded you. Your inquiry indicates that you have taken this matter to heart. If that is the case, what is there to distrust? A faint smile graced Qin Runin's face, and she chose not to linger on the topic. Glancing at her watch, she realized the hour had grown late. Is it truly this late already? I had intended to ask about the soil composition samples I sent for testing before our trip to T County, but it seems I shall not have the time. Reluctantly yielding to his insistence, Qin Runin abandoned her plans as Changpu urged her to join him for dinner. She initially intended to decline, yet ultimately acquiesced, not out of any personal desire, but rather due to the exhaustion that had accumulated after 2 sleepless nights and a day spent in relentless activity. She now felt utterly drained, as though her head were heavy and her feet light. Upon reflecting on the cold stove and nearly empty refrigerator at home, she decided to treat herself with a bit more kindness. With this intention in mind, she dismissed several suggestions from Changpu and insisted on dining at a modest noodle shop near the police station. The dinner expenses were, without a doubt, to be split evenly. When their orders arrived, Changpu couldn't help but chuckle at the bowl of insipid clear broth noodles before Qin Runin. No wonder you are so thin. How can one thrive on such meager fare? He was aware that Qin Runin likely preferred to keep her private matters to herself. Yet he couldn't resist the urge to speak up. I refuse to pay nearly double the price just for those 2 pieces of beef that are more fat than lean. Qin Runin glanced at Changpu's beef noodles, believing there was no reason to squander money on such indulgences. Changpu was taken aback by her response and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's truly a mistake for our boss to pair us together. Had he known you would be like this, he should have partnered you with that fellow MODO. The 2 of you could form a calculating duo. Qin Runin remained silent, quietly consuming her noodles. Changpu was uncertain whether his offhand just had inadvertently hurt her feelings, but feeling awkward, he chose to focus on his meal in silence. Halfway through their dinner, Qin Runin's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and promptly walked to the entrance to answer. Sister, what are you up to? It was her younger sister, Qin Ruofei, on the line. Just having dinner. I've just finished work. How about you? Have you gotten off yet? Is working in a factory exhausting? If it is, do not force yourself. If necessary, changing jobs is perfectly acceptable. Earning a little less is of no consequence. There's always our sister at home. Qin Runin pressed the phone to her ear, speaking to her younger sister with an exceptionally gentle tone. Qin Ruofei, on the other end of the line, listened to her sister's lengthy admonishments and smiled. Unlike her sister, her voice was soft and melodious, exuding a sense of amiability. I understand. Even if the sky were to fall, elder sister will hold it up. Rest assured, I am aware of what I am doing. Take good care of yourself. Being a criminal police officer is arduous. By the way, I almost forgot to mention an important matter. I have already transferred the money to the little brother. You need not worry about that. Did he call you asking for money as well? Qin Runin tightened her grip on the phone. Does he not realize how hard it is for you to work outside? Today, while conducting an investigation, I did not carry enough money to give him. Why can't he wait just one more day? What does he need the money for? If you give him the money, what will happen to your living expenses? Qin Runin was taken aback by her sister's words. Are you in a relationship? Is it with that man whom father asked you to meet? Did you not say you had a rather unfavorable impression of him? Finding him rather vulgar for always speaking of money? What does it matter? We all wake up each day needing to eat, dress, and have shelter. Who is truly more refined than the other? Never mind. What use is it to dwell on such trivialities? Qin Ruofei sighed, reflecting on the life our parents have lived. Sister, do you still believe in love? Her silence was met with a sigh from the other end of the line. After a long pause, her sister finally spoke. Sister, I was just rambling earlier. You are the wisest and most capable among the 3 of us, and undoubtedly the bravest as well, regardless of love or reality. As long as you find happiness, that is what truly matters. What is troubling you? Why does a mere phone call bring dark clouds overhead? Changpu lifted her gaze to see Qin Runin sitting across from her, wearing a troubled expression. With her eyelids lowered, she stared at the half bowl of noodles before her. Yet her chopsticks remained still. It dawned on her that the earlier phone call had stirred these emotions within Qin Runin. Qin Runin's fingers instinctively traced the rim of the bowl as she murmured, "Earlier today, I should have taken your advice and sent money to my brother while in T County. That way, he wouldn't have to ask our eldest sister for help again. Though I still believe that at his age, he should not brazenly extend his hand for financial support from his sister, it's not unreasonable for you, as the second sister, to lend a hand. Why must you be so hard on yourself, to the point of losing your appetite?" And Changpu found it difficult to comprehend the reason behind Qin Runin's despondency. "My sister, 3 years my junior, had just completed her middle school education 3 years after I had finished high school. When I was about to graduate, I stubbornly insisted on attending university, despite our family's initial disapproval. At that time, my sister was only in her 3rd year of middle school. She took the initiative to plead with our parents, arguing that since her academic performance was below par, if she didn't pursue high school after middle school, they should allow me to take the university entrance exam. With only a middle school diploma, she faced numerous challenges while working outside, yet eventually saved enough to enroll in night classes. If it were not for my stubbornness, she would not have to endure so much hardship at such a young age." When Qin Runin spoke of her sister, her tone was laden with guilt and sorrow, her eyes involuntarily reddening, mist gathering in their depths. For the first time, he felt his linguistic abilities were woefully inadequate, his vocabulary painfully sparse. He yearned to offer her comfort, yet he found himself at a loss for words. With a sigh, he pushed the bowl away and rose, leaving the small noodle shop alone. Chapter 64. The disappearance of Lu Anmei last night. I did not intend to target you. Please do not take it to heart. Ultimately, she intercepted in Changpu at the office door, resolved to provide an explanation. After all, it was her own unwarranted anger directed at another. To pretend as if nothing had occurred was not in her nature. And Changpu, however, seemed entirely unfazed, casually patting Qin Runin on the shoulder with a grin, saying, "No worries. Among the girls, you are certainly not the most willful. In the future, do not bottle up any discontent. With so many burly men in the major crimes unit, we can surely handle a little emotional tempest. From your words, it seems you have quite an understanding of girls." Qin Runin gently shrugged off Changpu's hand from her shoulder, her cheeks now flushed with a deeper hue. She readily agreed, and the two entered the office, setting aside their personal belongings before dividing to tackle their respective tasks. Upon receiving the report, it became evident that her suspicions were correct. Although the primary ingredient in the rodent poison available on the market was consistent, the proportions of other components varied significantly. In the urban area of City C, various packaged rodent poisons were acquired, and while the primary ingredient matched the residual substances found in Lu Min's body, there were slight discrepancies. Thus, in order to utilize the rodent poison as a potential clue in identifying the perpetrator, it was imperative to ascertain the precise source of its purchase. In contrast, although further investigation and confirmation were still necessary in the Changpu area, the results appeared to be more tangible compared to those of Qin Runin. It was established that the bricks used to weigh down Lu Min's upper half in the river were traditional clay bricks, characterized by their alkali blooms on the surface. Chemical analysis of the brick revealed that the clay used in its production contained additives such as lime and quartz powder. Following consultations with experts, it was determined that the presence of these substances was likely due to a high sodium salt content in the clay, necessitating the use of additives for neutralization. Prior to visiting County T, Qin Runin had conducted preliminary research on the number of brick factories in the vicinity of City C that produced traditional solid clay bricks. Consequently, even if the source of the brick was determined through a process of elimination, the workload involved would not be overly burdensome. Conversely, the elusive rodent poison, sold by numerous itinerant vendors, posed a greater challenge in pinpointing its exact origin, requiring not only time but also assistance from others. After discussing the specific investigative arrangements, Changpu suggested to Qin Runin, "Why don't you give Lu Anmei a call? Like you, I too wish that this matter would not ultimately be linked to the young girl. However, it is imperative that we uncover the truth." Qin Runin silently took out her phone and dialed Lu Anmei's number, but soon her expression grew grave. The number had been deactivated. She hung up, stood up, and extended her hand towards Changpu, demanding the car keys. I will go to that supermarket to find her. Yet, she quickly reconsidered, realizing that it would be futile. If her phone number had been canceled, it was highly unlikely that she would still be working at her previous place of employment. And Changpu regarded Qin Runen's determination to uncover the truth with skepticism. Qin Runen stubbornly refused to relent, holding her hand out towards Changpu, motionless. With a sigh, Changpu retrieved the car keys he had kept for her due to her injuries over the past few days and handed them over. Qin Runen accepted the keys and swiftly exited the office. As she drove, her speed was reckless, fueled by anxiety. She nearly ran a red light and was reprimanded by a traffic officer on duty. A sense of dread loomed over her. If Luan Mei was truly not there and had vanished without a trace, the implications were all too clear. The environment in which Luan Mei was raised, along with her familial atmosphere, stirred within Qin Runen a deep understanding and sympathy for the girl's inner turmoil. It was precisely for this reason that she wished to avoid the worst possible outcome for her. Nevertheless, reason compelled her to concede to Changpu's apprehensions. The chances of her successfully locating Luan Mei were exceedingly slim. Yet, regardless of how minuscule those odds might be, having embarked on this journey, she was resolute in her pursuit of the truth. Qin Runen drove her car to the entrance of the supermarket where Luan Mei had previously worked, hastily alighting and rushing inside. 10 minutes later, she emerged with a heavy heart. The supermarket manager and other staff members shared that Luan Mei had abruptly resigned a few days prior, having not completed a full month. The manager mentioned that if she left immediately, over half a month's wages would be withheld. Nevertheless, she insisted on departing at once, and her whereabouts remained a mystery to all. The Lu family had visited this area on numerous occasions, thus they were quite familiar with the route. As they drove, Qin Runen remained silent, and Changpu, aware of her somber mood, chose not to intrude. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, they noticed the front gate was ajar, which prompted them to enter without hesitation. With the autumn chill intensifying, the small courtyard of the Lu home, already neglected, appeared even more desolate. Upon reaching the front door, Changpu halted, raising his hand in a gesture to knock. The door soon swung open, revealing Ding Mulan peering through the gap. She appeared significantly gaunter, as if she too were wilting alongside the autumn foliage. "It's you," she said, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Changpu and Qin Runen. "Has something happened?" "It's nothing serious, just a nearby investigation, and we thought we would stop by," Changpu replied, preempting Qin Runen before she could speak. Qin Runen nodded in agreement, suddenly realizing that although they were both graduates from the same police academy, Changpu's adeptness in handling situations far surpassed her own. Had he not taken the initiative to speak first, she might have bluntly approached Ding Mulan to inquire about Luan Mei's whereabouts. One approach was a subtle and indirect method of achieving one's goals, while the other was a direct and potentially devastating confrontation. In comparison, Changpu's strategic finesse was less likely to provoke resistance or suspicion, making it easier to accomplish their objectives. This was evident from the fleeting moment of relaxation that crossed Ding Mulan's face. Trusting him completely, Ding Mulan invited Changpu and Qin Runen inside, intending to offer them some water. However, upon reaching for the kettle, she discovered it was empty and hurried to the kitchen to boil some water. As Qin Runen surveyed her surroundings, she noticed that this home was even dustier than during their previous visit. The mirror on the living room wall, which had only a light layer of dust before, was now entirely covered, rendering any reflection hazy. In one corner of the living room, a small dining table bore a plastic bag, which lay open, revealing several steamed buns that had hardened completely, with obvious signs of mold, indicating they had long been neglected. Just then, Ding Mulan entered the room with 2 cups of hot water, catching sight of Qin Runen's gaze fixed on the buns. She handed the cups to them and quickly picked up the bag of buns, forcing a bitter smile as she said, "Look at me. I didn't even realize the food had gone bad." As she spoke, she turned and walked outside to the kitchen to dispose of the moldy buns. Changpu also rose, placing his cup on the table and followed Ding Mulan into the kitchen. Ding Mulan hesitated for a moment, glancing out the window before nodding and helping him push open the small door that connected to the backyard. "I'll be fine soon. The cigarette will extinguish itself. So there's no need to worry. You should go and speak with my colleague," and Changpu said, standing outside with two slender fingers holding the cigarette to his lips while the other hand brandished a lighter, poised to ignite it. Upon turning back, he noticed Ding Mulan still watching him from the kitchen and addressed her. Chapter 65. A serendipitous encounter with Lu Ji. Ding Mulan pulled out a chair and placed it at a distance from Qin Runan, slowly taking a seat. Although her expression bore a faint smile, it appeared somewhat forced, almost as if she were merely going through the motions. Qin Runan, while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, nodded in response but felt a question arise within her. What could be the reason behind Changpu, a man who had never smoked before, suddenly insisting on stepping out for a cigarette? Naturally, she could not reveal her curiosity to Ding Mulan. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. "Is everything well in your life lately? Are you managing all right?" Ding Mulan's words were deliberate and soft, devoid of strong emotion. Yet they struck a discordant note in Qin Runan's ears. "Lu Min was never particularly affectionate or caring towards you during his lifetime, and yet you still find yourself thinking of him?" Qin Runan could envision the feelings swirling within Ding Mulan through her words, yet rationally, she found it difficult to comprehend. In the course of a single day, a married couple may share a bond that lasts 100 days. The man is one I have chosen for myself, and willingly married. Thus, I have no grounds for complaint. As Ding Mulan spoke, she turned her body away, her gaze drifting towards the window. Her eyes appeared somewhat distant, and she pondered whether her actions were misguided. Had she not been so resolutely intent on marrying him, or if she had borne him a son early on, perhaps his parents would have granted him freedom, and the outcome might have been different. What would that outcome have entailed? Would she have been left to raise the child alone while he lived contentedly as a woman? Ding Mulan's words caused Qin Runan to frown, unable to restrain herself from speaking bluntly and incisively. Thus, as an objective observer, her comments could not alleviate Ding Mulan's inner turmoil. Rather, they deepened her sorrow. It would be better not to poke at someone's wounds. Moreover, matters of the heart are seldom rational or self-restrained. This is a truth Qin Runan understood well. After a moment of silence, she sought to gently shift the conversation. "How have your two daughters been lately?" "The eldest is doing quite well. She has a husband and a home, so I do not worry." Ding Mulan mentioned her eldest daughter, Lu Enju, in a neutral tone. But when she spoke of her youngest, Lu Anmei, the tenderness in her eyes grew palpable. "If I were to express concern, it would be for the second one. Her character resembles mine, making her less likable. I fear she may suffer in silence while facing hardships outside. Has she not been in touch with the family recently? The last time I saw her was at your police station." Though she spoke of her lack of concern, the thought of not having seen her young daughter for many days cast a shadow of worry across Ding Mulan's face. Qin Runan suddenly found herself at a loss for words, uncertain whether she should delve deeper into the matter. Probing too much might arouse Ding Mulan's suspicions. At that moment, she couldn't help but recall a recent conversation with others in the Serious Crimes Unit, who mentioned that Tianmi's fiancé possessed an uncanny ability to judge people's demeanor and gestures with remarkable accuracy, almost as if he were a living lie detector. If only she had such skills, she would not be troubled by the need to discern the truth in Ding Mulan's words. The two women sat in silence, exchanging no words, until Changpu entered the room. Noting the quiet, he was momentarily perplexed by the atmosphere and took a seat beside Qin Runan. She sniffed gently, detecting no trace of smoke. Ding Mulan glanced at him numbly before shifting her gaze to the window. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, anxiously peering outside, observing her reaction. And Changpu also stood and looked out, spotting someone entering through the courtyard gate. "Lu Ji, the eldest son-in-law of the Lu family. Is it your son-in-law arriving? Are you unwilling for him to come?" Qin Runan asked, having also noticed the newcomer and perceiving something in Ding Mulan's demeanor. Just as the conversation unfolded, Lu Ji burst through the door, loudly exclaiming, "Mom, have you made up your mind yet? Hurry up, in a couple of days." I'll have someone come to look at the house." Before he could finish, he turned and strode back outside. "Lu Ji, please don't rush off. We happen to wish to converse with you." And Changpu promptly called out to him, "Surely you haven't forgotten us so soon, have you? You wouldn't be one of those esteemed individuals who are prone to forgetfulness." Lu Ji, upon being summoned by Changpu, found himself too close to feign ignorance and simply walk away. He had no choice but to turn around, adopting a tone as if he had just recognized them, greeting them with surprise and warmth, extending his hands eagerly. "Ah, it is you two officers. How could my eyes have failed me just now?" And Changpu, choosing not to expose the pretense, smiled and shook his hand, while Qin Runin displayed a palpable indifference towards Lu Ji's insincere enthusiasm, refraining from shaking hands and merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "There's no need for concern. We are perfectly content with plain water," and Changpu remarked nonchalantly. Ding Mulan, feeling helpless, was about to head to the kitchen to boil water when Qin Runin stopped her. "In your own home, you should entertain guests as you see fit." Without needing to heed anyone else's directives, she candidly told Ding Mulan. Lu Ji blinked, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Qin Runin's words were directed at someone specific. "What brings you two here today?" Despite feigning ignorance of Qin Runin's implications, he adeptly redirected the conversation towards Changpu. And Changpu smiled at him, replying, "It's hard to say what exactly brought us here, but it seems we were drawn by your presence. Had you not come, we might have already departed." And Changpu dismissed the notion, waving his hand. "No need for that. There's no time like the present, and I believe today is just splendid." Upon hearing his words, Lu Ji had no choice but to sit down beside him. Within mere moments, he turned to Ding Mulan and commanded, "Mother, if the two officers choose not to drink, that is their prerogative. Please boil some water for me. I am in dire need of a cup of tea, as my throat feels parched." Ding Mulan silently exited the living room to prepare the water, leaving the three individuals in the room in a state of quietude. "Lu Ji, how has business been lately?" inquired Changpu, seemingly unperturbed. Lu Ji scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "It's been all right, not too bad." And Changpu nodded in response. "After settling your debts with the loan sharks, I trust you have not sought further financial assistance, have you?" Chapter 66. Retreat Pardon? What did you say? Lu Ji was momentarily taken aback, hesitating slightly before feigning ignorance of Changpu's previous inquiry. "I meant to say, you must have cleared your debts to the loan sharks by now, haven't you? Have you gone back to borrow more?" And Changpu, unbothered by the repetition, reiterated the question almost verbatim. At this point, Lu Ji realized that he could no longer maintain his ruse of confusion. He feigned a moment of enlightenment, accompanied by a somewhat sheepish chuckle. "It seems my little indiscretion is known to you both. Therefore, I shall not shy away from admitting it. I borrowed once, but I have long since repaid that debt. I would not dare to seek further loans. In this matter, your father-in-law indeed provided significant assistance. However, it seems somewhat inaccurate to frame it that way. It appears that both of you, as father-in-law and son-in-law, have been mutually supportive. You altered your stance to assist him by helping him acquire a loan, enabling him to undergo surgery, and in return, he aided you in settling your outstanding debts." And Changpu had no intention of beating around the bush with Lu Ji this time. He directly exposed Lu Ji's true colors, leaving him no room to feign ignorance. Qin Runin hastily attempted to follow, but was halted by Changpu. "There's no need to stick so closely. He won't escape," he remarked. As anticipated, Lu Ji dashed out of the living room, heading straight for the kitchen, where he whispered a few words to Ding Mulan, who was boiling water. Shortly thereafter, Ding Mulan hurriedly departed. Before leaving, she hesitated at the doorway, inquiring with concern, "Did you say my daughter called for me? I didn't hear any phone ring." "She called my mobile. My phone is on vibrate." "Oh, please hurry and go. With these two police officers here, how could I possibly steal and sell your house?" Lu Ji impatiently shouted, waving his hand to urge Ding Mulan to leave promptly. She glanced at Changpu and Qin Runin, seemingly reassured by their professions, before casting a puzzled look at Lu Ji and finally exiting. "I apologize for the disturbance," Lu Ji said, watching Ding Mulan leave the yard before turning back to sit down. With a forced smile, he continued, I know you must have already investigated me regarding the matter of introducing my father-in-law to loan sharks. I simply cannot discuss such matters in front of my mother-in-law. There's no need to send her away. If it's inconvenient to speak in her presence, we can accompany you to a location of your choosing, Qin Runan replied, expressing disbelief in Lu Ji's rationale for dismissing Ding Mulan. Lu Ji immediately waved his hand in refusal, saying, That is out of the question. You have traveled such a long distance to gather information. How could I possibly trouble you further? Moreover, my wife did mention this morning that she wished for her mother to visit us, and I certainly did not mislead her. Truly, Qin Runan refrained from seeking any inconsistencies in his narrative, maintaining a stern silence, while Changpu also hesitated to speak. Lu Ji glanced from one to the other, and it was he who first succumbed to the pressure. How much? 30,000 yuan. You truly possess a knack for business, extracting profits without ever engaging in a losing endeavor. And Changpu's tone bore the semblance of jest, yet it also dripped with sarcasm directed at Lu Ji. Lu Ji felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet the acceptance of the money was an undeniable reality. He had no choice but to shift the conversation. In fact, I strongly oppose my father-in-law borrowing from loan sharks, especially when it involves me introducing him. If he cannot repay, it would be quite troublesome for me. I never anticipated he would resort to such measures. It's all because of his extravagant spending habits. During the time he was borrowing money, I have hardly enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Do you think I would seek such excitement for a mere 30,000 yuan? Lu Ji raised a finger towards the ceiling and gestured with his thumb behind him. Collateral, of course. He could mortgage this house and the land. But are you not concerned that he might default, leading to the loss of both the house and the land? How will your in-laws sustain themselves then? He stated that he had devised a method to generate income and assured me that there would be no issues. When I inquired if he had discovered a way to amass wealth, he was reluctant to divulge any details. Considering his age, it seemed unlikely that he would resort to dishonest means. If he claimed he could repay, there must be a strategy, but if he chooses to withhold it, then I shall not press further. After expressing this, Lu Ji suddenly pondered a pressing question. Are you familiar with Yao Chong? Qin Runan and Changpu nodded in acknowledgement. He hasn't spoken indiscriminately, has he? Lu Ji queried with concern. Do you think he would say anything reckless? Or are you apprehensive about what he might reveal? Qin Runan found the question peculiar. Lu Ji immediately gestured dismissively. That's not my intention. I'm merely worried that he might fabricate stories to feign merit, portraying himself as a good-natured person. In truth, he knows nothing about my father-in-law's situation. He may be oblivious, but you certainly possess ample information. And Changpu asserted confidently. Lu Ji slapped his thigh in realization. Indeed, we have often speculated. Who knows what my father-in-law was truly thinking? He once mentioned that he believed being a woman was quite appealing, yet whether it truly was, he had no experience, and thus remained uncertain, necessitating some exploration. To that end, he even spent money to acquire a false identity card, under the name Lu Bing, a female. At that moment, Qin Runan, listening to Lu Ji, suddenly recalled something. She retrieved her phone from her pocket, pulled up the photograph taken at Xie Lemming's residence featuring the small tricycle, enlarged the image on the screen, and handed it to Lu Ji, asking if he recognized the tricycle in the picture. Lu Ji respectfully accepted the phone with both hands, gazing at the screen for quite some time, smacking his lips and murmuring, "It seems somewhat familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before, yet I cannot recall where." After a pause, he returned the phone to Qin Runan, admitting, "I cannot remember. I must have been mistaken. This type of tricycle appears to be rather commonplace. Perhaps I have encountered it elsewhere." Having conversed with Lu Ji for a while, Qin Runan and Changpu gleaned a modicum of previously unheeded information from him. They found themselves devoid of further inquiries, and the tone of their dialogue gradually hinted at its conclusion. Lu Ji, attuned to their sentiments, appeared somewhat conflicted, wanting to exhale in relief, yet still harboring unease. Please do not doubt me. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself from offering a candid defense. I am not a bad person. Not a bad person. Yet you hastily wish for your mother-in-law to sell the house before your father-in-law's murder case is resolved? Qin Runan retorted. Lu Ji's words lodged in his throat, and after a considerable pause, he finally stammered. I merely feared that when my father-in-law passed, he wouldn't have repaid all his debts. What if Yao Chang came looking for trouble, and my mother-in-law could not handle it? If we take her away and sell the house, Yao Chang would be unable to find her, and then the matter would be settled. As he spoke, perhaps realizing the myriad flaws in his rationale, Lu Ji faltered and shifted his stance, saying, although I am not without my faults, I would never harm my own father-in-law. Consider this. He owes money to Yao Chang, and I was the one who introduced him to Yao. If anything were to happen to him, Yao would come looking for me. Who would be foolish enough to court self-destruction? Chapter 67. The enigmatic evidence bag. Lu Ji blinked, as if attempting to discern some clue from Changpu's countenance. After a moment, he seemed disheartened, remarking, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten I had such a sister-in-law. Her relationship with her sister has been strained since childhood. The girl possesses an unappealing disposition, reticent, far from vivacious, perpetually harboring secrets, and maintaining a detached demeanor. This trait seems to be inherited from my mother-in-law. Answer the question directly, and refrain from extraneous remarks, Qin Runan interjected, cutting off Lu Ji's digression. I merely intended to convey that I haven't seen her in quite some time. The last occasion was when she, too, was summoned to the Public Security Bureau. She rarely initiates contact, and we have little interaction, Lu Ji continued, pausing as if a recollection had surfaced. Come to think of it, my wife did consider calling her sister a few days ago, but apparently she had changed her number and become unreachable, much to my wife's vexation. Officers, what is your purpose in seeking her? Could her involvement be connected to my father-in-law's demise? Is that the case? We have also been seeking you. By your own reasoning, does that imply your complicity in your father-in-law's death? Qin Runan retorted, delivering a sharp rejoinder to Lu Ji. Lu Ji's face flushed crimson in an instant, a testament to his rapid embarrassment. He attempted a nervous smile, yet tension distorted his expression halfway, rendering his visage peculiarly awkward. No, how could I trouble you? He exclaimed. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I can assist my mother-in-law with the cleaning here. There's no rush. As Lu Ji rubbed his hands together and rose to his feet, he remained rooted in place. Do not stand on ceremony with us. Unity between the police and the community is essential, especially since we are headed in the same direction. If you wish to honor your mother-in-law, it is best to do so in her presence, rather than as an anonymous benefactor. And Changpu disregarded Lu Ji's refusals, enthusiastically draping an arm around his shoulder and gently nudging him toward the door, leading him out of the living room and through the courtyard. He even took the initiative to open the car door for him. Standing before the vehicle, Lu Ji appeared somewhat timid, his cheeks twitching, gripping the edge of the door. He hesitated to enter. Do you suspect me? He inquired, his voice quaking with unmistakable trepidation. After everything I've said, do you still not believe me? His tone trembled, as if he were on the brink of collapsing under the weight of his anxiety. Not only in Changpu, but even Qin Runan, who harbored disdain for Lu Ji, couldn't he help but suppress a smile at his predicament. With a furrowed brow, Lu Ji nervously climbed into the car. Qin Runan helped close the door behind him, climbed in herself, and as the engine roared to life, the exhaust billowed, kicking up clouds of dust as the vehicle gradually receded into the distance. Do you doubt him? Qin Runan asked in Changpu, watching Lu Ji's silhouette fade entirely from view. Qin Runan shook her head, expressing her belief that her perspective might appear somewhat subjective. However, she harbored no substantial doubts regarding him. Apart from the lack of adequate evidence to substantiate her claims, she noted a dissonance between his character and the case at hand. Lu Ji, a man consumed by greed, would forsake principles and morality for personal gain. Yet, he was also cowardly and lacked accountability. The trouble stemming from the murder of Lu Min seemed to outweigh any potential benefits. Moreover, the dismemberment of Lu Min's body suggested not only a practical motive for disposal, but also an element of deep-seated hatred. She found it difficult to conceive what could incite such profound animosity from someone like Lu Ji, especially after receiving considerable financial support from his father-in-law. Upon hearing Qin Runin's words, and Changpu nodded slowly, acknowledging her viewpoint. I share a similar sentiment. Consider this. He had just hurriedly sought out Ding Mulan, effortlessly commanding her to boil water and brew tea, clearly displaying a lack of filial respect towards his mother-in-law. He claimed it was for the sake of convenience to discuss matters with us, luring Ding Mulan away under false pretenses, and then volunteered to stay behind to clean. Do you find that credible? His desire to remain must certainly be motivated by ulterior motives, particularly for someone as avaricious as he. And Changpu refrained from outlining his reasoning explicitly, instead offering a hint. There exists such a possibility, though it remains merely conjecture on our part, and we cannot assert it with absolute certainty. Nonetheless, it is prudent to be cautious. After all, Ding Mulan has already lost her husband. To also lose her home and the land she depends upon would be exceedingly tragic. And Changpu's tone was imbued with compassion. It was unexpected that you possess such a tender heart. Qin Runin felt a tinge of melancholy, and Changpu cast her a puzzled glance, and this time, he did not hold back, but chose to inquire directly. It seems you have something to convey, don't you? Have we crossed paths before? My memory is neither particularly sharp nor excessively dull, so it is inevitable that some matters elude me. If we have interacted due to some past events, and if I have inadvertently offended you, please feel free to enlighten me. Regardless of how much time has elapsed, if I have indeed wronged you, I am willing to extend my sincere apologies now. And Changpu's words were delivered with genuine earnestness, leaving Qin Runin momentarily at a loss. She stared at him, momentarily uncertain of how to respond. After a considerable pause, and Changpu did not rush her, but patiently awaited her reply. Eventually, Qin Runin shook her head and spoke. Forget it, I did not expect you to say that. It appears you truly do not remember. Since it has clearly not occupied your thoughts, let it fade away completely. Voicing it may hold little significance for you, but it would only serve to humiliate myself. Her words only piqued in Changpu's curiosity further. He abruptly halted Qin Runin, who was about to start the car. Wait a moment. It seems we indeed share a connection, and it appears to be quite substantial. Yet, I find it perplexing that I have no recollection of it at all. The more you refrain from clarifying, the more unsettled I feel. I must understand. Upon hearing his words, Qin Runin suddenly burst into laughter. She pulled away in Changpu's hand from the steering wheel and declared, If it's unsettling, let it be. This shall serve as my retribution against you. If you are curious, seek the truth yourself. But do not come to me with questions. Having said that, she refused to discuss the matter further and resumed driving. And Changpu, taken aback by her reaction, contemplated for a moment and readily acquiesced. Very well, then you may punish me for now. I have solved criminal cases before. I truly do not believe this will be insurmountable. Let us wait and see. Indeed, let us wait and see, Qin Runin replied, nodding. It was the first time in their days as partners that her smile radiated so warmly. However, and Changpu's next remark dimmed her smile considerably. Yet, I must postpone my investigation into this matter until I find the time. Presently, you have a more pressing issue at hand. Hurry and ascertain where Luan Mei has hidden herself. He paused for a few seconds before addressing Qin Runin. Qin Runin's gaze fell upon one of the evidence bags, which contained a rodenticide packaging identical to the one she had previously requested from Lu Jun's home, albeit empty. Within another evidence bag lay a small handful of dark substances, and Changpu, swift in his actions, quickly grasped it in his hand, leaving Qin Runin unable to discern its contents. You have a rodenticide package? Where did you find it? She inquired as she hurried to catch up with him. What do you think? And Changpu responded, confident that she was already aware of the most probable answer. And what about the other one? Qin Runin pointed at the hand he was gripping. I won't tell you just yet. I'll explain in detail after the results are in. And Changpu said mysteriously, then left Qin Runin behind and strode away. Chapter 68. The search for Luan Mei. Qin Runin found herself perplexed by Changpu's enigmatic intentions. However, she had neither the inclination nor the time to pursue questions or speculate. Her immediate task was to uncover Luan Mei's whereabouts and understand why she had suddenly severed ties with everyone. Simultaneously, The earlier conversation between the two had inexplicably uplifted Qin Runin's spirits. Even her concern for Lu Onmei's predicament could not dampen this newfound buoyancy, leaving her herself in disbelief. How foolish she felt. As she commenced her investigation into Lu Onmei, she couldn't help but secretly mock herself. Despite having been troubled for years over that incident, feeling as though her pride had been trampled underfoot, and harboring resentment that colored her attitude toward Changpu. She now realized that his earlier unease stemmed merely from acknowledging he had indeed offended her. This revelation sparked an inexplicable sweetness within her heart, elevating her overall demeanor. As for others, Qin Runin's search scope was not particularly extensive. Through her inquiries, she discovered that Lu Onmei's personality was indeed quite reserved. In her daily life, the few friends she interacted with were rather scarce, and the few acquaintances she occasionally contacted admitted that they knew little about Lu Onmei's current circumstances. On one hand, Lu Onmei had left home early to strive alone in the world, laboring daily for her livelihood with little leisure. On the other hand, she was particularly sensitive to her father's actions, fearing that inquiries from friends might bring her shame. After thoroughly ruling out relatives and friends, Qin Runin found herself at an impasse. Lu Onmei had no connections with her former colleagues, and now her circle of relatives and friends was entirely ignorant of her whereabouts. Had this young woman encountered misfortune, or was she merely intent on evading attention? This question eluded Qin Runin, leaving her uncertain about the next investigative direction. Just as she pondered her next steps, an individual suddenly came to her mind, Xia Lemon. Yes, indeed, Xia Lemon. He had once mentioned that he had gone to verify the rumors about Lu Bing being a man in disguise. Revealing the truth behind the facade of a so-called real woman, he discovered that Lu Min was indeed deceiving others with his cross-dressing, manipulating emotions and finances. In a fit of rage, he confronted Lu Min and struck him. At that moment, aside from the stunned Ding Mulan, there was also Lu Onmei, who unexpectedly stumbled upon the scene. To intervene and protect her father, Lu Onmei courageously stood in front of him. Xia Lemon recounted that he had ridden his small tricycle to seek out Ru Min that day, and subsequently departed on the same vehicle. However, it was not long before the tricycle was stolen overnight. Although Xia Lemon's family had constructed a charming two-story house, the habit of neglecting to lock the courtyard gate persisted even after he moved to the city with his son. She made a phone call to Xia Lemon. Just as the call connected, she hung up, contemplating her next move. Ultimately, she resolved to visit him in person, armed with a photograph of Ru Onmei, believing that direct verification would yield greater certainty. Fortunately, Xia Lemon resided in his son's home in City C, and Qin Runin reached his residence in a remarkably short span of time. Upon seeing the familiar face of the policewoman who had previously conversed with him through the peephole, Xia Lemon appeared visibly anxious, his expression resembling that of a bereaved individual. "What is it, officer? Why have you come to see me again? Is there yet another issue I must contend with?" He did not wait for Qin Runin to speak. Instead, he voiced his concerns in a rush, his gaze shifting from her shoulder to the door of the adjacent residence. "If there is something to discuss, please come in. It's rather inconvenient out in the corridor." Though Qin Runin was reluctant to impose upon him, she acquiesced to his request, stepping inside while standing on the doormat, thereby allowing Xia Lemon to close the door with ease. Qin Runin graciously declined his kind offer and simultaneously thwarted Xia Lemon's intention to head to the kitchen for hot water to brew tea. "There's no need for courtesy. I have come to seek your assistance in identifying someone." As she spoke, she retrieved a photograph featuring Lu Onmei and handed it to Xia Lemon, pointing to the image of Lu Onmei. "Could you help me ascertain whether this is the young woman who rushed over to impede you when you were confronting Lu Min that day?" Upon hearing this, Xia Lemon felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing the suspicion no longer rested upon him. He accepted the photograph, squinting at it for quite some time before sheepishly returning it to Qin Runin. "I need to fetch my reading glasses. At my age, many details elude me without them." With that, he left Qin Runin and ascended the stairs. After a couple of minutes, he returned, sporting a lightweight pair of reading glasses perched on his nose. Approaching Qin Runin once more, He scrutinized the photograph of Lu Onmei with renewed clarity. This is indeed the young lady. I am certain. In the presence of clearer vision, he swiftly reached a conclusion. Now, following that incident, have you encountered her again? Qin Runin inquired eagerly, her heart tinged with a sliver of hope. Xiao Lemon shook his head, delivering the answer that Qin Runin was reluctant to hear. I have only seen this child once. I haven't encountered her since. Haven't you? She pressed. So, you are not entirely certain? Xiao Lemon claimed he had never encountered Lu Onmei. Consequently, Qin Runin found herself once again at a dead end. As she emerged from Xiao Lemon's residence, her mind lingered on his words, prompting a spontaneous decision to journey to his hometown in T County for further inquiries. Just as Xiao Lemon had articulated, following the conflict with Lu Min, he appeared to be in a state of disarray. His assertion of not having seen Lu Onmei again was not entirely accurate. It merely indicated that she had not entered his home or appeared directly before him, which did not necessarily imply she had not been present in the vicinity. Furthermore, if the reality aligned with Qin Runin's previous suspicions that the tricycle was connected to Lu Onmei, then it was even less likely she would brazenly allow Xiao Lemon to see her. With this thought solidifying her resolve, Qin Runin promptly drove towards T County, fortunate that the distance was not great, thus sparing her excessive time. On an autumn afternoon, the sunlight still bore traces of summer's warmth, while the breeze carried a refreshing coolness, creating an exquisitely comfortable atmosphere. Upon arriving near Xiao Lemon's ancestral home, she found the elderly men still engaged in chess beneath the shade of a large tree. However, apart from the familiar fisherman's hat, the rest were unfamiliar faces, with 4 or 5 individuals intently watching the match. At that moment, the man in the fisherman's hat played the role of an onlooker. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his gaze to see a tall young woman alight from a parked vehicle, squinting slightly as he recognized her. Aren't you the girl who came here to inquire previously? He watched as Qin Runin nodded in acknowledgement, a gleeful expression on his face as he removed his hat and affectionately ruffled his grizzled hair. I knew my memory couldn't be faulty. What brings you here again? Sir, I've come today with the intention of inquiring about someone. Qin Runin replied with a smile directed at the fisherman's hat, clearly stating her purpose. What? Another search? Is your daughter running a missing persons notice, or what? Why are you always on the hunt for someone? It's quite fortuitous, and since you have a remarkable memory, I thought it best to consult you, Qin Runin said. Typically, she was not one to flatter or speak in a particularly charming manner, but in a good mood today. She decided to adopt the conversational style of An Changpu. The fisherman's hat, pleased by her words, nodded with pride. Now that's a candid truth. Asking others around here can be quite the challenge. Asking me, however, is no trouble at all. While I may not possess a photographic memory, my ability to remember faces is quite commendable. Chapter 69. A remarkable memory. The fisherman's hat was known for his straightforwardness, unreserved in his speech. Naturally, he did not take a young lady's skepticism to heart. Noticing Qin Runin's anxious demeanor, he chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. I'm just teasing you. You truly are a serious-minded girl, taking jokes to heart. Rest assured, I have indeed seen the girl in the photograph. How about this? Have you noticed those older gentlemen over there? When we have no pressing matters, we often pass the time playing chess and chatting outdoors. Unless it's overcast or raining heavily, we spend more time outside than inside. Would you like me to ask them for you? This is quite acceptable. The fisherman's hat snatched the photograph of Lu Onmei from Qin Runin and rushed over without a moment's hesitation, recklessly causing chaos at the chessboard where 2 elderly gentlemen were engrossed in their game. Oh dear, you old rascal. Why are you creating such a ruckus? Protested the one who was on the verge of victory, his voice rising in discontent. The other, who was already at a disadvantage, chuckled, pointing at his opponent's nose. Calling someone an old fellow? Just take a look at those wrinkles on your own face. I don't care. I was clearly about to checkmate. The victorious player retorted stubbornly. What is the big deal about a game of chess? Come, help me identify the person in this photograph. The fisherman's hat chimed in cheerfully, extending the photo of Lu Onmei. I want to look. He still bore a grudge, exhibiting the obstinacy of a child. I was playing perfectly fine, and finally about to win against that old Zhang fellow. Your meddling has completely ruined my mood to look at any photograph or recognize anyone. The fisherman's hat, caught off guard by his unyielding demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had merely intended to frolic with a few old friends on a whim. He hadn't anticipated such resistance from the one on the brink of victory, leaving him somewhat discomfited in front of Qin Runin. Old Wu, you truly are something else, he thought, feeling the urge to negotiate with the victor, but was interrupted by Qin Runin's sudden interjection. Sir, if I can help restore the chessboard, would you be willing to calm down and assist me in identifying the person in the photograph? Restore the chessboard? Can you really do that? Old Wu gazed at Qin Runin in disbelief. Do you know how to play chess? Qin Runin shook her head and said, I can't, but my memory is fairly decent. All right, then give it a try. Old Wu did not harbor optimistic expectations regarding Qin Runin's proposal. His curiosity merely stemmed from disbelief, wanting to see the outcome for himself. I believe it was like this, but I am not entirely certain. Qin Runin, feeling a bit sore from squatting, slowly stood up and addressed Old Wu, who was frowning and meticulously supervising her reconstruction of the chessboard. Old Wu examined the board with utmost seriousness, as did the others present, including the fisherman in the hat, who, despite his earlier displeasure, was now piqued with curiosity. A few elderly men gathered around the chessboard, whispering among themselves. After a prolonged scrutiny, Old Wu was indeed astonished to find that she had accurately restored the chess game played by two individuals. He looked up at Qin Runin and inquired, Were you watching us play chess just now? Although he posed the question, his tone suggested that even he found it hard to believe, considering that all present were old friends of similar age. It seemed implausible that a young stranger would have gone unnoticed. Qin Runin shook her head and candidly replied, I caught a glimpse while passing by. To be able to recreate it after just a glance is no mere feat. That is truly remarkable, an extraordinary memory, exclaimed the defeated old Zhang, giving Qin Runin a thumbs up. Qin Runin smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The phrase photographic memory had been a familiar echo throughout her student years, and throughout her life, she possessed no remarkable traits save for her astonishing memory, which distinguished her among friends and classmates. Upon noticing that the chessboard had been restored, Old Wu had nothing more to say and extended his hand. A gentleman's glance is swift and decisive. Now that the chessboard is set right, let me see the photograph. Old Wu's reflexes were as sharp as those of a fisherman's hat. After glancing at the photo of Luan Mei, he quickly reached the same conclusion. I have seen this person before. When did he encounter her? About 2 or 3 weeks ago, if I recall correctly. Roughly 3 weeks. Qin Runin mentally calculated the timeline. If Old Wu's memory served him correctly, he had seen Luan Mei just a few days after the tragic incident involving Ru Min. Once he spoke, others nearby nodded in agreement. Having only seen her once, why did everyone remember her so vividly? Qin Runin felt a sense of perplexity regarding this matter. No one seemed eager to provide an answer, but Old Wu, acting as a representative, voiced the collective curiosity of several individuals. Who are you? What is your interest in this young lady? Some gazes shifted towards the fisherman's hat, as he was the one who initially brought Qin Runin to inquire. Unexpectedly, he too was filled with curiosity, leaving everyone awaiting Qin Runin's response. She paused for a moment. She sought a plausible excuse to conceal the truth, yet such improvisational subterfuge was not her forte. Deep within, she couldn't help but secretly wish that Changpu were present. With his ingenuity, he would undoubtedly devise an appropriate rationale. However, upon reflection, she realized that since crafting excuses was not her specialty, it would be more prudent to embrace honesty. As long as she did not inadvertently cast undue scrutiny upon Xia Luming, that would suffice. Consequently, she produced her police badge and presented it to Old Wu for inspection. The situation is as follows. This young girl is the daughter of a victim in an ongoing investigation. Due to her long-term absence from home for work, we have been unable to establish contact. We wish to locate her to gather information regarding her family. Upon realizing that it was the police seeking someone, Old Wu's understanding dawned. and before returning the badge to Qin Runan, he deliberately rubbed his thumb against the police emblem, as if validating its authenticity. This revelation quelled the curiosity of the others. Yet the fisherman's hat sparked a new inquiry. What business did you and your colleague have here in search of Xie Luming? What connection does he have to this matter? Hearing the name of an acquaintance prompted immediate attention from the elderly onlookers. In a moment of quick thinking, Qin Runan shook her head at the fisherman's hat. In truth, we were not looking for Xie Luming, but rather his romantic interest, who happens to be the aunt of this young lady. We hoped to find her, in hopes that she could lead us to the girl herself. No one harbored doubts regarding Qin Runan's identity. Since she was a police officer investigating a case, it was only natural to extend their utmost support. Consequently, several elderly individuals began to chatter among themselves about when they had last seen the girl from the photograph. It appeared that most of them had indeed encountered Luan Mei at some point. Qin Runan meticulously recorded the time and location of each individual's sighting of Luan Mei, as their enthusiastic exchanges left her with no choice but to document everything, without the capacity to arrange the information in chronological order at that moment. These elderly people, who likely had once been passionate youths, now exhibited a palpable excitement in assisting the police, though they lamented their inability to provide more substantial information. After completing her notes, Qin Runan cast a cursory glance over the entries and discovered that the earliest sighting of Luan Mei occurred around 7 or 8 in the morning, while the latest was at dusk, when the sun was setting. It was worth noting that although it was autumn, daylight had not yet been entirely consumed by night, and darkness typically enveloped the sky around 7 o'clock. This indicated that Luan Mei had lingered in the vicinity of Xie Luming's residence throughout the day. However, Xie Luming claimed he had never seen her. Did Xie Luming speak falsely? What could be Luan Mei's purpose for coming here? Chapter 70, Potent Rodenticide without further inquiry. Qin Runan turned her vehicle around and drove towards the address noted on the slip of paper. Aren't you going to ask me where this address leads? And Changpu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as Qin Runan remained focused on her task. Even without inquiry, I would soon discern the nature of the place we are headed to. After all, your hurried descent suggests that it is certainly not a matter of trivial importance. Qin Runan's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the road ahead. Oh, is there such unwavering confidence in my professional abilities? A flicker of amusement danced across Qin Runan's face. Had she not been constrained by a sense of propriety, she might have burst into laughter. And Changpu, observing the unmistakable mirth upon Qin Runan's countenance, felt a surge of positivity as well. In the early days of their partnership, their interactions were somewhat awkward, yet it was undeniable that Qin Runan was an exceptional collaborator, diligent and earnest in her duties. Over the past few days, the inexplicable barrier that had existed between them seemed to be gradually dissolving. The once reclusive Qin Runan was beginning to exhibit signs of openness and communication. Although the historical complexities between them remained to be explored, the current progress was indeed promising. Human nature tends to be greedy. While one seeks a partner with remarkable professional capabilities, there is also a desire for a harmonious personal rapport. Such camaraderie would undoubtedly enhance their collaborative efforts and foster a positive working environment. Qin Runan was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Changpu's mind at that moment. Throughout this journey, although she had not probed deeply from the outset, aside from their brief exchanges, her mind was preoccupied with considerations regarding the case's current progress. It was not difficult to surmise that the location to which Changpu was so eagerly rushing must pertain to the brick kiln, was it not? Has the origin of the brick used in Lu Min's demise been determined? She silently analyzed the situation in her mind, forming her own judgment, and inquired within Changpu about its accuracy. And Changpu responded with a mysterious smile, saying, partly correct, yet partly incorrect. You shall discover the truth shortly. Qin Runan shot him a glance, feeling somewhat annoyed by his enigmatic demeanor, and promptly posed another question. The black substance you sent for examination today is actually a soil sample, isn't it? You've deduced it correctly, and Changpu chuckled, seemingly unfazed by her insight. How did you arrive at that conclusion? You, who do not smoke, told Ding Mulian that you would step outside for a cigarette. allowing her to enter first. That led me to suspect something was amiss. I have urged them to expedite the testing process, and I made this trip today with that expectation. The resolution of this case seems imminent. The speed of progress now hinges on when we locate Luan Mei. And Changpu paused briefly before continuing. The place we are heading to shortly may further affirm your beliefs. Before long, under Changpu's guidance, they arrived at a bustling little street in Jiangkou district. The street was lined with modest yet lively shops, offering everything from automobile parts to cosmetics, and even breakfast fried dough sticks. What are we doing here? Qin Runan asked, hastily disembarking the vehicle after Changpu, surprised that they had not gone to a brick kiln, but rather to this lively little street. The seller of the rodent poison has been located, and Changpu gestured for her to lock the car while explaining to Qin Runan. It should be right here. He verified the address and nodded. The two followed the direction indicated by the arrow and soon discovered a small house tucked away in a narrow alley to the left, adorned with the same advertisement on its door. The house appeared to be an ordinary residence. However, the owner had set up a canopy outside one of the windows to facilitate business. A door was also opened beside the window, revealing a man in his 40s languidly slouched on a chair at the entrance, smoking a cigarette and listening to the storytelling on the radio. As Changpu and Qin Runan approached, the sun behind them cast their shadows forward, momentarily obscuring the man, who, sensing their presence, opened his eyes and straightened up. He casually flicked his nearly burnt-out cigarette to the ground and extinguished it with his foot, grinning at the two newcomers. "Here to buy something?" he inquired. "Boss, do you sell rat poison?" And Changpu replied with a smile. Upon realizing that they were indeed customers, the owner's demeanor shifted to one of enthusiasm. "Yes. Are you looking to buy in bulk or just a few? Can we take a look first?" And Changpu asked. "Sure, just wait a moment," the owner responded, rising from his chair and walking toward the small door. Shortly, he returned with several packages of poison in hand, presenting them to Changpu. "Here, take a look. It's guaranteed to be effective. I have rat poison, cockroach poison, and ant poison, all available." And Changpu accepted the packages and inspected the rat poison. Noting that the packaging was identical to the two he had found earlier, he casually handed the rat poison to Qin Runan and asked, "Boss, your sign claims the rat poison is highly effective. Just how effective is it? Where is that person? Could she be poisoned?" Qin Runan suddenly inquired. Chapter 71. Emergence. Upon her question, the shopkeeper's expression immediately shifted, and he extended his hand towards Qin Runan, exclaiming, "Give it here. I shall not sell to you. The rodenticide I offer is intended for vermin, not for humans. If you wish to engage in any nefarious activities, do not come to me. Go find another source. I have no desire to attract legal troubles." The shopkeeper was resolute, determined to reclaim the packet of rodent poison from Qin Runan. And Changpu reached into his pocket and produced his police badge, presenting it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper paused, momentarily taken aback, before accepting the badge and examining it with a look of bewilderment. This speculation amused Changpu, who quickly shook his head and requested a photograph of Luan Mei from Qin Runan, which he then handed to the shopkeeper. "Let us be candid," he stated. "We are not here to purchase rodent poison. We have come to investigate a person. Please take a look at this individual and see if you recognize her or if she has made any purchases here." The shopkeeper took the photograph, scrutinizing it closely, and his expression gradually transformed to one of realization. Clutching the photo tightly, he posed a question to Changpu. "What has this young lady done? Has she committed some offense, or has she taken her own life?" "Why do you ask? Do you know something?" "Not exactly." The shopkeeper hesitated. "This young lady has indeed visited my shop. I remember her quite vividly. After she left, I even mentioned to my wife the time she made her purchases, only to be reprimanded for being so preoccupied with sales that I failed to think critically. Was there anything particularly noteworthy about her? Why would your wife reproach you for selling her rat poison?" Qin Runan believed that Luan Mei must have exhibited some peculiar behavior. Which version of events is the truth? Of course, the first one is true. I later changed my story simply to sell the rat poison. The boss explained in a flurry. Is it worth fabricating such a lie over a packet of rat poison? A mere packet of rat poison holds little value. and Changpu regarded the boss's words with skepticism. The boss, filled with concern, gazed at Changpu, fearing that someone might truly meet a fatal end due to his rat poison. What are the ingredients in this rat poison? Changpu asked, cautiously probing. The boss, now wary, hastened to list all the primary components. He even disclosed the specific bait used to attract the rodents, clearly shaken by the inquiry. It's confirmed, I assent it? Qin Runin sought reassurance from the boss once more. May I take this packet for reference? Changpu inquired. The boss eagerly agreed, departing from that narrow street. This time it was Changpu at the wheel. He had already grasped the route in his mind, navigating smoothly without any unnecessary detours. While Qin Runin sat quietly in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing at the packet of rat poison in her hands, letting out a soft sigh. Changpu drove the car to a rather desolate area. As they veered off the main road onto a rough gravel path, the vehicle jolted considerably. Where are we headed? Why is it so barren around here? Qin Runin's voice trembled slightly from the bumps. Changpu parked his vehicle beside a weathered brick wall and beckoned Qin Runin to alight. He gestured towards the other side of the courtyard wall, exclaiming, "This is the designated area for the bricks. It has been out of production for many years. How did you manage to locate this place?" Qin Runin inquired, her surprise evident. Based on the distribution of the soil, I identified this region and subsequently contacted the former owner of the brick kiln. It was then I discovered that the kiln has not operated for the past 2 to 3 years. It lies in a state of neglect, with the intention of selling it for a change in management, yet it remains unsold, Changpu explained, taking a few steps forward. He casually picked up a fragment of brick, revealing its red exterior and green interior to Qin Runin. Look, remnants of bricks are scattered everywhere around here since the kiln ceased operations. Acquiring them is not a challenge. Qin Runin glanced around, and by orienting herself towards the road, she began to ascertain her position. She nodded in acknowledgement to Changpu. Now consider the distance from here to the home of Lu Min, as well as the distance from the rodenticide shop to Lu Min's residence. Imagining this in her mind, Qin Runin felt a weight settle in her heart. Just as she was about to speak to Changpu, he was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his mobile phone. What is it? Qin Runin quickly climbed back into the vehicle, asking the same of Changpu, who was swiftly starting the engine. We have a visitor, Changpu said solemnly. Luan Mei has gone to the bureau. Due to a lack of internet access while traveling tomorrow and the day after, I will be taking a 2-day leave. Regular updates will resume on the 6th day. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 72. The True and False Murderers. This revelation bore significant weight for Changpu and Qin Runin. The sudden appearance of Luan Mei raised the question, was it a serendipitous encounter, or yet another formidable dilemma? Mok Do, could you assist me? Changpu beckoned Mok Do to the door, producing a brick he had collected near the brick kiln for comparison. Please take this for analysis. Similar to the soil samples we obtained earlier. I kindly asked that they expedite the process. Mok Do accepted the brick with a nod and stepped outside. Do you not wish to speak with her first? If I were to join you, she may react with resistance, Changpu expressed his concerns regarding Luan Mei's emotional state. Qin Runin, however, held a contrasting perspective. Do not underestimate Luan Mei's resilience. She herself has stated her intention to seek us out. It would be beneficial for you to be present. Moreover, I cannot guarantee that I will not sympathize with her plight. Some inquiries are not easily articulated. Upon hearing her words, Changpu ceased to object. The two approached Luan Mei, who, sensing their presence, looked up and gradually rose from her chair, extending her wrists toward Qin Runin. I have come today to see you both. Qin Runin gently placed her hands on Luan Mei's shoulders, guiding her forward into the small reception room. Luan Mei's shoulders appeared even more fragile than before, her shoulder blades protruding prominently, as if they were poised to transform into a colossal butterfly, ready to detach from her form and take flight as they made their way toward the reception area. Luan Mei's steps were somewhat unsteady, and her pallid complexion indeed invoked associations with malnutrition, as Mo had suggested. Upon arriving at the reception room, Qin Runin urged Luan Mei to take a seat on the sofa, taking the milk and bread from Changpu's hands. She forcefully handed them to her, insisting, "Consume these 2 items. I'm not hungry. I did not solicit your opinion." Luan Mei lifted her gaze to meet Qin Runen's, unable to resist her unwavering determination. Reluctantly, she accepted the items from her hand, awkwardly unwrapping the packaging and taking a small bite, grimacing as she chewed, struggling to swallow. After just 1 bite, she wrapped the bread back up and set it aside. "I appreciate your kindness, but I truly cannot eat. I am not in the mood for food at all. Let me clarify my intentions," she murmured, placing the milk and bread to the side. Qin Runen glanced at Changpu, realizing that compelling her to eat in such circumstances would be futile, and nodded, her heart racing slightly. Luan Mei licked her chapped lips, swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and, after rubbing her hands together on her lap, finally spoke, "I am here to confess. I killed my father. You may arrest me now." Qin Runen listened to her words, momentarily taken aback, while Changpu exhibited no signs of surprise or anxiety. He merely gazed silently at Luan Mei. After a brief pause of about a minute, he offered a faint smile and remarked, "The identity of the true murderer cannot be ascertained merely through your or my assertions. You claim to be the perpetrator and that you are surrendering. Where is the evidence?" "I declare myself the murderer, and so I am. I killed my father, and now I turn myself in. Isn't it the responsibility of the police to gather evidence?" Upon hearing Changpu's response, Luan Mei became quite agitated. "Your statement is flawed. It is not a matter of someone confessing and then us seeking evidence. Rather, we must have sufficient evidence to determine who the murderer is." Qin Runen corrected Luan Mei's perspective, uncertain of Changpu's true suspicions regarding Luan Mei. She merely felt that Luan Mei's confession was rather dubious. "Since you insist that you are the murderer, could you enlighten us as to your motive for the killing?" "Motive?" Luan Mei seemed somewhat unfamiliar with the term. "What I mean is, why did you choose to kill your father, Lu Min?" "Because I loathe him. Be more specific." "For so many years, he has done nothing at home, neglected all responsibilities, those of a husband and a father, failing to fulfill even one. Aside from tending to himself, he would criticize my mother and me, claiming that if it weren't for us dragging him down, he would have been free and unburdened, no longer enduring the hardships of this household. He is no longer young, yet he has chosen to venture out as a woman, turning our family into a subject of ridicule, as if we were a spectacle in a zoo. I can hardly lift my head in public. Do you think I harbor no resentment towards him?" Luan Mei raised her head, and the mere mention of Lu Min ignited her fury. "So did you take his life? How did you do it?" Luan Mei twisted her neck and retorted, "In any case, I am the one who ended his life. You have already discovered the body. So why inquire about the method?" Qin Runen regarded her thoughtfully, recalling what she had learned from the neighbor of Xia Lemon earlier that day. After a moment, she suddenly inquired, "What compelled you to steal Xia Lemon's tricycle?" Upon hearing her question, Changpu glanced at her, somewhat astonished by her unexpected query. Luan Mei's astonishment surpassed that of Changpu. She froze momentarily, then seemed to come to a realization, exhaling deeply. "I initially intended to pin this incident on him." "And the rationale?" "Because he brought shame upon our family. My father masqueraded as a woman and frolicked with him, leading to confrontations at our doorstep. Our neighbors gathered to gawk, and afterward, they laughed at us, claiming our family produced not only deviants, but also fraudsters. They even speculated that my father had an affair with that man surnamed Xia, talking with such conviction. That is why I feel such hatred. I saw him arriving on that little cart, and many witnessed it, prompting me to deliberately steal that vehicle." "How did you manage to steal it?" "I secretly inquired about his origins and located his neighborhood, only to discover that he never locked his front door. I waited nearby until night fell, then stealthily slipped into his yard and rode away on his tricycle." "If the intention was to frame Xia Lamy, why then did she come forward to confess?" Qin Runen questioned. Luan Mei maintained a stern expression. "My conscience would not allow me to live in peace. I could neither eat nor sleep soundly. Thus I sought to end it all by confessing. Is there any issue with that?" And Changpu tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, drawing Luan Mei's attention towards him. Suddenly, Luan Mei fell silent, quietly pinching her own hand, twisting the back of it until it bore patches of red and white. Qin Runin wished to urge her on, but Changpu subtly gestured for her to refrain. Luan Mei occasionally glanced up at the two individuals opposite her, each time meeting their focused gazes, which only heightened her discomfort. "Would you like me to remind you that we discovered traces of rat poison within your father, Lu Min?" And Changpu prompted. "Does your mother know about the poisoning?" "My mother is unaware. Your mother is responsible for cooking. Do the three of you not dine together after she prepares the meal? Why is it that only he was poisoned while you and your mother remained unharmed? He always ate separately, never sharing meals with us. He had his own portion prepared. If it was indeed poisoning, why did we find a fatal knife wound on your father?" And Changpu continued to press for answers. Fearing that the poison would not suffice to kill him, she struck him again. Luan Mei's words became entangled. "Where did you stab him?" "In the chest." "The left side of the chest." "Oh, no." As she spoke, Luan Mei scrutinized Changpu's expression. Upon noticing the doubt that flickered across his face, she quickly corrected herself. "It was the back." "Yes, the back. I remember now." A shudder coursed through Luan Mei, leaving her as still as a statue. Chapter 73. The tragic killer. As Qin Runin's inquiry pierced the air, it was as if she had struck Luan Mei's mute spot. Initially, a fleeting panic crossed her face, but thereafter, she refused to speak. Regardless of how Changpu and Qin Runin coaxed and persuaded her, her lips remained sealed, akin to a tightly shut clam. This demeanor convinced Qin Runin and Changpu that she undoubtedly knew the identity of the murderer. They even speculated on the answer that Luan Mei was unwilling to divulge. Yet, lacking sufficient evidence, none dared to voice their suspicions. For the next 3 hours, it was not just Qin Runin and Changpu who engaged in persuasion. Members of the homicide unit also joined the effort. One after another, they attempted to sway Luan Mei, yet the young girl remained impervious to their appeals. The only words she uttered were a request for the police to treat her as the true culprit and bring her to justice. Beyond that, she offered no further response. When others ceased to engage her, she resolutely fell silent, refusing even a sip of water, let alone any food. Time gradually advanced, transitioning from afternoon to dusk, and then to the enchanting evening illuminated by the glow of lamps. Luan Mei sat rigidly in the reception room, resembling a statue, utterly still and silent. After discussing and obtaining approval from Cheng Feng, the head of the major crime unit, Qin Runin called Ding Mulan to inform her that Luan Mei was currently at the police station, on the other end of the line. Ding Mulan's voice sounded disoriented and hurried as she agreed with barely a word before hastily ending the call. After this conversation, they attempted to persuade Luan Mei a few more times, but to no avail. Both sides reached a stalemate, neither willing to concede nor able to sway the other. More than an hour slipped by, and just as Qin Runin and Changpu feared their plan might falter, the unusually quiet corridor, having long surpassed normal working hours, was suddenly filled with the sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps. The door to the major crime unit burst open with a bang, and Ding Mulan, disheveled and frantic, stumbled in. "Don't make things difficult for my daughter." Her face was streaked with tears, and her expression was one of utter panic. "I killed Ru Min. I am the one you should arrest." MONO, not the primary investigator of this case, stood momentarily stunned by the scene before him. "Calm down and speak slowly." Qin Runin rushed to grasp Ding Mulan's arm as she swayed precariously, fearing she might faint. "Please, let my Ame go. She is just a foolish child. She knew nothing, completely oblivious to her actions. Please let her go. I, the one who has taken lives, am willing to accept the consequences. I have already been a most incompetent mother. I cannot further burden my child." Ding Mulan sobbed deeply, pleading with the police officers before her, her sorrow overwhelming her to the point of nearly losing consciousness. And Changpu exchanged a glance with MONO, who understood the silent cue. He proceeded to the meeting room, while he and Qin Runin supported Ding Mulan on either side, guiding her into Cheng Feng's office and assisting her to take a seat. Once settled, Ding Mulan continued to weep, occasionally craning her neck in a futile attempt to glimpse outside, only to find that the blinds of Cheng Feng's office had been completely drawn by Changpu, leaving her in darkness. "I want to see my daughter. Please, allow me to see her. She implored Qin Runin, her voice tinged with desperation. Qin Runin shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, but if you are here to confess, I cannot permit you to see her until the matter has been clarified. Ding Mulan's expression shifted to one of despair, her spirit gradually waning as she ceased her struggles. After a moment of reflection, she sighed heavily. Since I am here today, I will surely confess. My second daughter is a foolish child. She merely wished to protect me. I cannot allow her to do so. It was I who took the life. She finally spoke again after a prolonged silence. I have not dared to tell anyone about this. Normally, May should remain unaware. I suspect she only came to the conclusion that it was I who was responsible, which compelled her to confess. I am the one who committed the murder. I struck him with the stone used for pressing pickled vegetables at home, resulting in his demise. Subsequently, I dismembered the corpse and disposed of it in the river in 2 separate instances. I confess to all of this. Feel free to inquire about anything. And I shall speak the truth, but please spare my daughter any distress. Though Ding Mulan's statement is somewhat vague, it unequivocally addresses a matter that the police have been investigating without tangible evidence. The fatal wound inflicted on Lu Min was to the head. Previously, under the deliberate misguidance of Changpu and Qin Runin, Lu Anmei claimed to have poisoned and subsequently stabbed her father, Lu Min. Yet she conveniently omitted the fact that the mortal injury was to the head. This lends considerable credibility to the assertion that Ding Mulan is indeed the perpetrator. Why did you choose to kill Lu Min? And Changpu inquired. Because I despised him, Ding Mulan replied, her jaw clenched tightly, as if the words were being forced through her teeth. He made me live as a widow for so many years, rendering our family unable to hold our heads high. I bore him children, toiled in the fields to sustain our household, yet he showed me no gratitude and deceived my affections, which ultimately drove me to murder him. Lu Min's behavior was not a mere fleeting issue. It had persisted for quite some time, given her disappointment in him. Why did she not choose to leave rather than resorting to murder at this juncture? Furthermore, what do you mean by his betrayal of your affections? You have always been aware of Lu Min's desire to become a woman. I suspect that your claims of emotional betrayal do not pertain to this matter. Qin Runin acutely sensed that Ding Mulan's mention of emotional deception was far beyond what they had previously comprehended. Ding Mulan's face suddenly flushed, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to shyness or embarrassment. After Ding Mulan finished speaking, Qin Runin and Changpu exchanged glances, contemplating the matter of Lu Min's desire to secure an escape route for himself, which had prevented him from undergoing the subsequent surgery. They had heard whispers of this from Lu Ji before, yet the concept of leaving a backdoor and the rationale behind it remained nebulous. Recalling their earlier visit to Lu Jun's home, where Lu Jun's wife had alluded to the rekindling of marital life between Lu Min and Ding Mulan, it seemed to provide a certain corroboration of Ding Mulan's recent assertions. Did Lu Min speak of this to you? Were you aware from the very beginning? And Changpu, akin in age to Qin Runin and also unmarried, felt an equal measure of discomfort upon hearing Ding Mulan's words. Ding Mulan shook her head. Initially, I was unaware. Had I known his intentions sooner, I would have vehemently opposed him undergoing that operation, even unto death. It was only later, during a drunken episode, that he inadvertently revealed his thoughts to me. Although Lu Min was indeed a victim of your actions, the poison that afflicted him was not of your doing, concluded Qin Runin without further inquiry, arriving at her judgment directly. Previously, an investigation was conducted into the origin of the rodenticide, confirming that it was purchased by Ru Anmei. Moreover, considering the timeline between the poisoning and the blunt force trauma inflicted upon Ru Min, it becomes evident that the two actions occurred in close succession. Ding Mulan remarked that Ru Anmei was initially unaware of her role in Ru Min's demise, only later deducing it through conjecture. This aligns with Ru Anmei's inability to identify the precise location of Ru Min's fatal injury. Initially, I was oblivious to her adding something to the meal I prepared for her father. Anmei is not the type to engage in malevolent acts. She lacks the audacity. On that day, she hurriedly brought the food to her father's room and left in a rush, insisting that I inform her immediately if anything happened at home. At that moment, I pondered what calamity could possibly befall a household in such a tranquil state. However, not long after her departure, Rumin began to complain of dizziness and abdominal pain. I initially surmised he had merely ingested something spoiled or was seeking to provoke me once more. Yet, as he began to vomit violently, expelling nearly all he had consumed, I realized this was no mere act. At that point, Ruan Mei had already vacated the premises. Had she not? Qin Runan inquired. Upon this reflection, the sorrow etched on Ding Mulan's face was momentarily eclipsed by a resolute determination. I reached to touch the back of my head, where blood had been drawn from the impact. Rumin leaned against the wall, cursing me, while a persistent ringing filled my ears, leaving my mind blank and devoid of thought. The singular thought that consumed me was the desperate need to prevent him from sending my poor daughter to prison at all costs. Thus, I abandoned him and turned to the kitchen to fetch a stone used for pickling. Lu Min, believing I had injured myself, hesitated to stop me and let his guard down. I hurled the stone at the back of his head, intending to incapacitate him so that he could not escape to report me. To my shock, when I collected my wits, I realized he had already lost his life. At this point, Ding Mulan involuntarily shuddered, pausing her narrative as if the weight of her disclosure had exhausted her resolve and courage. Fear began to creep in as she contemplated the repercussions of her actions and the impending punishment. "Where did you dismember him?" And Changpu inquired. The police had already gathered a general understanding of how Ding Mulan disposed of the body and where it was cast aside, although a more thorough recounting of the events would be necessary later. Nevertheless, the immediate curiosity lay not in the known disposal process, but rather in the tools employed for such a grim task. "Where did you acquire the tricycle you used for the dismemberment?" Qin Runan asked. For the answer to this question was intrinsically linked to Lu Anmei's level of involvement in the horrific crime. While Ding Mulan claimed that Lu Anmei was entirely unaware and only speculated about her mother being the murderer afterward, Qin Runan believed this to an extent but remained skeptical. The truth required further verification. Having said this, Ding Mulan suddenly glanced at Qin Runan and in Changpu, asking, "If it weren't for my fear of you wrongfully accusing Anmei, would you have suspected me at all?" Her tone was tentative, imbued with both a sense of hope and a lingering regret, hopeful for a definitive response from the authorities, yet regretful that, even if the answer were affirmative, she could no longer escape the clutches of legal retribution. Ding Mulan was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape. She clearly found such an answer difficult to accept, and Changpu glanced at Qin Runan, motioning for her to elucidate the matter to Ding Mulan. Qin Runan nodded and addressed Ding Mulan. "Throughout our conversations, you have consistently exhibited a remarkable tolerance towards Lu Min's various actions, a tolerance that is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary wife. You have interpreted this extraordinary forbearance as love for Lu Min. We do not doubt this. However, your love for Lu Min has also led us to a point of suspicion. If you truly cherish your husband, unaffected even by his attempts at gender reassignment through cosmetic surgery, why have you never inquired whether Lu Min's head was ever discovered after his tragic demise and dismemberment? We have contemplated two possibilities. Either your love for Lu Min is merely a fade, or you are not curious about the answer to this question because you already know it. We have heard much about your sacrifices for the Lu family over the years." And in Changpu continued from Qin Runan's remarks, stating that if you do not love Lu Min yet can endure his selfish behaviors while making such significant sacrifices, that would be implausible. Thus, we effortlessly dismissed the first possibility and concluded that you are aware of where Lu Min's head is concealed. Ding Mulian silently listened to their conversation, a bitter smile forcing its way onto her face. "I had thought you never inquired about me. The absence of any suspicion towards me was due to my own adept concealment, but it seems I have merely overestimated my own cleverness." Ding Mulian's words ushered in a profound silence, and Changpu and Qin Runan gazed at the woman before them, who appeared older than her actual years. Their hearts tangled in a confusion of sympathy and helplessness. Why, when she could have relinquished her grip earlier, did she insist on enduring this torment, leading to a tragic end for all involved? Qin Runan struggled to comprehend the enduring dedication Ding Mulian had clung to over the years. Are people not foolish? Women, even more so. Initially motivated by affection, her feelings had morphed into a stubborn unwillingness to let go. If Lu Min had merely treated me poorly, or had shown disdain towards the three of us, perhaps I would have long since resigned myself to fate and departed with the children. Yet Lu Min is not that way. Ding Mulian gritted her teeth and declared, "Within our household, I toiled from dawn till dusk, catering to his every whim, earning a living to support him, while he, in turn, looked down upon me, deeming me unattractive and foolish. At times, under the influence of alcohol, he would berate me for hours, and the same went for in May. The more determined and understanding she became, the less he seemed to appreciate her. And Ju, in stark contrast, mirrors her father's disposition, neglecting all household matters while preoccupying herself with her own vanity and appearance. Her sole redeeming quality is her sweet tongue. Yet she is also quite sycophantic, fully aware of her father's financial hold over the family. Consequently, she constantly seeks to ingratiate herself with him. Eventually, her choice of partner reflected the same shallow values. Lu Ji was even more materialistic than she, his mind consumed solely by wealth. Initially, when Ru Min required surgery, the most vehement opposition came from the couple, who deemed it a disgraceful affair and vehemently refused consent. Yet, not long after, they performed a complete about-face. It was clear to me that money had exchanged hands. How does this relate to your sense of injustice? Ru Min, besides being selfish, is also a coward who bullies the weak. He took advantage of my amiable nature and that of Mei, while showing deference to Lu Ji's fiery temperament. My resentment swells. Why is it that the genuine affection I have bestowed upon him over the years goes unappreciated, while he lavishly rewards those who have never shown him true kindness? Thus, my unwillingness to depart is rooted in the fear that my efforts would be rendered futile. Little did I realize that, in the end, my sacrifices would amount to less than mere futility. I would lose myself in the process. As Ding Mulan spoke, she suddenly rose and rushed to Qin Runan's side, grasping her hand tightly. "My dear, you too are a woman. You must understand my plight. I am confessing. I am laying bare my soul, so you must ensure the release of my daughter in Mei. The evidence against Ru and Mei concerning the poisoning of Ru Min is irrefutable, and the decision to release her rests solely with the law. We cannot acquiesce to your demands." Qin Runan shook her head in helplessness. However, she did not poison Lu Min. It was I who killed Lu Min. What guilt does she bear? Let me shoulder it all on her behalf. I am her mother, and I willingly accept this burden. Upon hearing these words, Ding Mulan's knees buckled, and with a thud, she knelt before Qin Runan. Lu Anmei's intent to poison was clear. The fact that she did not succeed in killing Lu Min does not absolve her from having committed such an act. In the eyes of the law, every individual must bear the consequences of their actions, even if they are family. One cannot assume another's responsibility. Qin Runan helped Ding Mulan to her feet, understanding her emotions but unable to offer her any illusory hopes. Upon hearing this, Ding Mulan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted instantly. When she regained consciousness, Qin Runan and Changpu had meticulously recorded her statements. They learned that Lu Min's head had long been secretly buried by Ding Mulan in her own fields. Meanwhile, over in Madong, the records regarding Lu Anmei's poisoning had also been completed. With Ding Mulan's cooperation, they drove to her residence in Jiangkou district. According to Ding Mulan's account, they quickly located the dismemberment tools and the large stone used for pressing pickled vegetables. Under the influence of chemical reagents, these items soon revealed traces of having been stained with blood. Additionally, a significant amount of blood stains that had been scrubbed clean was discovered on the kitchen floor of the Lu residence. Ding Mulan was detained, and soon the soil analysis yielded results that mirrored the suspicions of Changpu. The remnants of soil found in the groove of the small tricycle matched the fertilizer components from the vegetable garden adjacent to the Lu family's backyard, thereby confirming the soil's origin. The examination of the clay bricks, coupled with Ding Mulan's own confession, further substantiated that the bricks used to conceal the corpse were indeed procured by her from a nearby, abandoned brick kiln. She remarked, "That large stone was quite handy for pickling vegetables. so I couldn't bear to part with it. This case involving the dismemberment of a transgender individual was finally resolved. Both the victim and the perpetrator elude simple categorization of pity and disdain. After the conclusion of the case, the detectives, while relieved, couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Thus, it is said that when the time comes to let go, one must adopt a broader perspective. Relentless endurance and retreat only deepen resentments. With time, such a mindset can become distorted, leading one down an irreversible path, rendering the sacrifices made unworthy. After transferring Ding Mulan to the prosecutorial authority, and Changpu, while organizing the files, felt a wave of reflection. Qin Runan nodded thoughtfully beside him, affirming, "You are right. When it is time to let go, we must do so. Perhaps that is for the best. The sacrifices made for children and family may not always be the correct choice. Now that this case has concluded, I still have another case awaiting resolution." And Changpu stretched languidly. "What case?" "It concerns the nature of the intersections we have shared in the past. I shall undoubtedly fulfill my commitments. Allow me to unravel the intricacies myself," and Changpu declared with unwavering confidence. Qin Runan responded with a gentle smile, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks, and nodded. "Then I shall eagerly anticipate the outcome." Thus concludes the initial volume. A series of child abductions has emerged within the city, with the missing juveniles all being males between the ages of 10 and 15. Devoid of any indications of extortion, the victims have vanished without a trace, their fates unknown. The enigmatic progression of the cases directs suspicion toward the internet, where an unseen web of iniquity lurks beneath the veneer of captivating online games. Behind the heinous acts of the criminal masterminds lies a concealed past. Your continued support is appreciated. Around 10 o'clock at night, the streets gradually emptied of vehicles and pedestrians, and the city grew tranquil as the night deepened. However, within an internet CAF on a certain street in City C, the ambience remained boisterous. Rows of computer desks were occupied by young faces illuminated by the glow of the screens. Among them were both males and females, most of whom exhibited a similar sense of intense focus. The screens before them displayed a diverse array of game interfaces. Near the internet CAF's counter, a figure of noticeably smaller stature than the other patrons sat before a computer. His youthful countenance, adorned with fine down on his upper lip, immediately distinguished him as a boy yet to enter adolescence. This child, seemingly around 10 years of age, appeared somewhat out of place amidst the adults in the internet CAF at 10 o'clock at night. Nevertheless, the expression of unwavering concentration on his face rivaled that of the surrounding gamers. A young boy was seated before the computer, his back straight as an arrow, with the keyboard pulled close. His fingers danced deftly across the keys, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the screen, brows furrowed in concentration. Before him, an intense online gaming battle unfolded, and he skillfully maneuvered his character, even finding time to engage in light banter with other players. However, this evening, his gaming experience seemed less than fortuitous. His frown deepened, and occasional mutterings of frustration escaped his lips. Suddenly, a series of sharp notification sounds rang out, and a small avatar flickered in the lower right corner of the screen. The boy clicked on it, and a dialog box materialized, prompting him to embark on a quest. With that, he dashed out of the internet CAF, vanishing into the enveloping darkness of the night. It has been over a month since the resolution of the transgender dismemberment case. During this time, Changpu and Qin Runan have taken on or assisted in the investigation of two relatively minor criminal cases. Their days were neither particularly leisurely nor overly hectic. Following their previous collaboration, the rapport between Changpu and Qin Runan appeared to have improved significantly. Although it is often said that one's nature is hard to change, perhaps influenced by Changpu, Qin Runan gradually softened her once rigid demeanor during their work, beginning to learn the art of resolving issues with a more conciliatory approach. The initial tension, resistance, and wariness that Qin Runan exhibited in her interactions with Changpu have now become scarcely perceptible. Although the two still engage in playful banter, their relationship has largely evolved into one of harmony. However, Changpu continues to grapple with an unresolved concern, the nature of his past connection with Qin Runan. He understands that her initial hostility towards him stemmed from a certain incident, and her subsequent anger was fueled by his complete lack of recollection regarding that event, which wounded her pride. Now, however, she seems to have found peace. Perhaps it is due to his sincere intent to uncover the truth of the matter. Even though Qin Runan has moved past her fixation on the incident and even suggested that, since he genuinely has no memory of it, there may have been some misunderstanding worth letting go, and Changpu's stubbornness ignites an unquenchable urge to clarify the situation without grasping the full context. A lingering unease remains within him. Over the course of a month, and Changpu subtly inquired with several old classmates about Qin Runan's time at the police academy. The responses he received primarily indicated that she had consistently excelled academically, never faltering in physical assessments. Yet her personality was notably introverted. While she was polite to her peers, there was no evidence of her forming deep connections with anyone. When he pressed further, his inquiries elicited ambiguous queries from his friends, who speculated whether he had become so enamored that he was now being pressured by his family into marriage, and thus was eager to pursue someone nearby, leaving Changpu feeling rather awkward. Concurrently, he found himself navigating the pressures of blind dates arranged by his family, as they relentlessly urged him to fulfill obligations that had been postponed due to the Lu Min case. If one were to solely contemplate matters of work, how effortlessly life would be. And Changpu could not help but press his fingers against his temples and let out a long sigh, accompanied by a mournful exclamation. Upon hearing his words, Tianyang chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. You truly are unlike the average person. While others yearn for a life free from labor, you seem to desire the opposite. Work is so straightforward. It merely requires pursuing clues, solving cases, and apprehending the true culprit. Life, however, is far more intricate than case solving. And Changpu shook his head, unconvinced by Tianyang's perspective. With a playful slap to the back of Changpu's head, Tianyang remarked, You, my friend, are unexpectedly a philosopher among detectives. As the two continued their banter, Cheng Feng poked his head out of the office, beckoning to Changpu. Changpu, you and Qin Runan come here for a moment. We have a case. Congratulations, your beloved straightforward task has arrived. Tianyang laughed before turning back to his own work. Qin Runan, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, instantly perked up at the mention of a case and promptly joined Changpu in heading to Cheng Feng's office. Upon entering, they found a middle-aged couple seated on the office's sofa, their faces etched with panic and helplessness. Indeed, they appeared to be the complainants. As anticipated, Cheng Feng's subsequent introduction confirmed their suspicions. Changpu, Runan, these individuals are the complainants. Their child has gone missing. Please take over and assess the situation. I have a meeting to attend, so I leave this in your capable hands. Having concluded his business, he hastily departed from the office, leaving behind the meeting materials strewn across his desk. As Qin Runan entered, she cast a scrutinizing glance at the two individuals reporting the case. The early winter chill was palpable, and the man and woman, seemingly of similar age, both in their 30s, yet approaching 40, exhibited starkly contrasting styles in their attire. The man donned a black woolen overcoat, adorned with a vibrantly hued, thin wool scarf. Beneath the open coat, a purple checkered shirt and a V-neck knitted vest were visible, lending him an air of youthful exuberance that belied his apparent age. In contrast, the woman's simplicity was striking. She wore a loose-fitting, bright blue outdoor jacket, with a section of her neck exposed, revealing a pink knitted turtleneck beneath. The combination of colors rendered her complexion noticeably sallow, and her tousled curls accentuated a more mature appearance than that of her male counterpart. Seated together, they appeared to share a certain familiarity, however. The way they turned their bodies away from each other suggested an underlying tension. What brings you here to report? Officer Changpu inquired. Officer, my son is missing. I need to file a report. The woman sprang to her feet, urgency lacing her voice as she addressed Officer N. The man quickly rose as well, affirming, Yes, officer. My son is missing. Bah, he is my son. How dare you claim him as yours? The woman, upon hearing the man's words, momentarily disregarded the need to explain the situation to the police, her ire flaring as she directed her frustration at him. How can he not be my son? That is the bloodline of our Fong family, intertwined with our surname. The guardianship of the child also rightfully belongs to me. Wherever you go, you must acknowledge that he is my son. Yet here you are, pretending to be the child's mother. Do you truly believe you deserve such a title? The man retorted defiantly, unwilling to concede. My son is missing. This is his mother, my ex-wife. We are divorced, he explained tersely to Changpu. Please refrain from dragging your domestic disputes into this place. If you wish to report the child's disappearance, it is imperative that you clarify the situation promptly. Qin Renin observed that the woman seemed eager to retort, and swiftly intervened before she could utter a word. Mentioning the child's disappearance brought this estranged couple back to the purpose of their visit to the police station. They promptly abandoned their quarrel and began to elucidate the situation to Changpu and Qin Renin. I am Fong Da, and the missing child is my son, Fong Wan, who is 10 years old and has vanished. The man hurriedly detailed the circumstances. How long has he been missing? For days. Today marks the 5th day. After so many days, why have you only now decided to report it? Qin Renin and Changpu exchanged incredulous glances, questioning what kind of father could remain oblivious to his child's absence for 4 entire days. The mother of the missing child evidently shared this sentiment, seizing the opportunity to criticize her ex-husband. Officers, you have all heard him. A father who, had I not gone to pick up our son for the weekend and found no one there, would remain unaware that his child was lost. He had married a little enchantress who was nearly old enough to be his daughter, to the extent that he was on the verge of forgetting his own surname. Yet, he could still remember his son. All right, let us refrain from the noise for now. Qin Renin had to raise her voice to drown out the woman's piercing shouts. Since the child had gone missing, had the family received any peculiar calls or letters? Both the man and the woman shook their heads. Qin Renin glanced at Changpu, and they both instinctively harbored the same thought. A 10-year-old child missing for a whole 4 days, without any signs of ransom demands from the parents, was indeed an alarming situation. It was quite possible that this child, named Fong Wan, was in grave danger. Suddenly, they comprehended why what appeared to be an ordinary missing child case had been assigned to the major crime unit. The simplicity of this seemingly straightforward task was, in truth, quite ambiguous. Volume 2. Grave Danger and Changpu exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Renin, who nodded in response, and then addressed the mother of the missing child. Please come here. Reluctantly, the woman shot a fierce glare at her ex-husband before following Qin Renin out of Cheng Feng's office. Qin Renin led her to her desk, gestured for her to sit, opened her notebook, and inquired, "What is your name?" "My name is Qian Yuling." The moment the woman distanced herself from her ex-husband, her anger diminished, replaced instead by a deep concern for her son's plight. "You must help me find my son. He cannot come to harm. I have but one precious darling. If anything were to happen to him, I would be utterly lost. What is the situation in your family? How could a father remain oblivious for so long when his child is missing? As a mother, how could you not notice anything amiss?" Qin Renin expressed her confusion. She had heard of and encountered other divorced single-parent families, and even when parents separate, it does not mean that children lose the attention of at least one parent, who would typically remain vigilant about their child's every move. When Qin Renin posed this question, Qian Yuling's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, glistening in her gaze. "Speaking of this matter brings me sorrow. When Fong Da and I divorced, my initial resolve was to fight tooth and nail for custody of our son. However, Fong Da was the only son in his family, with sisters above and below him. As the sole grandson of the Lao Fong family, neither of us was willing to relent. Eventually, my in-laws even knelt before me, pleading that I not take away their cherished grandson, assuring me that they would care for him well. That scoundrel, Fong Da, made similar promises, and I, in my naivety, believed him. Considering my work and income, I felt I could provide a less stable life for the child, which led me to agree to grant them custody. Yet, reflecting on it now, how could a man's empty words be taken seriously? As Qian Yuling recounted her story, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. She quickly wiped them away with the back of her hand. Within less than a year of our divorce, he remarried. Once a man finds a new love, how could he possibly care for a child? Look now. The child has been missing for so long, and this so-called father remains utterly unaware. Even if the child does not live with you, do you not maintain contact with them? Qin Runan sighed and handed over a tissue. Qian Yuling accepted it, yet she did not wipe her tears. Instead, she clenched the tissue in her hand, tearing it into shreds one by one. Qian Yuling appeared reluctant to make such a promise, hesitating before finally giving a slight nod. Qin Runan temporarily left Qian Yuling in the office while she went to check on the situation in Qing Feng's office. And Changpu was engaged in a conversation with Fangda, attempting to persuade him. After all, Fangda, being a man, exhibited greater emotional control and composure in front of others compared to Qian Yuling. It did not take long for him to express his willingness to face his ex-wife, who shared the same concerns for their son's safety, with a calm and tolerant demeanor. With this assurance, Changpu and Qin Runan felt emboldened to allow the two to meet. They both behaved as promised, generally remaining calm and restrained, while their inner turmoil remained unacknowledged. This sentiment was tinged with a hint of resentment, drawing an irritated glance from Fangda. However, he refrained from voicing any objections in the presence of Changpu and Qin Runan. When asked about the last time she saw their son, Fang Wan, Qian Yuling, who could only see her son once every 2 weeks, naturally could not provide any substantial information. When it was Fang Da's turn to speak, he too faltered, struggling to recall. As far as I know, the child's homeroom teacher mentioned that he had not attended school for 4 days, and today marked the 5th. He cited the homeroom teacher's words as evidence. When was the last time you saw the child? Please contemplate with care. Qin Runan remains resolute. It appears that Fangda himself is not entirely certain of this answer. And Changpu glances at the time. It is just past 4 in the afternoon. He then addresses Fangda, inquiring, would it be convenient for you to call your partner to confirm this matter? Fangda also checks his watch, hesitates momentarily, but ultimately agrees. Just as he rises, he is called back by Changpu. Also, please inquire if she has received any peculiar calls or messages, or if anyone has requested a ransom from her, and Changpu advises. Asking is futile. She's merely a little vixen. How could she possibly concern herself with my son's affairs? Fang Da's departure prompts Qian Yuling to immediately express her disdain. Qin Runan is not inclined to probe into Qian Yuling's repeated disdain for Fang Da's current wife. One can easily deduce that no ex-wife harbors fondness for her ex-husband's new partner. Are you certain you haven't received any extortion calls? And Changpu inquires of Qian Yuling. She decisively shakes her head. Who would extort me? I barely earn enough to rise above the poverty line each month. Our family is not wealthy. What purpose would there be in kidnapping our child? Upon finishing her statement, she suddenly realizes something and anxiously clutches Qin Runan's arm, asking, do you think my son could have been abducted? In the course of daily life, do you have any adversaries with whom you have a particularly poor relationship? Qin Runan contemplates another possibility. A 10-year-old boy has mysteriously vanished, presenting 3 primary possibilities. The first is abduction, which is often motivated by a desire for ransom. The second, as speculated by Qian Yuling, pertains to human trafficking. The final and most plausible scenario involves the use of the child as a means of retaliation against adults. Typically, in cases of abduction for ransom, the perpetrators swiftly reach out to the victim's family with demands. However, should the latter scenario unfold, the chances of survival become exceedingly slim. Despite the urgency displayed by the 2 individuals reporting the case, they remain frustratingly uninformed about crucial details. And Changpu, feeling at a loss, resolves to seize the remaining time to visit Fang Wan's school and gather information. At merely 10 years of age, Fang Wan is still in elementary school, which generally dismisses students much earlier than secondary institutions. Consequently, time is of the essence for Changpu and Qin Runan. Fangda and Qian Yuling insist on accompanying them. As the biological parents of the missing boy, their request cannot be denied. Thus, the 4 of them descend the stairs and board a vehicle, following Fang Da's directions towards the elementary school that Fang Wan attends. The institution is a private school situated quite a distance from the city center. requiring approximately 30 minutes of travel from the police station, provided there are no traffic delays. Throughout the journey, Fangda anxiously rubs his hands together, exuding a sense of distress, while Qian Yuling appears more irate than anxious. Fangda awkwardly repeated the name of the school, and only then did Qian Yuling confirm that she had not made a mistake. Her son Fangwan's school was indeed no longer the one she had in mind. Why on earth was he transferring schools? She had gone to great lengths to ensure her son could attend that particular elementary school, even though their family did not reside in the designated school district. It took considerable persuasion and leveraging of connections, merely paying a small sponsorship fee to secure her son's place. And now, just a few years later, he was being transferred to an ostentatious and superficial elite school, no less. Even if he had ample funds to flaunt his wealth, he ought not to gamble with their son's future. Qian Yuling was visibly furious about Fangwan's transfer and immediately raised her voice, confronting Fangda, taken aback by her outburst, could no longer hide his guilt-ridden expression and retorted defiantly, "So attending a private school is superficial? You were the one who insisted on cramming our child into a prestigious school and a key class, forcing a small fish to swim with the big ones. You are not being ostentatious and vain yourself? In that class, with dozens of students, does the teacher even acknowledge him? Are you aware of that? You only bring up your little connections. How am I using connections in this matter? That prestigious elementary school is renowned for its excellent teaching quality. Don't turn this around on me. I am nothing like you, biting like a rabid dog. I am transferring our child for his future. That school has its own middle school, and the environment and faculty are beyond reproach." Utter nonsense. I see that you prefer schools located in the suburbs, where you can send your child off to boarding school, allowing you and that little enchantress to revel in your own pleasures at home, free from any interruptions. Her words rendered Fangda and Qian Yuling speechless, their faces darkening as they fell silent. With such a quarrelsome ex-couple present, the absence of conversation might indeed be a blessing, granting everyone a moment of tranquility. This fortunate peace was maintained until they reached their destination. Despite their haste, they arrived at the private school just as the elementary department was dismissing its students. Several buses were parked in the yard, with a few agile children already lining up at the doors to board. Numerous private cars lined the roadside outside the school gate, indicating that the families of the students were generally quite affluent. After identifying themselves and stating their purpose to the gatekeeper, the electric gate opened, granting Changpu and his companions access to the campus. The elementary section of the school was not particularly large, consisting only of one teaching building and one administrative building, with no other substantial structures. The cafeteria appeared to be of moderate size, and although the playground was entirely made of rubber, it seemed somewhat diminutive. Noticing Changpu and Qin Runan observing their surroundings with a hint of trepidation, Fangda took the initiative to reassure them, saying, "Though small, this sparrow is fully equipped. This private school is primarily renowned for its secondary education. The elementary section is somewhat lacking, yet transitioning from their elementary to secondary education should be relatively seamless." The unguarded admission added a layer of credibility to Qian Yuling's earlier remarks about hoping her child could board, thereby allowing Fangda and his newlywed young wife to relish their private world. Yet, there are numerous schools that offer accommodation for middle school students. Why then this particular choice? Beyond its relatively remote geographical location, there must be other underlying reasons. Surely, children could apply for boarding during their elementary years, could they not? Had Fangwan applied? Qin Runan inquired of Fangda. Fangda flushed slightly, but did not deny it. Indeed, according to the regulations here, students can begin boarding after the 5th grade. My son registered this semester and will commence boarding at the start of the next academic year. Fortunately, Fangda was not entirely uninformed about Fangwan's circumstances at school. He quickly led the others to Fangwan's classroom. By the time school was dismissed, only 5 or 6 students remained in the classroom. A young man in his 20s sat quietly at the teacher's desk, observing the few students still engrossed in their writing. He appeared to be the class instructor. Qin Runan peered through the small window in the door and noted that the classroom was not large, with a limited number of desks and chairs. A quick glance revealed that the student count likely did not exceed 30. A sizable LCD television hung in one corner of the front wall, while the bulletin board on the back wall displayed a vibrant array of drawings. The male teacher at the desk noticed someone at the door and turned his gaze toward it. Fong De swiftly knocked, and upon hearing a call to enter, he opened the door and leaned in, greeting, "Hello, Teacher Chun." Teacher Chun adjusted the glasses perched on his nose, failing to recognize Fong De, mistaking him for a parent picking up a child. "You must be here to collect your child, correct? Please wait a moment. They will be free to leave once the dictation concludes." Upon realizing he was in the presence of Fong Wan's family, Teacher Chen immediately adopted a more serious demeanor, pushing his chair back and rising to greet them. Curiosity compelled him to glance at the others and inquire, "I apologize for not recognizing you at first. Are these all relatives from your household?" "No, these two are comrades from our local public security bureau," Fong De replied, stepping aside to allow in Changpu and Qin Runan to take his place, facilitating their discussion with Teacher Chen. "Our Fong Wan has gone missing, and his mother and I have come to report it to the police. They informed us that we need to gather some information from you." "So this is Fong Wan's mother?" Teacher Chen nodded in acknowledgement to Qian Yuling, but refrained from conversing with Changpu and the others immediately. Instead, he remarked to Fong De, "I was just thinking, the woman who accompanied you before seems rather young to be Fong Wan's mother." Fong De felt an awkwardness wash over him and quickly stepped aside, realizing that, under the current circumstances, discussing his young wife from a recent marriage was far from appropriate. "Hello, we are criminal investigators from the C-City Public Security Bureau. You are Fong Wan's homeroom teacher, correct? When was the last time you saw Fong Wan?" And Changpu introduced himself and Qin Runan before directly questioning Teacher Chen. Upon hearing the term criminal police, the students in the classroom, who had been diligently focused on their writing, could no longer contain their curiosity and began to glance in this direction. However, they were promptly silenced by a stern glare from Teacher Chen, causing them to lower their heads once more. "Did you leave early for physical education class? May I inquire with the students?" And Changpu surveyed the few children who had been kept behind for writing. They had initially been sneaking glances at the unfolding situation, but upon making eye contact with him, they immediately averted their gazes, pretending to be engrossed in their work. Teacher Chen did not oppose Changpu's suggestion. He turned towards the 6 children and clapped his hands, saying, "Please pause your writing. I have a question for you. On Monday afternoon during physical education class, did you see Fong Wan?" Before Teacher Chen could continue with his inquiry, a plump little boy eagerly shot his hand up, his eyes wide with anticipation, as if he were eager to participate in class. Teacher Chen nodded at him, prompting the boy to spring to his feet and exclaim loudly, "Police uncle, police aunt. Did something happen to Fong Wan?" Qin Runan was taken aback and quickly asked, "Why do you say that?" The little boy proudly declared, "Fong Wan told me that if anything happened to him, I must inform the police, saying that there are bad people in his family who want to harm him." Although it is often said that children speak without reservation, the moment the boy's words left his lips, Fong Da's expression abruptly changed. Meanwhile, Qian Yuling, who had been listless at the back, suddenly perked up upon hearing his remarks. Her eyes sparkled with a predatory gleam as she cast a fierce glance at Fong De, then turned her eager gaze towards the little boy. Had it not been for the presence of Qin Runan and Changpu, she might have boldly seized the opportunity to interrogate him herself. Under the scrutinizing stares of several adults, the little boy felt somewhat unnerved, his expression timid as he hesitated to speak again. Fong De, appearing to be perceptive, noticed Qin Runan's comments. Despite the evident reluctance etched on his face, he silently nodded and turned to exit the classroom, making his way into the corridor. Qian Yuling's unwillingness surpassed Fong Da's. She seemed to have detected something significant in the boy's words. Fong Wan had been living with his father since the divorce of his parents, and if there were indeed malefactors in his home, it would serve as a potent leverage against Fong De and his remarried wife. Qin Runan gently nudged her, signaling that it was time to join the others outside. Reluctantly, Qian Yuling turned and slowly made her way towards the door, as if by delaying her movements, she might catch a few more elusive words. Just before exiting, Qin Runan quietly reminded her, "We are in a school, and although it is after school hours, we are still in a public setting. You and Fangda should try to exercise restraint and avoid any loud disputes. I understand. I shall simply ignore him. Qian Yuling replied, somewhat sheepishly nodding in acknowledgement. Having shut the classroom door, Qin Runan watched as Changpu approached the young boy. He gestured for the child to sit and began to speak with him, straddling the chair in front of the boy. Given Changpu's height, he appeared to be riding a child's rocking horse. The boy, previously reserved, seemed to relax now that the intimidating adults had left. Seeing Changpu's amiable demeanor, he turned his chair around and straddled it as well, resting his chin on his arms. He scrutinized Changpu with wide, inquisitive eyes. "Do you have a gun?" he suddenly asked. "A gun?" Changpu responded, taken aback. "Yes," the boy affirmed. "I've seen police officers on TV with handguns on their waists. They chase after the bad guys, and, when they can't run anymore, they pull out their guns and yell, 'Freeze, or I'll shoot.'" The boy mimicked the actions from television, pretending to hold a gun and making shooting noises. He then blew on his imaginary gun. Fang Wan told me that there are bad people who want to hurt him, but his father doesn't believe him. So he told me. We're good friends. The boy, young as he was, didn't seem concerned about Fang Wan's disappearance. Instead, he was proud to be privy to this information. His words, however, conveyed a significant message to the three adults present. Fang Wan believed he was in danger. It must be his stepmother. Does Fang Wan's stepmother treat him poorly? Qin Runan leaned down and sat sideways on the adjacent chair. Among women, she was relatively tall. Yet compared to Changpu, she appeared rather petite. Her seated posture was also more comfortable than his. Upon hearing Qin Runan's inquiry, the little boy's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know that the bad person I mentioned is Fang Wan's stepmother? Being a police officer is truly impressive. I didn't even say it, and you already knew." The innocent child evidently failed to realize that Qin Runan's answer was precisely what he had just articulated. Generally, children harbor a certain aversion towards the role of a stepmother, and their statements might not always hold weight. I once encountered Fang Wan's stepmother. She was quite young, possessing a charming demeanor and eloquence, radiating an air of refinement. It would be unkind to let a child's remark unfairly tarnish her reputation. When teacher Chen mentioned Fang Da's remarried wife, there was a noticeable tone of admiration in his voice. It was unclear whether this was due to subjective bias or a desire to avoid causing trouble for his students. Yet his stance was evidently different from that of the little boy. Teacher Chen's face flushed slightly as he forced a dry smile at Qin Runan. Nodding in agreement, "You are absolutely right." Despite whether his agreement stemmed from sincerity or mere formality, he ultimately acknowledged Qin Runan's words. However, those earlier remarks still impacted the little boy, who now hesitated to speak up. "Little classmate, did you ever read fairy tales when you were young?" Changpu glanced at teacher Chen, paused for a moment, and then smiled warmly as he asked. The young boy nodded, hastily clarifying, "I have seen it, but I do not enjoy it. It is merely the sort of thing that little girls like." "You have previously read fairy tales, in which stepmothers are invariably portrayed as malevolent figures, and that is why you perceive Fang Wan's stepmother as wicked, correct?" Changpu seemed to penetrate the boy's thoughts, laughing dismissively as he exposed him. "Not at all." The boy felt insulted, his little brows furrowing in displeasure. "I have already stated that such fairy tales are meant for little girls. Who takes those stories seriously?" It was Fang Wan who informed me that his stepmother particularly loathed him and had even administered poison to him. After consuming it, he suffered from diarrhea for several days, nearly soiling his trousers on multiple occasions, and eventually, he became too afraid to eat anything prepared by her. The surrounding children began to giggle at the boy's words. Given their age, they could hardly grasp the gravity of the situation, finding the notion of a classmate nearly soiling himself rather amusing. The three adults, however, did not laugh. They felt a slight sense of relief. If the boy's claims were indeed true, Fang Wan's stepmother's so-called poisoning was likely nothing more than the administration of common laxatives. As for the motive behind her actions, that remained a mystery, one that would require further inquiry at a later time. Qin Runan noted down the incident Fang Wan had shared with his companions in her notebook. "Were you with Fang Wan during gym class that afternoon?" And Changpu inquired of the boy once more. The boy nodded. We were together. On that day during physical education class, he and Fong Wan were outside our girls' classroom, making strange noises and pulling faces to cause a commotion. One of the girls seized the opportunity to report this to our homeroom teacher. No. He mentioned that he needed to attend a tutoring session and walked with us for a while before parting ways. How does Fong Wan usually behave in class? And Changpu inquired quietly, approaching the teacher's desk alongside Teacher Chen. How should I put it? Teacher Chen hesitated momentarily. Fong Wan transferred to our class in the second semester of the second grade. I haven't taught him for long, not even 2 years. This child is quite intelligent and possesses a lively personality. Teacher Chen, you needn't engage in the usual platitudes we hear at parent-teacher meetings. We have all experienced the underlying messages teachers convey. Please, speak candidly. And Changpu interrupted, gesturing for Teacher Chen to pause. The teacher promptly complied and continued. It's not untrue to say that this child is clever. Fong Wan's mind is indeed quite sharp. Yet he does not apply his intelligence in earnest pursuits. He tends to be rather restless, enjoys playing pranks on his classmates, and has even teased other teachers. He is a quintessential troublemaker. Why hasn't he attended class for so many days without timely communication with his parents? Qin Runan asked. Teacher Chen covered his mouth with his fist and coughed a few times, his gaze flickering as he responded to the question. Well, I must admit, I bear some responsibility for this. Previously, Fong Wan was frequently absent from class. Each time, an elderly family member would call to report an illness or similar excuse. I suspected he wasn't genuinely sick so often, but given the calls from his elders, I felt constrained in my response. Private schools, unlike public ones, treat students as esteemed patrons, veritable benefactors. Consequently, I generally overlooked his absences as long as they were excused. Later, he hesitated, reluctant to continue. Having listened intently, Qin Runan discerned the situation. Later, as the frequency increased, you ceased to address Fong Wan's absences, even without a call from his family, correct? With a guilty expression. Teacher Chen nodded in affirmation. As this conversation unfolded, the sounds of a dispute echoed from the corridor. And Changpu and Qin Runan, frowning, promptly excused themselves from Teacher Chen and headed towards the commotion. Predictably, the contentious duo outside had once again failed to restrain themselves, igniting a fresh altercation. In the corridor, Qian Yuling and Fong De were embroiled in a heated exchange, each retort escalating in intensity. Consumed by their anger, they remained oblivious to the emergence of Changpu and Qin Runan from the classroom. Just you wait and see. If my son is unharmed, we'll revisit this. But if something happens to him, I'll ensure neither you nor that vixen enjoy a moment's peace. Qian Yuling's eyes were bloodshot, as if on the verge of bursting. Who are you calling no good? Who are you calling no good? Fong Da's final remark thoroughly infuriated Qian Yuling, making her realize that mere verbal altercations were insufficient to resolve the issue at hand. Consequently, she lunged directly at Fong Da. Just as the confrontation was poised to escalate into a physical brawl, Qin Runan and the others, who had rushed out of the classroom, quickly intervened, forcibly separating the two heated individuals. Can you both conduct yourselves like adults and display a modicum of maturity? Is it truly appealing to engage in such a brawl in a public setting? If your fight is what the children require, then by all means, continue. I shall stand by as your referee. Qin Runan grasped the seemingly irrational Qian Yuling, positioning herself between Qian and Fong De to prevent further conflict. Qian Yuling, panting heavily with tear-filled eyes, was momentarily disarmed by Qin's words, collapsing to the ground as she covered her face and wept. Fong De, having been unexpectedly clawed across the face by Qian, bore 2 long red marks on his cheek, his hair disheveled, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. I understand. I apologize for the spectacle, Fong De repeatedly assured. After comforting Qian Yuling for a while, Qin Runan guided her downstairs. Instead of heading to the car, they made their way to the stands adjacent to the small sports field, a location not far from where they had parked, yet relatively secluded. Throughout this time, Qian Yuling continued to sob, her earlier fierceness now replaced by a pitiable demeanor. Qin Runan encouraged her to sit on a concrete bench beneath the stands. Taking a seat beside her, patiently waiting for the girl's sobs to gradually subside before speaking. Qian Yuling spent a few moments calming her emotions as the sky gradually darkened. The horizon was adorned with a tinge of orange-red sunset, and her face bore the marks of tears mingled with the wind. Or perhaps it was merely reflecting the hues of the evening sky that lent it a rosy glow. "I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back," she began. But Qin Runan swiftly interrupted her, preventing her from continuing with any self-reproach or explanations. "I understand your feelings. It is only human to struggle with complete composure. Let us set that aside and discuss your son instead." Qin Runan glanced at the time and inquired, "Is Fongwan only with you every other weekend? How is your relationship with him? Why does he seem reluctant to spend time with you? Are there any underlying issues between you two?" "There are no issues. He is my only son, and since the divorce, I have not remarried, so it is impossible for me to have any other children. How could I not cherish him? I have always felt that divorce can be quite damaging for a child, so I try to fulfill all his requests. However, my circumstances are limited. After changing jobs, my salary has decreased, and living alone entails unavoidable expenses like utilities. I cannot compare my situation to his father's. The child feels that the experiences he has with me, be it food or entertainment, pale in comparison to what he enjoys at his father's. Even when it comes to pocket money, his father is far more generous, which leaves him indifferent towards me." Qian Yuling's tone was tinged with profound disappointment. Qin Runan, upon hearing this, expressed her surprise. "Your son, Fongwan, is only 10 years old and already so pragmatic? Children today are remarkably realistic." When Fongwan-san was around 3 or 4 years old, he realized that his paternal grandparents were wealthier than his maternal ones, which led him to develop a special affection for them. In contrast, he displayed a rather indifferent demeanor towards my parents. "How frequently did he communicate with you? Did he share details regarding his academic performance, friendships, or his interactions with his father and stepmother?" When I inquired, he would offer only a few words, expressing that as he grew older, there was little to discuss with me, his mother. At this point, Qian Yuling suddenly offered a bitter smile, revealing that he had mentioned his stepmother's lack of attention towards him. Yet he also remarked that she was beautiful and that his classmates praised her. While he felt embarrassed about his own appearance, describing himself as a plain woman, reluctant to let anyone see what he truly looked like. "Is that the reason for your significant resentment towards Fong Da's new wife?" Upon hearing this, Qin Runan suddenly grasped why Qian Yuling's frustration toward Fong Da seemed boundless. Without hesitation, Qian Yuling confirmed Qin Runan's suspicion. "Yes, I cannot help but feel aggrieved. I went through a divorce, nearly lost my job, and my son did not stay with me. Meanwhile, they used money and lavish gifts to win the child's affection, causing him to feel no closeness to me. I have tolerated all of this, yet now they have failed to care for him properly, leaving him lost for such a long time without realizing it. Tell me, if you were in my position, would you not feel angry? The precious child you cannot have is being occupied by them. Yet they do not cherish him and have allowed him to go astray." And Changpu and Fong Da were already seated in the car. This time, and Changpu had summoned Fong Da to the front passenger seat, seemingly to prevent any further disputes or even altercations that might arise from their being together in the back. "Shouldn't we go to his home to discuss matters with his current wife?" Qin Runan inquired, somewhat surprised to see Fong Da get out of the car at his residence. As she spoke, she handed her notebook to Qin Runan, who accepted it and quickly skimmed through Changpu's notes, her expression revealing astonishment. Fongwan's stepmother is only 24 years old, so young. She is over a decade younger than Fong Da. She glanced at Changpu, and it was no wonder that their former teacher, Mr. Chun, had spoken so highly of Fongwan's stepmother. It turns out she is merely a youthful maiden. Everyone harbors a desire for beauty, especially among peers in their 20s, and it is not surprising that the opposite sexes are drawn to each other. And Changpu suddenly chuckled, turning to glance at Qin Runan, who was intently reviewing the materials with a furrowed brow. "You may not have noticed, but Mr. Chen's gaze hardly strayed from you at the outset. Believe me, had you not maintained such a serious demeanor afterward, that gentle teacher would certainly have taken an interest in you. Thus, Women should embrace a touch of softness and let their hair flow more freely. It enhances their allure. It matters not. I have no interest in him, Qin Runan replied, unconsciously brushing her fingers through her short hair. Do all men prefer women with long hair? Regardless, having longer hair is preferable to having short hair. Short hair is certainly better than none at all. If any woman were to shave her head for no particular reason, even if her skull were perfectly shaped, I would find it utterly unbearable. And Changpu jested casually.